Chapter 1. What should one use to respond to the haughty demeanor of those in power? Within the confines of the restaurant, Leon Barrett took a couple of swigs from his mug of ale before crudely severing a portion of a steamed sausage with his fork. Beside the dining table lay a battle-worn greatsword. While seasoned adventurers are not a rarity, it is indeed uncommon to encounter a noble such as Leon, who has fallen so low. He was of average height, yet his physique appeared quite frail, giving off an impression of being easily toppled by the wind. His pitch-black pupils and disheveled dark hair all proclaimed the ancient lineage from which he hailed. Despite his tattered cloak and leather armor, with his hair in disarray, his every movement retained an undeniable elegance, starkly contrasting with the other brutish patrons in the establishment. Such a figure ought to be found only in the imperial capital of Augustus. What could possibly bring him to this remote border region? "Hey there, pal." A bald man clad in spiked leather armor took a seat across from Leon. "By the look of you, it must be your first time in the borderlands? You see, you can't be too rigid here. There aren't many amusements around. If you're willing to part with just 10 silver coins, I could take you to meet the finest ladies for a night of indulgence. What do you say?" Laughter erupted from the surrounding patrons. 10 silver coins could procure the first night of 3 maidens in these parts. If Leon truly had the means to pay such a price, there would be no shortage of women eager to seek his favor. However, he remained unmoved, finishing the last morsel on his plate before reaching for a wooden beer mug. The man, feeling ignored, could not help but feel a surge of irritation. Being a pimp in the borderlands was not a disgrace. After all, it was merely a guise. His true aim lay in the wealth of this noble lord. "Don't ignore me, noble sir. It's not easy for us ordinary folk to make a living. Since you don't wish to indulge, at least spare me a little tip." With a swift motion, a poisoned dagger was drawn from the man's waist, aimed threateningly at Leon's throat. In an instant, Leon, who had been resolutely indifferent, sprang into action. His left hand seized the great sword resting nearby, and with a deft motion, he cleaved through the man's arm and the table in one fell swoop. Ah! Crimson blood gushed forth as the man collapsed in agony. "Kill him! Hey, what are you all doing? Get him! He's all alone!" The man roared, yet his companions fell silent at the sight of Leon rising from his seat. The silver pendant, a mark of an rank adventurer from the Adventurers Guild, signified that the life of such an rank adventurer was worth more than all of their families combined. Leon exhaled through his nostrils, sheathing his sword as he approached the counter, tossing 2 silver coins as compensation. Stepping out of the restaurant, the wandering adventurer Leon Barrett let out a heavy sigh. Having crossed over into this realm, why had he found himself in a traditional Western fantasy adventure novel? Indeed, he was not a native of this world. Leon had once been an ordinary web novelist on Blue Star, and during a discussion with other authors about plotlines, his phone had inexplicably exploded, transporting him into this narrative as Leon Barrett. Regrettably, unlike some protagonists in light novels, he was not the main character, but rather an inconsequential supporting figure. As the original text described, after 3 months of his exile, news of Leon reached the imperial capital. Stripped of divine power, he had worked tirelessly to become an rank adventurer, only to lose his life during a wave of monster attacks. The Barrett family had since fallen from grace due to Leon's disgrace, a so-called sin orchestrated by his wretched fiancée, who had conspired to seize the divine power he possessed. Had Leon remained on Earth, he would have reported this to the disciplinary committee. What a farce. Legal battles would have ensued, with one side presenting evidence and the other refuting it. Yet, the opportunity for rebuttal was non-existent. As soon as it was claimed that Leon was guilty, the presiding judge would bang his gavel, declaring him guilty. What absurdity! Thus began Leon's downfall, as the divine essence within him was extracted to benefit that accursed woman, dragging his family into disgrace, from which they would never recover. Fortunately, Leon possessed extensive combat experience, a trait he retained upon his arrival in this world, allowing him to rise to a rank adventurer status in such a short span of time. Meow. A calico cat emerged from the tattered folds of Leon's cloak, perching upon his shoulder. Leon affectionately scratched the cat's chin, finding solace in its warmth amidst the chaos of this world. Ding! Main quest: return to the imperial capital. Reward: strength divine essence for the host. Today, you have yet to check in. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in. Leon sighed, opting to complete the check-in process. Reward acquired: 5,000 gold coins. He had been in this realm for quite some time, and this system, reminiscent of mobile game check-ins, had appeared suddenly after his exile to the borderlands. Through this system, Leon had amassed a considerable fortune, items, and equipment. Yet, such riches meant little. The glory of the Barrett family would not be restored by a mere few thousand gold coins, nor would the Syst family, the family of his betrothed, face the repercussions they deserved for the plight of a sinner. Now, Leon felt akin to a novice player who had yet to grasp the intricacies of the game. If it was a game, then naturally, one must undertake quests and follow the main storyline. Leon assured himself that he was not the type to grind for years in a beginner village, nor was he a legendary swordsman. The only obstacle standing between him and the advancement of the main quest was his identity as a sinner. As a banished sinner, those in power seemed to fear his return to the imperial capital as the legitimate heir of the Barrett family, thus issuing a decree. Leon Barrett is forbidden from utilizing any means of transportation, including carriages, ox carts, airships, or even dragons, to reach the imperial capital. They presumably wished to witness Leon perish at the border, yet they had overlooked one crucial detail. Devoid of divine essence and stripped of his priestly identity, Leon remained a warrior. The woman from the Syst family, who had manipulated the Barrett clan, was ill-suited to harness Leon's divine essence for now. She could only falsely claim that the Syst family had received the blessings of the Barrett family's deity. Display panel. Name: Leon. Race: human. Strength: 170. Speed: 210. Endurance: 150. Magic: 20. Profession: swordsman. Skills: mastery of swordsmanship, perception, tenacity. Divine office: none. Gazing at his dismal status panel, Leon sighed once more. He had initially planned to reach the next village before nightfall. However, as he strolled down the street, a girl suddenly collided with him. I am so sorry," the girl exclaimed, not looking back as she fled. Leon instinctively checked his pocket. His wallet, which held his spare change, was gone. The girl who had bumped into Leon dashed away, and he pursued her closely. After navigating several twists and turns, they arrived at an abandoned steel mill. Indeed, an abandoned steel mill. The technological development in this world was rather skewed, while some basic technologies, such as electric lights and gas canisters, existed. True combat prowess still relied on those blessed with divine power. Firearms were primarily wielded by low-level awakened individuals, soldiers, and ruffians. The young girl came to a halt, turning to face Leon with a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Upon closer inspection, she was not unattractive. Her violet eyes, complemented by her fair complexion and deep gray hair, created an exquisite visage. The girl timidly spoke, "Big brother, I'm so sorry. I was just so hungry. If you're upset, you'll return your wallet, but please don't hurt me." I'm terrified of pain. Leon regarded the weeping girl, yet his heart stirred not a shred of sympathy. He gently set the calico cat down from his shoulder, then grasped the greatsword in his hand. This greatsword was a purple-quality weapon he had acquired through the check-in process. While it lacked aesthetic appeal and in a mobile game would merely serve as a material for disassembly, Leon found himself in the realm of reality, weathered by trials, yet still possessing the strength to slay dragons. "Stop pretending." Leon spoke with a dispassionate gaze. "You lured me here on purpose. Do you truly wish to kill me?" The girl blinked her bright eyes. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Leon. Noting that the other party seemed genuinely prepared to confront her, the girl clicked her tongue. "No wonder you are one of the most esteemed heirs of the Barrett lineage. Even after your divine essence was stripped away, your perceptiveness remained sharp." With her ruse unveiled, an eerie light emanated from the girl, and her once frail form transformed into that of an assassin clad in a corset and shorts. Her countenance twisted into a sinister smile. The professional assassin, observing the scurrying rats who make a living through murder in the shadows of the Empire, raised an eyebrow. "Which disgraceful scoundrel from the Sistar family summoned you here?" Leon found certain aspects of this narrative rather displeasing, one being the Empire's evident capability to eliminate these vermin. Yet for the sake of the protagonists, they disregarded these nefarious individuals entirely. Don't be so hostile. The assassin weighed the contents of her purse before tossing it to Leon. You know, I actually feel quite sorry for your Barrett clan. Is the legend true? That unique constitution of the Barretts? Have you truly forged a pact with the legendary Thunder Dragon? Leon offered no reply, nor did he accept the purse. He merely tightened his grip on the massive sword in his hand. Huh. Regardless of whether that legend holds any truth, at present, you are merely a wastrel. The female assassin unsheathed her dagger, extending her tongue with interest as she regarded Leon. I wonder what the blood of an imperial hero's progeny tastes like. You're more than welcome to find out, Leon scoffed coldly. The atmosphere turned frigid. With a sudden step forward, the assassin lunged, her dagger aimed like a bullet at Leon's throat. Leon evaded the lethal strike with a mere step backward, then swung his sword with ferocity. Had he been an ordinary adventurer lacking A or even S rank prowess, he would have been cleaved in two at this moment. However, the capabilities of the female assassin were evidently more complex than he had anticipated. Before him, the assassin pivoted on her sword, leaping to evade the powerful blow. Then, midair, she aimed a kick at Leon, only to find her strike thwarted as it collided with the returning blade. Having defended against two sudden assaults, the female assassin began to question whether she had indeed targeted the right individual. Hey, are you really Leon? The assassin inquired, perplexed. The records did not indicate your swordsmanship was so formidable. Furthermore, wasn't it said that those who lose the favor of the divine become significantly weaker? Why are you not? Leon remained silent. Whatever the case may be, the assassin lowered her stance, activating her skill, Fury. As long as you belong to the Barrett family, your head is worth a handsome sum. Assassin, divine class, berserker. A flicker of displeasure crossed Leon's eyes. Such behavior, treating oneself and one's family as mere rare livestock, was infuriating. The frenzied assassin charged at breakneck speed, yet what awaited her was a pitch-black shotgun. Boom! With the eruption of flames, the female assassin was suddenly missing a crucial component. That component was her head. Thud! As her pursuer collapsed, Leon exhaled in relief. He had long grown accustomed to this lifestyle in this chaotic era. It was a matter of eat or be eaten. The upper echelons of society, those bastards exploited their privilege to the fullest. The benevolent Lord cannot bear to witness your suffering. Thus, do not linger within the Lord's sight, otherwise death awaits. Leon had endured such battles more than once. Either they sought to plunder his wealth or aimed to defeat him, to sell him into slavery. Of course, few dared to purchase such a slave. After all, the only distinguishing features of the Barrett family were their black hair and black eyes. Additionally, some coveted the massive sword he wielded. A first-tier divine class, yet you have not undergone a second job change, Leon mused, gazing at the slain assassin before him, heaving a sigh. You likely did not anticipate that I possessed such a powerful weapon, did you? This world possessed a foundation of technology, thus revolvers and rifles existed. Leon had acquired this firearm at a steep price, specifically to counter opponents endowed with divine class abilities. Now, what occupied Leon's thoughts were the words spoken by the assassin before her demise. The heads of the Barrett family are quite valuable. Indeed, when the walls crumble, the crowd will push a phoenix in decline is no better than a mere chicken. After a moment of reflection, Leon retrieved the purse and collected all valuable items from the assassin's body, stowing them in his magical backpack. I wonder how long it will take me to reach the imperial capital at this sluggish pace. Only upon arriving in the capital could he unlock the main quest, thus commencing his journey of empowerment. Moreover, the current plight of the Barrett family was dire. He needed to return post-haste. Surely, that woman must be suffering greatly from the divine essence within Barrett. Hua Hua, let's go. Hua Hua. Leon called out, but the usually responsive Hua Hua was nowhere to be found. What could be the matter? Had something happened to Hua Hua? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a hand silently patted his shoulder. Before he could react, he was rendered unconscious by a drug administered by an unseen assailant. With a soft thud, Leon collapsed. A man clad in a monster-hunting guise, his face obscured by a mask, emerged from the shadows. Indeed, utterly merciless, a veritable cold-blooded warrior. He had been lurking in the shadows, observing Leon's every move, witnessing his transformation from exile to a highly skilled adventurer. Such talent would undoubtedly garner recognition. You seek death. Just as the demon hunter was about to address the scene, Leon, who should have been unconscious, suddenly regained consciousness. He swung his great sword towards the man's face. Though an A-class adventurer, those awakened to divine roles within the same rank possess far greater prowess than ordinary warriors. However, Leon had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. After parrying the blow, he swiftly stowed his sword in his magical backpack and fled with great haste. Trying to escape? In his dreams, the man snorted, preparing to pursue, only to have two fragrant melons tumble at his feet. Confused by the unexpected objects, he was met with two resounding explosions. These were among the items Leon had acquired through his sign-in rewards, enhanced melon grenades. Yet, it seemed these did not inflict any serious harm upon the man. As Leon rounded a corner, he encountered the demon hunter once more. The somewhat disheveled yet unscathed hunter regarded Leon with a cold snort. Who would have thought you possessed such capabilities? You certainly have an array of intriguing gadgets. Leon took a deep breath, knowing that there was no escape for him. He could manage against first and second-tier clerics, but once confronted with a fifth tier, he stood no chance unless he could elevate his adventurer rank to that of a legendary hero. I will not run, Leon resignedly declared. Are you also sent by the SYSD family to kill me? I never anticipated they would dispatch such a formidable awakened one to deal with me. The man wasted no time, swiftly rendering Leon unconscious and beckoning. The three flowers, previously released by Leon, approached with measured steps. Like the assassin, she too had donned a disguise, albeit a more sophisticated one. Meow, Will, you are being excessive. What wrongdoing has my dear Leon committed to deserve such treatment? Well, Brandon regarded the woman with a gaze that mingled pity and an unwillingness to play the villain in this encounter, dismissing any notion of a playful master-pet dynamic. Layla, take him away. I will handle the aftermath. With that, Will vanished from sight. Pouting and brimming with frustration, Layla dutifully hoisted Leon onto her shoulder. Oh dear, do not hold it against us. We are merely following orders. Straining to open his eyes slightly, Leon replied, I took care of you for so long. You should know that in these past months, whenever I had food, I ensured that Hua, Layla, never went hungry. Meow, but I never asked you to care for me. However, I must admit, you understand us felines well. Your gentle caresses are delightful. Remember our bathing sessions together? A blow to his head caused Leon to lose consciousness once more. Let us not bring up such embarrassing matters. When Leon awoke again, he found himself facing a woman with deep purple hair. Where am I? As he regained his senses, the sound of clinking chains jolted him back to reality. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Leon. The elegant woman seated before him gracefully lifted a teacup. Would you care for a cup of tea? Or perhaps, you are not as you appear, someone capable of discerning the nuances of the situation? Leon surveyed his own attire, noting that apart from a solitary pair of undergarments, all his equipment had been stripped away, including the magical backpack upon which he relied for survival. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucia Van Aster, the Queen of Calamity. What business do you have with me? Leon stated unabashedly. Upon hearing his audacity, a nearby guard clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Ralph, Lucia said leisurely, stand down. But, Your Highness, I said, stand down. Lucia opened her eyes and cast a glance at Ralph. The loyal guard swallowed hard and retreated. I have summoned people to abduct you and to apologize for my subordinate's disrespect. Mr. Leon Barrett, as you can see, I am Lucia, the Queen of Calamity. As a fellow outcast loathed by the Empire, might I seek your enlightenment? For instance, regarding your remarkable magical backpack? A satchel was placed upon the table. This world possesses magic and magical backpacks, yet Lucia had never encountered one like Leon's, which forbade others from its use. I am not like you, Leon replied, sitting upright with an air of defiance. In high society, scandals abound, do they not? Today it is the Barrett family, yet tomorrow it could just as easily be the sister family. I merely fell victim to a cunning trap. And you, Your Highness, as one of the two dark archmages in the Empire's history, have your own designated territory. Does that not grant you a certain prestige? The imperial capital, in an effort to distance itself from Lucia, had bestowed upon her a remote territory. Lucia furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, I had thought you were different from those others. The eldest son of the esteemed Barrett family, now branded a sinner, should resonate with my plight. Even if my sins multiplied tenfold, the Barrett family remains synonymous with the dragon, Aegis, in the eyes of the world. And as for your title, I must candidly say, does my empathy alter the public's perception of you? Lucia, satisfied with Leon's words, replied, you are quite right. Your opinion is indeed inconsequential. However, I believe there are some commonalities between us. Let me be forthright. Leon Barrett, I wish to ask you to be my slave. The air seemed to freeze. A slave? Leon was taken aback. He had envisioned numerous scenarios concerning his capture, yet never once had he contemplated the possibility of becoming a slave. The illustrious heir of the Barrett family, reduced to servitude? Who would dare? Leon fell silent, aware that the situation was far from simple. Although he had not meticulously studied the fantasy novel prior to his transmigration, Lucia's words reminded him of the original narrative's premise. The world-ending dark magic master, Lucia, once attempted to turn the protagonist, a brave hero, into her pet. Discussions online about this plotline revealed that many lecherous individuals proclaimed, I am Miss Lucia's dog. Setting aside such triviality, it was evident that Lucia harbored significant psychological issues. Perhaps certain events before her maturation irrevocably altered her perceptions. The desire to possess a loved one as a pet, driven by her own power and status, constituted a perverse form of affection. The upbringing of the Barrett family forbade Leon from actions that would tarnish their reputation. Even after being exiled from the imperial capital, he held his head high, his sharp gaze unsettling those around him. However, his aging father had often advised him that boys must never make girls cry. Eventually, Leon realized that his father's concerns stemmed from the fear that his son, being somewhat dense, would struggle to find a partner and ensure the continuation of the Barrett lineage. Thus, after careful contemplation, Leon took a deep breath. He sensed Lucia's disappointment if he were to refuse. I agree. Lucia was taken aback. Ralph, standing nearby, was equally stunned. He had agreed. The legendary dragon's chosen one, the eldest son of the Barrett family, even if wrongfully accused and exiled, returning to the imperial capital would present countless opportunities for resurgence. A figure of such stature willingly offered to serve the Calamity Queen? It seemed a rather equitable exchange. Leon tugged at the iron chain, stating, you will take me back to the imperial capital, and I shall provide you with emotional support, albeit as a secondary contribution. In gratitude to Princess Aster, I vow to safeguard you with my knowledge. I swear this in the name of Aegis. At the moment Leon uttered these words, his system responded, you have accepted the plot task, Cradle of the Calamity Witch. Task description. The Calamity Witch, revered and feared by the world, possesses an unknown side. You are fortunate to have established a connection with her. Cherish this relationship. Leon furrowed his brow. Was this not a side quest, but rather a narrative task? A character-driven quest? It seemed that he need not journey to the imperial capital, as he could procure rewards through the system on his own. Unexpected gains had arisen. Lucia was quite pleased. Having secured an heir of a hero was undeniably beneficial for her. I am delighted that you can accept my proposal, Mr. Leon, Lucia remarked, snapping her fingers. With a resounding crack, the chains that bound Leon disintegrated into mere ash. I have some matters to attend to, Ralph, Lucia stated, her tone indifferent. Yes, Your Highness, please instruct me, he replied, standing at attention. Ensure that Mr. Leon is taken to acquire a more fitting attire. Additionally, return his weaponry for the time being and escort him to Baroness quarters. Lucia rose, gazing at Leon. I shall trouble you for a while, Mr. Leon. At your service, my lady. Leon responded with a semblance of a smile, which would have appeared quite gentlemanly had one overlooked his current state of minimal attire. With wounds exposed for all to see. Outside, Will awaited. Does he meet your expectations? He inquired regarding the clerical demon hunter, Will Brandt, though he has lost divine favor. The warrior lineage of the Barrett family still grants him strength. That strike aimed at my face was executed with remarkable precision, and his decisiveness was commendable. When faced with defeat, he simply took his leave, Lucia observed, noting the scars adorning his body, evidence of a competent warrior. Was he betrayed by the sister family? Indeed. Will replied, lighting a cigarette. The once great sister family has produced a woman of considerable talent, though her efforts have been misdirected. Lucia stifled a laugh. Pray tell, what has become of that woman? I have investigated. She forcibly implanted the divine essence of the Barrett family, specifically of a highly adaptable type like Leon. Now, her arm is partially dragonized and has become uncontrollable. Will paused. The sister family has increasingly sought the aid of healing clerics. I suspect that when Leon returns to the imperial capital, their clumsy lies will be utterly dismantled. Lucia scoffed. The numerous powerful factions in the capital would come to regret their oppression of the Barrett family. To achieve monumental success often requires countless sacrifices. Relying solely on royal authority will not suffice to establish such a vast empire. Indeed, Leon's lineage belongs to the imperial aristocracy. Yet its actual influence wields the power to sway half of the empire's military. When the fabric of deceit is unraveled, the Syst family shall undoubtedly be crushed beneath the wrath of the knights, and the empire's prestige will face a formidable challenge. Your Highness. His divine essence has been stripped away, Will cautioned, uncertain as to why he still drew breath. Yet now Leon was merely an ordinary man. Is it truly prudent to place the weight of everything upon the shoulders of an unremarkable individual? Lucia remained silent, pressing onward. Inside, Ralph procured a coarse linen garment for Leon to don. This is all that remains for you to wear. The garments he once possessed have become tattered and patched beyond recognition. Ralph frowned. No matter how dire the conditions at the borders, as an A-rank adventurer, you cannot be expected to endure such squalor. Is there truly not a single clean piece of clothing that does not require gold to procure? Leon replaced mine with little explanation, simply retrieving a piece of shoulder armor from his satchel and handing it to Ralph. It was crafted from the hide of a land dragon, a piece of equipment so exquisite that even clergy members would hesitate to don such fine gear. The borders were rife with magical beasts, and encounters with thieves and bandits were all too frequent. Leon donned his attire and spoke, to utter an unflattering truth. The most effective means of survival at the border is to exhaust all one's resources to enhance one's armaments. These weapons must not be the ostentatious and impractical trappings of a hero, nor should they be easily discarded. There are always thieves lurking, their eyes set on unsuspecting victims. Should they manage to pilfer even a single piece of leather armor, their sustenance for half a year is assured. The probability of an adventurer succumbing on the battlefield after losing their leather armor increases by 40%. For those residing at the border, particularly adventurers, taking the time to rest, tidy their garments, or indulge in a bath is an extravagant luxury. Ralph was somewhat taken aback. Who would resort to stealing another's armor? Yet, should Leon continue his discourse, he would undoubtedly shatter the young man's worldview, prompting him to remain silent. Ding ding, clang. Ding ding. Lucia, the Witch of Calamity, the Queen of Disaster. Regardless of the title, she is inherently met with disdain due to her innate affinity for dark magic. As a result, she was relegated to a remote corner of the border to reign as queen. The border towns lack the opulence of the imperial capital, and the populace harbors fewer prejudices against Lucia. After all, a Witch of Calamity must genuinely bring about disaster to earn such a title. In a place where one struggles to secure sufficient food, who can concern themselves with calamity? Fortunately, as a member of the royal lineage, Lucia did not squander her formative years. Her domain was meticulously managed. The first step towards developing her territory is to attract a diverse array of talent. Leon followed Ralph as they exited Lucia's chambers, traversing the lengthy corridor and countless staircases, finally emerging from the heart of the Lord's estate in Ralph's capacity as a bodyguard. Beyond the core area, they encountered a bustling scene filled with individuals tending to cattle and sheep hides, stoking furnaces for iron, and others engaged in agricultural duties. Even apothecaries tending to the ailing, tailors, leatherworkers, blacksmiths, farmers, and physicians who had attained the priesthood of alchemy populated this vibrant space. We have arrived, Ralph announced as they stood before the entrance of a weapons shop. Leon gazed at the crooked sign bearing the words weapons shop in the common script of the continent, pondering the quality of the establishment. Mr. Baron, are you in? Ralph called as he stepped inside, flicking on the electric light. Lady Lucia has requested your assistance, he added, addressing Baron, who was languidly rising from his seat, yawning, and appearing quite irked. The man, clad in a short-sleeved linen garment, had a plethora of empty bottles strewn about his bedside. Ralph, I should have fulfilled my quota for the month by now. What is it? Baron inquired. Towering at nearly 6.5 feet tall, a veritable giant compared to Leon and Ralph, Lady Lucia has recently acquired a new bodyguard and wishes for you to assess the weapons, Ralph explained, stepping aside to allow Baron passage. Baron took a deep swig from a bottle before ambling to the front desk, exhaling contentedly as he placed the bottle down on the table and stretched his limbs. Ah, that's better, he remarked. Now, speak up. Are the weapons in need of repair, or do they require an upgrade? Leon stepped forward, retrieving the exquisite great sword and placing it upon the table. Baron, intrigued, rose and grasped the sword with one hand, while his fingers glided along its blade. "You have slain numerous beasts with this sword, yet I presume you have engaged in human combat only sparingly. The marks on this blade indicate more defensive encounters," Baron remarked. Having examined a plethora of swords and various weapons, enough that a mere touch could reveal the weapon's owner's exploits, there was little significant damage. If one were concerned about these scars, a coat of paint would suffice, a practice favored by many young adventurers to showcase their individuality. With that, Baron set the sword back upon the table. Ralph furrowed his brow and said, "Mr. Baron, Lady Lucia likely intends for you to assist in restoring this sword, or impossible." Baron interjected, casually resting his foot on the table. Ralph was taken aback. "What? Impossible?" Baron reiterated. "The craftsmanship of this sword is not overly complex. Yet the materials used in its creation are exceptional, and I lack the means to work with them here. If that is unclear to you, allow me to be more explicit." Baron retrieved a hammer from the drawer and struck the blade of Leon's sword. A clear, resonant sound emanated, distinct from the weapons wielded by the soldiers in Lucia's domain. Such a reverberation could only be produced by superior weaponry. "Magic steel," Baron declared. "The treasury of the imperial capital houses a few weapons forged from magic steel, known for their remarkable hardness, sharpness, and, most crucially, their extraordinary magical conductivity. While each of these attributes may not surpass those of weapons crafted from Yao gold or mithril when considered individually, magic steel holds a relative abundance compared to weapons at the hero level. Then surely you can help by reforging it," Ralph suggested, puzzled. "Impossible," Baron sighed, rubbing his temples. "Ralph, at times I truly wonder if Lady Lucia appointed you as a personal guard because of your straightforward nature and formidable strength, which makes you easy to manage. I have already explained this thrice. Why do you still not comprehend?" Observing Ralph's confusion, Leon felt compelled to intervene. "The conditions required to melt magic steel extend beyond merely high temperatures. They necessitate equipment with sufficiently high magical conductivity. Otherwise, a mere attempt at reforging would only lead to the destruction of a magic steel weapon," Leon remarked. "It is evident that neither the extreme temperatures nor the high magical energy of devices can be accommodated by this humble shop." Ralph was taken aback. He never anticipated that the formidable sword produced by Leon would pose a challenge even for the finest blacksmith within the territory. "With such an exquisite weapon in your possession, how could you possibly be outmatched by Masterwill?" Ralph inquired. "That fellow is not even a cleric. How can he harness the potential of a magical steel weapon?" Baron sighed. "Reforging this weapon is certainly within the realm of possibility. I possess some materials from the magical beasts, but you will need to source the remainder yourself. If you assist me in upgrading the equipment, I shall gladly enhance your weapon at no cost. What do you say?" Ding. Side quest. Upgrade the blacksmith shop. Quest accepted. Required materials: 30 volcanic lava stones, 5 mithril ingots, 10 ultra-heat-resistant alloy blocks, and 1 fire dragon magical crystal. Upon completion of the quest, the rewards will be the Blessing of Hephaestus, 1 forging divine factor, 1 legendary weapon, and 1 random skill book. Leon furrowed his brow as he examined the required materials, finding them rather demanding. Lava stones were not particularly rare. Merchants typically stocked a substantial supply for the convenience of having hot water on hand, as they could serve as fuel. Both the mithril ingots and the heat-resistant alloys could be procured with some expenditure, but the real challenge lay in acquiring the fire dragon crystals. Such magical crystals could only be found within the bodies of mature and formidable fire dragons. Moreover, irrespective of whether they could defeat the creature, even with the expertise of Will, a professional monster hunter, the inability to locate one rendered the endeavor futile. Ralph felt a wave of frustration. He was perplexed by the Barrett family's apparent wealth. Did they truly possess such riches that he could acquire a magical steel weapon when only a handful existed throughout the empire? "The list is here, Ralph. It would be prudent for you to report to Lady Lucia," Baron remarked, noting that the value of these materials was sufficient for a commoner to live extravagantly for a lifetime. Spending such a considerable sum to gather materials for someone from the Barrett family, who was merely renowned at present, seemed unwarranted. Inside the territorial office, which served as Lucia's workspace, she held a list in her hands. Standing before her desk were the guards Ralph and Leon. "To assist you in enhancing your weaponry, we must procure these materials to upgrade the forging furnace," Lucia smiled. "Mr. Leon, your surprises are truly abundant. Where did you manage to acquire such a magical steel weapon?" At that moment, Leon found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not disclose that it was a usable weapon granted by the system as a reward for signing in. Moreover, This weapon could only be considered barely adequate within the mobile game, while genuine experts hoarded such items in abundance. The materials required for upgrading star-level weapons were often deemed excessive. Lucia set the list down and reclined in her chair. The pinnacle of equipment was the rune-arm creations forged by the legendary dwarven artisans of fairy tales. Aside from the armament specifically crafted for heroes, the highest standard attainable by humans was indeed the magical steel weaponry. Upgrading the blacksmith shop is also among my priorities, albeit somewhat advanced. Now that we possess the necessary list, Lucia glanced at Layla. This little creature had lingered beside Leon for quite some time, ever since joining him. Her days consisted of either consuming roasted meat or savoring fish soup, occasionally sharpening her claws against Leon's armor and weaponry, living quite comfortably. Her usual responsibilities within the territory revolved around reconnaissance and resource management. Meow, I do not wish to work, Layla lamented, then produced a small notebook from her chest. Beginning to compare the items against the list. We have ample lava stones, and we previously stockpiled quite a few heat-resistant alloy blocks. But meow, those alloy blocks are meant for the front lines at year's end. Lady Lucia's domain lay along the border, where she oversaw the front lines. This area attracted numerous high-level adventurers, including even fourth-tier clerics. The walls protecting the border required alloy blocks for repairs and upgrades. Despite Lucia being dubbed the Queen of Calamity, the Empire had never been stingy with supplies in this regard. Utilizing precious alloy blocks to upgrade the blacksmith shop was truly a conundrum. No matter, Lucia replied. The walls are repaired annually, and those alloy blocks will only sustain damage. They will not simply disappear without cause. Uncle will. Please take a trip to find the personnel responsible for the wall repairs and retrieve the newly forged alloy blocks. If they are unwilling, Will nodded. Accepting a kickback was acceptable, but this was a command from the Lord. If they refused or sought to hoard the resources, they would soon learn how much they valued their lives and their families. The issue of the alloy blocks was resolved, but the subsequent materials presented a greater challenge. What about the mithril ingots, Meow? Layla inquired. Each ingot holds significant value. Even within our territory, we possess only 3. What shall we do about the remaining 2, Meow? Leon raised his hand and inquired, May I ask the price of a block of mithril? Will glanced at Leon and responded. The original price of mithril in the Empire was rather steep. However, over the years, with the development of several mithril mines and advancements in smelting techniques, the price has significantly decreased. Yet, it remains costly. A single block of mithril is priced at 5,000 gold coins, while 2 would amount to 10,000 gold coins. Upon finishing his explanation, Will furrowed his brow. Mithril possesses a high magical conductivity, and many legendary craftsmen incorporated into their creations. 10,000 gold coins is nearly the entire tax revenue that a minor lord could collect in a year. Even Lucia would find that such a substantial sum would restrict the development of her territory. At the very least, her plans to expand the new city and recruit more subjects would be postponed for some time. 10,000 gold coins. Leon stepped forward and retrieved a burlap sack from his magical backpack. What is this? Lucia inquired, blinking as she untied the cord securing the sack on the table. With a clatter, countless gold coins, emblazoned with the emblem of the continent, spilled forth. Meow. So much money, Meow. At that moment, Layla's eyes transformed into the shape of coins. You mischievous scoundrel. How can you be so wealthy yet stay in such a shabby inn? Meow. Scoundrel. She playfully swatted at Leon's head, whose gaze shifted elsewhere. You must treat me to a meal. I demand the finest tuna feast. All right. I shall treat you, Leon. Unable to endure Layla's incessant teasing, pulled her down from his embrace. There must be around 10,000 gold coins here. The remaining 2 mithril ingots should suffice for a purchase, correct? Lucia gazed at Leon in astonishment. Such a sum would be a considerable fortune even for an A-rank adventurer. Where did he acquire it? Will stepped forward, picking up a gold coin with a smile. This is the common currency of the continent. With such coins, one could procure high-quality mithril ingots for merely 6,000. 6,000? Meow. Gold coins. Coins of exceptional purity. Layla had already begun to gather the coins. These are even more precious than the currency used in the Empire, Meow. Upon hearing Layla's words, Leon understood. It was akin to the ancient Chinese coinage system, where the content of gold and silver was strictly regulated, prohibiting excessive amounts of other metals. Otherwise, a silver coin made from 90% lead and 10% silver could hardly compare to a coin crafted from pure gold. Is it truly so lucrative to be an adventurer? Ralph asked, astonished as he looked at Leon. Not particularly, Leon replied. In reality, the wealth I have amassed as an adventurer amounts to merely 2,000 gold coins. Consider this sum as something I acquired from a certain ruin, including that magical backpack and weapon. Leon continued, the pitiful sign-in system rewards me with items of little use, primarily potions and special materials. The most valuable reward is the magic steel greatsword granted after a certain number of sign-ins, which is still an insignificant prize in the grand scheme of things. Moreover, much of it consists of worthless coins that I cannot even spend. As an adventurer, Leon has already amassed considerable wealth. Even most A-rank and S-rank adventurers rarely exceed a few thousand gold coins. After all, they constantly grapple with life and death. And any surplus funds are better spent on antidotes and high-grade holy water to guard against unforeseen attacks. The remaining 2 pieces of mithril casting blocks can be procured from the Imperial Guild within the territory. Lucia observed as Layla eagerly gathered all the gold coins, her demeanor reminiscent of a money-obsessed individual, and sighed in exasperation. Thus, the only material needed to upgrade the blacksmith shop is the fire dragon magic crystal. Problems that can be solved with money are not true problems. It is the remaining magic crystals that are exceedingly precious. With wealth, one cannot simply acquire them. The emergence of each magic crystal incites fierce competition, and even the Empire does not miss the opportunity to vie for them. Given that even the Empire possesses scant reserves, Lucia naturally cannot procure them. However, as a border lord, she has her own network to gather information. Time was of the essence. Will had gone to confront the wall overseer at the border, while Layla accompanied Ralph and Lucia to the guild, hoping to purchase the mithril casting blocks. Meanwhile, Leon, left to his own devices, was led by a maid to a resting chamber. I apologize, Lord Barrett, the maid, clad in an exquisite uniform, said as she guided Leon to the door of a modest servant's quarters. Your arrival was rather abrupt, and the guest rooms intended for esteemed visitors in the Lord's estate have yet to be prepared. You must endure a stay in this ordinary room. It is of no consequence, Leon replied, entering and switching on the light. The chamber contained a bed, a set of tables and chairs, as well as a wardrobe. Compared to the squalid conditions he had endured as an adventurer, where the walls were moldy and the furniture was dilapidated, this room was nothing short of luxurious. I am relieved that you do not find it lacking, the maid remarked. Lord Barrett, do you require anything else? No, thank you. Leon graciously declined her offer. You have already done more than enough for me. A flicker of disappointment crossed the maid's eyes, yet she concealed it, bowing respectfully before departing. Despite the Barrett family's current reputation as a clan of wrongdoers, such slander stemmed from the machinations of political fools. The mere fact that he had survived the stripping of his divine essence was testament to Leon's formidable nature. Should he be able to produce an heir from the Barrett lineage, that offspring would undoubtedly garner the favor of the legendary thunder dragon, Aegis, and ascend to the esteemed ranks of the clergy. What motivated Lucia's actions, one might wonder? Could it be the desire to breed a cherished hound? Leon watched the maid depart, silently shutting the door behind him. Surely, it was merely the maid's initiative. Lucia could not be so naive. Uncertain of the threats that lay ahead, he resolved to organize his possessions. First, there were the gold coins. Judging by Lucia and the others' reactions, the so-called universal currency of the continent held significant value. Aside from the 10,000 coins he had relinquished, he possessed an impressive 178,000 coins acquired through system sign-ins. The marketplace remained in a state of lockdown, rendering his wealth useless for purchasing the items he required. Furthermore, it was well known that in any game, 4-star weapons and equipment are the least valuable. The mere mention of a common purple-grade item made of magic steel was enough to astonish. Leon shuddered to contemplate the sheer power of golden-grade weapons. He owned various weapons from the magic steel series, but without Aegis's blessing, he could only rely on his swordsmanship skills and martial arts to aid him in battle, which is why he had refrained from utilizing other magic steel weapons. This arsenal included a magic steel spear, dual swords, a one-handed sword and shield, a magic steel hammer, and a magic steel bow. Additionally, he possessed a set of dragon-scale armor, considered a novice's boon, albeit merely a purple-grade piece. Should he encounter the legendary hero, he would still be capable of being dispatched in a single blow. Moreover, he had an assortment of miscellaneous potions, fragments of unknown use, and various chaotic casting blocks. Leon extracted a golden ingot, an item known as the Radiant Gold Bar. In the nature of the game, one cannot forge a single golden weapon without collecting at least 100 or 80 of these ingots. Even once crafted, the subsequent upgrades become a cumbersome endeavor. Leon sighed. None of these issues are particularly concerning. My current equipment and strength are adequate. Upon completing the side quest, I shall acquire another divine factor. According to the narrative's premise, My original self was stripped of its powers at the pinnacle of the 4th rank, mere steps away from crossing into the 5th. To regain my status as a divine practitioner, even if I do not attain the role of the dragon's messenger, Leon's combat prowess will see a significant enhancement. Thus, my most pressing dilemma lies in my unfamiliarity with the convoluted rules of this wretched world. Moreover, having reincarnated as a mere supporting character signifies a cursed fate. Even if opportunities for redemption arise, it is likely I would merely serve as a stepping stone for the protagonist. Nevertheless, Leon remains undaunted. The medieval setting possesses rudimentary technology, albeit not particularly advanced. Although magic and deities exist, there are still empires and kings. Even families that have fought for their nations for years face reckoning. If the king truly possesses resolve, he ought to eliminate both me and the entirety of the Barrett family. Ultimately, it is still a precarious situation. Leon chuckled coldly. Once he returned to the imperial capital and advanced the permissions of the storyline unlocking system, he would become formidable, even in the absence of such a system. As an individual who had received a superior education, he inherently possessed an aggressive gene and an obsessive yearning for unification and ascendance to the pinnacle of power. The timeless adage of build high walls, amass grain, and bide your time to claim the throne resonated deeply within him. Leon extinguished the lights and sat on the bed. Gazing at the moon that had ascended, his heart filled only with indifference. There is no need for haste. I shall take my time. Since I have arrived here, Leon's fate shall not be death. The Barrett family is not devoid of heroic figures beyond Leon himself. Please spare me. The small maid, who once guided Leon, now lay stripped and bloodied, imprisoned in the dungeon. Lady Lucia, I was wrong. I have realized my mistakes. Lucia, cradling a finely bound tome of magic, turned a page and sipped her hot tea. Layla stood nonchalantly beside her, noticing the dwindling red tea in the cup, ready to replenish it. I am aware of your opinions about me. It matters not, for indeed, dark sorcerers are hardly endearing. Lucia elegantly crossed her long right leg over her left, exuding an air of leisure. However, both dark sorcery and alchemy adhere to a principle, the law of equivalent exchange. With a swift motion, Lucia tore a page from the magic book and snapped it shut. Meow. Betrayers shall meet their demise. Layla's gaze towards the maid was laced with disdain. To lay hands on your master's belongings is an unforgivable sin. Boom. The pages of the magic book ignited, transforming into a slender black sword. With a rustle, Lucia rose and approached the maid step by step. Please, I beg you. Lucia brutally kicked the maid in the face, shattering her once delicate features. Blood and teeth spilled from her mouth. Ah, I implore you, Aslana Catilia. Lucia spoke flatly. I know to whom you belong. Yet I have never contemplated any harm towards you over the years. Do you think my mercy renders me an easy target? With a swift thrust, the dark blade pierced the maid's heart, extinguishing her life. This night, the Lord's manor remained tranquil, and no one would ever know that a woman of humble origins had perished. Leon seldom enjoyed a restful slumber, even if he wished to linger in bed. In this entertainment-deprived medieval era, sleep would elude him. Around 6:30, he lay in bed, contemplating the intricacies of life for a brief 2 minutes. Had the temperature not been so frigid at that moment, he would surely have risen already. This was not a dilapidated inn for adventurers within the Lord's manor. Basic decorum was expected. Just as Leon was about to get up, the door swung open with a loud bang. Meow. Leon, the sun is shining on your backside. Layla leapt onto the bed with a forceful thud, delivering a titan's weight upon him. You promised to treat me to a sumptuous tuna feast. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Leon was momentarily dazed. What in the world? Are you attempting to commit murder? Meow. Tuna. Layla playfully struck Leon's chest a couple of times. Exasperated, he reached for the magical satchel beside him and retrieved 2 silvery coins, handing them to Layla. The girl blinked in confusion. White gold coins, Leon explained. Consider this your pocket money. Now please get off me. White gold. Her mind raced quickly. The value of a single white gold coin was approximately equivalent to 100 continental gold coins. Meow. I'm rich, Layla exclaimed, grinning widely as she scampered off with the coins. Ah, you possess such rare currency? Lucia had appeared in Leon's room, holding a spellbook. The page she was examining seemingly torn out. White gold coins contain rare materials coveted by alchemists, such as platinum, along with a certain amount of mithril and silver. Melted into currency, Lucia remarked. Their value lies more in their collectability than in practical use. Moreover, alchemists would be eager to acquire these coins. Leaning upright, Leon, his torso bare, inquired, To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit to my chambers at such an early hour? Nothing of particular import, Lucia replied. merely curious as to whether my canine and feline companions might engage in a skirmish. That will be 200 gold coins, Leon stated. Ah, no matter. With a flick of her wrist, Lucia produced 2 platinum coins. See, return to me already. Just then, a heartrending shriek echoed from outside. My platinum coins. Transmuted into vermin. Alas. Clink. The 2 platinum coins landed upon the table. So, have I captivated you? Lucia inquired with pride. I am but one of 2 dark grand mages in the history of the Empire. Indeed, Miss Lucia, you have me utterly enthralled, Leon responded with a smile. Subsequently, Leon arose from the bed and began to dress. No need for such coyness. I have already been seen in a state of undress before you. And at least this time, there are no chains involved. A dark mage, also referred to as a black magic practitioner, represents a rather rare magical discipline, often viewed with trepidation due to its association with the term darkness. Lucia watched with amusement as Leon rose and donned his garments, then reached out to trace the tail end of a rather lengthy scar on his back. My lord, is there something you require? Leon paused in the act of dressing. How did you acquire this wound? Lucia inquired, her gaze intensifying. Such a significant scar. Were you ambushed from behind? Many years ago, I participated in the demon eradication campaign as a member of the Imperial Knights. This scar was inflicted by a demon that employed stealth magic to launch a surprise attack. Luin stood back a little, donning his attire before slipping on his outer garment. The fabric was tainted with the filth of power. Despite the divine protection of Aegis and the blessings bestowed by the nun accompanying the knightly order, the scar remained indelible. Luca nodded, deep in thought, then seized Luin by the collar. Are you not afraid of me? I am a dark sorceress, and if you have become infatuated with me, then you must be prepared for the taint that follows. I once heard a tale recounted by a wandering poet. Luin replied, maintaining his composure. It was a dialogue between a king and a sage. The king expressed his eagerness to embrace the sage's wisdom. The sage then inquired, is there any difference between killing with a club and killing with a knife? Is there any difference between killing with a knife and killing through political machinations? Intrigued, Luca asked, what did the king say? The king replied that there was no distinction. Both actions resulted in death, Luin stated calmly. I have also heard an absurd tale, wherein a man used a knife to take a life but insisted that it was the knife, not he, that committed the act. And then? Luca inquired. The man was still sentenced to death, for the knife was merely a tool. The true murderer was the man himself, Luin elucidated. Thus, my lady, your power, whether dark magic or not, is but a tool. If the divine truly disallowed such forces from existing in this world, dark magic would not have come to be. What has befallen you is merely the bias of others. Luca narrowed her eyes, her crimson lips parting as she drew closer to Luin. A disobedient pup dares to instruct its master. Forgive me, woof, Luin responded with a smile. After a while, she said, breakfast will soon be served. Do you have any dislikes when it comes to food? I am not particularly fond of spicy dishes, Luin replied. Upon hearing his response, Luca frowned. What a pity. Leon was momentarily taken aback and inquired, why? Because I, too, do not relish spicy food. Had you chosen differently, I might have arranged a punishment for you. The two descended the stairs, one after the other. Within Lucia's lordly residence, there were not as many strictures. Even the servants were permitted to sit down for a meal, albeit separately from their master. If one were to categorize the seating arrangements into 3 tiers at this moment, Layla occupied the 2nd tier. Damn those white gold coins. Damn that tuna. Damn you, Layla. Enough already. Ralph was somewhat at a loss, chastised by the lady. After all, those riches were not hers. It was mealtime, and he urged her to lower her voice. Seated at the 1st tier was Lucia, who maintained an upright posture as she perused the menu presented by the head maid, alongside the intelligence she had instructed to be gathered the previous night. With a wave of her hand, she commenced her meal. Naturally, Lucia's fare was the most opulent, featuring a tender steak cooked in red wine, accompanied by a glass of pristine water and a bowl of fish soup. In contrast, the 2nd-tier servants were served a more modest repast, a bowl of vegetable soup, a strip of bacon, and a piece of bread. On Leon's plate lay 2 additional steamed sausages. Meow, the tuna. Layla remained quite perturbed by the sudden loss of her hard-earned windfall. Her master paid her no heed. After all, it was Lucia who had exchanged her money for insects. Meanwhile, Leon appeared to reminisce about the pets his family had once kept in a previous life. A soft crunch echoed. Meow? Beside her, there was a glass jar containing fish meat, having undergone minimal preparation. It would have to suffice. Luin, munching on a piece of bread, remarked. Tuna is a notoriously elusive fish. Once caught, it struggles fiercely to the point of death, and by the time it is brought ashore for sale, it is already spoiled. The Empire has coastal regions where fishermen occasionally encounter this creature. If they net one, they often exclaim, "What bad luck," since the fish's thrashing could potentially tear the fishing net. Eventually, people discovered that the flesh of this fish is exceptionally delicious, yet its capture and preservation pose significant challenges. The Imperial Merchant Guild employs specialized mages to accompany fishing vessels, using magic to freeze the tuna immediately upon capture. This method bears a resemblance to how Lu In caught tuna before his journey into this world. However, it is evident that spending hundreds of gold coins for a mere morsel is beyond even his means. Thus, an alternative method emerged. Ordinary fishermen, upon netting a tuna, swiftly kill it, salt the flesh for preservation, and upon reaching shore, prepare it as a rudimentary canned product. Although the price remains relatively high, the flavor is undeniably delightful. Is this really for me? Layla gasped in disbelief. Lewin had actually invited her to enjoy tuna. Though it was canned, it still counted as tuna. A single can of fish was far too much for Layla to consume alone, so the others at the second table shared in the feast. Lucia pretended not to notice. Midway through breakfast, Will, looking rather disheveled, entered the room. He casually strolled along the dining table until he reached Lucia's side, nonchalantly seizing the can of fish. "Hey, that's mine," Layla exclaimed, her temper flaring. There were only a few pieces left. Couldn't he let her have a taste? Will was unperturbed, placing a piece on his own plate and another on Lucia's. Accompanying this was an envelope. Lucia sliced off a piece of fish, savoring it with some wheat bread. The savory saltiness of the fish complemented the bread beautifully, and indeed, the flavor was quite exquisite. The magic crystal from the fire dragon had been obtained. Will opened a bottle of red wine, taking a few gulps before relishing his breakfast. Lucia, however, furrowed her brow as she examined the letter. "Meow." Layla's ears drooped in dismay. "What is the matter?" Lewin inquired, somewhat surprised. Although Lucia was known for her temper, she treated them, her subordinates, decently. Why was Layla, usually so optimistic, suddenly fearful? Ralph, with a serious expression, remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, the wax seal on that letter belongs to the Charles family." Charles? Leon searched through his memories, and instantly, his mood soured. The family that specialized in the trafficking of slaves and the smuggling of rare magical beasts? The imperial laws do not prohibit the trade of slaves, and certain rare magical creatures play a crucial role in ensuring the safety of particular regions. It is reminiscent of the tale of wolves and sheep. In any case, both enterprises are highly lucrative. However, this also implies that the Charles family operates in a gray, if not outright black, market. Their dealings encompass, but are not limited to, casinos, underground gladiatorial arenas, and certain ventures that are exceedingly unkind to women. Young Master Blonde Charles of the Charles family has long harbored feelings for Lucia. It is no wonder that such an expression appeared on Lucia's face. "Leon," Lucia suddenly said. Leon rose to his feet. "Ah, no need to stand. I am merely taking attendance," Lucia remarked, glancing at the invitation in her hand. "Will, Layla, and Ralph, please wait for me in my study. Haven't you eaten enough?" Will stuffed a whole piece of salted fish into his mouth. "At the banquet, you can eat as much as you desire." Lucia stood up, lifted the plate, and tossed it to Leon. "Thank you for the meal. Be good and finish your food." She lightly tapped his forehead before sauntering out of the dining area. "Meow, I feel so neglected," Layla sobbed, casting furtive glances at Leon while wearing a mischievous smile. Thud. Will gave her a light punch on the head. "After eating her food, you should be more discreet." The individuals called upon caused a bit of commotion before they tidied up the remnants and headed towards the study. However, Leon noticed that some of the maids regarded him with expressions filled with resentment, fear, and longing. Alas, it seems she is indeed a female antagonist. "Are there any snacks in the study?" "Yes." Leon helplessly retrieved exquisite Western pastries from his backpack, unwrapping them from their oil paper and placing them on the table for Lucia to enjoy. Truly, the magical backpack was remarkable, no matter how long the items remained inside. They were still warm. "Thank you," Lucia said, taking a bite of a pastry just as Layla poured her a cup of red tea. To speak plainly, the good news was that there was a lead on the fire dragon crystal, while the bad news was that the crystal had not been successfully extracted. The Charles family had initially attempted to auction a fire dragon that had already entered its evolutionary phase at the black market. However, an unforeseen incident occurred, resulting in the dragon escaping its cage and fleeing into the great tree forest. Monsters undergo various stages: hatching, juvenile, growth, maturity, evolution, and completion. A monster that reaches beyond the completion stage is akin to a human obtaining a formidable divine office, comparable to a sixth-tier cleric. Such high-level monsters must be reported to the church, which organizes a clerical expedition to deal with them. Naturally, if a hero has been nurtured to a sufficient strength, they can be requested to intervene. However, the Empire had another option, to enlist the assistance of the Barrett family, who served the legendary Thunder Dragon Aegis. The Fire Dragon, now in its evolutionary phase, possessed a crystal of exceptional quality within. Will chuckled, remarking that with such a crystal, one could effortlessly melt magical steel into molten metal using the upgrading furnace. Yet, the risks associated with subduing this fire dragon were considerable. Lucia remarked, Uncle Will, while you could indeed defeat this fire dragon, the Charles family would not idly stand by as we captured it. Even without powerful clerics, they could easily hire someone for thousands of gold coins to deal with this dragon. Receiving an invitation from Lucia indicated their intent to trade for the fire dragon crystal. So what do they desire? Leon inquired. Lucia's expression instantly darkened as she leaned back in her chair. That bastard Bruin wants me to sleep with him. Meow, meow, meow. That bastard. I wish to smite him. Leon, help me eliminate that scoundrel. If only Aegis's blessing still resided upon me, Leon lamented, before losing his divine essence. He had been one of the most prominent figures in the imperial capital, easily managing a minor noble from the border. Yet, presently in a weakened state, he found it difficult to fend off even a small cat, let alone confront a villain on Lucia's behalf. The thought of sleeping with Bruin was out of the question. Setting aside Lucia's true identity as a member of the imperial family, a fact concealed due to the overwhelming power of dark magic that had confined her to the border, there were far superior men than Bruin. Why should Lucia sell her body for a mere fire dragon crystal? Will, undaunted, stated that should Lucia issue the command, he could depart today and return tomorrow with Bruin's head. A fifth-tier cleric possessed strength equivalent to that of a hero, and a mere border noble's guard would not pose a challenge for him. However, the church's judgment would attract attention, and their influence needed to be courted. Therefore, Uncle Will, please refrain from such actions, Lucia cautioned, turning to Leon. My loyal hound, do you have any insights to offer? I am rather curious. Leon mused. Shouldn't the Charles family seek the church or the Hunters Guild to handle a fleeing fire dragon, rather than sending an invitation to your highness first? Lucia interlaced her fingers on the table and snapped her fingers. A servant entered, wheeling in a map depicting the surrounding terrain. The Great Tree Forest. Also known as the Forest of Death, Lucia began. The Empire once contemplated the complete eradication of monsters, but such an endeavor would only breed demons. Thus, forests like these are designated as protected areas. Each year, they are open to adventurers, providing a substantial source of revenue. Unfortunately, the Great Tree Forest lay within the Charles family's territory. Since it was their land and the escaped dragon was their property, any attempts to hunt it would require compensation. If they refused entry, Lucia and her subordinates, being nobility themselves, could not gain access. However, there was an exception. We have here a battle-hardened A-class adventurer, Will exclaimed, patting Leon on the shoulder with a grin. To enter the Great Tree Forest, one must possess an Adventurer's Guild identification card ranking between C and S tier. Leon suddenly realized and nodded. Although the evolved fire dragon posed a formidable challenge, it was not invincible. Regaining his status as a cleric was an essential task to accomplish before returning to the imperial capital. Unlike the border regions, where the lineage of the Barrett family resided, one could not be certain that adversaries would not seize an opportunity to strike. Assassinating a cleric in the imperial capital without cause constituted a grave offense. Nevertheless, appearances must be maintained, Lucia remarked as she picked up the letter from the Charles family. Otherwise, there would be no reason for me to be summoned. Ralph nudged Leon at the waist and whispered, within the territory of the Charles family, there is a distinguished figure from the imperial capital, seemingly hosting a banquet for a particular matter. Leon furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of Charles Blond's actions. Was he not merely a jester in this scenario? The nobles of the medieval era were starkly different from the grand families depicted in the novels Leon had read in his previous life. There would be no grand rescue by an ancestral spirit here. Death was simply death. If one offended others, their demise was well-deserved. Thus, the task at hand was neither to contemplate how to eliminate Charles Blond, nor to devise a plan to extinguish the fire dragon. Let us tidy ourselves up, Lucia proposed with a smile. We are to attend the Duke's banquet. We cannot afford to lose face. As a lord in her own right, Lucia, who held a title comparable to that of a duke, certainly possessed an ample collection of evening gowns. Yet, this occasion was rare. and having finally acquired a beloved canine companion, she felt compelled to adorn herself splendidly, for reasons unknown. Despite having triumphed in numerous adventures and even vanquishing a mid-level demon during his time as a cleric, Leon felt a chill run down his spine. What was Her Highness planning? Once the personnel had withdrawn. Within the changing room of the Lord's manor, a space that would have cost him years of savings in his previous life, Leon stood clad only in his undergarments, his lips twitching slightly at the sight of the women before him. As the supreme lord of the territory, Lucia was naturally concerned about the development of her domain. However, the harsh conditions at the border left her with limited options to exert her influence. Thus, she had summoned a number of seamstresses, including fashion designers. Thanks to her royal lineage and discerning eye, the garment industry within her fief was flourishing. At times, individuals such as Will and Ralph required a change of attire to accompany Lucia on her endeavors, resulting in a plethora of male garments within her changing room. Of course, Lucia occasionally donned practical men's clothing for her work. But the maids of the manor would often advise her that her beauty was such that it would be a waste not to wear exquisite dresses. Thus, Leon Barrett, benefiting from the esteemed lineage of the Barrett family and the blessings of the legendary dragon Aegis, alongside a nurturing family environment, possessed both the appearance and demeanor befitting a noble. My faithful hound is far too exceptional. It would be a disservice not to dress him in dashing attire, Lucia mused. Her black, a fleeting image of the bunny girl senior flashed through Leon's mind, perhaps sensing the mischief brewing in his thoughts. Lucia let out a huff and waved her hand dismissively. The woman nearby, already captivated by Leon's robust physique and battle-scarred body, eagerly approached him, seizing the opportunity to indulge in her whims while measuring his dimensions. In no time, Leon found himself enduring a greater ordeal than merely carrying shopping bags for women. As their personal dressing mannequin, he was required to change outfits every minute, then present himself for Lucia's inspection for 30 seconds, only to be met with dissatisfaction, prompting the cycle to repeat. When the women mistakenly adorned him in a full princess costume, even the usually stoic Lucia couldn't suppress a rare smile. Of course, a princess dress was out of the question. After 2 arduous hours of selection, Leon finally settled on an ensemble that truly suited his character. The foundation was a pristine white knitted shirt, a luxury even in the capital. Layered over it was a tailored waistcoat, complemented by a black tie and a minimalist suit. His shoes and belt were crafted from the hide of a colossal aquatic beast. The women gazed at Leon's tall frame, unable to restrain their admiration. Indeed, a man of quality looks splendid in anything. Yet, Leon felt somewhat reluctant. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a mafia member. Lucia's residence lacked a butler. The elderly steward, who had served her since childhood and witnessed her growth, had passed away, leaving behind a relatively exceptional warrior by the name of Ralph Yazan. Consequently, whenever Lucia required sustenance to invigorate her mind during work, it was either the flustered Layla hastily preparing something for her, or providing portable meals suitable for monster hunters. Regardless of the source, the taste was never particularly delightful, which is why Lucia seldom indulged. However, upon seeing Leon in his current attire, a mischievous thought crept into her mind. Is the strength still adequate? Seated upon a small stool, Leon cradled a pair of exquisitely delicate feet upon his lap. His rugged hands massaged through the sheer black lace stockings, endeavoring to alleviate Lucia's weariness. I am quite impressed. I didn't realize you possessed such a talent, Lucia remarked. Engrossed in her book, seemingly oblivious to Leon ministering to her feet and unconcerned about any potential exposure, she withdrew a foot, extending her toes towards Leon's chin. Care for a taste? I've heard it's a predilection among men. I am different, Leon demurred. Different how? I prefer white. With a snap of her fingers, a testament to her mastery of dark magic, Lucia transformed her stockings to white. White, she enunciated, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Isn't white your favorite? Shall the good dog give it a lick? Leon, ever the reticent butler, remained silent. Actually, I have a fondness for the pinkish hue of the toe beans, he mused. Who doesn't adore a kitten? Lucia, with her piercing gaze that could dissect falsehoods, scrutinized Leon before emitting a dismissive humph. A lie intertwined with truth. I hardly know how to punish you. She retracted her foot, nudging Leon backward. The impact sent Leon reeling, but he swiftly regained his footing. Approaching Lucia once more, he began to assist her with her boots. Leon, do you know which duke is slated to visit Charles's territory? Lucia inquired, setting aside her book as she relished Leon's assistance. He attended to one boot before proceeding to the other. Despite his noble lineage, his days on the frontier were consumed by mere survival, leaving him ignorant of such matters. It is Duke Belhelm, a luminary within the Empire's aristocracy, Lucia revealed. He maintains close ties with the Judgment Church. Your exploits have become quite the spectacle, even here. And it is improbable that the Judgment Church remains unaware. In this world, where clerics and adventurers roamed, divine emissaries were also present. The church was divided into factions, with the Judgment Church being the most inflexible. To them, right was right, wrong was wrong, and the guilty were destined for the gallows. Admission into the Judgment Church was notoriously stringent, requiring aspirants to endure the trial of the god of punishment, becoming devout followers. Even in situations where impartiality was compromised, they were expected to wield their swords in the name of divine mercy. Only after attaining the fourth tier of devotion could one aspire to join the Judgment Church, with the ultimate ambition of becoming a higher-ranking divine punisher. As for Leon's case, it was rumored that his recklessness had led his squad into an ambush by cultists, resulting in their demise at the hands of a demon summoned by the cult. Lucia patted the sofa, beckoning Leon to sit. She then reclined, resting her head upon his lap, luxuriating in the comfort of his lap. Your grave misjudgment led to your swift disposal, nearly resulting in your demise. Leon sat upright. In truth, I may have perished once. This statement is a fact. After all, he is no longer the original Leon. Perhaps the divine essence has been stripped away, and the one who died was indeed the true Leon. As a consequence of this deprivation, that soul has ceased to exist. If one can persuade Duke Heine, there exists a chance to encounter the members of the Tribunal of Judgment. Lucia remarked that even if the Imperial Chancellor himself were to render judgment upon you, there would not be an absence of opportunity for redemption. However, every matter comes at a cost. Leon smiled and said, Your Highness, I certainly believe in your abilities. However, is it not of utmost importance that we address the matter of the fire dragon first? The Duke, the Charles family, the invitations, the banquet, and the potential appearance of colossal beasts in the Death Forest, all these elements suggest that something significant is bound to occur, and Leon cannot dismiss such possibilities. With Uncle Will as a safeguard, you need not take unnecessary risks. Lucia continued. Moreover, at this banquet, your adversaries will be present, the sister family. The mere thought of his fiancée filled Leon with a sense of dread. What could possibly lead her to believe that by transplanting her divine essence, she could ascend to the fifth tier without consequence? In any case, Lucia's intentions were clear. To ensure the favor of the tribunal, you, Leon Barrett, must avoid any unforeseen complications. Yet, Your Highness, might you enlighten me on your reasons for assisting me so generously? Lucia inquired, observing his impassive expression as she reached out and pinched his cheek gently. Leon maintained a stoic demeanor, his emotions remarkably stable, in stark contrast to Layla's exuberance, a hallmark of a mature man. Very well, a mature man, Lucia remarked, loosening her grip. What I desire is your identity as the heir of the Barrett family. By winning over your family, my return to the Imperial Center will be significantly less obstructed. For the sake of my ambitions, you must be a compliant companion. As the Duke of Brehaine's banquet approached, even the usually carefree Layla was diligently studying etiquette, striving to leave a favorable impression on the Duke. In the capital, beyond the Emperor, numerous offspring were engaged in both overt and covert rivalries. Lucia, with her extraordinary magical aptitude and resilient spirit, was unwilling to accept her fate as a mere outcast due to her proficiency in dark magic. She, too, aspired to claim the throne. Although he had anticipated Lucia's tragic fate, the thought weighed heavily on Leon's heart. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to assist this girl who had committed no wrongdoing. Your Highness, Leon spoke, reaffirming their mutually beneficial relationship. Though I have lost the protection of Aegis, I shall still endeavor to aid you in ascending to the throne in my own manner. I am confident that under your leadership, the Empire will flourish. Flatterer, Lucia scoffed, stifling a yawn as she rose. I am off for an afternoon nap. Care to join me? Leon remained silent. It has been over 6 months since he embarked on his journey as an adventurer. Even the slowest of news should have reached the ears of another heir of the Barrett family by now. The composition of the Empire's military strength is notably intricate. The fact that Leon was exiled to the frontier indicates the severity of the power struggles at play. However, the individuals of this medieval era do not engage in the ritualistic subservience of generals bowing to civilian officials, upholding the virtues of knighthood and adhering to the chivalric oath. Even the highest-ranking officers must not demean the dignity of a righteous knight. The most basic soldiers, lacking certification from the Adventurers Guild, are not clergy, wielding swords, shields, or spears, serving as the main force when war looms. The clergy corps, a unique battalion composed entirely of clergy members, typically comprised of warriors and officers who have graduated from the Imperial Academy. Once one joins the clergy corps, a promising future awaits. However, the clergy corps generally only recruits clergy of levels 1 to 3. Level 4 is the realm Leon had previously attained, enabling one to establish their own specialized team to address situations where the Empire's various armies cannot respond promptly. Unfortunately, he was deceived at that time and forced to battle demons. Those above level 4 represent the Empire's crucial combat strength and are typically not subjected to persecution unless the death of a level 4 could create a level 5. Yet, with Leon, the center of the Barrett family, those individuals merely speak of him, their words not backed by past merits. Within the Empire, there exists a particular unit stationed at the defense line, which only heeds the orders of the military. With a swift motion, a warrior clad in silver and black armor unsheathed his disproportionately long spear. Before him lay the lifeless body of a level 7 demon beast. The weary priest behind him drew a deep breath upon witnessing this scene. The level 7 demon, summoned at the cost of 200 level 4 clergy members, had been vanquished by the blade of Aegis, the pride of the Barrett family, Raymond Barrett. The soldiers, who had been fighting for over half a month, were invigorated upon hearing this news. Oh, we have won. Haha. Such mere cultists are insignificant. Raymond Barrett brandished his lance, escalating the celebratory atmosphere. Following their triumphant battle, the customary practice of slaughtering cattle and sheep commenced, a feast to honor the troops. Every surviving warrior was rewarded with coin, victuals, and spirits, while the wounded received the finest medical attention. Compensation was provided to the families of those who had perished, or, in the absence of kin, legacies were disbursed according to their testaments, perhaps to a cherished acquaintance in a house of ill repute. Having defended the citadel, Raymond, the youngest scion of the Barrett lineage, upon re-entering the city, promptly divested himself of his helmet, casting it upon the ground. The incursions of the cultists had become increasingly egregious, treating clerics as expendable assets. The silver dragon helmet, an artifact of near-heroic quality, rebounded upon impact with the earth, only to be caught by the vigilant servants. They embraced the equipment, now tainted with demonic ichor, and conveyed it with practiced efficiency for cleansing and consecration, while maids approached to unburden Raymond of his armor. Soon adorned in a robe, Raymond joined his comrades at the banquet table, indulging in fine wines and delicacies. As autumn deepened, their garrison had already begun to experience snowfall. "They've suffered grievous losses this time," remarked an elven cleric with a smile. "They shan't trouble us for at least 2 years. The imperial contingent to relieve us is nigh." Another added, "Once they arrive, we shall be free to return to the imperial capital." The cleric's words elicited mirth from the assembled company. They comprised the band assembled by Raymond, including an elven cleric and mage, a dwarven artisan and shield-bearer, and a sylvan elf scout and archer. The remaining members were predominantly human, some not even clerics, but recruited for their particular skills. Raymond, the linchpin of the group, was a sixth circle cleric, his divine title being Thunderdragon's Talon. "I've heard Raymond speak of his brother with such tenderness." A sylvan elf jested. "It's only natural for a young lad to yearn for the embrace of a sibling." Ha ha ha. The dwarven artisan, his tankard half-drained of potent liquor, joined in the laughter. "Raymond speaks of his brother with such veneration. I would fain witness the valor of the Thunderdragon's Talon's elder brother." "Well, chieftain, you'll be seeing your brother soon. Aren't you excited?" The chamber reverberated with laughter, and Raymond, mortified by the ribbing, sought solace in consuming bread and meat to mask his discomfiture. As the youngest of the Barretts, he had been diagnosed with congenital leg paralysis at birth, leading to a childhood marked by self-consciousness. While his family did not fault him, for the legendary dragon, Aegis, would not concern himself with such trivialities, his elder brother, Leon, exhorted him to persevere despite his disability. "If you lack legs, then strengthen your arms and core." Then, on an evening before Raymond's 12th year, he stealthily, and with great exertion, crawled into Aegis's trial grounds. Leon had watched from the shadows as Raymond traversed the 10 kilometers from the Barrett estate to the trial grounds. As the narrative goes, none know what transpired within the trial grounds that night. But from that moment hence, Raymond, once derided as the shame of the Barretts, ascended with astonishing rapidity, bidding farewell to his brother before embarking on his own odyssey. As the company reveled, an imperial edict arrived. The imperial administrator, loath to venture to such a remote and desolate locale, harbored disdain for the soldiers and adventurers. Yet, duty compelled him. Upon entering the hall, his gaze swept over the assembled company, seated around a large table, and his contempt deepened. The imperial administrator then resolved to humble these rustic bumpkins. Raymond Barrett, he proclaimed, kinsman of Leon Barrett, the disgrace of the empire, an inheritor of tainted blood. The imperial writ is here. At these words, the hall, once filled with merriment, fell into an oppressive silence. Raymond doubted his own hearing, rising to his feet and inquiring, "What did you say?" The official scoffed derisively, proclaiming, "The disgraceful Barrett clan. The imperial decree has arrived. Your brother, Leon Barrett, has inflicted immense damage upon the empire and has now been exiled to the frontier." In an instant, with a resounding crash, the official was struck by the divine power of Aegis, reduced to a mere carbonized figure as he was sent flying. Raymond held the document in one hand while shouldering a long spear, gazing incredulously at its contents, his teeth clenched in frustration. What of my brother? If the Sisler family were aware that Raymond possessed the strength to vanquish a 7th-tier demon at this moment, they would likely refrain from any treachery against Leon. Following the news of Duke Berhane's impending visit to the Charles family, nobles from the border regions began preparing to pay their respects at Count Charles's estate. Lucia was also to attend. After undergoing intensive etiquette training, Layla had become considerably more composed. The instructor, adept at addressing her needs, warned Layla that failing to study diligently could result in a future devoid of even the smallest treats. This struck a nerve, prompting her immediate vow to behave. As for the others, there was little of concern. However, Leon's frequently wielded great sword was excessively conspicuous. We'll propose that he be provided with a more suitable longsword befitting a knight. After all, as a servant to Her Highness Lucia, it would be inappropriate to attend a banquet while brandishing a massive sword. Meanwhile, Leon silently retrieved the magical steel sword and shield from the Enchanted Steel series. Without the shield, it transformed into a perfect one-handed sword. He found a leather worker, who fashioned a simple scabbard from leather and iron, emblazoned with the insignia of Lucia's territory, rendering it an acceptable weapon for ceremonial use. The steam locomotive traversed the landscape, ensuring rapid responses to any impending beast tides and securing the transportation of goods. Consequently, Lucia and her entourage arrived punctually at Count Charles's domain. As they disembarked, an elderly gentleman with a prominent mustache awaited them at the train door. "Greetings, Count Charles." Lucia, clad in warm attire, was accompanied by her retinue as she addressed Count Charles. "The last time we met was in the imperial capital during my hastily arranged coming-of-age ceremony. If I recall correctly." "Indeed, it has been quite some time since our last meeting, Your Highness Lucia," Count Charles replied, doffing his hat. "The last time I saw you, you were but a young girl. Today, I am pleased to see that your beauty remains unblemished. Thank you for gracing my territory with your presence at the banquet." "Your Highness." Lucia's expression remained tranquil as she raised her right hand. Leon stepped forward, linking his arm with Lucia's. "This is." Charles glanced at the man who appeared to be dressed in servant attire, his aged eyes seemingly struggling to take in the details. "Barrett," Lucia replied with a smile. "Leon Barrett, the eldest son of the Barrett family from the imperial capital. He is now one of my most trusted servants." Upon hearing Leon's name, Count Charles's expression shifted noticeably. "Where is Sir Blanc?" Lucia continued to inquire. "I beg your pardon, Princess Lucia," Count Charles said, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "That scoundrel is currently confined in a room within my estate for reflection. I have ordered that he shall not be released, regardless of his antics. If this does not quell your ire, I have some precious treasures in the Merchant Association that I could offer." "Ah, I see," Lucia nodded. "It seems your upbringing has indeed been quite strict, Count. I shall not pursue the matter of his offense against me. May I ask, where is Duke Berhane?" Count Charles felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, relieved. "The Duke is in a chamber at my residence, awaiting the commencement of the banquet. There are quite a number of guests this time, including representatives from the church." "The church?" At the mention of this, Lucia's brow furrowed momentarily. But she quickly regained her composure and bid farewell to Count Charles, making her way to the banquet venue. "Meow. The church is nothing but a bunch of scoundrels." Once in the carriage, Layla, who had been holding back her thoughts, erupted. "These rascals only know how to amass wealth. They would abandon their most sacred faith. And there are extremists who wish to exterminate demi-humans." "Layla, calm down," Lucia waved her hand, and Leon retrieved some snacks from the magical satchel. After receiving a gentle reprimand from Lucia, he once again produced the magic tome stored with him. The era of extreme faith had passed. Now, the enemies of humanity were the monstrous beasts and demons. Layla had been hunted by zealots. Whenever she showed her face, she would be met with cries of heresy. followed by stones, knives, and rotten vegetables hurled her way. Moreover, due to the generally high magical resistance of demi-humans, there were those who sought to capture Layla for human transmutation experiments. Naturally, these attempts ended in failure, and the cultist alchemist attempting to seize Layla was dragged into the abyss by Lucia's abyssal magic, never to return. Since then, Layla had become a loyal companion to Lucia, no, a devoted follower. But now, someone else had taken the place of that devoted follower, sparing her from suffering. Hooray! Leon sat upright and remarked, "If my memory serves me correctly, the territory governed by Duke Heine has been besieged by a wave of high-tier magical beasts, resulting in significant damage to the crops and economic produce, with some areas suffering total loss." Lucia added, "Moreover, since his territory is a crucial defensive zone, it is imperative to expedite the reconstruction of the region. Although Duke Heine possesses the means to procure supplies, the troops stationed on his lands fall under the responsibility of the imperial capital. However, at present, the capital lacks the funds to support the rebuilding of the defense forces. Hiring adventurers and clergy incurs exorbitant expenses. There should be sufficient funds available." Will yawned, "It's just those church scoundrels." Leon expressed his understanding. "Those who comprehend. Is it not merely a matter of religious doctrine? Exempt from taxation, indulging in wantonness." Historical texts prior to his crossing document numerous large-scale campaigns aimed at the eradication of religion. Thus, is Duke Heine intending to seize this opportunity to strike at the church? Ralph blinked, yet was he not on amicable terms with the tribunal? "Ralph, you foolish mind. Baron speaks the truth. Perhaps His Highness indeed finds your ineffectual intellect appealing. The tribunal is solely responsible for executions. Wherever there lies a transgression against the deity of justice and punishment, there shall they venture. The tribunal's revenues, aside from imperial allocations, are derived from voluntary donations from the populace. Who would not admire the valiant knights of divine retribution? Naturally, only the nefarious would dissent. To exploit the tribunal's identity for personal gain? How ludicrous! They merely seize individuals, extolling the magnificence and equity of the deity of justice and punishment, inviting all manner of heroes to join their ranks. The internal schism within the tribunal is quite severe as well." Leon pondered thoughtfully. "What? Do you have an idea?" Lucia reclined against the carriage cushion, her thigh resting naturally upon Leon's legs. "I shall not permit you to become a lapdog for another. No, Your Highness. Please trust in my loyalty to you." Leon smiled. "In what aspect does your loyalty pertain?" "Regarding my admiration for your beauty and my love for you." Leon feigned a rogue's demeanor. Layla could no longer contain herself. "Meow, ha 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 ha." The normally serious Leon professes love. "Meow, ha woo meow." Layla's exuberance earned her a gentle rap on the forehead from the void demon, while the other two averted their eyes, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, Leon mused whether he could become a knight of divine retribution, reclaiming his divine essence and returning to the clergy. Upon their arrival, Will and Ralph disembarked first, followed by Leon. Lucia placed her hand in Leon's as they exited the carriage. "Thank you for your consideration, loyal hound. It is but my duty, Lady Lucia." As the master and servant exchanged casual dialogue, Lucia glanced up at the starry sky. "VRR, it is quite cold tonight. We'll lit a cigarette. Do we have sufficient fuel within our territory?" Initially, it was ample, but did not Lady Lucia intend to upgrade Mr. Baron's armory? Ralph replied, "Additional purchases will be necessary to cover the deficit." "Meow, I detest winter." Layla rubbed her hands together in complaint. Just then, a gust of wind nearly snatched Lucia's hat away. Leon stood before her like a towering mountain. "This winter will be even harsher, my loyal companion," Lucia remarked. "Without sufficient provisions, one might succumb to the frigid nights." Leon remained silent as the group entered the estate of Count Charles, where numerous nobles had already gathered. Most of them were minor lords from the borders, and this encounter with the exalted duke might present them with an opportunity to ascend the ranks of the empire's elite society. Conversely, individuals such as the Calamity Queen Lucia, who seemingly were not on the guest list, went largely unrecognized. Upon entering a chamber, servants of Count Charles presented a selection of masks for the guests to choose from. "What is the purpose of this?" Will inquired. "A banquet is typically a venue for noble acquaintances. However, some individuals, due to their sensitive identities, prefer to conceal themselves behind masks." He glanced at Leon. "This custom is not observed in the capital. I truly wish to avoid any trouble," Leon replied with a wry smile, then picked up a mask that concealed the lower half of his face. "This is indeed reminiscent of a mad dog." Lucia chose a mask that similarly obscured half of her face. "What do you think?" "My lord, you would look exquisite in anything." Speak truthfully, you mischievous pup. Well, it matters little whether you wear one or not. I doubt any of these minor lords would recognize you. Yet, they should hardly recognize you either, Lucia retorted, somewhat dissatisfied. Isn't it rather cool for a young man to maintain an air of mystery? Leon responded with remarkable seriousness. Under Lucia's magical gaze, his words proved to be truthful. Upon hearing Leon's declaration, Raph, who had initially been reluctant to choose a mask, along with Layla and the demon hunter Will, each selected a fitting mask. A count from the border, his wealth surpassed that of ordinary affluent individuals. The venue accommodated over 100 nobles, all adorned in various fineries, holding glasses of wine and engaging in lively conversation. Faithful hound, please accompany Will and Layla here, Lucia said, releasing Leon's hand with a smile. Yes, your highness. Raph, who had felt invisible until now, perked up. Although his combat prowess was not formidable within Lucia's domain, he served as her personal guard and had been educated in the etiquette of nobility since childhood. Participating in such gatherings allowed him to assist Lucia in warding off those with ulterior motives, a task he handled with ease. Meanwhile, Leon and the others found a corner to indulge in delicacies. Meow. Leon, this fish is raw, Layla exclaimed, holding up a piece of sashimi. I've never tasted such a dish before. Would you care to try? Ah, I think I shall pass, Leon replied, waving his hand. Where does this dish originate? From Izumo. Will responded, devouring a plate of sashimi with the enthusiasm of a cow munching on peonies before reaching for another plate. After dipping it in wasabi, he continued to savor the flavors. It's quite a notable nation on this continent, though surrounded by seas, making travel a cumbersome affair requiring large vessels. Still, I prefer the cuisine that comes from Dian. Leon furrowed his brows slightly. As the saying goes, all written works in the world are merely imitations. The true art lies in the ability to emulate. Although the book he traversed into is lauded as one of the finest creations in the realm of Western fantasy, eschewing contrived mechanisms to flaunt superiority or feign incompetence for the sake of popularity, the endeavor of constructing a comprehensive worldview or nation from scratch is indeed an arduous task. In this context, the ancient and storied civilization of China has been reimagined as the Great Yin, while Japan transforms into Izumo. In the original narrative, the hero embarks on a journey across the continent, spending the most time in Izumo. It is not that the hero cannot remain in the Great Yin, rather, the martial prowess of the Great Yin is among the most formidable in this world, rendering the assistance of such a hero unnecessary in vanquishing beasts and demons. Alas, I truly wish to visit the Great Yin. Leon spoke as he lifted a glass of clear water, pulling aside his mask to take a couple of sips. A melodious and enchanting tune began to play, marking the official commencement of the banquet. Are you searching for that nemesis of yours? Will inquired, his left hand resting on Leon's shoulder, his gaze glinting with a greenish intensity. Do you harbor such animosity towards the sister family? Leon, having traversed time and inherited the memories of his former self, often found himself questioning how that individual managed to endure the agonizing pain of being stripped of their divine essence. If he had not crossed over himself, he might have suspected that the ultimate demise of his predecessor was indeed due to the loss of their clerical status. Mr. Will, do you comprehend the anguish of being deprived of one's divine essence? Leon asked. The seasoned demon hunter smiled faintly, wiping mustard from the corner of his mouth. You ought to know, aside from those fortunate few favored by the gods from birth, one requires two essential components to become a cleric: faith and sufficient strength. Without sincere devotion to the divine, mere prowess does not qualify one for the clerical position. The demon hunting organization to which I belong is among the most reputable under the demon hunter's sanctuary. In truth, we bear a resemblance to those in the tribunal of judgment. Our organization is identified solely by codenames, with the primary focus being the eradication of divine adversaries. As he spoke, Will reached for a sweet bun. Demons are cunning. At times, demon hunters must interrogate them. During this process, the demons or unfortunate souls possessed by them may succumb to the unbearable strain of interrogation, resulting in their hearts bursting, even when we do not employ techniques specifically targeting the heart. Since demon hunters are predominantly engaged in combat against demons, the mortality rate is exceedingly high, and there are hardly any who seek to strip us of our divine essence. Thus, I cannot fathom the torment that accompanies such deprivation. Yet, I surmise that the suffering must be so profound that the body yearns for liberation, ceasing its normal functions in a desperate plea to escape. In China, there exist poignant verses that resonate with suffering. Those who encounter such poetry can better grasp the inexpressible anguish. There is a father whose hair turned white overnight, and a daughter whose heart stopped from excessive sorrow. Therefore, while others may forgive Leon for his grievances against the sister family, there is little for him to pardon. Your Excellency, Duke Heine. The graceful lady bowed to the tall and handsome man. Duke Belheine, holding a glass of wine, set it down and returned the gesture. Ah, you remain as lovely as ever, Your Highness. Duke Belheine smiled. I am most grateful for your presence at this banquet. I had intended to visit you in due course. Managing a territory must be quite taxing. Duke Heine jested, I am hardly a princess. Lucia chuckled. I wonder how my father intends to support you? Oh. The Emperor's generosity is indeed abundant, yet there are many who require assistance, including yourself, Your Highness, Duke Belheine replied with a wry smile. I find myself at a loss on how to address you. By rights, you should be referred to as the 7th princess. However, there is no record of your identity within the empire. He continued, as it stands, there are already 45 princesses in the imperial capital. Lucia's expression darkened momentarily. I apologize. Your Highness, Duke Belheine said, I have certain matters to attend to. After the banquet concludes, I shall seek you out. Lucia's demeanor softened. It is quite all right. I shall await your return, my lord. She was unfazed by Duke Belhaine's disparaging remarks about the emperor. After all, that man, bound by certain protocols, allowed the princes and princesses to vie against one another, while his favorite pastime was siring children with the concubines and the harem, thanks to the royal court magician's prowess. That foolish man would eventually meet his demise at the hands of a woman. As the microphone was plugged in, the electric hum captured the attention of the attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your attendance at my banquet, Duke Belheine announced, grasping the microphone connected by a thick cable as he stood on stage. I am delighted that you are willing to extend your favor to this fallen duke. In return, I shall offer my utmost sincerity. It is widely known that my territory has been besieged by a horde of beasts. This assault has proven far more ferocious than previous ones. Although my warriors managed to withstand the onslaught, the losses were severe. Presently, I am in dire need of substantial funding to rearm my territory. This endeavor also represents a bold initiative for the empire. The ensuing remarks consisted of platitudes praising the empire and extolling the emperor. In the corner, Leon was taken aback that a banquet would delve into such matters. You are aware of the hero, correct? Will shrugged. Every century, a person blessed by the god of light emerges, heralded as the divine representative on earth, destined to eradicate all evil. What was it called? The envoy? No. It is the divine messenger, Will clarified. The Church of the God of Light, through the auspices of the Holy Light, utilizes the hero's name for various territorial claims. You understand my meaning, do you not? Leon rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Isn't this just an old tale? The Church of the Middle Ages was merely a means to control the thoughts of the populace. In fact, there were instances where if a king offended the Pope, unrest would ensue within his realm. To quell domestic discontent, one had to extend the most sincere apologies to the Pope, even to the extent of kissing his shoes. Ugh! Who knows how those ancient statues were fabricated with modern techniques, and what kind of nonsensical operations could result from such a lack of historical depth? For instance, crafting a tome of sacred texts, only to later compose a revised edition when the contents became unfavorable. However, from this perspective, it appears that the emperor seeks innovation. Will remarked, as technology advances, humanity gradually realizes that the legendary weapons wielded by heroes are not particularly remarkable. They are merely armaments forged through ancient alchemy, magic, and runic craftsmanship. Magical steel emerged during the progression of technology. This high-conductivity material, with costs considerably lower than the hero's armaments of radiant gold and magical gold, could be mass-produced when resources are abundant, thereby equipping entire armies. Moreover, the legendary heroes, prior to their ascendance, were nothing more than weaklings. While the human realm may require heroes as a spiritual pillar, it does not need the church to exploit them as a source of wealth. Without innovation, the taxes and funds that should have attracted more soldiers would merely fill the pockets of those avaricious individuals in the churches. With that money, even if it were merely a fraction, the Duchy of Berhain would not be in such dire straits. I must convey to you all a piece of splendid news. Berhain paused. The research institute established within the Duchy of Berhain has successfully developed the second generation of magical steel armaments. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The first generation of magical steel was difficult to manufacture, relatively costly, and had a notable flaw. It would indiscriminately absorb the wielder's magical power. Aside from those with immense magical reserves, few dared to utilize it. However, the second generation of magical steel has improved upon the craftsmanship, resolving these issues. In fact, the very reason I stand before you today, hosting this banquet, is due to the presence of a unit armed with the second generation of magical steel within my territory. They were the ones who helped me fend off the most formidable of the monstrous tide. Duke Berhane continued, I am certain that this technology must be disseminated swiftly. The frequency and scale of the beasts and demons attacking us humans are escalating. Therefore, I implore you all to be generous, for this concerns the fate of humanity. Following this, individuals prearranged by Duke Berhane brought forth a donation box. Direct contributions of gold coins were not required. Individuals merely needed to inscribe their intended donation amounts on a contract paper with orderly capabilities. This was a noble endeavor for the benefit of the nation and its people. And it also presented an opportunity to gain the friendship of Duke Berhane, attracting the attention of the lesser nobility along the borders. Some nobles, whose coffers were rather constrained, pledged to donate various goods and warm clothing supplies, dropping them into the box as a show of support. Then came the Syst family, pledging a donation of 100,000 gold coins. A gasp filled the venue as all eyes turned towards the donation box. The man, with a triumphant smile upon his face, was none other than Clem Syst, closely associated with that woman. That fellow is quite audacious. Well whistled, isn't he your rival? Isn't this a bit of a blow to him? Leon, donning a mask, gazed at the man in the center of attention. Do not worry, Lucia said, taking a bite of her pastry. I shall assist you in suppressing his arrogance. Although Lucia could not offer substantial wealth, the aid of a grand sorceress, a master of arcane arts, and a witch with unparalleled expertise in dark magic would prove far more potent in the development of magic steel than 1,000,000 gold coins. Leon calmed himself and asked with a smile, My lord, if I were to earn you honor, could I receive a sincere kiss? Alas, what is this? Is my loyal hound feeling lonely? Lucia smirked. Leon chuckled and stepped forward a couple of paces. The donation box had now come before him. He retrieved from his magical satchel a familiar item, a sack brimming with coins. Hey, you little rascal, Will exclaimed, his eyes widening. Meow? A wealthy mogul. The cats were utterly astonished. Ralph, somewhat puzzled, observed that Lady Lucia remained unmoved, so he too remained still. Leon placed the sack into the donation box and proceeded to draw forth a parchment imbued with contractual power, inscribing upon it in the common tongue the details of his donation. On behalf of my lord, Lucia Van Aster, donating 10,000 white gold coins to Duke Heine. The atmosphere felt as though a colossal bomb had been detonated. The young nobles and ladies, along with the previously animated gentlemen, gaped in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that someone would donate 10,000 white gold coins to Duke Belheine. The value of a single white gold coin equals 100 common gold coins of the continent. Such currency is typically utilized only by large banks or trading companies during significant transactions. 10,000 white gold coins equate to 1,000,000 common gold coins. This sum could establish a small nation. It could arm a duchy's military, equipping a force of 100,000 to the teeth. But the crucial question lingered. Who did this young man represent? Lucia Van Aster, the Witch of Calamity, the Dark Archmage, the Grand Sorceress. What could compel such a figure to donate such a fortune? Did she intend to curry favor with Duke Belheine for a counteroffensive against the imperial capital? My lord is profoundly pained by the calamities besetting the Duke Heine's territory, Leon continued. The contributions of Duke Heine to the empire are evident in this critical moment. How can we stand idly by and allow a hero to suffer? 10,000 white gold coins, valued at 1,000,000 common gold coins. My lord believes that the paragon of imperial nobility, Duke Belheine, will judiciously utilize this wealth to restore his territory to its rightful path. All for the sake of humanity. The atmosphere was thick with resentment from those cloaked figures gazing at Leon. Employing ecclesiastical methods to amass wealth is a practice far too numerous to count. Yet Leon was no naïve. With a recorded history of over 5,000 years, how could one contend with the church? The strategies were plentiful, evoking great righteousness. All for the eternal glory of humanity. Would the church dare utter a word of dissent? Let the games begin. Engaging in political intrigue with the Chinese? Would they not find themselves unaware of their own demise? The incredulous Duke Belheine approached with a serious expression. He first regarded Leon, then withdrew the sack, opened it, and grasped a handful of the currency. Indeed, it was the continent's standard white gold currency. However, the Duke was bewildered. This amounted to 1,000,000 gold coins. 1,000,000. After deducting military expenses and the necessary funds for various regions, the empire's annual tax revenue barely amounted to a few million. How could a fallen princess, exiled to the borders and accompanied only by a fifth-tier demon hunter, possibly muster such wealth to support him, an unremarkable duke? Duke Heine. Leon concluded his donation with a bow, retreating to the back. Lucia smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Leon, her lips twitching. You shall have your comeuppance upon your return. Lewin discerned this information upon her delicate crimson lips. Originally, Luca indeed intended to cultivate the favor of Duke Heine, for with the support of this influential nobleman, she could secure an opportunity to return to the imperial capital and vie for the throne. However, it was not with the audacity of Lewin, who boldly brandished 10,000 white gold coins, overwhelming Duke Belhain to the point of disorientation. Your Highness, is it true what your servant has just stated? Duke Belhain inquired, maintaining an air of aristocratic decorum. Ah, indeed it is, Luca replied with a smile. This sum shall serve as an investment in you, Duke Heine. My subordinates and I hold you, a renowned noble of the empire, in high regard and believe you can rise to prominence. For the sake of humanity, my lady. Duke Belhain took a deep breath, placing his right fist over his heart. All present, regardless of their awareness of Luca's notorious reputation, erupted into applause. Those who recognized the moniker of the calamitous which harbored a significant change of heart toward Luca in that moment. She swiftly transformed from an inconspicuous figure at the banquet to an imperial princess whom everyone sought to befriend. In a corner, Meow demanded coins. Layla irked, poked Lewin's side, exclaiming, I want white gold coins. As she spoke, Layla thrust her head into Lewin's magical backpack, attempting to retrieve a white gold coin. Meow. White gold coins, meow. A colossal lobster extended its large claw, aiming to pinch Layla's hand. Quick-witted will unsheathed a dagger and dispatched the lobster with precision. A servant promptly appeared, whisking the lobster away to the kitchen, where a chef with culinary prowess prepared it in less than a minute. This lobster was priced at approximately 10 gold coins. Lewin remarked, when we return, I shall procure anything you desire. Please refrain from rummaging. All right, meow, Layla responded, gnawing on the sauce-laden lobster meat. Hey, don't be so glum. This fellow can produce coins worth 1,000,000. There is no fear of him running out of money. Will declared, selecting the most succulent piece of lobster. His words bore truth. White gold coins, in the realm of the game, were merely a specialized currency. Although the shop had yet to open, the system possessed a function for recycling. Leon can exchange the items obtained from his adventures for special artifacts through the system. So far, he has only managed to acquire white coins and a monetary item that holds a substantial amount of white coins, along with a wish jar that grants white coins upon wishing. For Leon, who is struggling to survive, even a single coin could sustain him for a month without worry. However, what he truly needs is a means to restore his strength. Perhaps a unique mode of transportation that does not exist in this world, or a teleportation talisman. Money holds little value for him. Since Duke Belhain needs it, he might as well sell a favor. Is there anything delicious? Will inquired. Indeed, Leon replied, producing a bottle of dwarven brewed red wine. Aside from hunting demons, the demon hunter's 3 great passions are women, gourmet food, and fine wine. Will, while not an alcoholic, certainly appreciates rare and exquisite wines. To Leon, this bottle is merely a trivial item acquired through a check-in, useful only for restoring a small amount of magical energy during battles. Yet, as a purely physical warrior, he consumes less magical energy than a mage would for a minor spell. Meanwhile, as Lucia and Duke Belhain discussed the reconstruction and expansion of their territory, Clemster, who had long been observing Leon and his companions, seethed with envy. The son of Count Charles, Blonde Charles, lacked the audacity to brazenly demand that Lucia take up the profession of a courtesan. Provoking a princess of such power was unwise. However, as a member of the family that had trampled the Barretts, Clemster believed he deserved a woman of unparalleled beauty. The eldest daughter of the Barrett family, Eden Barrett, seemed an excellent choice. From the moment Clem first laid eyes on Eden, he felt an overwhelming desire for her. Eden's upbringing diverged greatly from Leon's. As a member of the Barrett family, she should not harbor an excessive admiration for Lord Aegis. The love she held was akin to that of a housewife's devotion to her family. She embodied purity like a saint yet possessed the strength of a Valkyrie. With the blood of the Barrett family coursing through her veins, the innate desire for battle unknowingly enhanced her combat prowess. Clemster harbored a twisted desire to bring the Barretts down from their pedestal, to subjugate and violate their women. Only then could he satiate his perverse cravings. The Sester family succeeded in this endeavor. Through deceit and treachery, they stripped Leon Barrett of his divine essence and seized the power of the Barrett family. Yet, Eden remained steadfast within the Barrett estate. While Clem was displeased, his ambitions extended beyond Eden. The breathtaking Princess Lucia of the Borderlands was also among his targets. After all, with his reputation already tarnished, He believed he could commit any excess without fear of repercussions from the imperial capital. What Clemster failed to anticipate was that Leon had already formed a connection with Lucia before him. This worthless man, now reduced to serving as a household servant. How could he possibly overshadow Clem? Contemplating this, a devious plan began to form in Clem's mind. He took a glass of red wine and sauntered over to Leon's side. In a moment of carelessness, the wine splashed onto Leon. Startled, Leon, who was busy shelling lobster meat for Layla, paused. Meow? Who are you, Meow? Layla exclaimed, bristling with indignation. Oh dear, how rude of me, Clemster feigned a smile. I hadn't noticed before. Isn't this the Empire's sinner, Leon Barrett? He deliberately spoke loudly, redirecting the attention of the gathered crowd away from Lucia and Duke Berhain. Upon witnessing this, Leon took a deep breath, removed his mask, and wiped the alcohol from his body with a white cloth. The nobles at the border gasped in astonishment upon seeing Leon's face. They had never expected that the individual who represented Lucia in donating 10,000 white gold coins was none other than Leon Barrett. Wait, is this the same Leon who is the eldest son of the Barrett family? It is said that his overconfidence led to the devastating losses of the elite knight squad of the Empire, leaving him as the sole survivor. How could this be? Does that not make him a genuine criminal? Why is he here? Even in the technologically advanced 21st century, there exists the adage that while rumors can spread like wildfire, refutation requires a great deal of effort. Moreover, in Leon's case, those who were not present could hardly fathom the hellish ordeal he faced. Had it not been for the formidable protection offered by the mighty force of Aegis, he too might have succumbed within the cultist encampment. It was evident that the Chief Justice of the Empire had been bribed, as the proceedings to convict Leon were alarmingly swift. Even in cases of attempted regicide, a thorough interrogation is mandated before a verdict is reached. Leon, who had been unjustly expedited through the legal process, could not be executed at will. Instead, he was sentenced to exile, prohibited from returning by any means of transportation. Reflecting on it, the judgment was riddled with numerous flaws. However, what was done, and such matters seemed trivial now. Clem, the young master of the SYSD family, who had failed to awaken his powers even after reaching the age of 15, was now confronted by Leon. Leon smiled and inquired, "What brings you to seek my presence?" Clem's expression shifted painfully, and he clenched his teeth. This world indeed holds the notion of bloodlines. To maintain the strength of one's lineage, it is essential to continuously offer devotion to powerful deities. However, this comes with conditions. For instance, families that worship the pure goddess must uphold purity even in their procreative endeavors. The deity the SYSD family venerates has already shown extraordinary generosity by granting favors to a select few within their lineage. Individuals like Clem have long been notorious in the capital. It has been quite some time since we last met, Leon. Your tongue has become quite sharp. Leon responded, likewise. Although the process of my trial was alarmingly swift, and the judge exhibited blatant favoritism, stripping me of my divine essence without due process, I have not been forsaken by Lord Aegis. With a huff, Leon continued, this is Duke Hyna's banquet, and I am here as a servant of Lady Lucia. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Clem laughed. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inform you that your divine essence is truly remarkable. The lightning magic, which even the greatest sages struggle to master, can be effortlessly wielded upon the transplantation of the Barrett family's divine essence. Clem's smile was brazen. No wonder your heads are so valuable. Even in death, they are worth a fortune. Such statements made it clear to the discerning that Leon had been wronged. Yet, in this border region filled with lesser nobles, even the presence of more prominent aristocrats held little sway. Thus, their sentiments towards Leon were predominantly one of pity. You rascal! Exclaimed a grim-faced individual as he stood up, having just received a bottle of finely brewed ale from Leon. However, Leon gestured for him to remain still. Then, Master Clem inquired, are you intentionally here to mock me? What benefit could mocking me possibly bring to you? Leon maintained his smile. I am the firstborn of the Barrett family, a being believed to be favored by the legendary dragon, August. Even in the temporary absence of Lord Augus's protection, I steadfastly adhere to the family motto, to fear not, to survive, and to remain resolute. And what of you? Have you, young Master Clem, forsaken your original beliefs to pledge allegiance to some malevolent deity that revels in sadistic amusement? Clem's face contorted in rage. He shattered his wine glass and pointed an accusing finger at Leon. Let us duel, Leon. You are merely an adventurer now, and even as an A-rank adventurer, you are still just an adventurer. I am a second-tier cleric. Do you not proclaim your superiority over me? Today, I shall show you who is truly stronger. The former pride of the Barrett family is but a jest. It is utterly ludicrous for a cleric to challenge an A-rank adventurer to a duel. Such news would surely provoke laughter. Furthermore, even an unawakened cleric possesses significantly greater strength, magical power, and reaction speed than an adventurer. This confrontation is patently unequal. The young master from the imperial capital certainly knows how to choose his opponents. Will stretched and stepped forward. Why not allow me, a fifth-tier demon hunter, to exchange a few blows with you? Fifth tier. This is a realm that the members of the Sistert family can only dream of reaching. Yet, Clem's intentions were clear. The illustrious firstborn of the Barrett family dares not face me in combat? Is not the dragon Aga's you worship a legendary beast? Show your courage. Clem taunted. If you are afraid, then kneel before me and admit that the Barrett family is but a shadow of its former self. Leon gazed quietly at Clem, perplexed by the frantic desire some harbored for self-destruction. Observing his demeanor, it was clear that declining his challenge would render the evening's festivities rather dull, and the crucial support from the esteemed Duke would waver. With a sigh, Leon began to shed his garments. Noble women, whether unmarried or wed, covered their eyes. Yet their curiosity compelled them to steal glances at Leon. The allure of a man refined through countless trials was simply irresistible. However, they soon witnessed Leon donning a new attire. Clem, since you choose to act so recklessly, do not hold me accountable for the consequences. Leon cast a glance towards Lucia. My Lord Duke, Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for the disruption at this gathering. It was never my intention to engage in conflict. Yet if this farce is not brought to an end, the festivities ahead may well be jeopardized. Should I acquiesce to Clem's challenge? There may be some unpleasantness on the horizon. May I inquire, my Lord Duke, Your Highness, if I may accept his duel request? This is a matter of utmost seriousness, a knightly duel. Duke Bell expressed his intrigue, saying, of course, since it is a sacred duel, I see no reason to intervene. However, Your Highness, it would be unfortunate if blood were to spill upon the guests. Oh dear, my abilities may be of great assistance to you, my Lord Duke. Lucia replied with a gentle smile, extending her hand to the side. Ralph produced a small wand from his pocket, handing it to Lucia. Stepping forward, she began to chant an arcane incantation, incomprehensible to the ears of those present. A swirling mass of dark energy coalesced between Leon and Clem, only to erupt in an instant. Meow. It is the prince's dark cage, a spell so potent that even a dragon's self-detonation cannot breach it. With Layla's exclamation, the onlookers grasped the nature of the dark energy that had transformed into a transparent, square prison. Such advanced magic. Truly, the Empire's two renowned dark mages are not to be trifled with. Clem scoffed. Leon, you are quite the confident one. You've even prepared your own coffin, saving others the trouble of collecting your remains. Whose coffin remains to be seen, Leon retorted, flexing his arm as he reached into his magical satchel. He then turned to Duke Berhain. My lord, may I utilize any weapon I desire? A weapon? Certainly, for you are but an ordinary man facing a cleric. Employing any weapon is entirely appropriate, the Duke replied. However, upon hearing Leon's request, Clem's expression grew even more derisive. A weapon? What weapon? Do you truly believe your magical steel weapon can contend with me? Spare me the jest. Boom. With a surge of magic, Clem charged at Leon with the might of a cleric. Die, Leon. Clang. Clem's forward momentum abruptly halted as his mouth was forcefully filled with a black iron pipe. He managed to utter, shall die? Lu and yawned as he pulled the trigger. Boom. Clem's entire head exploded, and the Duke of Berhain, who witnessed this gruesome scene, finally understood why Lu'en had uttered those words to him. Indeed, the splattering of brain matter was quite a spectacle. What a commotion it caused. Upon seeing that the battle had concluded, Lucia waved her staff. The black cage retracted, briefly bypassing Lu'en, and enveloped Clem instead. Soon after, someone arrived with a body bag, placing him inside and securing it, preparing to send it to the Sistert family. Accompanying this was a document detailing the events of the duel. Leon stowed away his shotgun and instead produced a large bottle of fine wine. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for any unpleasant experience you may have encountered. Fortunately, the Duke has not laid blame upon me. Nonetheless, I have decided to offer you all a token of compensation. This wine, crafted from the finest grapes, has been reserved since I acquired it. But now I am eager to share it with you. Please, do enjoy the remainder of the banquet. With that, the atmosphere of the gathering was restored. As the guests pursued their desires for libations and charming company, In a room at the back, Count Charles led 3 individuals inside before taking his leave. These 3 were not to be trifled with. Setting aside the 2 dukes present, there was Leon Barrett. Barrett, who merely faced humiliation, not a diminishment of power. It was wise to keep one's distance if one wished to avoid peril. "Please, have a seat, Mr. Leon. May I take a look at your firearm?" Duke Balehane inquired. "The Empire possesses firearms as well, but it is evident that yours is a bespoke, high-caliber piece, one I have never before encountered." Lucia, covering her mouth, chuckled. "My subordinate will has indeed seen such a weapon. Since the advent of foundational technology, those known as alchemists have made little progress due to the magical essence permeating this world. Hence, firearms are rarely pursued unless custom-made. Otherwise, no one is inclined to invest effort into such a contraption of metal and gunpowder." Indeed, Duke Balehane remarked as he followed Leon's guidance to extract the ammunition. Subsequently disassembling the weapon, it contained merely gunpowder, primers, and small steel pellets, along with a single round featuring a unique projectile. Thus, by igniting the gunpowder with the primer's impact, the pellets are propelled through the barrel, Leon elucidated. "I am aware," Duke Balehane set aside the shotgun, gazing at Leon and Lucia, surprised to discover that Her Highness had acquired a servant of such caliber. "Are you envious?" Lucia laughed softly. "But I shall not share him with you." The noble lady extended her hand, and a devoted attendant promptly presented her with a cup of rich red tea. Aware that Leon's magical pouch preserved the temperature of food, Lucia stuffed it with an abundance of delicacies, ensuring she could indulge in fresh treats whenever her appetite beckoned. Duke Balehane's purpose in seeking out Leon and Lucia was not for idle chatter or social niceties, which often proved futile among nobility. In truth, there were many clergy like Clemcester. He sipped his fragrant red tea and continued, "Each year, the Clergy Academy expels students for various reasons, be it misconduct or a family's fall from grace. Although they may not graduate, these individuals are indeed trained clergy. The Empire finds it inconvenient to resolve their fates. One cannot strip them of their divine essence simply for being expelled. However, there have been instances where Leon's divine essence was removed without inquiry. I have suggested in council to enhance penalties for clergy-related crimes, yet the noble families dissent. Clergy serve as a vital source of strength, and the ordinary military and law enforcement are woefully inadequate against them." Duke Balehane glanced at Leon. "If you could facilitate the production of your firearm, it would be most advantageous. Although Clemcester is a rather mediocre awakened individual, his second-tier abilities do not surpass those of a first-tier. The Duke's reasoning is straightforward. A weapon of such simple design and formidable power, if deployed en masse, could diminish the advantage of lesser clergy. However, Duke Balehane also recognized the improbability of such an endeavor. Setting aside the fact that firearms are perfectly suited for assassination if an ordinary person can wield one, so too can a clergy member. What then would occur if someone were to use such a weapon to eliminate a local authority? "Let us discuss other matters, Princess Lucia," Balehane replied. "First and foremost, I am deeply grateful for your contribution of 10,000 white gold coins to support my territory. This funding will aid in the reconstruction of our defensive lines and bolster our defenses against the onslaught of magical beasts." Leon did not jump in to claim credit, nor did Lucia utter a word. "However, if you believe that such tactics will compel me to assist you in vying for the throne, you are sorely mistaken," Balehane stated solemnly. 1,000,000 gold coins? The treasury cannot possibly produce such a vast sum all at once. It is far too ostentatious. At that moment, Leon was indeed not overthinking the situation. "Hein, you may have misunderstood something," Lucia smiled. "My territory cannot afford such a large sum of money." "Then where does this money come from?" "You may just keep it. Even if someone investigates, they likely won't uncover its origins." At these words, Duke Balehane paused. "Very well. I will not inquire further about the money. Your Highness, do you truly intend to return to the imperial capital to contend for the throne? Understand that there are many eyes fixated on that coveted position beneath the Emperor. Countless princes and princesses are vying for the throne. It is prudent for Lucia to abstain from this wretched contest. After all, the Emperor does not embody everything. One's own strength is the ultimate truth. However, with such a lengthy history, the Empire's foundation is beyond imagination. Should Lucia attain the throne, she could accomplish so much more. I do not intend to partake in the competition, yet I refuse to await slaughter. Almost all ascendant emperors engage in a thorough purge of their contemporaries to ensure their ministers harbor no improper thoughts. Such a hereditary system within an empire should have long been reformed. Allowing one's offspring to vie for supremacy is a harbinger of national demise. Berhane took a deep breath and inquired, "Then what do you propose to do?" "I do not plan to compete," Lucia scoffed lightly. "You do not plan? Yet do you mean to?" Berhane sprang to his feet in disbelief. "If you do not intend to contend, then seize it directly. Eliminate the old king and those siblings who are perpetually scheming against each other. Lucia would become the sovereign. She is a supreme sorceress. Having governed her territory along the border for many years, she possesses both strategy and strength." Berhane swallowed hard and said, "Your Highness, if this is your intention, then I shall never recommend your return to the imperial capital. Not for any other reason, but it is far too chaotic. Although the empire is in disarray, it continues to function. Your actions would only breed more improper thoughts among the populace. At that time, other nations on the continent would seize the opportunity to invade. In such a case, what necessity is there to usurp the throne?" "Hein," Lucia revealed a smile characteristic of a villain. "Beside me stands Leon Barrett." Berhane, puzzled, remarked, "The pride of the Barrett family, I know. A young man already a fourth-tier cleric. The only reason he hasn't broken through to the fifth tier is to guide the other knights in their training. What of it? We are all aware of his case." Lucia responded, "With a clear path, the trial was concluded in less than a day, after which he was sent to the border to struggle for survival. Were it not for the Barrett family's substantial foundation, many others would have been exiled alongside him. And even those who conspired against Leon would not allow him to survive to the border." Berhane's expression grew somber. "You know what I wish to convey, Hein," Lucia stated. "A significant portion of the empire has already rotted. Filthy rats have climbed to high positions. At this very moment, they can slander the heroic families of the empire, disregarding the deterrent of the legendary dragon to persecute the bloodline of heroes. What then for you? What of your family? The Hein family, though lacking the bloodline strength of the Barrett family, has not fallen short in terms of merit. If powerful warriors can be falsely accused, what of noble families? Even if they are strong? And what of their descendants? The progeny of rats remain vile, while the offspring of heroes may never reach the accomplishments of their ancestors. Do you wish to win me over? How confident are you?" Berhane inquired. "If your confidence is merely 30 or 40%, then we shall perish on the path to success. At that point, you and I shall be inscribed upon the pillar of shame." "I possess 70% confidence," Lucia declared. "All you need do is escort me back to the imperial capital, nothing more." Ultimately, the two noble dukes reached an accord. Meanwhile, after a hearty meal, Leon and Will prepared to embark on a hunt for the fire dragon. Will gazed at Leon and asked, "Why do you seem somewhat distracted? Has the princess played tricks on you?" "Ah, although the princess has a fierce temperament, she treats us subordinates quite well. You have been here for some time. Have you not noticed anything peculiar within our territory?" Leon returned to his senses with a wry smile. "Elder Will, are you aware of the term contribution to the dragon?" "Huh? What does that mean? Do you no longer wish to confront the fire dragon?" Will was taken aback. Leon took a deep breath and shook his head. The hunt had begun. The battle raged on until midnight. With Leon and Will's prowess, it should not have taken so long to deal with a mere wyvern. However, the forest was teeming with other creatures, and the wyvern's ability to soar made it particularly elusive. Ultimately, Leon managed to bring it down with a flash grenade, and Will seized the opportunity to cleave it from head to tail. After meticulously handling the remains of the fire dragon's flesh, skin, and scales, the group embarked on the train back to their territory, carrying the enormous fire dragon crystal. After several hours of travel, they finally returned home. By the gods! The fire dragon crystal! Hooray, what a valuable treasure! Layla exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she cradled the crystal. Behind her were Leon, holding the still-sleeping Lucia, and Will, who had been drinking since early morning, alongside Ralph, who had not slept a wink. The household staff had prepared breakfast and hot water, and Leon gently placed Lucia on the spacious bed in the master bedroom, tucking her in with a blanket. Ding! Side quest. Upgrade the blacksmith shop, completed. Rewards have been issued. The host has received the blessing of Hephaestus. The divine essence of forging has been integrated. Congratulations on obtaining the divine title, Forger. Title, Firehammer. Congratulations on acquiring the legendary weapon, Dragon Piercer, Flame. You have received the skill book, Mastery of the Lance. Leon slowly exited Lucia's chamber, gently closing the door behind him. The blessing of Hephaestus, the Firehammer. Undoubtedly, this should be a secondary occupation akin to that of a blacksmith. However, crafting professions are not without their potential for combat. All he needed was to reclaim his divine status, nothing more. As for the dragon spear and its accompanying skill book, they provided a timely solution. After all, Relying solely on a great sword with a singular approach could easily expose one's vulnerabilities. Leon accessed his panel. Name: Leon Race. Human strength, 850 speed, 1020 stamina, 930 magic, 28,000 profession, swordsman skills, mastery of swordsmanship, insight. Resilience divine class. Fire hammer, first tier, not activated divine skills. Forging, elemental magic adaptation, weapon enchantment. Leon gazed at his data panel, inhaling deeply. Behold. Even at this initial stage, it has already surpassed his original metrics. Yet, it is still insufficient. I must acquire mastery over elemental magic. Leon contemplated that in order to attain divine skills, he must swiftly activate his divine vocation, having reached a cooperative agreement with Duke Bell. It seems that the forthcoming period will not be burdened with numerous tasks. To activate his divine vocation, the process is quite straightforward. One simply needs to pray to the deity they revere and offer appropriate sacrifices. The condition for the Thunder Dragon Aegis to obtain divine protection is to reach the designated awakening location, after which the extent of enhancement depends solely on individual effort. As for Hephaestus, the god of fire and forging, to activate the associated divine protection and awaken as a priest, one must personally forge a weapon that brings satisfaction, followed by a sacrificial offering to Hephaestus through a magical array. Otherwise, it is unlikely that one would receive forging skills. Meow. Leon. Layla suddenly appeared and climbed onto Leon's shoulders. Can you smell that you've grown stronger? Ah, can you tell? Leon smiled. Meow. That is not the main point. Layla perched on Leon's shoulder, tilting her head to examine his face. Uncle Baron's blacksmith shop has completed its upgrade. To celebrate the improvement, we must hold a furnace opening feast. Meow. A furnace opening feast? I see. After all, even the gods have desires. Leon recalled the practices of worshipping large machines in his previous life, instantly grasping the situation. So, what do you seek from me? He inquired, grasping Layla's leg to prevent her from falling. Let it be known that it would be a waste to use my possessions for a banquet. For the common folk, celebrations typically involved a modest selection of wine and perhaps some poultry or fish. The recent feast within the territory of Count Charles was noteworthy, as it was hosted for individuals of Duke rank. Meow. They certainly did not come to seek you for that. Layla playfully tapped Leon on the head. Uncle Baron sent me to inquire if you need any materials to upgrade your magic steel greatsword. He wishes to know if you are interested in the enhancement. It seemed the proprietor was concerned for his patron. It was undoubtedly going to be quite costly. With a sigh, Leon carried Layla towards the blacksmith shop. Once they arrived, Layla promptly leaped down. Uncle Baron, I've brought Leon with me, meow. Baron, who was busy in the forge, straightened up with a smile and handed a bottle of wine to Layla. A brew made from woodbedony. Was this truly the means to win her over? Leon found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Such scenarios were only witnessed in games. It was the first time he encountered someone selling out their companions for luxury goods. Ah, young man, you've arrived. Baron casually handed a bottle of wine to Leon. He accepted it, as this quality of wine was akin to juice for him. Inside the blacksmith shop, Baron rapped on a brand new forging furnace and introduced it to Leon. Behold the upgraded forge. With its capabilities, mere magic steel will be effortlessly melted into molten iron. However, your requirements likely extend beyond mere reshaping, which is why I summoned you. What are your thoughts on the subsequent upgrade plan for the magic steel greatsword? Thoughts? What thoughts could I possibly have? I have no particularly special requests, Leon replied, retrieving the magic steel greatsword from his backpack. Just the usual enhancements, attack power, magical conductivity, and so forth. Upon hearing this, Baron nodded. Your desire for upgrades is certainly feasible, but magic steel weapons are inherently rare. Although the technology has advanced, it has yet to become widespread. In other words, there is a shortage. I can assist you in making some upgrades with the materials currently available. Surely, you and Lord will acquire quite a bit of material during your hunt for the fire dragon? Leon did not engage in idle chatter, instead presenting the materials he had gathered from the fire dragon. A complete wing of the flying beast, fire-resistant dragon skin, a sealed barrel of dragon blood, and a large dragon bone. He had amassed a generous handful of scales as well. These items were essentially unwanted, which is precisely why Leon had collected them. Will had previously suggested that these materials could serve as future funds for his drinking escapades, but it seemed that was no longer a viable plan. Although he had already acquired a legendary fire attribute weapon, there was no need to forge another grand sword of fire. Unfortunately, He was no longer the esteemed heir of the Barrett family, lacking the means to access the materials stored away. When Lady Lucia finally awakened, it was already evening. Groggily, she opened her eyes to the familiar surroundings of her room and the comforting sight of her own nightwear. Glancing outside at the enveloping darkness, confusion washed over her. Wasn't she still aboard the train? Where exactly was she? Knock, knock. Come in, she called out. The servant outside appeared startled. Upon entering, the maid informed her, Lady Lucia. It is now 7 in the evening. You have slept the entire day? Who changed my clothes? Lucia inquired, was it Leon? No, the maid replied, shaking her head. It was Lord Leon who carried you to your room, and we assisted with your change of attire. Lucia fell silent. When had she last slept so deeply? Perhaps it was the comfort of resting against Leon that had allowed her such peace. Yet, why had she been so careless? Please summon Leon, she instructed. Yes, my lady. The maid bowed and exited. 10 minutes later, Leon arrived at Lucia's room, pushing a dining cart before him. He first set down a small table, laid a fireproof mat upon it, and then placed a copper fuel stove on top. His backpack seemed to contain an abundance of items, from which he struggled to extract everything. He began by gently heating a pot of milk soup over the flame, while also preparing a pot of soothing tea for Lucia. Come over and help me with my shoes, Lucia requested, seated at the edge of the bed, her delicately crafted footwear dangling from her foot. Of course, Leon replied. With the grace of a seasoned butler, Lion approached the bedside, kneeling with poised demeanor. He meticulously aligned his shoes before cradling Lucia's foot, effortlessly slipping it into the slipper. Subsequently, Lion observed Lucia casually disrobing her shoulder. Your Highness, he inquired, what troubles you? Has my humble form piqued your interest? Lucia scoffed, raising her other foot to press against Lion's face. If such thoughts occupy your mind, articulate them. My beauty, after all, is undeniable. Indeed, I find myself intrigued by your form, Lion responded, playing along with Lucia's jest. Thwack! Lion was met with the resounding impact of a delicate foot. Clearly, Lucia was displeased. Disregarding her slippers, she abandoned them, as the room was lavishly carpeted. Leon changed his gloves and wiped his hands. At the dining table, Lucia dined calmly while Leon stood to the side. The stew was delightful, and this stir-fry dish, could it be the cuisine of Dian? Ah, I have a keen interest in Dian's culinary art and have taken the time to study it. Leon couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he not be intrigued? In this world, the finest delicacies he had ever tasted were those served at the banquet sponsored by Duke Barrelhane, where the stews and meats were quite delightful. However, during his adventurous days, his favorite indulgence had merely been sausages. Beyond that, the rest could only be described as barely palatable. Thankfully, with advancements in technology, seasonings were in no short supply. As for the dish of fiery greens, it was none other than the beloved tomato scrambled eggs, cherished by both children and adults alike for its simplicity, ease of preparation, and delightful flavor. Lucia wiped her mouth and took a sip of water, gazing thoughtfully at her glass as she swirled it. Are you finding the water tasteless? Leon inquired. No, I was pondering what circumstances could have suddenly endowed you with such strength, Lucia replied, her eyes gleaming with an icy intensity. From the shadows, a pitch Leon stood still, his blade extending to a certain length before halting. Are you deceiving me? Have you truly discarded the protection of the legendary dragon Aegis? Is the formidable dragon king still favoring the Barrett family? Lucia speared a piece of bacon with her fork, dark magical energy radiating as the bacon was consumed by black flames. The dark sorcerer rose from his chair, the fork in hand, and approached Leon barefoot. Answer me. Leon glanced at Lucia, then at the unfortunate bacon, lamenting its fate. I swear by my very essence, Leon Barrett has lost the favor of the dragon Aegis. Then how have you enhanced your strength? Lucia inquired. I have regained the divine favor, specifically that of Hephaestus, the god of fire and forging, through the fire hammer. Leon replied, perhaps it is because I was once a 4th-tier cleric, thus upon becoming a cleric again, I inherited a fragment of that power. You are not deceiving me, are you? Lucia said, bringing the bacon closer to Leon's mouth. If you are lying, I shall make your existence a living torment. The mystic I can unveil many truths, yet there are still enigmas that elude her perception, such as the hero and the followers of the foolish, deceitful jester god. Without a moment's hesitation, Leon devoured the bacon, which possessed a slight bitterness. Lucia clamped her fork and held Leon's head firmly, scrutinizing him closely. He spoke no untruths. Consider yourself acquitted, my loyal hound. Thank you, my lord. May I inquire as to the score I might receive? Leon rose to his feet. 50 points for preparing dinner. 50 points for my loyalty, but I shall deduct 100 points for failing to tidy my clothes. Leon smiled wryly. Following that were other dishes. In this season, Leon had also prepared a jar of fruit preserves to delight Lucia. The fruit, soaked in syrup, was fragrant and sweet with each gentle bite. Europeans have an undeniable fondness for sweets. I have changed my mind, Mr. Loyal Hound. Your score can indeed be increased by 3 points. Why only 3 points? Lucia inquired. Because your reckless actions yesterday will undoubtedly attract trouble from the church. She continued, yet, I must express my gratitude. You have earned me honor. The church will certainly seize this opportunity, especially considering the expenditure of 1 million gold coins. Everyone seeks a share of the bounty. I shall be more cautious next time. Your Highness. Leon cleared his throat and then picked up a notebook. Today, Mr. Baron's blacksmith shop underwent a successful upgrade, significantly expanding the facilities we can construct. There is a pressing need for the garrison's equipment rotation, and several public amenities also require replacement. The territory will be quite busy during this period. Your Highness. What troubles you? Observing Lucia silently standing on a stool, their gazes locked, Leon felt a sense of confusion. I have mentioned that you have indeed earned me honor. As your master, I cannot be stingy in return. Lucia cradled Leon's head with a mischievous smile. You previously expressed a desire for a genuine kiss from me? Completely caught off guard, Leon was taken aback. Are you serious? In truth, there is no need for such earnestness. Leon yearned to flee, yet upon observing Lucia's earnest demeanor, he realized escape was not an option. Could you please close your eyes? Lucia inquired. I cannot, Leon replied with a smile. Naughty dog. I apologize, woof. The chilling moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the still-burning fireplace within the room. Outside, the courtyard brimmed with subjects eager to indulge in gossip. The sun ascended the mountains, heralding the arrival of breakfast. The expressions of those at the dining table, including Layla, indicated that something was amiss with Leon. How does it taste? Will teased, draping an arm around Leon's shoulder as he snatched a piece of bread from his plate, proclaiming it a sincere kiss from the dark sorcerer. I must say, you're one of a kind. There is no one else in our territory quite so daring. What are your plans next? Are you considering proposing to Lady Lucia? Oh my, the bloodline of the Barrett family. How fitting. Your offspring will undoubtedly become the mightiest magic swordsman. In the anime Leon had watched in his previous life, this was referred to as a bloodline limit. Anyone bearing the blood of the Barrett family, once they matured, especially upon becoming a priest, would possess magical power and attributes that diverged from the ordinary. It is precisely for this reason that they could withstand the might of Aegis. Were you not sufficiently dealt with last night? Leon had lost all appetite, and along with Ralph and a few others, they were eager to hear Leon recount the taste of Lady Lucia's crimson lips. Gossip seems to be an inherent trait of humanity, especially in an era where entertainment is scarce. However, as the villainous mastermind, Lucia possesses an acute awareness. The consequence of Will and others' eavesdropping was being ensnared by dark magic and thrown about. Though uninjured, the sheer terror of being unable to resist, despite their strength, sent them scattering in fear. On this particular morning, Lady Lucia chose not to partake in breakfast. She lingered in bed. Were she still serving as a princess in the imperial capital at this moment, there would undoubtedly be individuals dedicated to chronicling her daily life. The act of lounging in bed could severely diminish her standing in the emperor's eyes, yet the inhabitants of her territory remained unconcerned by such matters. Frankly speaking, whether Lucia was present or not, the territory would continue to operate as usual. After all, the denizens needed to earn a living. The only thing the Lord could offer was robust security. As long as taxes were paid, protection would be assured. Moreover, with the upgrade of the blacksmith shop, various industries were poised for advancement. Even the thimbles used for stitching leather armor in the tailor's shop required enhancement. Previously, sewing cowhide was a hassle. Now, they must be capable of stitching dragon scales. As the territory thrived, the guards brought troubling news. The church had arrived. This narrative does not prohibit the development of religion. Yet even a faith under divine protection, without formidable strength and a sound strategy, faces the grim fate of being swallowed and vanishing. The visitors were members of the Holy Light Society's branch. Their intentions remained unclear, but naturally, the protocol dictated that Lucia must be awakened to receive such guests. Leon was granted a rare half-day leave. He first went to collect the upgraded great sword from Baron. Then, he crafted a pair of claw blades using the latest furnace himself. The efficiency of magical transmission rivaled that of magic steel weapons, making it a creation Leon was quite pleased with. Next came the moment of sacrifice. In a secluded corner of the Lord's manor, Leon meticulously crafted a sacrificial array on the ground using ink infused with powdered mithril. Equipping his clawed dagger, he endeavored to channel his magical energy into it. With a resounding explosion, the dagger erupted in crimson serrated flames, effortlessly slicing through iron with each casual swing. After completing his tests, he placed the dagger at the center of the array and seated himself upon the ground. O revered god of flame forging, I beseech you. I implore to become your disciple. Bestow upon me the power to command the flames and the might of the hammer. Grant life to my weapons. I shall present to you the weapons forged by my own hands, a testament to my heartfelt toil. The passage recited by Leon serves as the normative manuscript for becoming a devotee of Hephaestus, often uttered by many blacksmiths during their initial blessing. It is said to be a labor of love. However, Leon merely boasts of the substantial amount of mithril he has incorporated, which contributes to the blade's commendable magical properties, yet does not warrant the label of heartfelt endeavor. Nonetheless, in such a perfunctory manner, he nonetheless succeeded in activating the fire hammer. As his consciousness began to drift away, a sensation of dizziness enveloped him. When Leon next opened his eyes, he beheld a deity clad in ancient Greek attire, rendering it impossible to discern whether the figure was male or female. This is the nature of divinity. When perceived as feminine, the deity exudes grace, and when viewed as masculine, it radiates strength and aggression. Lord Hephaestus, I am Leon, he began his self-introduction, yet before he could finish, the benevolent deity raised a hand, signaling him to cease his words. What could this signify? According to the records, when one aspires to awaken their divine vocation and presents offerings to the deity, their awareness is transported to a mysterious realm. Scholars have designated this space as the Hall of Trials. Depending on the deity being worshipped, the destination varies. The deity bestows challenges upon the participants, which may pertain to their abilities or their character. However, it has never been documented that a divine candidate entered the Hall of Trials only to be denied a test by the deity. A sense of alarm surged within Leon. Could it be that the divine had uncovered the truth of his soul, one that did not rightfully belong to this realm, and thus refused to bestow upon him the trial? My lord, I am aware that my actions may be somewhat despicable, and that my faith in you is not entirely pure. Leon implored anxiously, I truly require your strength. My desire for vengeance is not an act of profound transgression. I beseech you to pardon my sins. According to the Western law, there exists the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The divine entities of sin and punishment have yet to judge Leon. The injustices he endures are undeniably real. On this foundation, any actions he undertakes against the sister family are deemed righteous. However, the deity Hephaestus, revered and possessing a vast following in the mortal realm, did not provide a direct response to Leon's plea. This left him somewhat bewildered. Could it be that revenge is impermissible in the eyes of the god of Forge? In the midst of chaos, Hephaestus let out a sigh, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand, the entire hall of challengers began to twist and transform, as if to transport Leon to another realm. As the bizarre phenomena faded from view, only Hephaestus remained, alongside a colossal dragon perched upon a throne forged from countless treasures of gold and silver. Merely a glance from this creature was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of countless valiant heroes. This was. Leon stared wide-eyed, unable to believe such a turn of events had transpired. Leon, the dragon reclined atop its treasure, lifted its gaze. I have been unable to contact you for quite a while. What has transpired? How have you lost even the divine essence? What is the current situation? The legendary thunder dragon Aegis. Lord Aegis, I, Leon, am once again graced with the presence of this legendary dragon who shelters the Barrett family. My heart swells with uncontainable excitement, yet now he has forsaken the family's original beliefs in pursuit of power. The foremost obsession in his mind is to return to the imperial capital and slay the SYSD family, then to accumulate several years of strength to devise a means to eliminate the doomed emperor, seeking vengeance for the Barrett family. Leon himself could hardly believe that a member of the Barrett family could receive the protection of Aegis. Let us refrain from speaking for now. Allow me a moment to observe closely. The colossal head of the thunder dragon leaned in, its golden eyes overshadowing the entirety of Leon's visage. You are gravely injured. The very foundation of your priesthood has been severely compromised. A typical priest might find themselves buried under 2 meters of grass by now. It must have been quite a struggle to survive, enduring numerous hardships, I presume. How does it feel to have been assassinated several times? What is the taste of a witch's wrath? Upon hearing Augus's inquiries, Leon's expression froze. Ha! I jest. Agas propped up his immense form. Utilizing the power of the god of forging to communicate with you, I have little time to spare. The protective blessing has been re-established for you. Feel free to harness the abilities of a blacksmith. However, it is regrettable that you must start anew, unless you can reclaim your divine essence. Leon's body gradually dissipated. Yet he had garnered much from this encounter, unexpectedly visited by Agas, who reinstated the blessing upon him. However, unbeknownst to Leon, Agas had surrendered 2 scales imbued with the might of heavenly thunder to Hephaestus to secure this meeting. As for the woman who sought to usurp the blessing, the legendary dragon was unperturbed. Those who seize power not rightfully theirs must face the consequences, a fate from which even the divine cannot escape. In truth, a resolution existed. If that woman were to kneel in the awakening grounds established by the Barrett family, weeping for 3 days and nights, exclaiming, "My lord Agas, I acknowledge my folly. I cannot endure your overwhelming magical power. Please spare me," Agas would realize. So she is merely a foolish woman ensnared in her own deceptions, yearning for my strength. If only you had revealed your incompetence sooner, I would have withheld my power. Yet, it was evident that the dim-witted woman from the Syst family would never contemplate such an act. After all, she was the future of the Syst lineage. How could she dare to engage in such behavior? Thus, she was compelled to endure the agony of dragon scales piercing her flesh, relying on the priest's magic to prevent the rest of her body from transforming into that of a dragon. Hephaestus exhaled deeply. You did not inform him that his brother was hastening back to the imperial capital. Moreover, as the source of their family's blessing, you were acutely aware of Raymond's current prowess. Why not share this information? Do you revel in the chaos that may ensue in the imperial capital? Agas's response was rather intriguing, was it not? I have grown weary of the spectacle of a formidable emperor occupying the throne. The empire is in decay. Should we not eradicate the old and sow anew? Deities do not take pleasure in witnessing humanity's strife. Yet they are helpless against the inherent nature of people to engage in conflict. The great Yin has no intention of conquering other nations. Otherwise, these farcical skirmishes would not exist. Leon's swift return to his corporeal form was marked by a sudden jolt, followed by deep, labored breaths. The disorienting sensation was utterly unbearable. The magical circle upon the ground had vanished, leaving only the remnants of ash from the earlier flames. The weapon he had sacrificed had also disappeared without a trace. Erasing the signs of the magical array, he summoned his status panel. Name, Leon Race. Human strength, 2300 speed, 2800 stamina, 4000 magic, 125000 class. Magic swordsman skills, mastery of swordsmanship, insight, resilience, magic infusion, dragon's eye. Divine class, fire hammer, 1st tier, Aegis disciple, 1st tier, divine skills, forging, elemental magic adaptation, weapon enchantment, lightning element specialization, body enhancement, dragon transformation. Leon exhaled a sigh of relief. It was an unexpected delight. The blessings bestowed by Lord Agas greatly surpassed those granted by Hephaestus. How he longed to be a magic swordsman again, a unique class of swordsman. When he was assessed and found to possess the aptitude of a magic swordsman, it shocked the entire imperial capital. Taking a deep breath, Leon extended his left hand, and with a resounding boom, deep crimson flames erupted. With his right hand, crack, a tempest of violent lightning energy coalesced. The magical control gained from the Firehammer class could be applied to the lightning element specialization skill bestowed upon him by Lord Agas. Both elements were exceedingly ferocious. Had he not previously been a 4th-tier divine practitioner, achieving this would have been impossible. As the two energies dissipated, Leon stretched his limbs. Now, he possessed a measure of self-defense capability. His stats had already surpassed those of an ordinary 3rd-tier divine practitioner. There was an old saying in ancient China, one must break before one can stand. It was an exceedingly perilous approach, where a moment's inattention could lead to one's demise without a trace. Yet now, Leon had succeeded. Tap, tap, tap. Leon turned around. Meow. Leon. We are in grave danger, meow. Layla approached, scurrying in her feline form. You must hurry to check on Lady Lucia, meow. Lady Lucia intends to kill the people of the church, meow. Leon was taken aback. What? Lucia intends to kill the church's people? Have these scoundrels forgotten that Lucia is a dark archmage? Half an hour prior, the church representatives had arrived at Lucia's domain, self-proclaimed as the heralds of light. They held a deep disdain for Lucia. After all, as the embodiment of darkness and chaos, Lucia was one of only 2 dark archmages in the entirety of imperial history. This was fundamentally opposed to the deity of light, who deserved heavenly retribution. Yet, a sum of 10,000 white gold coins. What a staggering amount. Any duke would find a myriad of opportunities with such wealth. Not to mention, the church members, aside from the brutish Inquisition who profited from the empire's bounties, primarily amassed their wealth by extolling the virtues of the god of light. This often led to destitute refugees selling their daughters to brothels merely to contribute even a single coin to the deity. But to possess 10,000 white gold coins all at once signifies what? It implies that this lord could not only bolster his military forces but also utilize a portion of the funds to win the hearts of the people and support factions favorable to his interests. The Light Church members were acutely aware that many of the Inquisition's brutes would eagerly volunteer as mercenaries to eradicate evil. These church members, accustomed to their lofty positions, encountered a deeply irate Lucia, who arrogantly demanded, "Give us the money. Otherwise, the glory of the god will not shield you." Therefore, one cannot truly blame Lucia for resorting to violence. Your Highness Lucia, do you comprehend what this behavior entails? Without the approval of our Light Church, you shall never return to the imperial capital. You will languish as a mere lord on the fringes for all eternity. If you do not acquiesce to our demands, your reputation will only deteriorate. Ultimately, even your subjects shall come to loathe your existence. Oh, God of light, curse this territory. They are unworthy of your radiance. Suddenly, a purple-black magical circle erupted above the estate, from which emerged a contract demon clad in formidable armor with the head of a bull. The gigantic demon crashed to the ground, brandishing a massive axe as it charged towards the raucous crowd outside the estate. The cloaked church members shrieked and fled, terrified of the colossal demon pursuing them. Next, they would undoubtedly concoct a narrative of Lucia's collusion with demons. Yet, the demon gradually dissipated, transforming into an ordinary man wielding an axe. A group of inept individuals who could not even discern an illusion, yet dared to demand money. Will shook his head. This lot has not even reached the threshold of novice demon hunters. The Light Church, or rather the Sanctuary, with such members, is destined for ruin. If not for the renowned name of the hero, I cannot fathom how they still exist. Indeed, the immense demon was merely an illusion conjured by will through dark magic. As a lord, Lucia could not possibly be in collusion with demons. Even if there were a contract demon, it was hardly time to wield their power. Prepare a pot of tea for me, and report any matters requiring attention within the territory. Lucia yawned as she hurried towards her office. By the way, have the outrageous antics of these people been recorded? Ralph, upon hearing this, produced an iron box crafted from a recording stone from his pocket. Rest assured, Lady Lucia, it is all here. Where is Leon? Lucia glanced at the others. He claimed he needed to activate the divine factor, so he sought a more open space. Layla has gone to fetch him. 10 minutes later, Leon, with a small cat atop his head, burst into Lucia's office. Lucia merely glanced at him, her expression morphing into one of distaste. Meow, I'm leaving first. The cat, Layla, was so startled that she darted away from Leon. Lucia was angry. The inexplicable aura of danger enveloped Leon. Bad dog. Lucia hurled a magical water sphere at him, drenching him in the chilly weather. What have I done wrong, Your Highness? Leon wiped his face, surprisingly not feeling cold. You claimed you had lost the blessing of Aegis. Then how is it that you now exhibit such a powerful surge of lightning elemental energy? Lucia interrogated. The world comprises 4 primary elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. The Great Flame consists of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Some alchemists even argue that elements include darkness, light, ether, and the vast void among other classifications. However, the most notoriously violent element remains lightning. If one possesses mastery over lightning magic, they are undoubtedly either a premier scientist alchemist or a top-tier magician. And among the realms, Aegis's followers monopolize the vast majority of the lightning element. As a gifted individual in magic, Leon's transformation could not escape Lucia's keen observation. Although he had indeed lost the blessing before, it seemed that upon awakening, Lord Aegis sought him once more. Leon wiped his face and began to recount his situation. Lucia's magical eye revealed that Leon spoke nothing but the truth. It was astonishing that the legendary dragon Agnes would show such favoritism towards his follower. Lucia furrowed her brow and asked, "Would you like to change your attire?" "Ah, then I shall return for now," Leon admitted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Change right here," Lucia declared, clapping her hands. In an instant, a magical space manifested, and a tailored outfit appeared before Leon. The eldest son of the Barrett family was now even more distressed. Leon stood there, utterly motionless. Lucia sat behind her desk, her chin resting on her hand, regarding Leon with an expression of amusement. Was that water balloon a deliberate act? Merely to witness his humiliation? What is it? Is your attire ill-fitting? Lucia inquired. Your Highness, Leon remained silent for a moment, discreetly using fire elements to dry the water from his clothes. I am not here for sale. Oh, is that so? Fire element sealed. Leon's subtle movements did not escape Lucia's keen gaze. With a swift incantation, the fire hammer's professional skills were rendered ineffective. Truly. As the formidable final boss in the original narrative, this single sealing spell was sufficient to obliterate 90% of sorcerers. Go on, do not hold back. Lucia's expression was grave as she awaited the unfolding spectacle from Leon. He inhaled deeply and then, with a mechanical demeanor, approached the grand entrance, extending his hand. Alas, it stubbornly refused to budge. If you do not change, I shall don a princess gown instead, Lucia remarked with a mischievous grin. Leon inwardly lamented before unfastening the buttons of his shirt. His physique, previously unveiled, was once more exposed to Lucia's gaze. However, this time, Leon could not even maintain a semblance of propriety. The events of the day were already a blur in Leon's memory. As darkness descended, Lucia, perched upon Leon's lap, murmured with a sigh, those affiliated with the Church of Light will undoubtedly seek to cause trouble for me, and by extension for you. I anticipate they will scrutinize the assets of the Barrett family. The reconstruction of Duke Heiner's territory has also commenced. In approximately a fortnight, we shall journey to the imperial city. What are your thoughts on this proposition? I defer to your judgment, Your Highness, Leon replied, embracing Lucia's waist, striving to prevent her from sliding down his legs. The princess seemed quite content with this self-warming seat, expediting the pace at which she processed official documents. The ecclesiastical individuals will persist in their presence for the time being. You must devise a means to resolve this matter, Lucia stated. These circumstances are of your making, and thus, you bear the responsibility. I do possess considerable financial resources, Leon furrowed his brow. Money itself holds little intrinsic worth. Its value is derived from its function as a currency by which individuals measure the worth of objects. He had already disbursed 10,000 platinum coins. The introduction of additional funds would only precipitate monetary devaluation and escalate commodity prices. The ecclesiastical authorities have presented me with a conundrum, Lucia said, tearing a sheet of paper and straddling Leon in a face-to-face manner. My loyal hound, you must assist me in resolving this predicament. Embracing Lucia's comparatively petite form, Leon grasped the paper in his right hand, perusing its contents, the resettlement efforts for the afflicted residents within Lucia's domain. Indeed, a cunning maneuver. Your Highness, were these individuals drawn here by the machinations of the church? Leon gazed at the documents detailing the number of refugees and inquired. All of them hail from the territory of Duke Berhain. Why have they sought refuge in our borderlands? In medieval tales, refugees seldom venture to the fringes. It is the church, though not due to your influence. Lucia's breath brushed against Leon's chest, carrying a faint floral scent. Is this the blessing of the dragon? One might say so, Leon acknowledged with a nod. Ah, you are indeed a man steeped in sin, Lucia remarked, her mood stabilizing somewhat. These refugees are likely being maneuvered by certain individuals within the church to challenge me. However, aside from your donation of 10,000 white gold coins, there is little to be done before their arrival. Thus, you grasp my intent, do you not? Indeed, how could I not? Leon comprehended the weight of his donation, which had garnered Lucia a semblance of honor, now coveted by the church, eager to instigate trouble. They were bound to seek confrontation regardless, and the pretext was inconsequential. After escorting Princess Lucia to rest, Leon perused the documents and set up a small table in the hall. Still awake, are you? Leon inquired of his attendant, Ralph. It is my duty to alleviate the troubles of Lady Lucia, Ralph replied, placing a cup of hot tea beside Leon. This incident shouldn't have been your concern. Spending a bit more to send them away would have sufficed, yet you have expended an excessive amount. Upon hearing Ralph's words, Leon focused intently. Were you in charge of these matters before my involvement? Ralph nodded. Though he was rather unremarkable compared to the Barrett family, the demon hunters, or the orc tribes. He had a mission. His grandfather had once urged him to dedicate his life to Lucia. He had received education on managing territorial issues. Although he only performed at about 60 to 70% of his grandfather's standard, he was indeed proficient. Could you elaborate on your previous handling of such situations? Leon inquired. Ralph furrowed his brow at the question. It's merely a matter of logging names, distributing food and supplies per capita, and awaiting the agreed-upon contributions from Lady Lucia and the church before sending the people back. Leon found himself at a loss for words regarding this strategy. How could one liken it to Cao Cao's manipulation during the Three Kingdoms era, where the church seemed to coerce public sentiment to trouble the lords? Would it not be simpler to eliminate them all? Leon suddenly suggested. That is out of the question. Ralph gasped, startled. Leon, you are not typically so tempestuous. My apologies. Allow me to gather my thoughts. According to Chinese logic, borders are desolate lands, seldom frequented, let alone sought after for refuge. Moreover, Lucia's territory is tasked with safeguarding the border, yet a religious organization is stirring trouble with a band of unruly folk. No, the trouble should not even extend to the border region. Are they deliberately seeking to vex Princess Lucia? Leon's gaze hardened. Ralph, sensing the change, grew anxious. Isn't the eldest son of the Barrett family known for his grace and strength? Why this grim expression? What Ralph did not realize was that even without the presence of the otherworldly traveler, Leon, as a squad leader of the Imperial Knights, was a figure capable of ruthless actions. After all, this world was predatory, and in the face of injustice, Leon would resist. Yet he was not as extreme as the traveler. Where conflict arose, he sought resolution through combat, and now he considered how to eliminate the entire family of church members. Is the church sufficiently stocked with resources? Leon queried. This continent harbors a theocratic nation aside from the great powers, though its territory is small compared to larger nations. It surpasses that of typical lords, Ralph explained. The theocratic state is directly endowed with divine power by its deity, thus it does not require a vast military. They merely collect offerings from believers, occasionally accepting gifts from other nations without reciprocation, and the concept of protection fees is utterly foreign to them. Positioned at the junction of great nations, they proclaim to be messengers of the divine, amassing wealth without expenditure. They can freely procure goods from foreign lands, bolstered by divine might. Are they not a fat sheep waiting to be sheared? Leon rose, already formulating a strategy against the church. Is the Continental Trading Company closed? How does this relate to the Continental Trading Company? Ralph shook his head. They should have personnel on duty at all times. What do you intend to do? Come with me to negotiate a deal, Leon declared, taking the documents in hand. The Chinese, when it comes to business, possess a natural genius. After all, millennia of history provide ample examples for reference. The following day, Lucia was at her desk in the manor. Meow, Princess Lucia. Look, Layla exclaimed, holding up a cured pig leg. It's ham. A gift from Leon. Delicious. Lucia regarded the food and nodded. Send it to the kitchen. You shall have an extra meal at noon. Layla, filled with joy, hurried off, entirely unaware of the origins of the ham. In the Empire, such food was commonplace, however. The piece Layla held was meticulously crafted. The Great Flame region possesses the technique for curing such meats, Will commented. Fresh pig legs are taken, natural salt is harvested, and the meat is stored in specialized rooms. It takes years to produce a single quality leg. This must have been procured from the trading company. And it is not inexpensive, Leon pondered. What is Leon up to? Lucia was perplexed. I heard from Ralph that he seems to have struck a deal with the Continental Trading Company, borrowing goods worth 100,000 gold coins. Will elaborated. Additionally, he has secured a loan of 500,000 gold coins, seemingly pledging a powerful piece of equipment as collateral. Within Leo's satchel lies an inexhaustible wealth, of which Lucia is well aware. However, the motives behind Leo's actions elude her understanding. Despite his apparent financial abundance, why does he seek to borrow money? What about Ralph? Currently, he accompanies Leo to inspect the refugee camp, accompanied by members of the church. Wilton paused, asking if he should keep an eye on things. No need. Lucia shook her head, deciding to observe instead. It is evident to her that Leo's intentions are far from simple. He likely aims to outmaneuver the church significantly. While many may remain oblivious, Lucia knows that the Merchant Guild and the church have long been adversaries. One party seizes the resources of the other under the guise of divine authority, withholding them unless payment is rendered. This lucrative arrangement has been exploited by the church on numerous occasions, leading to long-standing resentment between both factions. At times, those who have known prosperity may become desensitized to certain realities. During the Warring States period, for instance, armies of over 100,000 would clash, with generals like Bai Qi infamously orchestrating the slaughter of 400,000 Zhao soldiers. In Leo's perspective, a conflict between nations only merits historical significance when involving armies exceeding several hundred thousand. Yet, This differs starkly from medieval Western Europe, where notable crusades typically featured forces numbering around 30 to 40,000, a significant portion of which comprised attendants to the true knights, with the actual combatants being merely in the thousands. A particularly amusing hypothetical often arises. What would transpire if Alexander the Great invaded the Qin state? The response would likely be that the Qin general, after 3 days and nights of interrogation, would remain oblivious to the whereabouts of Alexander's main forces, ultimately reporting back to the Qin king that a mere 50,000 constituted the entirety of the invading army. The Qin king would ponder this for 3 days and nights, incredulous that such a paltry force dared to challenge him. Regardless of the veracity of these tales, history reveals that few nations have been able to confront China directly, let alone the diminutive realm of Japan, where a single village dares to declare itself a nation and its chief, a general. Thus, when Leo arrives at the refugee camp established by the church members, his heart is a tumult of surprise and concern. If one were to quantify this blend of emotions, it might be a perfect 50-50 split. He is astonished by the sheer number of refugees present, while simultaneously anxious about whether he has prepared adequate supplies. You still find amusement in this. There are 2,000 refugees, Ralph remarks, observing Leo with a mix of contemplation and incredulity, questioning if he had misjudged him. After all, it is merely 2,000 refugees. Leo waves dismissively, suggesting that such a number hardly poses a challenge. Excuse me, Ralph exclaims, incredulous. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you're saying? 2,000 refugees. Refugees. Yet, Ralph's concerns may be unfounded. In the context of medieval history, the plight of 2,000 displaced individuals would undoubtedly lead to desperate measures, with survivors resorting to consuming roots and even insects. However, this world is not limited to a medieval backdrop. Here, foundational science prevails. The earliest known agricultural practices, such as fertilizing land, trace back to ancient China, which Leo may never revisit. Utilizing animal waste and similar materials to enrich the soil represents one of the most primitive methods. In contrast, medieval Europe was often reluctant to employ such practices, resulting in increasingly barren lands. The advent of modern synthetic fertilizers emerged only in the early 20th century. Such esoteric knowledge is best set aside for the moment. In summary, the food supply is ample. Even if the number of refugees were to swell to 20,000, provisions would remain sufficient. Leo asserts that, through the use of steam locomotives, any necessary grain can be mobilized from the empire's major cities. The empire has decrees in place to punish any individuals or factions daring enough to disrupt its transportation lines, labeling them as traitors. But what relevance do these matters hold regarding the refugee situation? Ralph scratches his head, realizing that even if supplies could be procured, considerable financial resources would still be required. The church's primary objective is to extract funds from Lucia, while a secondary aim is to diminish her power, both commendable goals. Ralph? Perhaps you should focus more on honing your martial skills. Engaging in cerebral endeavors seems to be a challenge for you, Leo remarks with a wry smile. But I'm diligently improving. Ralph protests, puzzled. Have you prepared everything I requested? Leo inquires. It's all ready. What do you intend to do? With Ralph's perplexed expression, Leo clutches a wooden frame adorned with a notice in one hand and a magically powered horn in the other. At the entrance of the refugee camp established by the church members, Leo sets down the notice and raises the horn. The members of the church observe him with curiosity, bewildered as to what this member of the Barrett family intends to do. Come one, come all, he calls out. Leon, holding a megaphone, proclaimed loudly. The Continental Chamber of Commerce is collaborating with His Highness of the Lucia territory to establish a factory. We are hiring extensively, meals and accommodation provided, with generous compensation. The more you work, the more you earn. Freedom to come and go as you please. The clergy were taken aback, as were the inhabitants of the refugee camp. A factory? One that employs basic alchemy to mass-produce inexpensive goods? Yet, isn't the efficiency of such production inferior to that of a magician? Why then? Is there still a need for factories? This was the prevailing perception among the majority. To achieve a high output of goods, one merely requires a dedicated fourth-tier cleric and sufficient raw materials to produce an annual supply for an entire city. Basic laborers earn 1 gold coin per month, while skilled workers receive double that. Those who decide to remain as skilled artisans will earn 4 gold coins monthly. Leon spoke loudly about the factory's conditions. As long as you are willing to exert yourselves, Lord Lucia is prepared to offer you sanctuary. Unlike the territory of Duke Berhain, we are not far from the front lines, and we are always in a state of readiness. Therefore, you need not worry about your safety." The refugees began to murmur among themselves. "Is this true? But I've heard that His Highness Lucia does not possess a good reputation." At this moment, those who had long been planted by Leon in the refugee camp began to take action. "Are you foolish? Dark magic is merely one form of magic. Do you really believe the nonsensical words of those fanatical cultists? Lord Lucia's strength is sufficient to rival a 6th-tier mage. He commands knights of the 4th and 5th tiers in great numbers. There are even S-rank adventurers gathered here. We've traveled such a long distance to arrive here. Are you truly willing to let this opportunity slip away?" A piece of trivia: the annual cost of living for an ordinary resident of the Empire is approximately 50 silver coins, or half a gold coin. The exorbitant prices offered by Leon proved irresistible to the refugees, leading to a palpable unrest at the scene. The church representatives felt an overwhelming urge to unleash their indignation. Yet they hesitated in fear. Individuals from the Continental Trading Company were present, as were those from Lucia. Even members of the Hunters Guild had arrived to maintain order. Should he utter a phrase akin to "damn scum," his head would surely roll by the next day. "Come forth. Those willing to work, please register here. Those who are registered will be able to leave the refugee camp and dine at our factory's communal canteen immediately." Leon, brandishing a horn, provocatively addressed the church members. "Please maintain order. We require a substantial number of workers. There will be no issue of filled positions." This sudden action struck the church members like an ambush, leaving them bewildered. I do not possess many silver coins. Most of my wealth is in gold coins, with a lesser amount in white gold." Leon patted the guard on the shoulder and then entered the merchant guild alongside Ralph. The Continental Trading Company, or the Continental Guild, as it may be referred to, is fundamentally devoted to the deity of the Covenant. They establish shops in territories where gatherings exceed 100,000 people or in places protected by significant figures, offering expensive yet attentive services to passing patrons. This includes services for the procurement of rare magical beasts, armed escort, and traversing the entire continent, even through regions plagued by ferocious beasts. Lucia is considered a premium customer, hence the considerable scale of this trading company. Upon entering, Leon's gaze was drawn to a small porcelain jar. "Hey Leon, that is exceedingly expensive, and it tastes dreadful," Ralph hastily interjected upon seeing Leon lift a beverage referred to as tea. "Princess Lucia tried it once, just that once. She never purchased it again." This revelation surprised Leon, as, according to his recollections from a past life, tea was one of the favored indulgences of Westerners, particularly the English. Although much of the tea had lost its original flavor due to long-distance transport, and given the Western preference for sweeter tastes, it was not as popular as black tea. Nonetheless, throughout history, tea, along with salt and iron, has been an immensely significant commodity. In ancient China, it was a trade strictly regulated by the government. Tea remains a luxury item. Leon reminisced about the summers of his hometown, recalling the sensation of quenching his thirst with a bowl of cooled tea, only to spit out the tea leaves. "I shall purchase it." The price for this jar of tea was 10 gold coins. The sound of 10 gleaming coins clinking against the counter resonated delightfully as Leon stowed the tea into his backpack. "Sir, please wait a moment. I did not clarify. The gold coins are imperial gold, not the standard currency of the continent. If it were the continental currency, you would only need 6 coins. Then please give me an additional 4 gold coins worth of loose tea. Have you ever purchased tea before?" the vendor inquired. This is considered a luxury even in the imperial capital, and no one would buy such a quantity at once. "Is this considered much?" Leon asked Ralph, who wore an expression of indifference, as if to say he was unfamiliar with Leon. After a shopping spree that cost him a total of 10 white gold coins, Leon finally met the regional manager. This individual, sporting a small mustache, had jet black hair and pupils that mirrored Leon's own. Upon seeing this man, Ralph appeared utterly astonished. He glanced between Leon and the manager, convinced they shared a connection. "Hello, Mr. Barrett. Thank you very much for your patronage at the Continental Trading Company. I hope our services have provided you with both pleasure and comfort," the manager, Chinchuan, remarked. "Based on your selection of goods, I deduce that you possess a profound understanding of the culture of Dian. Here is a small token of our appreciation. I hope you find it to your liking." "Thank you very much." Leon accepted the gift box and opened it to reveal persimmon cakes. Were he not in the Empire, Leon would have shouted in delight. "This tastes like home." "Dian?" Ralph inquired, puzzled. "I apologize," Chinchuan replied. "Black hair and black eyes may be characteristic of the Barrett family and the Empire, yet they are not unique to Dian. To distinguish between the people of Dian and the Barrett family is quite simple. One merely needs to observe the shape of their pupils. The Barrett family, devoted to the Dragon of Thunder, Aegis, has a faint vertical pupil mark visible under light. With the gift presented and formalities observed, the manager decided to speak candidly. You did not come to me solely for the pleasure of shopping, Qin stated. If there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free to speak directly. Leon blandly handed the documents to Qin. The latter, donning his spectacles, perused the contents, mistakenly believing that Leon had come to request provisions from their trading firm. Such scenes had occurred a few times in previous years, particularly during poor harvests in the Lucia territory when they would seek to borrow grain. After several instances, Lucia ceased to lend. She resorted instead to violence. With the scantest food supplies available, she would dismiss anyone who dared to linger, declaring there was no surplus to offer. Qin assumed Leon was there to solicit grain, as the daily sustenance for 2,000 refugees was no trifling matter. Moreover, the nefarious machinations of the church's representatives loomed ominously. One could never tell their true intentions. Business had to proceed, for they were on another's turf, and it was generally prudent to acquiesce with a little monetary compensation. I wish to discuss a business proposition with you, Leon stated, one that could carve substantial benefits from the church's resources. Are you interested? Qin remained composed, crossing his legs and resting his hands on his thighs. Please, elaborate. Leon's plan is straightforward, yet it necessitates the formidable influence of the merchant guild. For instance, there exists a steel mill within the Lucia territory that is currently in a semi-closed state, along with the robust workforce of the guild. Mr. Leon, although you are the eldest son of the Barrett family and wield considerable power even now, you must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Otherwise, I have no authority to reactivate the factory slated for closure on your behalf. Qin waved his hand, asserting that even if your proposal could indeed inflict significant losses upon the church, it is not my obligation to incur debts with the church for your sake, is it? Furthermore, you are seeking to borrow a substantial amount of financial resources. Even the Continental Merchant Guild cannot casually extend such a large loan. Leon nodded slightly, and then produced a metallic formula. This was the recipe for a special alloy provided by the game's sign-in system. It was not considered a unique item, nor did it require any monetary investment. Although the main storyline remained locked, the items already acquired would automatically unlock the formula, and this was how he obtained it. What is this? Qin inquired, picking up the formula with a serious expression. Magical metal, Leon replied, revealing the name of the alloy. While its magical conductivity was inferior to that of magic steel and secret silver, it was more cost-effective and possessed greater malleability, allowing for mass production. What is the price? Qin asked, examining the raw materials listed above. These are insufficient. Bang. Leon produced a suit of armor, adorned with dragon scales and embedded with precious gemstones. Its market value is 2 million gold coins. I can use this armor as collateral for you. If my plan fails, you will not incur any loss. What do you think? Qin inhaled deeply and then smiled. The Continental Trading Company is at your service, Mr. Leon Barrett. It is said that toiling in the fields for a year might barely yield a few gold coins. Yet, should a natural disaster strike, farmers could face total ruin and starvation. However, working in the factory, Leon has offered them a guaranteed wage of 1 gold coin per month, which is indeed enticing. Lucia, upon receiving Ralph's report, gazed at the document in her hand, along with the estimated plan provided by the trading company. She handed the information to Will, who merely glanced at it before inquiring, is the factory truly that beneficial? A powerful mage can effortlessly accomplish the work of 10 factory workers, albeit at a higher cost. Lucia replied, regardless, Leon has irrevocably offended the church. How long did it take us to deal with their extortion in the past? Previously, the church would bring its followers to the territories of various lords, demanding alms. If the trading company refused to pay, they would be subject to pillaging. And to maintain peace, they would end up paying the church, especially since their seized goods contained many invaluable items. In the name of the hero, that damned hero, even relics sent by the Great Flame to reinforce the magical barrier are seized under the pretext of the hero's name. The members of the trading company had long wished for the church's downfall. These conflicts, including the duration of the stay of refugees under the protection of the God of Light in Lucia's territory, mostly lasted for half a month, if not more than 6 months. Leon does not intend to prolong the process for too long. He aims to impart the knowledge of large-scale bleeding within a maximum of 3 months. Given the existence of modern steam locomotives and the unwavering support of the Merchant Guild, a 3-month timeline seems excessive. Furthermore, with the remarkable advancements in smelting technology and the establishment of specialized factories equipped with dedicated machinery, Leon's relentless propaganda and financial incentives have compelled the workers to labor fervently, yielding swift results. On the first day of recruitment, the refugees feared they might endure inhumane treatment. However, once they tasted substantial food, they felt indifferent to the prospect of death. By the second day, colossal steam locomotives delivered raw materials, and the workers commenced unloading, washing, and preparing to reignite the furnaces. On the third day, with the raw materials properly proportioned, the furnaces roared to life. The workers began their relay of labor, working 6 hours a day in 3 shifts, leaving the remaining 6 hours for personal reflection. By the fourth day, overtime pay was introduced, allowing for an 8-hour workday, with a reward of 1 gold coin and 5 silver coins after a full month of service. The maximum processing duration was 12 hours, yielding 3 gold coins. By the 5th day, the workers were exuberantly engaged. The assembly line, a practice dating back to the Qin dynasty, had been revived by Leon, utilizing molds for stamping. The workers' tasks were primarily to tighten screws and identify defective products for reprocessing. After a fortnight, a new batch of standardized armor appeared adorning the members of various factions within the empire. Although the armor, priced at 200 gold coins, was costly, its performance was undeniably formidable. There was also a basic version available for merely 50 gold coins, thanks to the persuasive efforts of the merchant guild's professionals. An overwhelming number of orders surged towards the factory, resulting in Her Highness Lucia receiving a dividend of 500,000 gold coins within less than a month. Leon patiently waited for half a month, and the fish finally took the bait. The factory consumed vast quantities of fuel daily, with lava stones and coal in particularly high demand, which was merely a fraction of the total consumption. The greater expense stemmed from the minerals required to produce qualified magical metals, prompting the typically frugal church to see a lucrative opportunity. They began hoarding minerals purportedly necessary for magical metal production, intending to sell them at a premium when Leon's factory faced shortages. Their rationale was well prepared. It was for the safety of God's people and the prosperity of the empire. Our church shall provide you with precious minerals. The merchants, however, merely laughed and gave the church the finger. If they genuinely cared for humanity, they ought to share the rune engraving techniques. Initially, Leon contemplated manipulating the market, given that the stockpiled goods of the merchants were sufficient for 3 years' consumption by the factory. Therefore, he resolved to add another layer to the plan. He first dispatched envoys to the church, lamenting his willingness to purchase food at 1.5 times the market price. The church was elated, but the price surged to threefold. After a month of operations, Leon acquired a substantial amount of grain while simultaneously releasing news of a mineral shortage, necessitating procurement from beyond Lord Lucia's territory. The church, already in motion, was smug, ready to sell the minerals to Leon at 5 times the price. The noble dark sorcerer, accompanied by his retinue, visited the church to meet the Pope, only to be told that they could sell at a discount. But half of the factory's profits would have to be offered as tribute to the church. Lucia was speechless. Even she, with little business acumen, recognized that Leon's armor would only enjoy high sales for a limited time. What would happen once the market became saturated? The lords of various territories acted similarly, adjusting mineral prices from their normal rates to 3 times the original, with the church purchasing all. The lords were quite pleased since the minerals were not theirs in the first place but were secretly delivered by the merchants. Selling to the church allowed them to pocket 1/3 of the profits, dependent solely on their own skills. After a month and a half of operations, Leon wielded his blade. News was released. We have improved our processes. We have developed the 2nd generation of magical metals. The strength remains unchanged, yet the price is significantly lower. Consequently, the raw material prices for the 1st generation of magical metals plummeted, causing the church to panic and begin liquidating their stock. 2 months into the factory's operation, Leon and Chinchuan celebrated within the Merchant Association, having acquired a large quantity of minerals at merely 30% of the original market price. The excess funds spent on grain were now recouped from the church, along with bread and wine. It was akin to divine flesh and blood. Truly, the gods have mercy on mankind. Profiting from a technological monopoly is remarkably effortless. Leon presented the report to Lucia, noting that the storage facilities within their territory seemed insufficient. As Ralph complained about the overwhelming amount of gold, I once believed that the followers of Aegis were all honorable warriors. Yet I never anticipated that the Barrett family would produce such a schemer as you. Lucia waved her hand, and her loyal hound charged the magical furnace placed on the table. However, the church now harbored intense hatred towards you, and should anything happen, I may find myself unable to protect you. Ah, you need not worry about that. Leon retrieved a persimmon cake from his backpack and placed it on the table, assuring her that all his actions were within the bounds of the contract, and that Lord Aegis and the god of contracts would not permit the church to trouble him. Due to the presence of divinity, Leon remained oblivious to the operational laws of this world. For instance, whether the equator and the poles on Earth correspond to anything here. Could there be gods capable of wielding the sun's might, plunging certain regions into perpetual frost, or rendering others incapable of harvest? In any case, the snow continued to fall heavily. Meow, it's snowing. Within the Lord's estate was a vast expanse of open land where Lucia would often stroll to unwind. After all, she was a noble. Maintaining a semblance of dignity was essential. Yet now, there was no time for play. Come help. Ralph, wielding a shovel, continued his work as he spoke. We cannot allow the accumulated snow to hinder Princess Lucia's travels. Layla was rather displeased with this. Meow, Ralph, your mind is quite dull. Beast folk are exceedingly averse to the cold. Then you should retreat indoors and not cause trouble. Ralph and Layla bickered, only for Layla to promptly retaliate with a snowball. This was merely a part of the estate. On the other side, Lucia sat beside a fireplace, watching Leon and Will busily at work. Fire magic proved invaluable at this moment. The snowfall had come suddenly, with Layla waking in the middle of the night, chilled to the bone, and unceremoniously kicking her cold feet against Leon's abdomen as she crawled into his bed. By the grace of Lord Aegis, I recall sending you a red envelope containing 500 gold coins. What more do you want from me? Meow, it's too cold. Woe is me. Please don't refuse me. Their playful scuffle attracted Lucia's attention, and thus she was gifted a luxuriously warm Thunder Dragon electric blanket, with Leon serving as the blanket due to his size, while Layla became the toy. When dawn broke, they all set about shoveling snow, continuing until lunchtime. Chen Chuan brought Leon the cooking equipment from the Great Flame, along with a dedicated chef to demonstrate what it meant to wield a knife like a master. At that moment, the dining table was filled with predominantly sweet dishes. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Was it this cold in previous years? Leon asked as he closed the furnace door. Not at all, Will replied, a toothpick in his mouth. This year, we just happen to be experiencing a cold wave. A cold wave? Oh, is it merely the weather? Leon inquired. Will smiled without uttering a word. Lucia wore a mischievous grin. Is it the weather? Leon now felt a tingling sensation creeping up his back. Could there be yet another troubling matter? A black and white photograph was placed before Leon. It depicted a formidable giant ice scorpion. Leon's heart sank into despair. The border was fraught with all manner of dangers. Lucia remarked that even the beasts that attacked during winter transformed. If it were not for this reason, they would not have fortified the city walls with special metals. Recently, heavy snow had rendered the roads impassable. Aside from freight trains, all other transport had ceased. I must return to the imperial capital to vie for my position. But I shall have to wait until spring. Lucia observed Leon and remarked, since you have resumed your role as a cleric, you have not engaged in any noteworthy battles. Combat is essential for elevating your clerical rank. The front lines are in need of reinforcements. You shall accompany Will tomorrow. Is that a command? Leon inquired. It is. Understood. Leon nodded in compliance. The atmosphere at the dining table grew lively as the culinary skills of the chef introduced by Chen Chuan thoroughly transformed their perceptions. After the meal, Leon proceeded to the indoor training grounds. He unsheathed a double-edged greatsword, its blade entwined with the hide of a fire dragon, adorned with teeth from its maw. The weapon was named Demonic Steel Greatsword, Dragon Slayer. Leon inhaled deeply, channeling the essence of fire. Boom! The great sword erupted in a surge of flames, each swing distorting the very fabric of space and producing a fierce sensation of burning. Previously, having lost his status as a priest, Leon found himself unable to unleash even a fraction of the weapon's true potential, despite wielding the enchanted steel sword. To elucidate in gaming terms, his magical capacity had been liberated, granting him access to various skills. The memories of the original Leon Barrett were now intertwined with the present Leon. He recalled that upon becoming a first-tier priest, his magical energy had been rather limited. To rise from the ashes, am I to deem myself unfortunate or fortunate? Leon ceased the flow of magical energy, and the flames on the great sword extinguished. In this state, you surpass even the legendary heroes, remarked Will, who entered while sipping the fiery liquor he had procured. So what do you say? Care to spar with me? Leon shook his head. After all, he was merely a first-tier cleric, while his opponent was a fifth-tier demon hunter, a seasoned warrior forged through countless battles. Even if he were to regain the status of a fourth-tier cleric, he would likely still be outmatched. Speaking of which, Elder Will, have you ever encountered a hero? Leon inquired. When I was at the Barrett residence, I merely heard of such a person, yet I have never encountered him in the flesh. Will let out a belch, glanced at Leon, and then chuckled. Do you know why there are individuals within the Empire targeting your Barrett family, while the Emperor remains utterly unresponsive? It is quite abnormal. Upon grasping the circumstances surrounding Leon's wrongful accusation, any rational individual would recognize the injustice of the verdict. Nevertheless, the Emperor has tacitly condoned the actions of the Sistar family. Luin pondered for a moment and remarked, the Empire seeks to seize the power of the Thunder Dragon? That is one reason. But the followers of Aegis are not solely comprised of the Barrett family. Will interjected, you merely possess the capacity to endure a greater legacy of Aegis's power. The woman from the sister family, though she appropriated your strength, has not escaped her share of suffering. Thus, the injustice faced by Luin cannot solely be attributed to the Empire's schemes for Aegis's might. Do you understand the true purpose of a so-called hero? A hero serves as the Empire's sharpest blade and its most formidable weapon. Will continued, a monarch's avarice for land knows no bounds. And beyond the Empire lies an even more formidable nation, the Great Flame. It is said that many years ago, one who inherited the title of hero accompanied the Empire in its campaign against the Great Flame. While initial victories were achieved, ultimately, they fell to the might of the Great Flame's high-ranking clerics. Leon widened his eyes and inquired, what relevance does this hold for me? Even if our Heron pupils are alike, what does it matter if your lineage is ancient? Will took another sip of his drink, remarking, eliminating you and seizing the power of Aegis could quell the anger of certain individuals and maintain stability. It is a multifaceted advantage. Leon was left speechless. As a recipient of modern education in China, he had encountered and was well acquainted with numerous matters concerning the intrigues of monarchs. The kings of the medieval era? Their most fitting fate often resembled that of the French monarchs who met their end upon the guillotine. Allow me to impart a little tip. We'll set down the bottle of wine, chuckling lightly. Tomorrow, we shall head to the front lines, so do give it your all. I am well aware. Even without your prompting. Leon sighed. Assisting Lucia in ascending to the throne was merely insufficient. Although he was reluctant, it was prudent to make preparations in advance. Thunder rumbled. Luin, cradling the dragon blade, sat atop a truck. Indeed, a truck. As fundamental sciences advanced, they began to snowball, growing ever larger. The front lines were in a state of turmoil. Relying solely on priests and adventurers proved insufficient for the timely, secure delivery of supplies. However, with the merchant guild's trucks, such concerns dissipated. At this moment, Luin found himself within the cargo hold, experiencing a far more pronounced vibration than that of automobiles from his previous life. Feeling as though he might be jostled into oblivion. Suddenly, the truck came to a sharp halt, and Luin was thrown against the cargo within. Hey there, my friend. We've arrived. The driver called out, giving the side of the truck a gentle pat. You can't blame me. It was Lady Lucia who instructed you to take the cargo truck to the border. Leon was rendered speechless, and he alighted from the vehicle, dragon sword in hand. Pray I never cross paths with you again, for if I do, your demise is inevitable. Leon seethed with indignation, casting a fierce glare at the driver. The assertion that Lord Lucia required Leon to ride in a cargo truck was infuriating. The driver had the audacity to demand a bribe, bluntly stating that without it, Leon would endure considerable hardship in reaching the border. Upon exiting the gate, Leon stole a glance at the frontline area, rather than a true front line. It resembled a fortress that obstructed the advance of the beasts. Facing the territory of the monsters stood a wall several meters thick, behind which lay a myriad of essential infrastructures, inns, hotels, weapon shops, blacksmiths, and even in such frigid weather, scantily clad women stood outside, enticing customers. This place bore a striking resemblance to a bustling city. Leon even spotted the emblem of the merchant guild here. Tap tap. Who are you? Upon noticing the person approaching him, Leon grew wary. A demoness, with a horn protruding from her forehead, displayed an expressionless demeanor while elegantly bowing. Lord Leon, I am Norma. The steward dispatched by Her Highness Lucia to oversee the border defenses, primarily responsible for the daily management of the frontier and the coordination of supplies. Given the length of my name, you may simply call me Norma. As she spoke, she produced a badge bearing the insignia of Lucia's territory. Lady Lucia informed me in advance that a warrior would be arriving to partake in the battle at the front. You were quite punctual, Lord Leon. The price of punctuality, Leon mused, was that his posterior still ached a bit. If you require any assistance, feel free to speak now. Leon was not one to dawdle. Norma paused for a moment. Then her expression returned to normal as she said, "Please, follow me." Leon followed Norma, observing the reactions of those around him as they walked. Numerous sharp-eyed individuals were fixated on him, indicating a palpable sense of chaos in the environment. As Lucia's representative, Norma resided at a dwelling along the border defense line. Whenever Lucia visited the border for inspections, she would stay here. In the midst of the biting winter, a fire crackled in the hearth. Norma clapped her hands, and soon, a servant arrived with chairs and a table, adorning it with an exquisite tablecloth and arranging an array of food and beverages upon it. Leon had yet to respond when a young maid of noble descent knelt beside him, holding a pair of pristine slippers. "Your authority here is quite formidable," Leon jested. "You flatter me, Lord Leon. After all, the border is not the imperial capital, nor is it the domain of Lady Lucia. If one is too kind to these servants, they may forget their own station." Norma felt no remorse for her stance. "I am unaccustomed to being attended to," Leon remarked to the maid holding the slippers. "You may rise." "Lord Leon, this is for the sake of indoor cleanliness. Your boots are caked with mud." Before Norma could finish her sentence, she noticed a crimson magical aura emanating from Leon, enveloping his feet and incinerating the grime on his boots. "Rise and fetch the materials that Lord Leon requires," Norma commanded. The noble maid silently stood up to execute the order. Moments later, within the study, the two sat across from each other at a table. In Leon's hands lay the data regarding the monsters that emerged following the onset of winter, accompanied by comparative charts illustrating the frequency of monster appearances in previous years. Ding. Huh? A hidden quest has been triggered. Quest: The Enigma of the Ice Demon. An abnormally high number of ice attribute beasts have appeared at the border, far exceeding the quantities seen in previous years. For the safety of the territory, you are urged to explore diligently and uncover the reasons behind this calamity. Hint: The acting lord, who has long resided here, possesses extensive knowledge of the border town and may have the items you require. Quest reward: Legendary Ice Crystal Set 1. Specialized Ice Attribute Magic, Blessing of the Abyssal Demon Lord. Upon seeing the rewards, Leon furrowed his brow. Speaking of the abyss, one cannot overlook Lucia from the original text. In that narrative, Lucia exhibited an extraordinary talent for dark magic from birth, leading to her ostracization by society. Under such circumstances, even if she yearned for a normal upbringing, the crushing weight of life would inevitably push her toward a path of corruption. Ultimately, she became the final boss to be vanquished by the hero's party. The age-old trope of light triumphing over darkness reared its head once more. Nevertheless, Leon remained steadfast in his belief that the responsibility for a student's shortcomings predominantly lies with the teacher. The transformation of Lucia into the ultimate boss was significantly influenced by the oppressive nature of her times. Even as technology began to advance, the prevailing forces were still magic and divine faith. Thus, Leon was firmly convinced that the catalyst for Lucia's emergence as the Abyssal Sovereign and the Dark Empress was the relentless pressure she faced, coupled with the distrust of others, including her own father and blood relatives. Alas, the road ahead is indeed fraught with challenges. Leon gazed at the documents with a soft sigh. "What is it?" Norma inquired, perplexed by his demeanor. "Ah, it's nothing." Leon coughed lightly, continuing, "I meant to say that working on the border must be quite arduous, right? Aside from the beasts and demons, you also face attacks from cultists, correct?" Norma nodded in agreement, stating, "The cultists are indeed a significant nuisance. They infiltrate the cities to propagate the doctrines of their dark deities. Those adventurers and citizens who are struggling often fall prey to their seduction, making it quite troublesome to deal with." Indeed, Leon feigned deep contemplation as he scrutinized the files. "I can't shake the feeling that this year's unusual surge of magical beasts is linked to the cultists. During your purging efforts, did you happen to discover or confiscate any special items?" Norma blinked and replied, "We have indeed collected some blasphemous artifacts. However, those items are perilous. We sealed them and stored them in the warehouse. Are you interested in them?" "I would like to take a look," Leon said, rising to his feet. "It would be splendid if we could uncover any clues." "I understand, Lord Leon. Please follow me." Norma also stood, but at that moment, an alarm blared outside. "Enemy attack." "Damn it, it's a frost dragon." In this fantastical realm, one cannot escape the presence of extraordinary creatures. Typically, these beings tend to steer clear of human settlements. Particularly along the border, Lucia has stationed formidable troops, lavishly supplying the area with precious metals and armaments. The protective wall, forged by a dark archmage, bears intricate inscriptions, rendering it a formidable barrier. Even the current imperial capital dares not challenge Lucia. Yet, there are always those who seek to test Lucia's limits. Leon and Norma burst forth from the estate almost simultaneously. Do you possess experience in combating frost dragons? Norma inquired. If you are not adequately prepared, I kindly ask you to withdraw. I shall handle the assault myself. Leon remained silent, halting his steps as the immense azure dragon soared overhead. It was a direct assault on the command post at the border. Roar. The dragon unleashed an unending tempest, charging toward Leon and Norma. The demon maid extended her hands. A surge of magical energy enveloping her as a protective shield swiftly materialized. The dragon's breath collided with the magical barrier, and within mere seconds, the shield shattered into icy fragments. The demon maid frowned, shedding her cold weather attire to reveal her robust physique. My lord Leon, I implore you to retreat indoors. Although this frost dragon is of the first tier, its power should not be underestimated. Given that it targets those in the sky, I may not be able to safeguard you as well. Your safety is my utmost concern. With a metallic clang, she drew her weapon, a magic steel bow. Norma was taken aback. Do not be deceived by my swordsmanship specialization. As the heir of the Barrett family, I have learned to master all forms of combat, including archery. Leon inhaled deeply and cast the great sword to Norma. I shall strive to bring that beast down with a single shot. You are responsible for the decapitation. Grasping the great sword firmly, Norma inquired, I presumed that the blessings of Aegis would foster some affinity towards draconian creatures? You overestimate, Leon retorted. Such a savage beast is only worthy to be Aegis's sustenance. Drawing his bow, he infused it with surging magical energy. Roar. Sensing the impending threat from Leon, the frost dragon recklessly lunged at him once more. However, while it moved swiftly, Norma was swifter still. The fire imbued within the dragon-slaying sword ignited as she struck down upon the frost dragon. The clash of claws against blades sparked brilliantly, sending the frost dragon soaring once again. Do not underestimate me. I am, after all, a third-tier berserker cleric. Norma expressed her discontent at the frost dragon's apparent disregard for her prowess. Leon, the charge is complete. Empowered by the dual forces of thunder and fire, Leon unleashed a strike so formidable that even a mere first-tier magical beast could not withstand it. Even the frost dragon would face dire consequences. Having reclaimed his status as a priest, Leon had not engaged in a proper battle in quite some time. The sensation of wielding magical power was indeed a long-lost thrill. As the frost dragon swooped down once more, Leon shouted, "Prepare to meet your end, beast." He swiftly raised his bow, and an arrow infused with magic shot forth with great velocity. The frost dragon plummeted, and before it could crash to the ground, Norma, wielding a colossal sword, stepped forward to deliver the final blow. With a sickening thud, the dragon's blood sprayed forth, signaling its demise. Yet, the threat posed by the frost dragons was far from extinguished. If they could reach Norma's stronghold, it meant the defenses had faltered. Without uttering a word, the two hastened towards the front line. In moments of respite, Leon had garnered the admiration of the soldiers stationed at the border. Let us raise a toast to the hero's descendant, Barrett's eldest son, to our survival for yet another day, to the vanquishing of the frost dragon. At this moment, priests, adventurers, ordinary soldiers, and even merchants gathered in unison. They drank merrily, feasted on meat, collected their due rewards, and exchanged plans to seek the company of a fair maiden for the night. Leon felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had returned to the days when he earned his living as an adventurer. However, the adventurers along the border were evidently far more reliable. In contrast, those from the lawless zones would likely be preoccupied with thoughts of how to kill for loot and equipment. Due to the inherent dangers of the border, the banquet did not last long. Nevertheless, by the time Leon returned to the resting point, night had already fallen. Master Leon, Norma greeted with a bow. Has the banquet concluded? Indeed, it has. Let us proceed with our business, Leon replied. This mansion served not only as Norma's residence but also as a transit hub and warehouse for supplies arriving from the territory, thus housing numerous storage rooms. Among them was a designated storeroom for the belongings of cultists and monsters, marked with protective runes affixed to its door. Leon gazed at the object, growing increasingly familiar with it. Are you from Izumo? He inquired. Indeed, I hail from Izumo, Norma replied. During my travels across the continent, I was ambushed and sold into slavery, until Lord Lucia purchased me to serve as the head of a border town. Would you like to know my Izumo name? No need. I never expected you to possess the ability to inscribe charms, Leon remarked, nodding. Is there truly something so outrageous within? Most would overlook it. But for our Oni tribe, or those races and individuals particularly sensitive to magical energy, it would be evident. Norma's expression darkened as she opened the door. As the door swung open, Leon was momentarily taken aback when a voice of surprise echoed in his mind. I never anticipated the presence of such a thing, Lord Agus. Leon paused for a moment before calmly stepping inside. My Lord Agus, are you intrigued by these matters? Leon pondered within his mind. There are few things in this world that pique my interest, yet that robe is indeed a rarity. Following the guidance of Aegis, Leon discovered a dark robe. My Lord Leon, please do not touch that. Norma interjected. What is it? Leon inquired, puzzled. After an explanation, Leon learned that this robe was a holy relic associated with a malevolent cult that had once thrived at the borders, with historical records to corroborate its existence. Anyone who donned this robe was doomed to perish within 3 years. Aegis elaborated that the robe's craftsmanship was remarkably intricate, incorporating unique threads from the angelic race. Divine cotton offered by the elves, and the artistry and runes of ancient dwarfs. So complex? Leon mused. Yet it paled in comparison to the skills of the ancient dragon lineage. Is the ancient dragon race more formidable, or are you, Lord Aegis? He scoffed to me. The ancient dragons are merely a bunch of children. Through Aegis's elucidation, Leon understood that the robe was fatal to its wearer due to a damaged magical corridor within it, causing a slow drain of magical energy. This detrimental effect could only be remedied through a surgical magical procedure. Mere prayers from a saint would prove futile. Aegis repaired the corridor through Leon's hands and subsequently fell into slumber, pointing Leon towards his next target, a Bagua mirror. The Bagua mirror? Lucia frowned upon receiving Norma's report, pondering its significance. Norma, at the border estate, replied over an old-fashioned telephone. Indeed, according to Lord Leon, that peculiar mirror is indeed called a Bagua mirror, adorned with runes of the Tai Chi diagram and some hexagrams. Lucia understood. It is likely another artifact left behind by the great yin that has been appropriated by the cult. Do not concern yourself with Leon. With that, she hung up. The door opened, and Will entered, cradling a teacup. Since discovering the calming properties of green tea, she had taken to drinking it, relishing the fact that the funds earned by her loyal canine companion could be spent without guilt. The menace posed by the border cult had persisted for several years. Why had no one previously recognized these items as relics of the great yin? You are a demon hunter, yet you consult me, a dark mage? Lucia sipped her tea and mused. To clarify would require delving into historical legacies. In simpler terms, the great yin once advanced to the borders of what is now the empire. Of course, the empire had not been established then, and the current royal family held no power, merely being common farmers. In the terminology of Leon, it was as if the whip of God had descended. As the valiant Alexander the Great provoked the king of Qin, he dispatched Bai Qi to relentlessly pursue westward, instilling fear even in the Huns. Perhaps the bloodline of the Barrett family was a remnant from that era, as pure black hair and eyes were exceedingly rare in this fantastical world. Numerous artifacts remained from the Great Yin, and the Bagua mirror was originally a Taoist relic. However, due to the events surrounding the Whip of God, both the Empire and even the cultists believed that items from the Great Yin possessed mysterious powers. With this notion came corresponding divine responses. Those malevolent deities delighted in witnessing their followers dance with joy over the slightest gifts. Should we summon Leon back? I could rally a team of demon hunters to address this matter, Lucia proposed. Unless you can locate a Taoist from the Great Yin, it would be prudent for you to remain here with me. Lucia took another piece of pastry, awaiting Leon's return, confident he would astonish them. Meanwhile, Leon sat in the room arranged by Norma, contemplating the Bagua mirror before him. Lord Aegis, what has sparked your sudden interest in this object? Leon was perplexed. Typically, this legendary thunder dragon paid little heed to its followers. What could have prompted such a divine decree today? Because you are foolish. Leon fell silent. This cannot be blamed on him, for the Leon who currently possesses the body is a traveler from the past, with the knowledge of the 21st century at his disposal. It is evident what the members of the Sistar family truly intend. However, the original work portrays the supporting character, Leon, in a rather unflattering light, hastily concluding his judgment before stripping him of his divine essence. It is unclear what the author was thinking, as they candidly depict the Barrett family merely as stepping stones for the hero. In this light, it appears that the hero is also an adversary. I am unable to break the constraints above, but this object should belong to a highly skilled magic swordsman, referred to as a Taoist in the Great Flame region. What I can do is document the seal inscribed on the cultist behind the 8 trigrams mirror, which you can use to locate the cultist lair. Retrieve 10 white gold coins. Leon complied. Besides its inherent high value, the elevated price of the white gold coins stems from their exceptional suitability as a material for crafting magical equipment. Through the engraving by Aegis, the elements inscribed on the Bagua mirror were transferred to a common silver mirror forged from white gold. So what about this Bagua mirror? It was either lost or simply disregarded in your backpack. Leon complied with the instructions. He grasped the silver mirror and infused it with the power of lightning. The magic was remarkable. With the aid of an engraving upon it, a pointer-like image materialized on Leon's retina. Truly convenient. As Aegis severed the connection, Leon inhaled deeply. When I previously read this novel, I failed to notice anything along the border. Perhaps my attention was lacking. Alas, had I known I would be transported into this wretched book, I would have studied it meticulously. The true ascendance of the hero begins with the journey across the continent. Yet Leon has not even returned to the imperial capital. This wretched author must surely be a woman, if she adores golden-haired handsome men so much. Why not venture to the west instead of penning so much in Chinese? Having finished his lamentations, Leon resumed his thoughts. Then, a figure came to mind, Natasha Petrovna. Leon's gaze turned icy. She was the high-level ice elemental mage encountered by the hero's party in the land of snow. A being favored by the deities of that realm, a child of the gods. She bore profound connections with the hero, even bearing his child. Her backstory indeed involved fleeing from a cult organization, having traversed mountains and rivers to return to the land of snow. Could the border issues overseen by the Lucia territory be linked to her? The ability to extract energy from a child of the gods to augment oneself suggests that this cult either possesses a class far superior or wields some extraordinary artifacts. The characteristics of the people from the land of snow are quite distinct. A formal investigation commencing tomorrow would be prudent. If only I could locate her. As he spoke, Leon gazed at his hands. First tier. He sighed. Were he still a fourth-tier cleric, he would possess the confidence to slay fifth-tier adversaries and even contend with sixth-tier clerics in such borderlands. Yet now, his strength was inadequate. Even with legendary weapons and armor, he could not utilize them openly. This infuriating game has no level restrictions on equipment. Wearing them indiscriminately would inevitably draw unwanted attention. At that point, even Lucia's full might would be unable to save him. As for his family, he harbored no concerns. His father remained in a deep slumber, vital signs normal. As long as he was alive, there was no need for worry. The second child of the Barrett family, Eden Barrett, had always conducted herself with composure and was adept at controlling lightning magic. Had the hero not been the destined child, she would surely have met with a favorable conclusion. Excellent, yet another reason to eliminate the hero. As for the remainder, I recall Raymond had ventured out for training shortly after his awakening. It seems he caused quite a stir during the hero's moment of triumph. The title of that volume appears to be The Destruction of the Imperial Capital. That lad is truly ruthless. Rayon lay on the bed, retrieving the emblem of the Barrett family from his backpack. It bore the design created by himself and his siblings. Crafted by their father according to this very pattern. Only 3 pieces existed. I wonder how Raymond is faring now? At this moment in the original narrative, he should have been dispatched to a distant land to combat demons. Let us rewind to the moment when Raymond received his orders. Accompanying the documents summoning him back for trial was an urgent command from the Empire to withdraw. In the world of the original tale, Rayon had already met his demise. Yet he continued to exist. The original host of the divine factor would not fully yield to a second host devoid of any blood relation. The SYST family was exceedingly anxious. Their worry intensified with the arrival of a telegram from the Legion's headquarters. It was Raymond's request for leave. Leave? Raylong, the fierce dragon. Seeking a respite. Raymond has fought long enough, so much so that the Empire has forgotten he has already surpassed his period of service. According to the Empire's regulations, soldiers or officers who meet their service requirements are entitled to a month of leave for every 3 months of continued service. If one opts not to take leave, the vacation time will continue to accumulate. Raymond has accrued a rough estimate of a year's worth of vacation. Throughout this period, he has been relentlessly traveling. The location he finds himself in is exceedingly remote, with the only vehicles making their way here being trucks transporting military supplies, leaving scarcely any means of transport for passengers. Raymond was equally reluctant to seize the opportunity for the injured to retreat for recuperation. However, for his squad, these concerns were trivial. With a thunderous roar of "Get lost!" the pack of wolf-like beasts blocking their path was swiftly intimidated into retreat. The priest stepped forward, surveying the expansive terrain that resembled a vast plain. We must have arrived at the territory of Duke Catlon. These wolf-type beasts are a specialty of his domain. Wasn't the hero supposedly striving diligently? What exactly has he accomplished? Raymond let out a snort, and with a sudden motion, he hurled his long spear, entwined with crackling lightning. The force of his throw, imbued with the power to vanquish legions, tore through the earth of the vast plain, obliterating a patrolling giant and reducing it to mere fragments. Before collapsing the long-neglected lair of the beasts, Raymond waved his hand, and the spear returned to his grasp. Oh, Raymond, do not be so enraged. At this moment, the champions of the god of light serve primarily to comfort the populace, remarked the dwarven shield-bearer. Since we have arrived in familiar territory, let us proceed to the city and ensure everyone is settled. If this continues, some may falter. Raymond wished to press on. Yet he cast a glance back at those who trailed behind him. The demi-human elves, accustomed to the harshness of the borderlands, seemed relatively untroubled. However, among his ranks were many who had willingly followed him, enamored by the illustrious name of Raylong the Claw. Even the most junior logistics personnel were determined to stay by his side. The maid, who had been diligently cleaning his armor and weapons, bore the marks of prolonged exposure to the frigid elements. Her hands were now cracked and chafed. TSK. Raymond secured his spear upon his back and, clad in armor, approached the maid. Despite her fatigue, she had persevered, and her surprise was evident upon his approach. Lord Raymond, she acknowledged. Show me your hands. The maid obediently extended her hands forth. Raymond grasped her hand and then took a deep breath. In the name of Raylon Aegis, a master of lightning elemental magic, there exist means of healing. Raymond's methods were somewhat brusque, in order to prevent scarring the girl's hands. He opted for a gentler approach to transfer a portion of his life energy to the young maid. The comparatively softer energy enveloped her hands, and after 5 seconds, her hands were covered in shed dead skin. Upon peeling it away, fresh skin emerged. Your magic has become increasingly adept, the priest marveled. What use is it? Raymond retorted. Those vermin in the imperial capital don't need to fight. They rely entirely on his cannon fodder. He clicked his tongue, pondering how those scoundrels dared to strip his brother of his divine essence, all for the sake of that wretched Scyther woman's ascension to the 5th tier. At such a young age, Raymond, already a 6th-tier practitioner, held in contempt the Scyther woman who needed Leon's divine essence to elevate her status. As for Leon, his brother was perpetually occupied with managing family affairs alongside his duties in the knightly order. Under such circumstances, achieving the 4th tier was already commendable. Let us advance to the town. It is far too cold here. One of the mountain sprites sneezed. Even without the renowned title of Thunder Dragon S-Claw, a 6th-tier divine practitioner like Raymond was highly esteemed anywhere. The guards merely confirmed the legitimacy of the group and granted them passage. The news of Raymond's return to the Catilon territory swiftly reached Lord Jet Catilon. As glasses clinked, the chilling wind howled and snow drifted, creating a unique ambience for drinking amidst the snowfall. Raymond, I have longed to share a meal with you, but alas, you have not visited in quite some time. Jet remarked. I have also heard about your brother. There is certainly something amiss. However, I am convinced that he is still alive. From where did you obtain this information? Raymond inquired. He has been stripped of his divine essence and exiled to the borders. I doubt he can survive. I assure you, this intelligence comes from Duke Belhane. Jet replied. The Empire's exile decree holds weight, but he has taken refuge under Her Highness Lucia's banner. He should return to the imperial capital by spring next year. Lucia? That dark sorceress? Raymond mused, relieved that he could temporarily cease worrying about his brother's safety. Jet watched Raymond devour beef heartily, smiling. So, how about you garrison here? I can provide the finest support for you and your team. You helped me slay a 5th-tier demon and saved my territory last time. I have yet to properly thank you. Raymond displayed a look of bewilderment. A demon? Ah. That feeble demon, whose influence has spread too widely, making subsequent cleanup exceedingly troublesome. Is your expression of gratitude merely to make me your henchman? Raymond inquired earnestly. In any case, it seems the Barrett family in the imperial capital can no longer endure. Continuing down this path will only lead to the Emperor systematically eliminating us. I wonder what the Emperor is thinking to commit such folly. Jet sighed. To slaughter the insignificant, to demonstrate power, such has always been the way of emperors. Raymond consumed his 3rd piece of steak. If there is something to discuss, speak plainly. Has another demon appeared somewhere? Ever since he defeated the ogre outside the city, Raymond had suspected that Jet had once again stumbled into trouble. You've been a tremendous help. Jet laughed heartily, handing Raymond a wanted poster. The name inscribed upon it read, Carl Arthur Pendragon. A hero? Raymond furrowed his brow, perplexed. Are you suggesting I confront a hero? No, no, no. I have justifiable reasons. Jed insisted. Did you not mention, when you last visited, that we should not recklessly disturb the underground city? That I should wait until my strength was sufficient to undertake the conquest? Raymond nodded, pondering the situation. Indeed, the audacity of the brave is remarkable. They have unlawfully invaded the dungeon under my jurisdiction and even vanquished the ultimate boss that I had previously managed to contain. Jelly offered a wry smile, acknowledging that as a result, the dungeon has been upgraded. In a fantastical world, dungeons are indispensable, serving as a primary source of income for adventurers. Explorations have been conducted regarding these dungeons, leading to the conclusion that they incorporate ancient alchemical and magical techniques from the time of primordial deities, and even forbidden biotechnologies. These dungeons, akin to nails, drain excessive magical energy from the earth, spawning various subterranean creatures, and occasionally, treasures emerge within their depths. The ideal approach to conquering a dungeon entails descending to its lowest level, continuing onward to confront increasingly formidable monsters, and subsequently opting to reset the dungeon's difficulty. This mechanism serves as a safeguard established by the creators of the dungeons. Naturally, legendary heroes can conquer even the most challenging dungeons, provided they have matured sufficiently. Let us not dwell on names for now. Arthur Pendragon, a title reserved for heroes throughout the ages, undeniably marks him as a chosen one. Raymond remarked, in that case. Should there not be professional mentors to train him? The Empire possesses a profound legacy, boasting numerous figures deemed foundational. For instance, the Sword Saint, the Gun Saint, and the Grand Sage, all exemplify the pinnacle of strength at the 9th tier. Among them is the current head of the Barrett family, who, despite being in a deep slumber and possessing only an 8th tier level, is fortified by the blessings of Aegis, enabling him to withstand even 9th tier divine beings. However, what has the Barrett family gained from this? The 9th tier powerhouses have all since retired. Jelly noted. You must be aware of the shifts in the imperial succession system over the years, correct? From a designated heir to allowing princes and princesses to compete among themselves? Raymond inquired, intrigued. Is it not said that the mortality rate of designated heirs was excessively high? The ancient Chinese primogeniture system springs to mind. Imagine this. The crown prince's mortality rate was alarmingly elevated. Few managed to ascend to the throne unscathed. Those revered as saints are often venerable elders, long past their prime. Jelly personally served Raymond a plate, adding a portion of fried pork cutlet, stating, in truth, the Empire's mightiest warrior is your father, the current head of the Barrett family. Aside from him, only a handful of commanders of the Imperial Guard and ministers of special departments possess 7th tier strength. Raymond let out a derisive snort, sinking his teeth into the pork chop with fervor. No need to rush. I have prepared an abundance of food, he remarked. Jelly, with a smile, presented 3 servings of explosive energy-laden dishes and continued, the 7th tier is the pinnacle attainable by ordinary individuals. Beyond that, one must rely on fortune. What about the hero? Raymond inquired, patting his chest. Isn't he destined to reach the 9th tier? Indeed, the hero is fated to ascend to the 9th tier. For he must confront the most terrifying monsters and adversaries in this world. However, the current hero is a different matter altogether. There are no Dark Lords demanding his intervention. Furthermore, amid the fierce rivalries among princes and princesses, the hero, as a symbol of strength and status, cannot remain aloof from this farcical court drama. The eldest princess, Shaylin Van Aster, known as the insatiable witch of greed, Jelly explained, has spared no effort in her pursuit of the throne, offering unconditional support to the hero in his adventurous endeavors. Since your brother has already pledged allegiance to Princess Lucia, he continued. Raymond raised his hand, signaling Jerry to cease his words. Having satiated his hunger, he deemed it time to take a stroll, allowing his meal to settle. In doing so, he intended to survey the chaotic aftermath left by the inept hero, awaiting his intervention. On the border, after deliberation, Leon and Norma resolved to split their forces. To conceal his identity, he donned dragon scale armor and equipped himself with the weapon acquired from a previous mission, a dragon spear. The majority of adversaries here possessed ice attributes, and a legendary fire attribute weapon could effortlessly unleash devastating damage. Thanks to this wretched game mechanic, even the 3-star blue gear, which players readily cast aside, remained an unattainable luxury for ordinary folk. Yet, with a formidable weapon capable of threatening the hero's life in his possession, no one seemed to be aware. However, many recognized the dragon scale armor, undoubtedly a costly possession. Hey there, I didn't realize you were so affluent. A fellow adventurer, who had shared drinks with him the previous day, approached with a sly grin. That armor must be dragon scale, right? Why didn't you wear such splendid armor before? You could have been in trouble if you got injured. In truth, Leon had previously pawned this armor to a merchant guild, and in the ensuing months, he had indeed inflicted considerable losses upon the church, allowing the guild and Princess Lucia to amass substantial wealth. Yet, Chen Xuan was unwilling to relinquish the matter, inquiring if Leon would consider selling the armor back to the guild for double the price. Leon declined, for he lacked sufficiently robust armor. He could not afford to part with his solitary piece of violet armor. Moments later, a man in the corner handed Leon a note. "This is the information you requested. It took me quite some time to acquire it." "Thank you," Leon replied, placing a small pouch of gold coins in the man's hand before turning to leave. However, the man called out to him, "Hey, young man, if you've come from some prominent family seeking thrills, you ought to return swiftly. The area beyond the city walls is no place for anyone to linger. I tell you, those cultists, I'm convinced they possess a mechanism to produce these scoundrels en masse. They seem nearly endless. This place has endured the most severe onslaught, with over 10,000 cultists. Thousands of clergy have stormed the city walls. These individuals, having spent time at the borders, truly understand the significance of genius to humanity. The lives of those prodigies must not be squandered in this wretched locale. Let them charge into battle while the aged among us serve as mere fodder." Leon gazed at him, stirred by a surge of emotion. Yet, recalling his own plight, he felt an overwhelming indignation. "With individuals like you, the Empire is indeed fortunate." After uttering these words, he broke free from the man's grasp and strode towards the border. The man scratched his head, letting out a resigned sigh. The border of the Lucia territory lies perilously close to the lair of magical beasts. On the other side of this habitat is the Lion Duchy, serving as a buffer zone, a source of vexation for both parties. Simultaneously, it is a haven for various illicit activities, a veritable paradise for criminals. As he distanced himself sufficiently, Leon heard the sound of beasts galloping. He drew his spear and assumed a defensive stance. Several ice crystal scorpions charged towards him with their formidable pincers raised. Whoosh! Thud! 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 The tip of his spear ignited. Skilled in the art of spear play, Leon thrust his weapon like a tempest toward the ice crystal scorpions. These creatures, mere manifestations of winter's fury, devoid of intelligence, were swiftly vanquished by Leon's might. Ding! He acquired the carapace of the ice crystal scorpion. He obtained the venomous stinger of the ice crystal scorpion. He procured the magical crystal of the ice crystal scorpion. Leon gazed at the slowly vanishing carcass of the ice crystal scorpion, contemplating the implications. Typically, magical beasts born of natural reproduction fall outside the purview of the system's detection. Hence, in instances of personal defeat, automatic looting does not occur. Otherwise, had he slain the fire dragon earlier, it would have raised suspicions. The phenomenon that triggers this enigmatic game system pertains solely to monsters generated within dungeons. Extract. After Leon uttered these words, an icy claw of the crystal scorpion materialized in his hand. It was indeed in a state of raw material, a characteristic unique to the materials dropped by monsters emerging from the dungeon. Leon was resolute in his belief that he was not in a so-called dungeon instance. However, with the emergence of ice crystal scorpions, in their previous abundance, it could only indicate one thing: the dungeon was in disarray. Leon clicked his tongue. It had been quite some time without any intervention, suggesting that someone had exploited the situation. The original text did not elaborate on the specifics of this place, leaving Leon uncertain in his judgment. It was prudent to investigate further. With that thought, Leon produced the silver mirror crafted by Aegis and infused it with magical energy. If his assumptions were correct, the direction indicated by the pointer would lead him to the dungeon. Confirming the course, Leon set forth. Though he was still merely a first-tier cleric, having regained a portion of his strength, his speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, a cleric's abilities were inherently superior to those of common folk. Thus, as long as Leon desired it, it was improbable that he would be detected by ordinary people, or even by relatively weak cultists. Leon had been running for approximately half an hour when the pointer on his retina vanished. Coming to a halt, he leaned against a towering tree, cautiously observing the area ahead. Before him lay an expanse of open ground. An open space? Leon pondered, perplexed. This was a habitat for magical beasts, where the trees stood thick and lush like a primeval forest. How could such a vast clearing exist here? Before he could unravel the mystery, a magical circle materialized out of thin air. Subsequently, a chained ice crystal scorpion emerged, struggling against its bonds. "Behave yourself," commanded a robed figure, striking the ice crystal scorpion fiercely with a staff, and delivering a brutal kick. It was incomprehensible why they were tasked with transporting these creatures from the dungeons. As the individual spoke, they loosened the chains. The liberated ice crystal scorpion hesitated for a moment before darting towards its kin. The scorpion collided with the trees, which explained the existence of the expansive clearing. Do not overthink it. It is fortunate that we are merely responsible for transporting the magical beasts. Some transgressing cultists are even burnt as fuel. The individual continued. That girl was unfortunate. Despite possessing such immense power, she was still captured by us. The cultists erupted into joyous laughter, and soon after, the magical circle reappeared before vanishing once more. Leon finally emerged from the forest. Unfortunately, matters such as teleportation circles were not his forte. If it were Princess Lucia or Eden, they would likely have effortlessly discerned how to activate the magical array. Leon clicked his tongue. Having identified the crucial point of the task, yet he found himself unable to proceed. Augustus was not someone who could be easily contacted for assistance. Leon produced the intelligence he had acquired, which consisted of the symbols previously scattered throughout the town by the cultists. No one knew the true significance of these symbols, yet they undoubtedly bore some sinister connotation. Typically, to ensure the safety of the borders, such markers would be thoroughly eradicated. The document in Leon's possession was a rubbing left behind by a certain recorder, coupled with the cloaks he had seen worn by the cultists. Leon could ascertain they belonged to the same faction. If circumstances allowed, he would eagerly storm into the dungeon at that very moment. After a brief period of contemplation, Leon let out a cold chuckle. Regardless of past or present, he had always preferred to meticulously analyze the intelligence he gathered before taking action. Thus, the next step was the delightful process of detective reasoning. Hypothesis 1. The adventurers and clergy at the border generally possessed lower levels of skill. Consequently, it followed that the cultists would not be particularly formidable either. Hypothesis 2. The materials and techniques utilized in the construction of the dungeon far surpassed contemporary standards. Even advanced magic could not dismantle the dungeon. Hypothesis 3. Those relatively weak cultists certainly lacked the means to obscure the dungeon with comparable defenses. Now, the inquiry arises, what does Leon favor the most? Alas, I have no intention of employing such a tool. This predicament is entirely of your making. Lewin brushed his hair back and retrieved a red cylindrical object from his magical backpack. This is for the brave hero. Do not obstruct my path. The red object was dynamite, scientifically known in this realm as magical powder explosive. He buried it at the center of the magical array where the cultist had previously appeared and distanced himself. Honestly, what made you join this cult? Cultist A inquired with interest. I was oppressed by the clergy and lacked the qualifications to awaken as a priest. To be frank, the evil gods are preferable. Which righteous deity does not demand our sincere devotion? We, who barely comprehend the essence of faith, are expected to believe fervently. Ha, you make a valid point. Cultist B chuckled. Those sects are merely after our money. Here, we are free from such concerns. Still, I find it regrettable. That young lady was truly beautiful. I have never encountered such a captivating woman in my life. How wonderful it would have been to indulge before her demise. He laughed. I've heard that some high-ranking clergy are like this. What divine favorites or blessed ones they are, yet they remain worthless if they do not mature. Hey, do you feel a bit uneasy, my friend? A sense of foreboding washed over them. With a thunderous roar as lightning magic infused the bomb, the concealed exit was blown open. A knight clad in dragon-scale armor, wielding a dragon-slaying spear, leaped down into the pit, immediately spotting the two unfortunate cultists. They lay drenched in blood, their eyes wide with disbelief, lifeless beyond hope. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of others, who rushed from the first and second layers of the dungeon to ascertain who had the audacity to invade their stronghold. What awaited them was a volley of grenades. To think there are so many. Lewin seized one of the cultists' heads, observing the identical insignia on their robes, and nodded. Fine. I'll slay all of you and return swiftly. With a whoosh, the mask snapped into place, and Lewin brandished his dragon-slaying spear, ready for battle. The dungeon resembled a fantastical game world, replete with diverse levels and challenges. However, at this moment, the first layer of the dungeon was devoid of the usual slimes and goblins that should have populated it. Begone! With a mighty thrust, Leon's lance pierced through a man's torso, followed by a forceful sweep. With a resounding whoosh, the charred cultist was hurled against the dungeon wall, meeting his demise. The onrushing cultists, witnessing Leon's formidable prowess, were momentarily stunned into inaction. Such combat aptitude. Who in the seven hells are you? One exclaimed. Damn it. He must be a fifth circle knight of the Empire. Kill him. Spare no incantation. Obliterate him. Quickly. A cacophony of spells, fueled by diverse magical energies, rained down upon Leon. Leon, however, stood his ground, neither fleeing nor defending himself. Boom, boom, boom. Had we succeeded? Even a fifth-tier knight cannot withstand our magical onslaught. As the icy dust and smoke dissipated, all that remained was Leon, his mask glinting with a crimson gaze. Come forth. In Leon's hands, the spear danced with a might that seemed to possess the strength of 1,000 pounds with each thrust and slash. Thunder and flame entwined, with each swing resulting in the demise of yet another. These individuals fail to comprehend why Leon, despite enduring countless magical assaults head-on, stands unscathed in this moment. Alchemists, mages, and elemental sorcerers share an ardent enthusiasm for the study of magic. The 5 elements, earth, fire, wind, water, and ether, are but a few of the forces they have meticulously explored. The Dragonkin possess a remarkable mastery over the elements. August, having honed his thunderous abilities, ascended to the status of a legendary dragon. To contend with such a formidable race, what kind of might is required? The answer lies in an exceedingly rare attribute, dragon slaying. However, the materials needed to forge equipment imbued with this property are exceedingly scarce. And currently, only a handful of great nations possess any remnants of such gear in their treasuries. The dragon-scale armor adorning Leon boasts remarkable resistance to various attributes. To penetrate his defenses without dragon-slaying equipment may be feasible with sharp blades, but to rely on magic? That would indeed reflect a lack of understanding. Leon wielded his spear and hurled it forth. The first layer of cultists was instantly eradicated, a mere assembly of minions. Leon retrieved his spear, advancing with purpose, and casually picked up a shotgun to deliver the final blow to the still-quivering cultists on the ground. Bang! What was that? With a snap, Leon retrieved his scattergun, his gaze drawn towards the second tier's entrance. A cacophony erupted, gunshots, the sickening crunch of bone, and desperate cries. A colossal figure, wielding a femur like a club, lumbered into view, crushing a cultist beneath its feet. In its other hand, it clutched another cultist's head, squeezing until it burst in a grisly explosion. The behemoth, with its cerulean hide and crude loincloth, exuded raw power. Leon, appraising the monstrous form, emitted a low whistle. Now this is more like it, he mused. Wouldn't want them setting up shop without a few tricks up their sleeves. Looks like we've got a mutated variety here, with some real ingenuity. Activating his dragon eye, Leon heightened his perception, acutely aware of the monster's movements and the surrounding magical currents. Before him stood an elite monstrosity, a frost troll. Roar! Hell, let's dance! Leon retorted, his voice laced with anticipation. As their weapons clashed, a wave of nostalgia washed over Leon, recalling his inaugural mission. Back then, brimming with youthful exuberance, he and his comrades from the Clergy Academy formed a formidable squad, their teamwork seamless. They effortlessly conquered almost every task within their capabilities. When faced with insurmountable odds, they remained undaunted, chalking it up to a lack of refinement in their skills. Alas, the ensuing battle reverberated throughout the entire dungeon, sending the cultist priest into a frenzy of panic. He knew this stronghold was on borrowed time, its discovery imminent. While escape routes were prepared, Leon's sudden assault jeopardized their plans to relocate the precious girl. Damn it! The priest cursed, tearing at his hair. Why would an imperial knight be here? That troll is a 4th-tier threat. 4th tier. Despite his ability to command trolls and ice crystal scorpions, the priest's control stemmed from harnessing Natasha's energy. The ice god's favored child could not be jeopardized. I just need another 20 minutes. No, 5 minutes will suffice. If Natasha's safety wasn't a concern, the crucial artifacts could be moved within 5 minutes. This starkly illustrated the disparity in quality among the clergy. The priest's 4th-tier strength was merely a byproduct of Natasha's power, while a clergyman like Leon could dispatch the priest's familiars even at the 1st level. Suddenly, the tremors ceased, plunging the priest into deeper despair. Guided by his dragon eye, Leon relentlessly hunted down the source of the aberrant magic, each step bringing him closer to his quarry. He kicked open a stone door. Before the priest could utter another word, Leon's spear impaled his head against the wall. A grotesque bloom of red and white matter splattered across the stone, some of it reaching the container holding Natasha. Leon withdrew the spear and then turned his gaze toward the object resembling a cultivation tank. The technological prowess in this Western fantasy realm is quite advanced. Inside, a golden-haired maiden curled up, her skin possessing an almost sickly pallor. How does one open this? Leon reached out to touch, only to find the dragon-scale armor on his arm coated in frost. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The Oracle of Aegis had returned. Lord Aegis. Leon withdrew his hand, the flames of his magic melting the frost away. It was unexpected to discover that a person favored by the gods could be manipulated by an evil deity. Moreover, the ice energy emanating from this girl hinted at signs of impending chaos. Aegis, intrigued, gazed through Leon's eyes towards the girl in the cultivation tank. Indeed, if you could unite with her and bear a child, you would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a hero. A hero? Leon furrowed his brow. If one were to assess the qualifications of a typical clergy member, it would entail a rating of various abilities, with the average adventurer classified as F rank. While the minimum requirement for a clergy member is D rank, those fortunate enough to receive even a fleeting glance from a deity may achieve C or B rank. Bloodlines of heroic caliber, such as that of the Barrett family, can attain a rank, with the most exceptional individuals boasting one ability that reaches S rank. As for the hero, they are unequivocally all S rank. That dark sorceress is indifferent to the number of women you have. However, upon your return, you will undoubtedly find yourself in her disfavor. Aegis scoffed. What is the taste of a witch like? As magical energy coursed through him, Aegis gathered his strength. He had previously posed this question to Leon, yet at that time, Leon had chosen not to respond. Leon let out a soft sigh and extended his hand. He understood Aegis's intention. Natasha possessed that qualification, and Lucia was equally endowed. As for the taste of a witch, rather delightful. In Leon's eyes, lightning surged. Leon carried Natasha back to the border town. The young girl, who had been drained of her magical energy, rested on Leon's back with her eyes half closed, remaining silent. I shall first take you back to the town. Your condition necessitates the attention of a physician. Leon left behind a trail of snow with each step he took. Rest assured, those malevolent individuals who sought to persecute you have been dealt with, he assured. Natasha remained silent as the snowfall intensified above. Within the town, Norma, who had previously dispersed to gather intelligence, had now compiled all the information available. This included details about Natasha's arrival in the border town, the sudden disappearance, and intelligence regarding the ice crystal scorpions and other creatures. Upon returning to the residence, Norma bowed respectfully. Lord Leon, please allow me to attend to her. You should take her to wash up first. Leon released Natasha, watching as the maid led her away. I too must change my attire, he mused. After laboring for so long and receiving multiple divine revelations from Aegis in such a short span, he yearned for a moment of respite. At that moment, a notification chimed, signaling the completion of his task. Ding! The mystery of the ice and snow demon has been resolved. Rewards: Legendary Ice Crystal Set 1. Specialization in Ice Attribute Magic. Blessing of the Abyssal Demon. You have received a glimpse from the Abyssal Demon and have ascended to the second tier of priesthood. Name: Leon Race. Human Strength: 4600 Speed, 5600 Endurance, 8000 Magic Power, 250000 Occupation. Magic Swordsman Skills: Mastery of Swordsmanship, Insight, Tenacity, Magic Attachment, Dragon's Eye. Priesthood: Fire Hammer. Second tier, Aegis's follower. Second tier, Enivu's follower. Second tier. Priesthood Skills: Forging, Elemental Magic Adaptation, Weapon Enchantment, Lightning Element Specialization, Ice Element Specialization, Body Enhancement. Dragon Transformation. Enivu? Leon's brow furrowed as a peculiar connection between this demon and Lord Aegis began to emerge in his mind. Nevertheless, he decided it was best to take a moment to rest, as his return was imminent. The maidservants under Norma's command were undoubtedly skilled. They bathed Natasha, meticulously styled her hair, and even crafted garments tailored to her form. Despite being a beloved of winter, her current frail state rendered her vulnerable to the biting cold, which would soon claim her life if she ventured outside. Within the dining hall, the flames in the fireplace danced, warding off the chill. Natasha, guided by Norma, took her seat at the table, where sweet bread and a hearty meat stew awaited her. The meat was so tender that it fell away from the bone with the slightest tug, melting in her mouth. Famished after a lengthy period of hunger, Natasha, disregarding decorum, eagerly dove into her meal. The maidservants, however, remained impassive, finishing their portions before fetching another. Natasha's pace soon slowed considerably. Meanwhile, after finishing dinner, Leon returned to his room following a refreshing bath, towel in hand. Lord Leon, Norma greeted, having awaited his arrival with a deep bow. What did the doctor say? Leon inquired, tossing the towel onto a nearby chair. Is she treatable? Norma shook her head and replied, this lady possesses a formidable magical power. nearly on par with yours and even that of Her Highness Lucia. However, her prolonged entrapment has significantly drained her magical essence. Recovery will take time. The doctor suggested utilizing magical potions for gradual restoration. But, speak, Leon urged, fixing his gaze upon Norma. Yes, she nodded. You must be aware that for a sorceress, the affliction known as magical corridor damage is akin to a terminal illness, is it not? And there it was again. Leon pressed his forehead. Reminiscent of the tales from ancient Chinese Xianxia novels, where spiritual energy circulated through every limb and sinew, fortifying oneself through rigorous training. The magical conduit resembled a network of meridians through which magic flowed. Should this conduit sustain damage, the afflicted would determine their demise based on their innate strength. With a sigh, Leon lamented, "What of the physician? Is there no remedy?" Norma swallowed hard and replied, "The consensus for a damaged magical conduit is the supreme elixir from the Church of Light, known as the blood of the divine. This potion, blessed by the Pope and the Saintess, commands an exorbitant price. The cost for such a woman is indeed staggering. The optimal choice remains to return her to the land of ice and snow. Yet, such a course would undoubtedly lead to Natasha's demise. If that kingdom truly valued Natasha, they would never have allowed her abduction or departure. The blood of the divine is a potion originally reserved for heroes, a luxury that only they would bestow upon others for their survival. Lord Aegis possesses magical control that surpasses divine levels. Thus, Natasha's ailment cannot be attributed to him. Her survival until encountering a hero suggests her latent potential is formidable. Nonetheless, this affliction must be addressed with urgency. Leon's relationship with the church is exceedingly strained. Procuring the elixir would likely result in exorbitant demands or even an ambush by the church's guards. Aside from this potion, there exists another method. What of the physician? Surgical intervention on the magical conduit is a concept that has only recently emerged. Although there are successful cases, it necessitates a profound mastery of magic. To wield a scalpel and ensure a favorable outcome, one must seek a sage-level magician. Norma paused. Such individuals are likely engrossed in their magical studies, with little inclination to attend to patients. The prospect of finding someone capable of performing such a procedure here is slim. Leon sighed. If one were to ponder who, aside from the hero, possessed the most formidable prowess in the original tale, it would undoubtedly be the previous generation's hero. Such is the nature of heroes. However, when it comes to sheer magical control, the hero's abilities become less pronounced. Both Norma and Leon were acutely aware of the identity of the most powerful mage, Lucia van Aster. She was one of only 2 dark archmages in the annals of imperial and world history. The only talent that could rival hers was that of the Abyssal Lord, now a deity who could effortlessly mend a mere magical conduit. Yet, if I were to return with a woman, Lucia would undoubtedly punish me to the extent of having to lick her toes like a dog. Leon's spirits plummeted at this thought. How enviable, indeed, or rather, how tragic. Norma reconsidered, pondering how to address the situation. Should they cast her aside? No, Leon exclaimed, covering his face. I will take her back to the territory and seek Lucia's guidance in remedying her affliction. As for punishment, that can be dealt with later. How severe might the repercussions be? Perhaps relinquishing some white gold coins could spare me from such a fate? Coincidentally, a train was scheduled to return from the border to the heart of Lucia's domain, and Leon took Natasha aboard. As the saying goes, money can work wonders. A powerful knight accompanied by a beautiful lady would certainly give even the most audacious thief pause to reconsider their approach. His backpack brimmed with gifts prepared for Natasha by Norma and others, including sweetbread, steamed sausages, and canned juice. Natasha sat opposite Leon, resembling a child who had erred. At that moment, while Leon exuded an imposing aura, chilling Natasha to her core, he found himself musing on the torment Lucia would inflict upon him for bringing Natasha back. Although there was no life-threatening pact binding Leon and Barrett, they were acquaintances. Bringing back an enchanting woman without reason would surely incite jealousy in any normal female. Alas, it is what it is. I shall apologize once we return to the territory. The train was far swifter than the truck Leon had previously ridden, and the two traveled in silence back to Lucia's estate. Despite it being midday, the fireplace warmed the hall, separating them from the cold outside. Yet, within the gathering of all present, Leon felt a chilling unease creeping down his spine. Will bore a mischievous expression, while Layla covered her mouth, muttering about infidelity and 1,000 needles. Meanwhile, the most composed, Ralph, stood by Lucia's side. The mistress of the estate, a sorceress, sipped her tea while perusing the intelligence collected and organized by Norma. The dwindling pages seemed to count down the remaining days of Leon's life. My naughty puppy. Do you have any more excuses to offer? Lucia set the documents aside with a resounding thud, propping her chin on her hands as she regarded Leon. I merely intended for you to gain experience, yet you returned with such a delightful young lady. Is this truly your preference? Her sickly pale skin, those naive deep-sea blue eyes, her light golden hair, and delicate frame? Who would have thought a follower of Aegis would fancy such a person? Is she not reminiscent of the sacrifices once offered to the ancient dragon gods? Leon scratched his cheek, at a loss for words. Firstly, he was not a Lulicon. Secondly, he was unequivocally not a Lulicon. Lastly, he, Leon Barrett, was definitely not a Lulicon. Come here, you poor little creature, Lucia beckoned. Don't associate with the villain. Leon will turn into a monster and devour you whole. Natasha flinched momentarily before glancing at Leon. Yes, Meow, Layla exclaimed, covering Leon's eyes. He is indeed that kind of person, Meow. A bad guy, Meow. Confused, Natasha approached Lucia and shook her hand. After experiencing a whisper of tranquility akin to the cicada's song on a midsummer night, illuminated by moonlight, Natasha succumbed to slumber. Ralph, Lucia sighed in relief. Yes. I shall escort this young lady to the lounge immediately, Ralph nodded, lifting Natasha with care. With the absence of outsiders, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Will stretched his muscles and, without a word, dashed away. Layla, seemingly apprehensive of attracting Leon's ire, followed suit. Only Leon and Lucia remained. Come, sit down. Yes. Leon walked over and watched as Lucia settled onto his lap, comfortably reclining in his embrace. The witch, finally feeling some relief, reached out to grasp Leon's chin and twisted it with a playful force. Tell me, what have you encountered? After studying Leon's face for a while, Lucia released her grip and let her hand wander to his well-defined chest. The body of a man who is trained is a perfect resting place. I was stuck in a truck for an eternity, nearly jostling my backside to bits, Leon lamented. Oh, shall I assist you with a massage later? Lucia teased with a mischievous grin. No need, Leon replied with a light cough before recounting the events he faced at the border. As they spoke, Lucia shifted her position, resting her thighs on Leon's abdomen, deep in thought. Followers of the malevolent deity often utilize dungeons to construct defensive fortifications as their strongholds. However, the border's oversight of the dungeons was indeed a significant lapse in management. So you wish for me to rescue this girl? Lucia, perched atop Leon's waist, playfully began to unfasten his shirt, greedily inhaling his scent. In this fragrance, alongside the protection of Aegis, Lucia detected the essence of other deities. If you choose not to save her, I cannot insist, Leon remarked, positioned in a manner that suited Lucia's whims. Yet this girl possesses considerable potential. With proper guidance, she could undoubtedly become a valuable ally to your highness. Is that so? I am indeed intrigued by the prospect of nurturing some formidable offspring. How do you think my abilities compare to that girl's? Lucia pressed her hands against Leon's throat. Think carefully before you respond. Gazing at the ceiling, Leon reminisced about anecdotes he frequently encountered in his previous life. He stared at the stains on the ceiling, musing that the ordeal would soon conclude. Conclude, how so? The loyal hound is nearly spent. Your beauty is unparalleled, your highness. Continue, Lucia commanded, her hand tightening its grip. Frankly, the disparity in your aptitudes is negligible. Leon continued with candor. Lord Aegis imparted a divine revelation to me. It seems the legendary dragon holds your Barrett family in high regard. Thank you. What did Lord Aegis say? Lord Aegis said that you, I, and the descendants of that girl are destined to attain the level of a hero. Lucia paused. Releasing her grip, she sat up, pressing against Leon's chest. In that case, would you care to try? Lucia teased, gazing at Leon provocatively. Your highness. Our relationship should not be thus, Leon replied, beholding her flawless countenance. Lucia pouted, letting out a soft hum, and lightly touched her lips to Leon's forehead. I heard that a new hot spring has been discovered within the territory, Lucia said as she leapt to the ground. When we have some free time, let's all go on vacation. As for that girl, her magical corridor is indeed severely damaged, but this poses no problem for me. I shall simply study it. Leon sat up, resembling a pampered playboy maintained by a wealthy girl, yet also akin to a male stripper in a nightclub. As long as the patrons offered sufficient payment, he could endure even the most outrageous circumstances. The biting cold wind intertwined with the chimneys of the houses within the territory, weaving a rhapsody of winter. An operation deemed utterly insane by the Empire was about to unfold in Lucia's laboratory. Had Leon not been a non-medical student in his previous life, Such a procedure would have undoubtedly required the composition of several scholarly papers. In Baron's blacksmith shop, he inquired, "Have you angered Princess Lucia?" while hammering away at the forge. "Is it that obvious?" Leon replied, idly inspecting the weapons Baron intended to sell. With a clang, Baron tossed aside his hammer and quenched a sword blank. After swiftly finishing a large blade, he reached for a bottle of moderately strong liquor. "Your face betrays you," he remarked, gulping down the drink. "Moreover, Layla, that incessant gossip, is eager for everyone in the territory to know of any amusing happenings. The fact that you brought a girl back from outside is practically common knowledge." "I did not abduct anyone." Leon covered his face. "Very well, my dear, do not let me catch you off guard. What brings you here? Have you acquired any new materials?" Baron inquired as he set down the wine bottle. In response, Leon produced the ice crystal scorpion materials from his backpack. Baron examined the materials thoughtfully. "Although their quality is not particularly high, I can craft a pair of venomous daggers for you. It is a matter of making the most of what we have. What do you think?" "Sounds good. And what about the forging fee?" 20 gold coins will suffice." This price seemed reasonable. Baron's craftsmanship was beyond reproach. In the imperial capital, a pair of venomous daggers would cost no less than 200 gold coins. The completion of the daggers would take some time, so Leon decided not to wait. He exited the weapon shop, only to encounter Chen Chuan. "Is there something you need?" Leon asked, puzzled. "Ah, Mr. Leon, you truly are a man of means who tends to forget. This is not the place for discussion. Please, follow me to the guild. I have just received a fresh batch of tea, expedited for your convenience." Since finishing the dealings with the church, Leon had not sought to deepen his collaboration with the guild, and now it was Lucia who liaised with Chen Chuan. With Lucia's influence, Chen Chuan had not faced undue difficulties in business. Rather, his production capacity was struggling to keep up. The expensive tea was brewed and poured into Leon's cup, while a lavishly dressed maid stood to the side. The last time Leon encountered this woman, she had shown him little regard. After all, the guild entertained numerous high-profile clients daily. A mere member of the Barrett family was hardly noteworthy. Yet at this moment, the woman mused about how delightful it would be to ascend to Leon's bed. Unbeknownst to her, the last woman who attempted such a feat had met a grim fate. Reduced to dust and used by Lucia as fertilizer. "Speak plainly," Leon stated, observing Chen Chuan's demeanor. "If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave. The fatigue from my journey lingers still. I am not a child brimming with energy, though I have resumed my role as a priest. The scars from shedding my divine essence remain." "Mr. Leon, your candor is refreshing," Chen Chuan replied with a wry smile. "I shall not beat around the bush then. You must have heard of the hero's name, correct?" "The hero? You mean the one registered in the Empire, Kalia's Pendragon? Why do you bring him up? He is still an unseasoned warrior, is he not?" Leon furrowed his brow. "Moreover, under the premise that the Demon King has yet to appear, the most the hero can do is to hone his skills. Do you truly wish to suggest that the church commands the hero to confront you?" To garner the support of the masses, there are two methods. One involves indoctrination through religious beliefs to exert control over the populace, while the other provides tangible benefits. The Merchant Guild, apart from selling expensive luxuries, also offers affordable commodities such as salt, vinegar, and soy sauce. Although the hero may seem formidable, should he encroach upon others' interests, it would be quite easy to topple him from his pedestal. I am certain that numerous factions would be eager to fund the insurrection with firearms. No, the church has not dispatched a hero to pressure us. However, Mr. Leon, you are aware that I hail from the Great Flame Kingdom, where the historical legacy surpasses that of any nation on this continent. Perhaps due to geographical limitations, the dungeons we encountered differ significantly from those on the Empire's side. Typically, the dungeons here are home to slimes, goblins, and other Western fantasy creatures, whereas the dungeons of the Great Flame Kingdom are rife with zombies and cultivated beasts. You must already be aware, Chen Chuan said earnestly. Not only are the dungeons distinct, but the systems of cultivation between the humans of the Empire and those of the Great Flame Kingdom are disparate as well. The people of the Great Flame Kingdom do not possess a so-called magical conduit. Instead, they rely on robust meridians. The same holds true for the dungeons. Creatures like slimes and goblins can be managed with magic and swords, and thus the hero would not face setbacks. Yet, the dungeons of the Great Flame Kingdom are another matter entirely. Zombies, which transform from corpses buried underground, grow increasingly powerful with time. The notion of being impervious to blades or fire, or the idea of body refinement through heavenly lightning, is not to be trifled with, should one be struck and survive. it becomes a troublesome predicament. And now, the hero is advancing boldly, entirely oblivious to the history of the Great Flame Kingdom. In truth, the Great Flame Kingdom does not intend to welcome the hero, but such a stance lacks moral justification. Qin Chuan continued, come spring, Princess Lucia will participate in the imperial capital's struggle for the throne. At that time, you should have the opportunity to meet the hero. Do you wish for me to persuade the hero not to venture into the Great Flame Kingdom? That is impossible. I am currently a fugitive, and anyone in the Empire who has heard of me would not believe a word I say. Leon sighed as he sipped his tea. He was, in fact, the victim. Yet who truly cares? As long as the blade does not strike his own head, the Barrett family remains indifferent to their plight. I do not intend for you to counsel the hero. I merely wish for you to understand that if the hero were to cause any turmoil in the Great Flame Kingdom, it would be the kingdom that must manage the aftermath. We hope you can dissuade him from pursuing this course. As Qin Chuan spoke, he retrieved an ornately decorated tome from his bosom, upon which were emblazoned the words, Heavenly Thunder Technique. What does this mean? Leon inquired, perplexed. You are the pride of the Barrett family, now also a clergyman, having regained the favor of the legendary Thunder Dragon, Qin Chuan remarked. Although you cannot cultivate the techniques of the Great Flame Kingdom, skills with a thunder attribute must share some similarities. You could practice this technique first, and upon returning to the imperial capital, you may clearly express your desire to test the hero. Is that so? So this is your intention? Leon glanced at the book and nodded. He accepted the items, yet he was uncertain whether he would face accusations of treason by that time. By the way, who was it that supported that brave hero in their endeavors? If only he could have 2 more years, producing an heir of heroic caliber would be an excellent strategy. Unfortunately, the Empire was not devoid of intelligence. If possible, it would be best to avoid the affliction caused by the damaged magical conduit. Although the divine blood from the church could cure this ailment, its price was beyond the reach of even a typical duke. Beyond the financial burden, those from the church would seize the opportunity to demand other concessions, land, privileges, slaves, and even noble daughters for their indulgence, all cloaked under the guise of divine grace. In addition to these, there was the recent development of magical surgical techniques. Earlier, some shamans employed bloodletting as a method of treatment, which was rather unscientific, yet contributed to advancements in medicine. As for the vast amounts of human data compiled, Leon would fall silent if the topic arose. Although the works from other realms do not explicitly detail the origins of surgical techniques, the original author's casual mention would inspire others to pursue this knowledge. I must clarify, your magical conduit is severely compromised. Despite your considerable aptitude, you could endure for decades even with this affliction. However, your magical essence will gradually dwindle until your demise. Lucia stated in the underground laboratory. Besides the heart, lungs, and liver, nerves are also a crucial component of the human body. It is through our nerves that we perceive pain. The meridians of the magical conduit are almost identical to the nerves. Thus, any surgical intervention would invariably affect your nervous system. If anesthesia is used during the procedure, it may result in permanent damage. Without it, you would endure a pain 1,000 times worse than the most brutal torture known to man. How would you choose? Natasha stood before Lucia, feeling quite lost. Take your time to decide. I should also inform you that there are few capable of performing this surgery in the Empire, and I am among the elite. Should you choose to avoid the operation, you would need to acquire sufficient funds to purchase divine blood from the church. Natasha felt somewhat uneasy. Meow, you truly lack manners. Lady Lucia has taken you in, and you haven't uttered a word. Layla tapped Natasha's head. I am not mute. Natasha protested. Lucia, like a seasoned physician, remained composed. So, you can speak. Now, tell me, do you wish to undergo the surgery? Natasha hesitated and inquired. What would happen if I choose not to have the surgery? Lucia had mentioned that her aptitude was good and that she could live for decades despite the damage to her magical conduit. Your magical essence will continue to diminish. While the rate of natural recovery may exceed that of loss, unforeseen circumstances can arise. Lucia straightened her posture and explained. For instance, during a life-and-death battle, your dwindling magic would become a significant weakness. I could track your position with my magical eye and deliver a fatal blow. Alternatively, should you find yourself in a place where your magic cannot naturally replenish, you would be left awaiting your demise. Natasha recalled the dragon knight who had carried her back. If she could possess such combat prowess, she would no longer fear being captured by nefarious individuals. As for the pain, had she not endured enough? Abandoned by family, pursued by villains, attacked by beasts, and ultimately captured by cultists to serve as their experimental subject, providing magical energy for their creations. If her conduit could be restored, she could become stronger, even surpassing that dragon knight. I will undergo the surgery, Natasha declared resolutely. What must I give in return? Lucia longed to say, excellent. Then you shall be my pet. However, the information revealed by her magical eye led her to ponder. Engaging in enmity with a favorite of the divine was ill-advised. Just as the Thunder Dragon Aegis had mentioned, those with exceptional talents, including Leon, should ideally unite to produce even more potent offspring, maximizing their benefits. Sighing, Lucia said, well, I shan't say more. You appear to have nowhere else to go, so you might as well stay here. Having an extra mouth to feed is hardly a burden. Setting aside everything else, Natasha was indeed a sight to behold. Moments later, Layla and Ralph had tidied up the operating room. For safety's sake, we'll even brought Leon over. Do you require the blessing of Lord Hephaestus? Leon blinked, pondering the purpose of the task at hand. Disinfection. Moreover, the weather is rather frigid, is it not? Will chuckled as he produced a flask of demon oil, concocted by the Demon Hunter organization. You possess this as well? Leon's eyes widened in astonishment. The demon hunters are essentially subservient to a supreme demon, who harbors a profound disdain for other demons. Legend has it that he was betrayed by all, with each demon seeking to slay him for ultimate supremacy. Yet, those who dared challenge him met their demise, never to rise again. This oil is a technique imparted by the supreme demon to his followers, the demon hunters. The specially brewed oil possesses remarkable healing properties, capable of eradicating curses from other demons, including the plague demon. When combined with the divine fire forged by Hephaestus, it creates a sterile environment through this unconventional means. With the operating room prepared, Leon gazed at the cold surgical table, swallowing hard. It resembled nothing more than a large slab of stainless steel, indistinguishable from an autopsy table. The conditions are rudimentary. We can only prepare so much. I kindly ask any unrelated personnel to step aside. Lucia removed her dress, donning surgical attire. Layla expertly assisted her in putting on a cap and gloves, while Ralph, dressed in similar garb, brought forth the surgical instruments, sacred silver scalpels imbued with divine power. Once the unrelated individuals, Leon sat upright at the edge of the bed. How much do you know about human augmentation? Lucia selected some vegetables and added a slice of salted meat, tossing the vegetables to Leon. He opened his mouth, devouring the vegetables as if he were a trash bin, then paused for 2 seconds before replying, which aspect do you refer to? Lucia gestured towards Leon. The bloodline of the Barrett family could indeed be classified as a form of human augmentation, albeit merely the most rudimentary selection of superior bloodlines. Leon hesitated, likening it to livestock breeding. Many esteemed families engaged in such practices, stabilizing their bloodlines over several centuries. It is said that in the earlier generations, during the time of Leon's great-great-grandfather, some would uncontrollably transform into monsters. Though their relatives felt sorrow, they had no choice but to execute them. Human augmentation is not a benign endeavor. Even the normal inheritance of bloodlines can lead to disaster, let alone drastic modifications. Lucia prepared another sandwich, yet her appetite had waned. It was too cold, far too cold. Having grown accustomed to the robust flavors of the yin cuisine, these bland offerings felt utterly tasteless. Who among us could endure a daily diet of such calorically explosive fare? Leon rose to his feet, employing his fire hammer ability to heat the sandwich to perfection. In the process, he also warmed a pancake for Lucia. Thank you. The lengthy surgery has indeed worn me out. Lucia waved her hand, retrieving a sugary carbonated drink from Leon's magical backpack. I am full. She counted off on her fingers: kidneys, lungs, uterus, a second heart, and the enhanced hematopoietic organ of a magical beast, along with a highly corrosive organ from an unknown creature. Are you implying? The little girl you brought back must have undergone numerous modification surgeries to integrate such a chaotic array of components. Lucia furrowed her brow, reflecting that the academic term should be biochemical modification. Indeed, after the establishment of modern science, there were some exceedingly reckless experiments. The more inhumane the experiment, the more detailed the data obtained, such as the percentage of water in the human body. Frankenstein, the scientific monster, though a work of fiction, it can still be classified as science fiction. In a world where both science and magic coexist, it is not unusual for inhumane biochemical modifications to occur. I am a dark mage, a master of dark magic. Lucia leaned against Leon, relaxing her body, for there are few who possess greater magical capabilities than she. As a result, some scholars from the imperial capital occasionally sought her out for discussions. The materials used are criminals, all of whom are condemned to execution according to imperial law. Do you consider me cruel? No. Leon shook his head. The imperial law is quite just, albeit occasionally capricious. Much like myself. Thank you. Lucia playfully poked Leon's throat with her left index finger. In any case, I am well versed in biological alchemy, artificial organs, and the related surgical procedures conducted by cultists. The surgeries on Natasha were flawless. If all goes well, she should qualify as a biological weapon. However, the cost is her lifespan. I didn't expect you to be a scholar, Leon remarked. Merely a means to pass the time through a long life, Lucia said, playfully biting Leon's neck. So firm. Do you know how animals reproduce? The male bites the female's neck to prevent her from escaping. Yes. I apologize for my sturdy neck, Leon replied with a wry smile. Such a sinful man, possessing a fragrance typical of women, thanks to Aegis's blessing. Lucia said as she sat up, treating Leon as a cushion. In any case, Leon wore a pained expression as he retrieved several exceptional life-restoring potions from his backpack. Intrigued, I inquired about the source of these advanced alchemical elixirs. Lucia picked up a vial, uncorked it, and took a sip, savoring the flavor of superior ingredients. It is a divine gift, Leon remarked. I receive such blessings daily. His words bore a semblance of truth, albeit with an air of uncertainty, as Leon himself was unsure whether the system truly constituted a creation of the divine. Nevertheless, he was grateful for the daily rewards of currency, restorative potions, and rare materials. You provide Natasha with a vial each day, Lucia stated. Moreover, this matter requires reporting to the Empire. Do you believe they will heed your words? Leon questioned, perplexed. The Empire's foremost alchemical professor is my mentor. Lucia replied with a smile. Our relationship has evolved from mere acquaintances to ordinary teacher and student, and now to partners. In the realm of biological alchemy, I currently hold the advantage. However, I am not as adept with alchemical potions. Biological alchemy demands a profound mastery over magical power. Any deficiency is unacceptable. Princess Lucia, who do you think is responsible for such misdeeds? Leon asked. The Empire has strictly prohibited the transplantation of monster organs through alchemical procedures, has it not? I have a general target in mind. Now is not the opportune moment for hunting, she replied. As for you, my obedient companion, would you care to join me for the night? It would be my utmost pleasure, Leon smiled. Lucia maintained her cheerful demeanor. Moments later, however, Leon found himself unceremoniously kicked out, rubbing his backside, his thoughts still entangled with the complexities of biological alchemy. Divine gifts indeed. The Thunder Dragon opened its eyes and let out a scoff. Raymond's efforts in clearing the dungeon bosses proceeded with remarkable smoothness, yet unforeseen complications arose during the aftermath. He adeptly adjusted the difficulty level to a range acceptable for the adventurers within the territory of Jelly, while also tidying up the scattered monsters in the wilderness. However, upon returning to the city after vanquishing the monsters, he was met with an incredulous response. What do you mean you cannot provide us with accommodations? Do you not recognize us? It was we who assisted you in defeating the labyrinth boss and securing that rare weapon. Following this exclamation, Jelly received a sharp slap across the face. After merely a brief absence, you dare to inform me that there are no rooms available for us? Are you suggesting that I should share a tavern with the lower-class rabble? Raymond blinked, bewildered by the current situation. Jet maintained the demeanor of a duke, smiling at the woman adorned in opulent armor. Your Highness, the Grand Princess, I beg your pardon. The guest rooms in my duke's residence have already been allocated to the returning guests from the border. The remaining rooms are only suitable for ordinary servants, and their quality pales in comparison to the inns within the city. It is inconceivable that such a vast duke's estate could lack even a few adequate chambers. If your request were not so excessive, there would be ample space for accommodation. Is my request truly excessive? Charline retorted. Carl is my companion, and we have tirelessly fought for the glory of humanity. Can you not even fulfill this modest request of mine? Charline saw no issue with her demand. All I ask is that you clear out 3 floors for the use of myself and the hero. This way, no one can eavesdrop or pry. Do you wish for our less than graceful moments to be overheard or witnessed by anyone? Jet shot her an incredulous glance. You dare call that a reasonable request? Would it not suffice to simply cast a barrier spell to secure a quiet space? Why must you belabor the matter with a duke from a bordering region? Summon those occupying the rooms. I wish to see if they possess the audacity to occupy them. Are you looking for me? The hero and his companions turned to see Raymond returning from battle, a massive pig-like beast slung over his shoulder. His face obscured, but Charline recognized the armor he wore. You are. Charline's eyes widened. Raymond Barrett. You have reached the 6th tier? How is this possible? You are not yet 20, and a follower of Aegis. How could you possibly withstand such immense energy? The transition from the 1st to the 3rd tier, and from the 4th to the 6th tier, represents 2 significant thresholds. Achieving the pinnacle of the 6th tier before the age of 20 is a feat that may have been possible in ancient times, but is utterly unthinkable now. Yet, Raymond had accomplished it. Carl Arthur Pendragon instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Charline, warily observing Raymond. At that moment, Carl stood just shy of the 6th tier, the blessings from the god of light bestowed upon him without reservation. However, the notorious reputation of Aegis even echoed throughout the divine realm. The rampaging dragon, the destroyer of order, ravager of all in existence, the dragon race is characterized by an absolute dominance over other races. It could be said that the dragon race possesses authority over all laws of the world. Faced with a rival in talent, level, and divine favor, Carl felt no certainty of victory. Look at you, making it seem as though I intend to slay you. Raymond casually tossed the beast aside, stretched his limbs, and glanced at Carl. Since you are here, why not settle the fine? A fine? Carl was taken aback as a wanted notice was thrust into his hands. The face depicted was undeniably his. But why? Since discovering he was the chosen one blessed by the hero, he had not relented for a moment, diligently fulfilling his responsibilities as a hero. Yet, why was there a wanted notice? Jet, you had better explain this notice to me, Charline demanded, her fury palpable. This wanted notice was issued by the Empire following an on-site investigation, Jet explained. As I mentioned before, Your Highness, you may venture into the dungeon, but please ensure a thorough investigation following your conquest to avoid any mishaps. Due to your negligence, the difficulty of the dungeon within my territory has escalated drastically. Adventurers and clergy are overwhelmed, and it has caused severe damage to my lands. Jet paused before continuing. As my territory is responsible for providing essential supplies to the border garrison, the creatures emerging from the dungeon have wreaked havoc on farmlands and even alchemical agricultural bases. If you are unwilling to pay the fine, I will have no choice but to request your labor in prison to repay it, as per imperial law. Charline's anger intensified. Jet, we are a party of heroes. Heroes do not possess any special privileges, Your Highness, Jet replied calmly. This law applies to all within the Empire, without exception. Even for royalty? Even royalty. Princess Lucia, of the same royal lineage, was sent to the border region due to unfounded slander. You are not exempt. Charline fell silent. The greedy sorceress had always demanded the best of everything since childhood. She believed that only heroes were worthy of her. Indeed, she had trained tirelessly to match the hero's standards, striving to be the strongest in every skill, ensuring her companions were the most beautiful, and her equipment possessed the finest attributes. Yet, this was merely the effort of a mortal. Raymond, having crossed countless thresholds between life and death, possessed battle talents that utterly eclipsed those of the hero. Come on, pay the fine quickly. I have no time to waste with you. Raymond was quite displeased. He still wanted to return to the capital to check on his sister's situation. The bravado of the so-called heroes did not weigh heavily on his mind. Carl and his team members hesitated, but after a moment's resolve, they decided to pay the fine. After all, Jet was correct. His territory supported several legions and guarded a crucial pass. Should any unforeseen incident arise in the underground city, the fate awaiting Princess Shaylin could only end on the guillotine. The sum of 10,000 gold coins included the assets Shaylin had brought with her, as well as the proceeds from the equipment they had acquired during their adventures. Thanks to Her Highness's generosity, Jet remarked with a smile, I shall provide you with food and lodging, and I hope that after a good rest, you will embark on your journey with renewed vigor. The underlying implication of this statement was clear. I am affording you a modicum of dignity. Perhaps take a moment to ponder how you might earn a living, you impoverished souls. Following this incident, it was evident that Shaylin harbored no further thoughts of procreation with the heroes. Raymond was somewhat taken aback. This valiant hero appeared unexpectedly timid. Natasha recovered with remarkable swiftness. Perhaps her age was comparable to Leon's, but her protracted malnutrition had resulted in developmental delays, making her appearance easily mistaken for that of a child. With Leon's potion and Lucia's magical expertise, the fusion of alchemical organs proceeded seamlessly. Would this truly not have any adverse effects on her? Leon, observing Layla and Natasha frolicking in the snow within the courtyard, inquired with a note of concern. Are you questioning my expertise? Lucia replied, sipping her tea. There are but a handful of archmages across the continent who can rival my abilities. Even those formidable mages would not dare to compare themselves to me in the realm of life alchemy. The artificial organs will gradually adapt to her bloodline within her body. There will be no further mutations. Of course, the original alchemical organs were never meant to mutate. It was the beast organs, forcefully implanted by those individuals, that caused the disturbances. At this moment, Natasha bore multiple surgical scars, a rather cruel fate for a young girl. Yet, considering that her terminal affliction, the magical corridor damage, had been entirely remedied, what grievances could one truly harbor? Scar removal surgery could certainly be performed later. This was a trivial matter. Leon nodded, contemplating the omnipotent magic of another world. Layla and Natasha were in the courtyard building snowmen. Layla had created a colossal cat figure, while Natasha had crafted an impressive dragon knight statue. Lucia smiled at Leon, who turned away to avoid her gaze. During lunch, Natasha subtly inched closer to Leon, meticulously observing his eating habits and expressions. Though no words were exchanged, it was enough to provoke Lucia, driven by some peculiar psychological inclination, to draw Natasha into the examination room for a more thorough conversation. After the commotion subsided, Leon returned to his room to study the tome on magic. Unlike the incantations described in fantastical novels, this book meticulously documented the intricacies of how magical energy flowed within the body, followed by the process of communicating with the cosmos to release it. This indeed bore a striking resemblance to the concept of magical conduits. It seemed that there were individuals in the Great Flame region conducting research in this field as well. After perusing the pages, Leon took a deep breath and began to attempt controlling the flow of magical energy. Thanks to the protection of the Thunder Dragon, his progress in cultivation was remarkably swift. Ding! The specialized skill of the Thunder element has been activated. Your comprehension of the secret technique, the Celestial Thunder Formula, has deepened, and you have now preliminarily mastered the Celestial Thunder Formula. You have acquired the skill, Thunder Punishment. Celestial Punishment, a thunderous art of amplified potency, especially devastating against the undead, ethereal beings, and those burdened by profound iniquity. Leon forced a wry smile, astonished by the unexpected capabilities of the system. He opened his eyes, emerging from a meditative state, and attempted to unleash the Thunder Punishment skill. The familiar hue of magical energy manifested in his hands, yet it appeared more pale than his usual spells, with a level of ferocity that exceeded his own. If this skill were to strike a person, it would undoubtedly leave them charred and maimed. Chun Chuanguang had instructed him to discipline the hero, but failed to specify the extent of that discipline. Leon furrowed his brow, dispelling the energy from his hands. If the hero were to be rendered crippled before fully maturing, who would bear the responsibility for such an outcome? In the hours that followed, Leon dutifully fulfilled his role as a loyal companion within the estate, engaging in various chores such as cleaning, shoveling snow, and even chopping wood. After all, idleness was not an option, and he could not afford to sit in meditation for centuries as one might find in a cultivation novel. Were he to live for such an extended period, one would surely have succumbed to madness long ago. As preparations for dinner were underway, an imperial envoy arrived. Given his notorious reputation, the ambassador exhibited no airs of arrogance upon his arrival. Once all were gathered, the envoy cleared his throat. "Your Highness Lucia, this is the decree from His Majesty the Emperor." With that, he unfurled the document and began to relay its contents. As the words unfolded, the listeners grew increasingly alarmed. The hero's party had encountered difficulties and returned to the imperial capital for recuperation. The Crown Princess Shaylin had sustained injuries and was likewise returning for recovery. The various princes and princesses stationed in distant lands were to complete their respective trials and, with the arrival of spring and the melting of snow, return to the capital to participate in the selection of the heir. Leon furrowed his brow, pondering whether this signified the commencement of the main quest. Yet, something felt amiss. In the original narrative, it was after the onset of spring that Lucia returned to the imperial capital without any official summons, forcibly entangling herself in the selection of heirs. Consequently, she forged a fateful bond with the hero, leading to a continuous conflict between the two parties. The eldest princess, whose name eluded him, Shaylin, perhaps, had not sustained any injuries until the storyline reached its midpoint, largely due to the hero's protection. Could this anomaly be attributed to the disruption of the timeline caused by his transmigration? Regrettably, the concept of fate felt tenuous here. Otherwise, Leon would have sought the counsel of a sage to discern the precise events that had transpired. He fervently hoped that no celestial forces would impede his development. Otherwise, he would be rendered utterly powerless. Accompanying the official document was an envelope, which contained Lucia's examination task. My foolish, arrogant father, who should have been dethroned long ago. I wonder what vexing challenge you have devised for me now. Lucia mused as she opened the envelope. I am the Grand Mage, the Archmage, and one of the few scholars of the Empire. My knowledge surpasses that of any fool in the imperial capital, regardless of their rank. Upon reading the task, Lucia paused momentarily before breaking into a chuckle. With a resounding roar, black flames engulfed the examination paper, reducing it to ashes as Lucia observed in silence. The onlookers shared her silence, their gazes fixed upon her. Will, she called. Yes, Your Highness, Will replied, stepping forward with a smile. Activate your network of information. I wish to uncover what transpired with my sister that compelled our inept father to resort to such foolishness, Lucia commanded, and Leon, you too. Leon stepped forward. Could I trouble you with dinner? Yes, I shall attend to your request, came the reply. Leon nodded. Might I inquire what you would like to eat? I cannot. Lucia remarked, gently tapping Leon's forehead before calmly exiting the hall and returning to her office. Intrigued, Leon pondered the contents of the envelope that could elicit such animosity from Lucia. Nevertheless, his course remained unchanged. A child's obstinacy often stems from their upbringing, particularly their formative years. The wounds inflicted by one's family of origin can take a lifetime to heal, a sentiment not without merit. As snow continued to fall, unseen by the lamplight, sinister intentions quietly coalesced. Within the imperial capital, at the Barrett family's residence, Eden Barrett personally hanged a treacherous servant outside the main gate. Ensure that her corpse is left unburied, to be devoured by hounds. Eden commanded his summoned contract demon before strolling back inside. At the entrance, two humanoid demons bearing the Barrett family's features, save for their crimson eyes, offered a slight bow. The concept of the hero does not necessarily denote a specific individual or lineage, although a family often reaps considerable rewards from the advent of a hero within its ranks. With time to spare, Will regaled the group with tales by the hearth. Female heroes have existed, though their prevalence waned after 2 or 3 generations, perhaps due to their perceived susceptibility to sentimentality. Furthermore, the absence of a demon lord has persisted for quite some time. In the realm of Western fantasy, a staple of Japanese animation, the hero confronts the dragon or the demon lord. Beyond the occasional depiction of immortal races locked in eternal conflict, there lies the issue of inequitable resource distribution, often including territorial disputes. A common tactic for diverting domestic discord is to instigate war. In the absence of a demon lord, one will inevitably be fabricated. It was in this manner that a certain hero incurred the wrath of the great flame empire. Crackle, whoosh whoosh. Meow, hot hot. Layla retrieved a pizza from the hearth and placed it on a small table. What happened next, Meow? Where did the demon lord go? The term demon lord is somewhat of an oversimplification, Will replied. A demon lord is merely a formidable individual within the demon race, chosen by their peers to lead them, resulting in a conflict of interest with humanity. This subject matter proved too weighty and abstruse for Natasha and Layla. Leon exhibited a palpable disinterest. Had it not been for the heavy snowfall outside and Lord Lucia's penchant for languishing in bed, the entire territory, save for Ralph who was organizing patrols outdoors, would be gathered around the hearth, and he would not find himself sitting here. What do you think, Leon? Will inquired with a smile. Me? I believe that regardless of how grandly one speaks, it has no bearing on us, Leon replied. The high-end combat prowess remains constant. It is the mid to low-tier fighting strength that determines the course of the battlefield. Even a 9th-tier powerhouse can succumb to exhaustion and perish. A lone hero cannot bear the weight alone. I recall a line from Qin's Moon during my childhood, where the Qin king aptly stated, if 300 cannot be captured, then send 3,000, 30,000, or even 300,000. Unless Gainia has attained immortality, victory is simply unattainable. After an extended discourse filled with chatter, Will shared tales from his work as a demon hunter, while Layla reminisced about her life in her hometown. Leon and Natasha found little to contribute, content to roast sweet potatoes by the fireplace. Having imbibed too much, Will became inebriated, and Layla indulged herself to the point of satiety. After covering the two with blankets and ensuring the fire would not flare up, Leon rose to his feet. Though the temperature outside was frigid, he, being a priest, had no fear of frostbite. Suddenly, someone tugged at the hem of his garment. Natasha, appearing diminished and resembling a forsaken child, gazed up at Leon. I wish to explore the territory. It is prudent to address any potential threats should they arise. Leon spoke softly, yet Natasha remained her usual self. Well then, Just follow me, he said with a resigned wave of his hand, before taking a scarf and draping it around her shoulders. It evoked a nostalgic feeling of holding his sister's hand as they wandered through their estate. Eden, as a member of the Barrett family, seemed to bear a burden too heavy for a girl, especially under the current circumstances. With himself still at the border, Raymond was out honing his skills and had gone missing, while their father lay in a mysterious coma, leaving the household without a capable man to take charge. Sister Una, that noble lady, the fiancée he once cherished. He had slain her brother, yet there was no response from her family. Shouldn't they have come to the border to confront him? Leon? Natasha inquired, puzzled. What is on your mind? I was lost in thought, he managed a wry smile. What could Princess Lucia's examination entail? The moment she received the envelope, she had incinerated it, leaving him none the wiser. It was a painting. A painting? Leon was taken aback by Natasha's response. What sort of examination would involve a painting? Or did the painting hold some particular significance? The material seemed to be neither a specialized canvas nor a carefully preserved scroll, but rather a simple sheet of white paper, likely used for children's doodles. In the original story, Lucia had seemingly not received any examination either. As he pondered this, Ralph returned from his patrol. Leon, thank goodness you're here. Where's Lady Lucia? A figure, covered in snow, approached. She should still be in bed. What's the matter? Leon asked, puzzled. A distinguished guest has arrived, Ralph announced. Duke Berhain has traveled a long way to see us. This was a powerful ally that Lucia was seeking to cultivate, her future greatest support. But now, with Lucia suddenly in a state of despair, what was to be done? I will fetch Lady Lucia. You entertain Duke Berhain in the meantime, Leon said, gesturing for Natasha to follow him as they hurried to Lucia's chamber. Wearing her nightgown, Lucia was roused from her slumber. Her eyes still half closed as Leon gently wiped her face with a warm towel, helping her sit up. With no suitable clothing readily available, he draped a coat over her shoulders. Meanwhile, Natasha cast a spell to invigorate Lucia. What are you two up to? Lucia asked, her expression one of mild exasperation as she opened her eyes. Your Grace, Duke Berhain has arrived, Leon informed her. Please get ready, we must greet him. I understand. Lucia yawned, and then casually snapped her fingers. A dark purple magic circle enveloped her, transforming her attire into suitable garments for a sorceress. Magic truly was remarkable. Even with light clothing, it could maintain warmth. Stretching her limbs, Lucia beckoned Leon and Natasha to follow her as they made their way to the reception room. Duke Berhain, having removed his outer coat, sat in the reception area without requesting tea or refreshments. Have you been kept waiting long? Leon opened the door, and Lucia entered. No, I have just arrived as well. Berhain smiled as he picked up his teacup. After all, Her Highness Lucia was the generous benefactor of my territory. So waiting a little longer was of no consequence. You jest, Your Grace, Lucia replied with a smile, casually selecting a seat. There are certain etiquettes associated with dining or hosting guests. The position of the host is of particular significance. Your spirits seem rather low. Has something troubled you? Surely. You need not rely on my recommendation to vie for the imperial succession, Berhain inquired, questioning whether this was still the same dark archmage he once knew. I am indeed. Your Grace, I have not changed, Lucia replied, her enthusiasm waning, merely expressing her dissatisfaction with my father at that moment. The noble duke nodded, sighing, I understand your feelings. Your Highness, were I in your position, summoned back due to the fall from grace of the original heir, I too would be quite vexed. What do you mean? Leon furrowed his brow. The designated heir, Princess Shaylin Van Aster? The Emperor had initially intended to abolish the competitive system. Bell remarked that such feudal competition would merely provide opportunities for adversaries to exploit. The heir apparent was already determined to be Her Highness Shaylin, along with her husband, Karl, the valiant hero. The powerful martial prowess, coupled with a legitimate lineage, would undoubtedly lead the empire toward greater stability through their harmonious union. Yet, it was evident that something had gone awry with this primary heir. Belle turned to Leon, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, the blood of heroes is destined to be transmitted. This could not be more accurate. Leon was momentarily taken aback by these words, pondering their significance. Leon Barrett. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to you in my capacity as Duke. Thanks to your generous financial support, my troops have been swiftly and effectively organized. I have heard that the Merchant Guild intends to foster a good relationship with you. Indeed, your assistance has allowed me to procure a considerable amount of urgently needed medicines. Bell remarked with a smile. Furthermore, in my personal capacity, I extend my heartfelt respect to the Barrett family. Your brother, Raymond Barrett, upon learning of your plight, led a small team from the border to the imperial capital, successfully dealing with numerous demon and beast-infested tribes along the way. Unfortunately, the gathering of these demons and beasts can largely be attributed to the failure of the hero to manage the aftermath adequately. Leon widened his eyes. Raymond? How is he now? Where is he? Are the people of the imperial capital giving him a hard time? Upon hearing news of his younger brother, Leon could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Belle paused for a moment. Leon, please calm down. Lucia grasped Leon's hand. The power of a hero is formidable. Raymond will undoubtedly be capable of managing the mess he has inherited, and his strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Leon took a deep breath and said, I apologize for my rudeness. The memories of his former self, Leon, influenced him. He would lose control at the mere mention of his brother. In his mind, Raymond was still that pitiable child, confined to a wheelchair, reliant on his family for every aspect of life. Yet, it has been proven that divinity is impartial. There exists a notion that an individual's capacity to endure the strength bestowed by the divine is intrinsically linked to their character, resilience, and the suffering they have endured. Bielheim remarked, I have heard of Raymond's exploits. Born with disabilities in both legs, he was judged to spend his entire life in a wheelchair. Nevertheless, through sheer determination, he ascended to the trial grounds and received the blessing of Aegis. Recent intelligence indicates that Raymond Barrett, wielding 6th-tier strength, has slain a 7th-tier demon lord, thwarting the demonic invasion of the Empire. A 7th-tier demon lord? How impressive! Lucia exclaimed, clearly astonished. It seems, Leon, you can rest assured. Such a formidable warrior will not be persecuted by the Empire, no matter how foolish they may be. Leon felt his heart racing amid the chaos. The conversation continued for a while longer, during which Lucia's appetite improved significantly, and the two dukes indulged in cake and tea. I shall continue to support your ambition to lead the Empire, Your Highness Lucia. Your talents and intellect are unparalleled among the princes and princesses. Please, have faith in yourself. Bielheim said as he prepared to take his leave. The era of heroes has passed. We now inhabit a time where all things converge. If we cling to antiquated rules, the Empire shall only march towards its demise. In truth, Bielheim's concerns were unwarranted. In the original tale, the hero's ultimate adversary was none other than Lucia herself. Without the hero's divine gift, overcoming Lucia would have been impossible. His machinations to eradicate her were relentless. For being the protagonist, his actions were always justified. Ah, here. This is for you. Bielheim produced a gift from within his cloak. Lucia accepted it, revealing a ticket. A family hot spring experience voucher? She inquired, looking at Bielheim. Even you must take some time to unwind, Bielheim said with an air of mystery. Your Highness, you ought to seek a strong husband, do you not? He is my loyal hound, Lucia replied, grasping Leon's collar. Isn't that right? With a face betraying consternation, Leon acquiesced. Indeed, my liege, your words epitomize my aspirations. Needless to say, the demonic I betrayed Leon's mendacity. Following Belle's departure, Lucia, seizing Leon by the arm, retreated to their chamber, summarily ejecting Natasha, who had been trailing behind. The diminutive lass, exhibiting a modicum of recalcitrance, was apprehended by Lucia, who, lifting her skirt, administered a restorative injection to her posterior, precipitating a tearful retreat. Thereupon, Ralph gave chase. Do you perceive my actions as unduly harsh? Nay, well, perhaps engaging in a dispute with a mere child is somewhat. Leon was at a loss for words. Your Highness, did you have something you wished to discuss with me? Lucia reclined upon the bedside, elevating her foot. Lewin knelt slightly, removing her boots. As his hand supported himself, he inadvertently brushed against Luce's delicate foot. Today, you and that stubborn girl Natasha forcibly roused me from my slumber. I must punish you, she proclaimed, before placing her foot squarely upon Lewin's face. How does this feel? For someone like you, this must be considered a reward, wouldn't it? Leon remained taciturn. He released Lucia's foot, rose to his feet, and advanced. In a trice, Lucia found her hands seized and pinned to the bed. I shall have Olgeld you, you rutting cur, Lucia declared icily. Your Highness Lucia. Leon stated earnestly, my feelings for you transcend mere affection. I am unaware of the trials you have previously endured, but I comprehend that many have failed to grasp you, misconstrued you, and stood in awe of you, which has led you to the frontier. This was not solely to evade, but also to find respite. Within your heart lies a towering mountain, and my stance aligns with yours on certain matters. Unions between noble houses are commonplace, and the Barrett family is no exception. And your point? Lucia inquired, her tone tinged with ire. My devotion to you shall remain steadfast, irrespective of political positions. I, Leon Barrett, pledge that my affection for your Highness Lucia shall be as immutable as gold. Why not diamonds? Diamonds, your Highness, are merely elemental carbon. Lucia withdrew her hands and pressed them against Leon's head. The taste of a witch is truly exquisite, as is the savor of a dragon's kin. Thump. A handprint marred Leon's face as he knelt in a corner. Lucia sat comfortably in a chair, pouring herself a glass of water to dilute the floral fragrance lingering on her lips. Can't you ponder the reason behind the scent of flowers on a grown man? She queried. I am at a loss, your Highness. As I have mentioned, it is merely the blessing of the Thunder Dragon. Leon replied with resignation. Nevertheless, were you not curious about the examination my late father bestowed upon me? Lucia sighed. It was a painting, one I created for him during my childhood. I never anticipated he would preserve it until now. And you, your Highness? I have not changed. It is only now, with the fall of the crown princess, that the notion of other worthy heirs arises. The empire is destined for ruin, Lucia remarked with a huff. Rather than dwell on that, let us consider how to enjoy our time at the hot springs. Despite the heavy snowfall obstructing the roads, advancements in technology ensured that internal combustion engines would not succumb to the cold. Furthermore, the border regions were not excessively frigid. Could they be colder than the icy northern realms? There, lingering outdoors for mere minutes could lead to frostbite. Welcome to the hot spring palace. A woman in uniform greeted Lucia and her companions with a warm smile. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Ah, a family experience voucher, you say? Please hold on. As the ticket provided by Duke Berhain was taken for verification, the group began to observe the opulence of the hot spring palace. Meow. The decor is splendid, Layla exclaimed, her gaze sweeping over the electric lights, glass, and an abundance of magical furniture. I have heard that the hot spring here is a magical apparatus created by the fusion of a 6th-tier fire dragon crystal and a 6th-tier water dragon crystal, Will remarked. What an audacious design. And that is not all, Lucia interjected, her eyes sharp. Many designs incorporate dwarven craftsmanship, and the wealth required to construct such a palace is staggering. Leon glanced outside at the guards stationed at the entrance, all warriors of the 7th tier. The Continental Merchants Guild is indeed affluent. After verifying their tickets, a dedicated attendant guided Leon and his companions to their private box. The ambience here momentarily reminded Leon of the grand bathhouses he had only witnessed on his mobile phone in a previous life. This is your designated floor, the attendant announced as they traversed the magical array, arriving at the level marked 42. Please indulge in your time of relaxation. Our establishment offers complimentary meals and beverages, although extravagant dishes and fine wines will incur additional charges. Ding. Luin retrieved a coin from his backpack and pressed it into the palm of the waiter. Here is your tip. You may leave now. The waiter said nothing, merely smiled and departed. It must be said that the Guild's mages possess considerable skill, as evidenced by their adeptness with teleportation magic. Once technological advancements progress, this spatial transportation technique will likely be rendered obsolete. Let us form groups, Lucia chuckled, extracting her belongings from Luin's pack. Meow wants to be with Lady Lucia, Layla exclaimed, embracing Lucia and casting a triumphant glance at Luin. Meanwhile, Natasha clung to Luin's hand, unwilling to let go, and after receiving a playful thump on the head from Lucia, she cradled her head and followed the sorceress to their room. Thus, the remaining trio comprised Luin, Will, and Ralph. Hey, you two little ones, Will said with a mischievous grin. Though Princess Lucia is undoubtedly the epitome of beauty, there are other women of considerable charm as well. What do you say? Shall we venture out for some fun? Will draped his arms over their shoulders. Luin knitted his brow, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes. Ah, yes, the Witcher. When one speaks of Witchers, Gerald immediately springs to mind. Moreover, Europe does possess a certain liberality. He demurred. I shall abstain. If you desire to indulge, feel free, but refrain from bringing anyone back. It was a jest. After all, Luin is the eldest son of the Barrett family, the scion of a preeminent dynasty. Such houses must maintain appearances, and the blood of heroes cannot be indiscriminately scattered. Imagine the quandary if a young woman were to approach the Barrett estate with a child. Would they accept them or not? As for those houses with fewer constraints, they are welcome to do as they please, as illegitimate offspring are common and inconsequential. It's just that Ralph, an innocent lad, was swayed by Will's flattering words and clamored to experience the world, only to be whisked away by that old rogue. Currently, the balance of the sexes in this lodging is skewed toward the feminine. Meow. Luan, I'm dressed, meow, Layla announced, bounding from her chamber. The maiden's graceful form was indeed alluring. Yet Luan opened the door to the men's quarters and entered without a backward glance. Luan, meow, come and look, meow. Layla was incensed by Luan's disregard. Natasha, a young girl, emerged in a one-piece swimsuit, while Lucia donned a more sophisticated black bathing suit. Brother Luan, open the door. Natasha tapped gently. Won't you come out and admire my swimsuit? They're all lovely, truly. Luan sighed ruefully from within. He gazed upon the swimming trunks he had prepared, intending to avoid awkwardness during the hot spring soak. Now besieged by 3 women, he regretted not joining Will on his escapade. Very well, let us cleanse ourselves first, and then prepare for the hot spring. Lucia surreptitiously activated her mystic eyes, indulging in a thorough appreciation of Luan's physique, before contentedly leading her 2 charges away. Leon once resided in a small county town where bathing was far less ritualistic. One would simply disrobe and plunge into the water, emerging only when sufficiently refreshed to seek the services of an attendant for scrubbing. The notion of having a personal bathtub seemed cumbersome to him, for it was intended for soaking rather than for cleansing one's body. Prior to entering, one must first ensure their body is thoroughly washed. Leon was unaware of where Will had taken Ralph for their escapades. Nor did he believe that the subsequent developments would unfold like a harem anime from the East, overflowing with indulgent pleasures. Lucia, Layla, Natasha, honestly, he found them all appealing. After tidying up, Leon immersed himself in the pool. He had never experienced such delight in his previous life. It seemed that ancient Rome had a culture of baths. He wondered if the common folk had the opportunity to partake in such luxury. Oh dear, you all arrived rather swiftly. Luan glanced to his side and saw Duke Berhain sitting beside him. This nobleman possessed the striking features typical of aristocrats portrayed in films. However, at that moment, Luan could not help but feel averse to the tuft of chest hair adorning the Duke's chest. A man. Indeed, a true man. Upon learning that his brother was unharmed, Luan visibly relaxed. Berhain took a sip of red wine and remarked, I believe your brother feels the same. If you were to perish due to the stripping of your divine essence, he would surely be consumed by rage. Leon gazed at the nobleman as he indulged in his drink. To support Her Highness Lucia and align oneself with me is indeed fraught with peril. Should we succeed, the Empire shall undergo a transformation, ushering in a new era. However, if we falter, the Barrett family, the Heine family, and Her Highness Lucia will all become mere casualties of the power struggle. Those who reclaim authority will not spare us. At that juncture, we will either meet our demise or become traitors. To borrow a phrase from the great Yin, a warrior perishes for his confidant. Since I have chosen to support Her Highness Lucia, it is with the intention of walking this path to its bitter end. Belheina offered a wry smile. Do you know? I am the last of the Heine lineage still residing within the Empire. Leon listened quietly. The specific reasons elude me. Yet my animosity towards the highest authority is no less than yours. Duke Bell chuckled. By the way, where is Mr. Will? Leon hesitated. Just as applause echoed from outside, Ralph had certainly been led astray by Will. Upon his return, he was met with a slap from Lucia's formidable magical hand, leaving him bruised and battered when he encountered Leon. How was the young lady? Leon inquired with a furrowed brow. Absolutely splendid. Will burst into laughter. Having faced little consequence himself, this aligns with the nature of sorcerers. Their allegiance to the most malevolent demon compels them to hunt others of their kind, thereby altering their very forms. Even with the use of potions, it would be arduous for the 2 demon hunters to conceive a child. Consequently, Lucia indulged Will, as their relationship was merely contractual. Your Highness, I was wrong, I apologize, Ralph said as he knelt. Lucia, revealing her fair, exposed thigh, cast a glance at Will. Uncle, please refrain from involving Ralph in such matters again. The clergy possess resistances to certain ailments, but Ralph lacks the talent to become one. Should anything untoward happen to the old steward's child, Lucia would be overwhelmed with guilt. Men. Quite normal. Duke Behaina interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Now that we're all cleaned up, let us change and head downstairs for a meal. The fare at the Hot Spring Palace was rather lavish. Yet it was not a venue accessible to the common populace. For the upper crust, any gathering was a battlefield of social interaction. Soon, Bell found himself surrounded by others, all paying homage to the resilience of his territory, expressing their hopes for its revival. Ralph had learned his lesson, trailing behind Lucia as a guard who could indulge in a few bites of food. Meanwhile, Layla and Natasha were far more casual. One possessed a youthful mind, while the other, in terms of DNA, was not one to be easily restrained. Belhaina's provision of entrance to the hot spring palace for Lucia was undoubtedly strategic. Leveraging the influence of the Continental Trading Company, this place would be devoid of the predatory eyes of the empire. Thus, he could introduce Lucia to more influential figures and nobility, garnering their support in preparation for a future return to the imperial capital. They conversed about the empire's history, the war between demons and gods, the lamentable epics of demon hunters, and the scale of the Great Flame's armies. The announcement of hundreds of thousands mobilizing elicited gasps of disbelief from the crowd. Leon, observing the bustling throng, adjusted his attire and sought out a server to inquire if he could step outside for some fresh air. The server activated the teleportation array, transporting him to the pinnacle of the hot spring palace. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous machines whirred, exchanging air, expelling harmful gases, and replenishing water through pumps. These mechanisms operated at the summit to serve the entire establishment, though few remained at the top. Leon stood at the edge of the protective net, gazing at the diminished snow and the countless lights below. In the past, even during the Empire's zenith, such an expanse of radiance would not have been visible from atop a towering edifice. Leon felt a profound sense of returning home. The reason for his crossing over was rather ironic. To perish in such a manner was undeniably irresponsible. Sigh, Leon inhaled deeply, then exhaled a mist of white vapor. What troubles you? Are you longing for home? Lucia appeared beside him, her presence a surprise. Luin gazed at the sorceress, words poised on the tip of his tongue, yet stifled by an unshakable hesitation. His true identity was that of an otherworldly demon. What significance did Luin's memories hold? If he were to return to the imperial capital, how would he confront Eden and Raymond? How could he tell them, "Your brother is dead. I have traversed realms and usurped his existence"? Moreover, he could never return home. Who could possibly comprehend the depths of such sorrow? "Your Highness, how did you ascend here?" Luin inquired, striving to compose himself. "It was merely a teleportation spell. My magical aptitude is quite exceptional. Deciphering and mastering such spells poses no challenge for me," Lucia replied, settling herself upon a conduit imbued with anti-soiling magic. "And you? Are you contemplating ways to extricate yourself from my company? Just a few days prior, you expressed such profound sentiments toward me." "Nay, I merely find myself yearning for home." Luin smiled gently. "Though my abode is far from idyllic, it lacks true freedom. Burdened by responsibilities and considerations from myriad angles, hardly a definition of liberty. Yet, I am blessed with a family that loves me, and the ache of their absence weighs heavily upon my heart." Lucia observed Luin quietly, noting the turmoil within him as his emotions began to overflow, even causing a slight leakage of his magical essence. "I apologize for the spectacle I have caused." Luin regained his composure. "Your Highness, what of Sir Bell? He is diligently introducing me to capable knights and talented individuals, even connecting me with a doctor renowned for his exceptional skills in biological augmentation. Your little companion Natasha's condition has stabilized," Lucia informed him. "We shall set forth for the imperial capital come spring. I will ensure the affairs of the territory are well managed, but the actions you undertake will surely incite the ire of the nobility in the capital." "I shall handle it," Luin asserted resolutely. "These matters will not diminish your Highness's standing." The mere mention of Raymond, a sixth-tier sorcerer, returning to the capital would be enough to prompt the nobility to ponder whether they should oppose Luin. Lucia contemplated this for a moment before articulating. "If I were to succeed in becoming the heir to the empire, it would undoubtedly require considerable time to effectuate any change in this decaying realm, would it not?" Leon nodded. Even for a polymath of the 21st century, delving into ancient history and traversing the formidable barriers of prominent families proves to be an arduous task. The illustrious emperors and ministers throughout history are anything but simple. Take Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty as an example. Should another individual attempt to navigate the perilous realm of the Xuanwu Gate, they might very well meet defeat. The process by which he ascended to power was fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to death. Once we have truly achieved this, let us journey together to the Great Yin. Lucia suddenly interjected with this remark, expressing her curiosity about the herbal studies and the magical arts of the Taoists. "What are your thoughts?" Leon remained silent. The wind swept through once more, rustling Leon's garments and lifting the girl's flowing hair. "Have you discovered it?" "Indeed. You realized it when you addressed the plight of the refugees from the church," Lucia remarked. "Chen Chuan later approached me, stating that your every word and action bore a striking resemblance to someone who had lived in the Great Yin for an extended period. However, I am aware of your circumstances. Then how do you intend to handle me?" Leon inquired, regarding the notion that I am not truly myself. Lucia smirked, eager to engage in conversation with the mischievous dog she had taken in. At that moment, the sky suddenly illuminated, and the experienced duo gazed upward, witnessing a colossal fireball hurtling toward them, a move that obscured the sun, akin to a technique from Fire X Ninja, specifically the tailed beast meteor of Madara. It directly summoned a meteor to fall. In this realm, such magic is not unheard of. Yet its execution demands an extraordinarily high rank or the collective might of numerous mages to unleash this formidable spell. In an instant, Leon summoned the dragon spear, intending to infuse it with all his magical energy and hurl it to disperse the immense fireball into the sky. He then planned to activate his dragon transformation to withstand the remaining shockwave, believing it could safeguard Lucia. However, with a swift motion, Lucia grasped Leon, who was ready to risk everything, and shook her head. If you unleash that, the town will be affected. Allow me to handle this. The dark sorceress stepped forward, delicately slicing her fingertip with a small blade, and began to chant an enigmatic incantation. Leon stepped back, resembling a knight sworn to protect a princess. Dark magic swiftly coalesced before Lucia, forming a small, obsidian sphere. Go, he instructed with a casual gesture, and the sphere soared towards the fiery orb above. The entire event transpired in less than 3 seconds. At the moment the black sphere made contact with the fireball, a black hole emerged abruptly. Space warped, light was consumed, and boundless magic was drawn into the void, resulting in the colossal fireball being absorbed. As for the immense magic's ultimate destination, who could say? The inhabitants of the hot spring palace promptly initiated countermeasures, and countless warriors set out to investigate suspicious individuals. Meanwhile, Leon and Lucia on the rooftop were swiftly located. Your Highness Lucia, we deeply apologize. We never anticipated such a large-scale magical assault. Qin Chuan, seemingly one of the administrators of the hot spring palace, was taken aback upon seeing Lucia and Leon. Regardless, the plans for a leisurely retreat at the palace were thoroughly disrupted. Numerous dignitaries hastily checked out, demanding that the Merchant Guild dispatch high-ranking clergy for their protection, as they urgently sought to identify the perpetrator behind the Legion-level magic. Upon their return to the room, Elon and his companions found themselves devoid of the leisure to seek the company of charming young women or to flaunt the allure of their swimwear. It was my oversight. I had not anticipated that there would be individuals so audacious in this place. Verhain scratched his head, pondering the catastrophic consequences had that fireball descended upon them. The Onsen Palace would surely be obliterated. For an extended period, the establishment would likely remain closed. The materials imbued with magic possess a plethora of attributes. If the 2 dragon crystals, the linchpins of the Onsen Palace, were to be detonated, the entire town would suffer immensely. Who could have unleashed that fireball? Layla inquired. The church, of course. Will, undisturbed, leaned against the sofa with a bottle of wine in hand, asserting that such a grand display of magic could not possibly be orchestrated by mere cultists. Among the formidable mages present, only Lady Lucia stood out. Furthermore, given that we are all here and Elon has swindled the church of a considerable sum, they possess both the motive and the means to execute such a deed. Lucia, savoring her snacks and tea, remained unfazed by Will's remarks. Then, I shall entrust the tribunal with the task of investigating this matter, Verhain stated resolutely, indicating that inquiries would also be conducted at the Onsen Palace. Once results materialize, accountability for the church's actions will be pursued. As for the present, escape was not an option. Too many sought to depart, and train tickets vanished in an instant. Moreover, the Onsen Palace was still accommodating guests. A brief overnight stay would not be amiss, with plans to depart on the morrow. Regarding Elon's identity, Lucia refrained from elaborating, and Elon chose to remain silent as well. Simultaneously, within the Banished estate in the imperial capital, negotiations of profound significance regarding the future trajectory of the empire were underway. The Grand Princess Shaylin could not idly observe as Lucia returned to contest her claim to the position of heir. The empire's succession hinged upon merit, and aside from herself, only Lucia possessed comparable capabilities. To fortify her position, she sought to cultivate influential alliances, and the formidable stature of the Barrett family compelled her to pay a visit. The ducal residence was far from shabby. Even in Elon's absence, Eden had managed the estate with great diligence. As for the servants, they were no longer needed. Currently, the estate was staffed entirely by greater demons of at least 5th rank. Your juice, milady. A smiling demon in butler attire presented a glass of orange juice before the elven priestess. Thank you, she replied, savoring the delightful taste. Oh my. I had no idea that not only Elon is impressive, but his sister Eden is equally remarkable. The dwarven shield-bearer marveled at the well-organized estate, speculating that anyone capable of commanding such a host of greater demons must surely be at least a 6th-rank mage. I apologize, but my clerical rank is only 3rd. Eden noted, feeling quite satisfied with the members of the team her brother had brought back, setting aside other matters. Their presence had evidently uplifted Elon's spirits compared to his previous state at home. Shaylin swallowed hard. What had she witnessed? The elven archmage's priest? An ancient runic legacy bearer among the dwarves, and a forest-dwelling warrior blessed by the forest dragon. Was Elon's talent truly that extraordinary? The composition of this team was reminiscent of a hero's party. Princess Shaylin, if there is a matter to address, please do so promptly, Eden remarked, glancing at the Grand Princess. My brother has just returned, and we have much to discuss as family. Moreover, with my elder brother absent, I cannot host you without his consent. Lady Eden, you are well aware of my purpose here. Shaylin coughed lightly. I wish to request the support of the Barrett family in my bid to become the Empire's heir. Should you agree, I promise to grant you commensurate wealth and status. I must respectfully decline, Your Highness, Eden replied. One of the fundamental tenets of the Barrett family is to refrain from engaging in or favoring the power struggles over the Empire's leadership. Had it not been for this principle, my brother would not have faced exile. The mention of Elon intensified the tension surrounding Raymond. Shaylin felt helpless and despondent. Who could have foreseen how the faction of Sister had managed to sway the Grand Judge, leading to Elon's condemnation and subsequent banishment? Now, with the Barrett family possessing a figure destined for greatness, those seeking to curry favor found themselves at a loss as to whom they should approach. The atmosphere of the negotiation grew increasingly awkward, and Shaylin, feeling out of place, departed. Besides Shaylin, many other princes and princesses were returning to the imperial capital from their fiefs. Among them, aside from Lucia and Shaylin, 2 others stood out for their formidable prowess. The snow began to melt. Leon was previously uncertain whether this place experienced seasons akin to those on Earth. However, it now appears that magical elements may exert an influence, though they should not fundamentally alter the inherent laws of nature. Lucia and her companions returned to the estate to organize matters, knowing that their return to the imperial capital would likely take 2 or 3 months at the very least. Besides Wylera and Ralph, Lucia had quite a number of diligent individuals working under her, such as Norma, who was stationed at the border town. Therefore, even if Lucia were to be away for several months, the affairs of the territory would not fall into neglect. Unless the Emperor personally decreed the revocation of this land as someone's fief, there would be no cause for concern. Since returning from the Hot Springs Palace, Leon resolved not to wander aimlessly. According to reports, the attack potent enough to annihilate a small town was directed at him. Should he attract unwanted attention again, his safety would be compromised. Interestingly, he realized he had never inquired about Lucia's rank. He only knew she was formidable. Given her ability to effortlessly resolve crises of such magnitude, her strength must be at least at the 6th tier of the clergy. For if she were not of such caliber, the subsequent hero would not have to struggle so mightily. As Elon pondered, he brushed oil over the meat sizzling on the grill. Wow, meowed Natasha and Layla, 2 little gluttons perched nearby, gazing at the precious spices Elon sprinkled onto the meat. Initially, he sought merely to relive the barbecue experiences of his past life, assuming that the spices in this world would be akin to those he knew, treasures worth their weight in gold. However, reality proved Elon overly optimistic. The inhabitants of the Great Yin were fond of agriculture above all else. Spices were abundant enough to supply the world, with annual yields exceeding demand. Moreover, there were numerous crops from the Great Yin that Elon found delightful. Gurgle. The pot began to boil and Elon lifted the lid, tossing in a handful of seasoning before stirring it. A luxurious winter melon and spare rib soup accompanied by grilled steak. Perfect for pairing with drinks, Will exclaimed, snatching a bowl with a mischievous grin. Ah, Will, how cunning you are. Layla gasped, astonished that she had not noticed Will's stealthy maneuver, not wishing to be outdone. Lucia elegantly took a plate and began savoring the grilled meat. This private kitchen affair ultimately transformed into a situation where Elon single-handedly prepared the meal for everyone. Nevertheless, he harbored no complaints. Once satiated, everyone dispersed to attend to their respective matters. As Lucia's devoted attendant, Elon naturally remained in the office, ever ready to endure Lucia's whims. One document after another was revised, and with her glasses perched on her nose, Lucia exuded an air of intellectuality. Could you tell me what your previous world was like? She inquired abruptly. Indeed, There have been instances akin to yours. Ancient rituals documented summoning souls from other worlds to aid in battles. But I am no hero, Elon replied. It need not necessarily be a hero. It could also be a demon lord, Lucia retorted, continuing to revise yet another document. It was said that the first demon lord was a soul summoned from this realm. Unable to endure the summoner's intentions of enslavement, he ultimately succumbed to rage and fell into darkness. This became known as the original demon lord. The records circulating in the Empire contained only scant references to this. Most details were scarcely known, even to the Church, given the shameful nature of the events. It was better left unspoken. How is it that such a significant event is not documented in the grandest library of the imperial capital? Elon wondered. The Great Yin does possess records, Lucia replied, frequently recounting tales of divine beings referred to as immortals. When faced with insurmountable circumstances, they often choose to dissipate their essence for reincarnation or possession. Given such precedents, your existence becomes entirely plausible, does it not? Leon fell silent, contemplating how to respond to Lucia's inquiry. Was his world a good one? Undoubtedly, it possessed its merits, yet it was not devoid of flaws. He perceived its strength. For his nation was formidable, unlike Europe, which could fragment into numerous small states in an instant. The world remained tumultuous, and in comparison to his original realm, this one appeared relatively primitive. Ironically, it imparted upon Leon a false sense of security regarding the likelihood of war. After all, to refer to an army of merely thousands as a legion seemed rather absurd. Ultimately, Leon replied, in my original world, I was merely an inconsequential individual. However, in this realm, I have the fortune of being the eldest son of the Barrett family, recognized by you and blessed by Aegis. I consider myself exceedingly fortunate. Though the threat of the hero remains unvanquished, and the which I accompany is the final antagonist from the original narrative, I am quite content. Is it so? Lucia inquired, setting down her pen and taking a seat beside Leon. Being inconsequential implies that your surroundings are secure, unlike this muddied world. Lucia, the second of history's dark sorcerers, was the final adversary the hero was destined to confront in the original tale, the overlord among overlords. Leon did not believe that such a person was devoid of any weaknesses. There must be some details not mentioned in the original work. Your Highness, he remarked, when a cleric meets their deity, if their relationship is favorable, they will be esteemed by the divine. At such times, the god may bestow a divine oracle or utter other words. The oracle may manifest in dreams or transport one's consciousness to a specific realm. Have you ever experienced any unsettling dreams? Lucia leaned against Leon's shoulder, feeling somewhat fatigued. The only pleasant dreams I've had in my life were from my childhood, when I was not yet scorned by others, while being nurtured within the palace. One day, I dreamed of playing in the garden with my mother and father. Upon waking, I was informed that my mother had succumbed to illness. Ever since, I have occasionally drifted into slumber, only to witness an endless void. It seems people refer to that place as the abyss. There, no deity greets me, nor does anyone extend pity. I wander like a fool, advancing without any sense of direction. However, I discovered something. Lucia nestled closer against Leon, the scent that lingers on you, if I absorb enough of it, will prevent me from having nightmares at night. There is nothing else. August must have done something, but Leon had no intention of revealing it. Allowing Lucia to absorb his essence, he quietly adjusted his attire once she had taken enough. This evening, Leon proclaimed, I shall prepare a sumptuous banquet for you. Might I inquire what you wish to partake? Well, what do people in your world eat during weddings? Lucia asked, seeking a reference, for indeed, your lineage is something I require. Perhaps this reference may prove useful in the future? My brother will not return for some time. Upon learning this news, Raymond felt a twinge of anger, yet after some contemplation, he realized that the mere fact of his brother's survival was a blessing in itself. As for the SYST family, bang, Eden casually brought down the kitchen knife onto the chopping board, subsequently serving the freshly sliced monster meat to Raymond. Since your awakening, you have been out in the world, initially keeping in touch with frequent phone calls home, but eventually only sending sporadic letters, struggling to make ends meet. Eden meticulously arranged the cutlery, showing genuine concern for Raymond. Have you encountered any difficulties? Raymond's elder brother, Leon, faced numerous adversities after his own awakening, while I battled demons outside. My brother managed household affairs in the imperial capital while also dealing with the trifles of the night order. Raymond devoured a large mouthful of monster meat. Outside, none dared to challenge him, and those who sought trouble found themselves silenced by his prowess. The meat of monsters contains far more magical essence than that of ordinary livestock, and even the most skilled priests or heroes require time to fully digest it. However, the protection granted to Raymond evidently allowed him to indulge in a more feral nature. This substantial platter of meat would suffice for merely a day's sustenance, and in the event of combat, he would need to consume even more to sustain himself. Having such a voracious appetite on the front line, Raymond disgorged a bone and then quaffed a generous portion of juice. Huzzah, Sister Eden. I shall now attend to the task assigned by the imperial capital. Raymond rose, shouldering his long rifle, preparing to depart. The members of the squad hastened their dining pace, swiftly following suit, leaving the demon and Eden to tidy up the aftermath. Sighing, Eden mused about how her brother would perceive her return. She handed the clean dishes to the demon, reflecting on the fact that all the servants had been dismissed, even those attending to her father were contract demons. Would he think she had grown wicked? The only response to her thoughts was the rhythmic ticking of the expensive clock and the ever-present magical prophecy. Though the prophecy's validity had expired, the demon that bestowed her with speech seemed undeterred, perhaps harboring absolute confidence in its foresight. The content of the prophecy remained unchanged, nearly lacking a time frame. Currently, it foretold, Leon Barrett shall perish in a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. On the train, that evening, Layla, having indulged too much, clutched her stomach, her expression one of distress. I told you, if you can't eat anymore, don't. Leon remarked, exasperated, as this marked her third trip to the restroom. Oh. It hurts so much. Layla curled up beside Lucia. It almost seemed as though Leon were the villain of the tale. Lucia gently patted Layla's head, chuckling softly, before channeling her magic into Layla's body. The journey would take 2 days to reach the imperial capital. Will sat across from them, observing, if you look outside now, you can see a pasture. Though much of it is still covered in snow, as the weather warms, it will be alive with cattle and sheep. The meat here is exquisite. Even nobles from the capital come to savor it. I highly recommend the freshly slaughtered lamb. Its taste is unparalleled. The mention of roasted lamb reminded Leon of Mongolia, and he thought to himself, what kind of cuisine is that? Your father, the Khan. Do you comprehend the worth of the divine whip? Yet, he refrained from voicing such sentiments, as the empire had indeed suffered greatly at the hands of the great flame in its history. Natasha remained as ever, nestled beside Leon. This train lacked the distinction of sleeper compartments, and during the night, passengers had to rely on their own means to ward off the cold. In the event of a cold snap, the train stocked some expensive heating supplies for sale. Speaking of which, Your Highness, Leon inquired, where shall we stay upon our return to the capital? Upon hearing this, Lucia beamed, a smile suggesting, you surely did not anticipate my wealth, did you? Meow. The prince has a residence in the capital. It is royal property, Layla proclaimed, feeling somewhat better as she sat up. Is there no risk of it being taken by others? Natasha asked. No. While the empire may falter in many aspects, it will certainly safeguard royal assets, Lucia explained. Even if my residence were to be transferred to another, I could still bring you all to stay at the largest hotel in the capital. The grandest hotel was indeed owned by a merchant guild, incurring considerable costs. However, as a duchess, Lucia faced no dilemma in affording such luxuries. The train continued its rumbling journey. Early coal-burning trains had inflicted significant environmental damage, but this one operated on lava stones, marking a unique technological advancement. Yet, regarding trains, especially these antiquated steam models, speed was lacking and adequate security measures were absent. It would almost be a disservice not to encounter a few bandits, given the affluence of those able to afford train travel. Mr. Will, Leon called. Ah, I know, Will yawned, patting Ralph's shoulder. 2 daggers were tossed from Leon's direction, which Will caught, unsheathing 2 azure-hued blades. Robbery. Don't move. A bandit wielding a shotgun appeared, and Ralph and Will gripped their daggers. The bandits, caught off guard, were swiftly silenced by the poison blades. The sensation of life ebbing was unpleasant, yet the toxin ensured a relatively painless demise for the assailants. Mr. Will, please refrain from carelessly tossing such weapons around. It is quite dangerous, Ralph expressed, shaken. Though not as formidable as others, he had served Lucia for a considerable time and, for her sake, endeavored to learn more than mere noble etiquette. In fact, he had been diligently training in the shadows, honing his physical prowess and seeking counsel from Leon, Will, and even Natasha on various skills, including swordsmanship, tactics against demons, and the nuances of elemental magic. The divine had yet to bestow its grace upon him. Arduous training was necessary, but upon succeeding, his potential would rival that of others. This was the sentiment shared by Will and Leon. In contrast to the bloodline of the Barrett family, Will placed greater faith in the diligent efforts of Ralph. Leon held a profound admiration for Ralph. acknowledging deficiencies in his own capabilities compared to Ralph's prowess in certain domains. As the train personnel arrived to address the situation and remove the deceased, an explosion erupted at the front of the train. Good heavens! What has transpired? Exclaimed Layla, startled. She lamented the possession of demi-human ears at that very moment. The train's momentum gradually waned, ultimately succumbing to inertia and grinding to a halt. The brigands are responsible, observed Will, peering through the window with a furrowed brow. He pondered the enigma of what valuable cargo on the train could possibly warrant such a devastating assault. Let us disembark, Lucia declared, rising to her feet without hesitation. Leon first leaped from the window, then extended his hand to catch Natasha, followed by Lucia and Layla. The remaining will simply jump down. While Ralph lost his balance and fell to the ground, the passengers began to disembark and stretch their limbs, some inquiring when the train would resume its journey. We spent 2 gold coins merely on tickets. Your safety measures are utterly inadequate. How could these people bring alchemical bombs? What if they were to detonate inside the carriage? A prompt solution is imperative. Good heavens, it is freezing here. The train crew appeared innocent. What wrong had they committed? They were merely fulfilling their duties for remuneration. Please remain calm. We have contacted headquarters, and soon an alchemist will arrive to repair the boiler. Alchemy, a fantastical skill born from the fusion of science and magic. Among the entire train, Lucia possessed the highest level of magical prowess and knowledge. Regrettably, Lucia was not adept in this particular craft. Furthermore, a boiler cannot be magically replaced. Even if one wished to repair it, there are no materials available. It would be best to wait for the operational staff to arrive. If you are willing to take a detour, there is another town 10 kilometers away. A train member stated, where ample supplies are available, along with our maintenance point. With the tickets in hand, you may choose to receive a refund or reschedule. There are still some supplies left on the train. Those in need may come to collect. Upon hearing this, the noble gentlemen were incensed. 10 kilometers through snow, by the time they arrived, their feet would likely be frozen stiff. A few exchanged glances of bewilderment. What shall we do? Natasha inquired, as Leon draped a cold weather coat over her. What can we do? We must proceed. Will yawned. Here we would likely face a pack of wolves seeking food once night fell. Lucia and the others could endure, but Layla and Natasha could not. These skin are inherently sensitive to cold, and Natasha was weakened from prolonged malnutrition. I carried Natasha. Will, with a mischievous grin, chose a lighter load and looked at the 2 boys. Which of you will take responsibility for Layla? Meow. I don't want to. A gust of cold wind swept through. Meow. Leon, you rascal, quickly open your coat. I want to crawl in. Leon pressed against her head, concealing his face. Had I known you were a girl, I would not have raised you as a child when I first found you. Ultimately, Will carried Natasha on his back while Leon bore Lucia, a small bundle perched atop his head. As for Ralph, he remained vigilant against unforeseen dangers. Along the way, small groups ventured toward the town. Upon seeing Leon and his meager company, which included a few frail girls, they hesitated to offer assistance. Meanwhile, the bandits hidden among the crowd, aware of Leon's recent exploits, dared not act recklessly. A locomotive's worth is 500 white gold coins. Lucia, resting on Leon's back, remarked that having damaged the merchant guild's property, their days would not be easy. Therefore, their likely target is us? Leon raised an eyebrow. Generally, when a noble dies, it is a matter of issuing a bounty and executing the culprit once apprehended. However, offending the merchant guild means being blacklisted, rendering one unable to utilize various conveniences, and even facing pursuit from the Adventurers Association and the Clergy Association. Their target is still you, is it not? Lucia grinned. Referring to Leon as the eldest son of the Barrett family, an enemy of the church, and a thorn in the side of the sister family. I had no idea I bore so many titles, Leon replied with a wry smile. Regardless, the church should not undertake actions that would tarnish its image. Ahead lay a town under the Empire's jurisdiction. Attacking a town is deemed treasonous. You would have made an excellent lawyer. It is truly a waste of talent. Though in this world, lawyers hold little power against the elite, unless one is a Supreme Court judge. Lucia fell silent, gazing listlessly at the white landscape. There was something she did not voice. Currently, the Empire's heirs were all hurrying toward the capital, although the Grand Princess Shaylin held significant power. The other candidates for succession were equally competent in various respects. Among them, if Lucia recalled correctly, she had a brother who was particularly enamored with life alchemy, even requesting her blood to create a formidable dark attribute demon. The beast organs implanted in Natasha would be child's play for him. Although the extent of his research remained unknown, it undoubtedly surpassed mere organ transplantation. Such a twisted obsession surely indicated an unhealthy psyche. Leon, would you care to meet my family? Lucia inquired. His Majesty the Emperor? I have encountered him numerous times, yet he has never spared me a glance, Leon replied. 5 gold coins for a night's stay. Are you extorting us? Leon's gaze turned frosty, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned adventurer. 5 coins could rent a room for half a year. You need not stay, you know? During this season, patrons are scarce. To accommodate you, I must hire a chef and procure ingredients, all of which incurs expenses. The innkeeper spoke with reason, dismissing Leon's adventurer's bravado. In my youth, I too was an adventurer. As she spoke, the innkeeper revealed arms marred by scars. This place has been quite unsettled of late. Few dare to cause trouble in my establishment. So, 5 coins, will you stay, or not? Leon fell silent, then produced 5 gold coins to secure a room with 3 beds. The establishment offers breakfast and dinner services. The proprietress accepted the coins and subsequently handed him the key to room 7 on the 3rd floor. Achoo! Natasha let out a sneeze. Leon glanced at Natasha and then at the landlady. The furnace made of lava stones had a rental fee of 20 copper coins per day, accompanied by a complimentary lava stone. No need for change. I shall take 2. Leon produced a silver coin. Pets are not permitted here, the landlady remarked, gesturing towards the calico kept perched atop Leon's head. With a sudden puff, Layla transformed back to her original form, playfully sticking her tongue out at the landlady. Moments later, Ralph ascended the staircase, carrying 2 furnaces, followed by a few others. Upon entering the room, Will whistled. This establishment is rather commendable. 3 tidy beds, a bathing area, and a designated spot for the furnaces. Oh, and there's even a dining table. Lucia, drying her hair from the snow with a towel, cast a glance at Ralph. The loyal guard swiftly erected a curtain, separating the sleeping quarters from the bathing area. Gentlemen, please wait for a moment. We shall bathe first, if that is acceptable. Lucia looked at Leon. Or perhaps you would like to join us. Leon shook his head. During their time as adventurers, he had shared a bath with Layla. Although at that time she was in her transformed state, the sound of the shower soon filled the air, with 2 stoves providing warmth. Leon and the others were spared the need to wear heavy clothing. Will leaned against the window, surveying the outside world. The main road was still bustling with hurried pedestrians. Yet he observed no overt signs of surveillance directed at them. Had those bandits hidden away? Or was their target someone else entirely? It seemed they could afford to relax. Will yawned, casually selecting a bed to lie upon. How are the beds allocated? He pondered. Mr. Will, haven't you already claimed a bed for yourself? Ralph frowned. With 3 beds available for 6 individuals, Layla could transform into a small creature, allowing Lucia to rest while cradling Natasha. And Layla could snuggle under the covers as a little diamond. The remaining 2 beds would be shared among Leon, Ralph, and Will in shifts for night watch. Ralph sighed, pondering how long it would take to clear the railway. They were bound for the imperial capital, and without trains as a mode of transportation, traversing on foot would take them until late spring. In his previous life, such a situation would have seen the railways repaired within a day. Yet this was a different world. Despite the guild's wealth, technological advancement was lacking. Moreover, in his former world, no other nation could rival the strength of China. In this realm, only the Great Yin possessed such formidable cohesion. It will likely take at least another half-month, Leon remarked, retrieving a dish from his backpack. Care for something to eat? This is one of the meals Lucia requested, a dish Leon had savored numerous times in his past life, pork knuckle. Will sprang up from the bed with sudden enthusiasm. Is there any wine? Leon and Ralph were rendered speechless, utilizing the stove to heat their meal. A small aperture was opened to expel the smoke, and Lucia, bathing within, caught a whiff of the aroma, prompting her to swallow involuntarily. Your Highness, let me assist you with your bath, Layla said eagerly. The sooner you finish, the sooner we can dine. You've already upset your stomach. Will you never learn? Lucia sighed as she washed Natasha's hair. Ugh, bathing is such a hassle, Natasha murmured, feeling drowsy yet warm amidst the howling cold winds. Beneath the surface of this seemingly quaint town, however, dark currents swirled. In the depths of an estate, a female slave, shackled and trembling in tattered rags, gazed at the figure before her. Karl von Aster, one of the emperor's many sons, the exact rank of whom remained unrecorded due to the sheer number of offspring the emperor had sired. Among them were children born of concubines, those conceived in indulgence, and offspring from certain noble women. Granting each of them special privileges would inevitably lead to chaos within the empire. Thus, upon reaching maturity, the emperor would dispense a sum of money to ensure their departure from the capital to fend for themselves. With a swift motion, Carl severed the head of a grotesquely mutated creature and placed it upon the dissection table. He brutally smashed open what was once a human skull, observing the aberrations within while diligently taking notes. Another failure. The quality of this specimen was woefully inadequate. It was evident that clerics would serve as far superior subjects for experimentation. The mere thought of acquiring blood from a follower of Aegis sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. He licked his lips, his gaze turning icy as he focused on the final test subject. "Please, I beg you, set me free," the woman implored, her eyes wide with terror. She and the others were all purchased slaves. The Empire did not prohibit the slave trade, but the initial rationale was to ensure a sufficient labor force. There were increasing calls for the abolition of this practice, yet it remained merely a demand, not yet realized. Some alchemists, driven by research needs, would apply to the Empire to purchase the bodies of executed criminals, while others opted for the convenience of acquiring slaves directly. The former could be publicly justified, for alchemists bore no shame in their pursuits. In truth, the latter was also permissible, provided the identities were not overly sensitive. "Dear one, do not fret." Carl's handsome visage revealed a glimmer of cruelty. "You shall sacrifice yourself for the advancement of science. You are dedicating yourself to the Empire. Once I cultivate a sufficiently powerful corporeal demon, the Empire shall be mine to command. Though you may lack the pure dark lineage of my sister among test subjects, you are of notable quality." With a swift jab, a syringe plunged into the woman's body. Her form seemed to ignite, beginning to disintegrate and then reassemble. Moments later, Carl surveyed the remnants left in her wake, nodding in approval. "It will suffice. My sister appears to have also arrived in this little town. By the way, what was your favorite dish in your past life?" "Leon." The answer was cold beef salad. "Braised beef. Beef. Quite delectable," accompanied by bread provided by the establishment. Lucia savored her meal contentedly. "Is there a story you could share?" "It's dreadfully cold and rather dull." "A story? Shall I recount my adventures?" Will wiped the red grease from his lips. "To speak of the most formidable demon I have vanquished. It would undoubtedly be one that was birthed after a cult sacrificed 2,000 souls." "Birthed?" Natasha, chewing on her bread, blinked in curiosity. "Demons differ vastly from creatures of the mortal realm to enter the human world. They must either expend a vast amount of magical energy to maintain their human forms or rely on sacrifices to obtain flesh and blood to remain in this realm." Leon explained that the strength of the demon is contingent upon the quality of the sacrificial offering. "And what of summoned beasts?" Natasha continued, her curiosity unabated. "Hold on. It is my turn to narrate." Will interjected, somewhat disgruntled. Yet Leon remained unfazed. "Mr. Will, I suspect your tale culminates with you receiving a sword strike. Moreover, you've recounted this story numerous times before." "A sixth-tier demon," Ralph chimed in. "Is there truly no novelty in your recounting? Had he not been grievously injured, Will would not have languished at the fifth-tier demon hunter level. Fortunately, the demon god he worshipped remained benevolent, not forsaking him despite his diminished capacity, and his blessings remained intact." With a sigh, Will wiped his nose and lamented, "Alas, I am growing old. Everyone seems to prefer the youth." "Leon, do you have a story to share?" Leon paused for a moment, contemplating. Indeed, there were many tales, but they would be exceedingly lengthy. Stories from his past life, such as those depicting primordial worlds, could occupy him for days on end without conclusion. Why not share the adventures you encountered with demons and monsters instead?" suggested Will. Was this during his time as a knight? The memories of that period were vividly etched in Leon's mind. Thus, he began to recount the unique legacy of the Barrett family, wherein nearly every descendant had the potential to become a cleric, should they so desire. However, the uncontrollable brutality of Aegis hindered the Barrett family from fully embracing this path. Consequently, aside from the direct lineage of the family head, other branches of descendants could freely select a deity to awaken their clerical powers, with the exception of Aegis. Upon awakening, Leon acquired a comprehensive array of abilities associated with Aegis. While none of these facets were particularly outstanding, their versatility was commendable. The Academy's mentors recommended the profession of a magic swordsman to him. This vocation demanded high levels of both skill and magical prowess, and during his studies, he exerted several times the effort of his peers merely to graduate with difficulty. Following this, he took on various responsibilities within the family, while also engaging with the prominent families of the imperial capital. It was during this time that he came into contact with Unisys. Frankly, Leon held no extravagant expectations for his future partner. A modicum of knowledge was essential. He He could not entertain the notion of a mere village woman who wielded farming tools. Furthermore, she must be free of detrimental habits, such as promiscuity or a propensity for highly addictive substances. Regrettably, despite his modest criteria, he encountered no suitable young women at several grand social gatherings. After all, this was the imperial capital, where the elite gathered, and the individuals Leon engaged with were of marquis rank at the very least. These people indulged in extravagant lifestyles, so much so that after a single encounter, Leon resolved to shield his younger brother from their influence. "Your brother, is it Raymond?" Layla inquired. "The one who vanquished a 7th-tier demon?" Leon explained, "The blessings of Lord Aegis are formidable. Raymond awakened powers distinct from mine, inclined towards combat utilizing lightning energy. As long as he does not face an opponent with superior adaptability to lightning magic, he can typically engage foes 1 or even 2 tiers above him. The authority of thunder resides with the ghosts, rendering it improbable for anyone to possess adaptability surpassing that of Raymond, unless they are direct descendants like Leon or Eden. As I began to take charge of family affairs, I frequently attended to Raymond, anxious that he might harbor negative thoughts due to his disability. The others nodded in agreement. A disability of such nature would typically spell resignation for an ordinary family, perhaps leading a child to become a teacher, merely to secure a livelihood. However, it became evident that the concern and encouragement from Leon and Eden bore fruit. To set an example for Raymond, Leon often returned from his missions with slain magical beasts, arranging for a butcher to prepare the meat, which he would then present to Raymond as a hearty meal. The fact that Raymond consumed these provisions without adverse effects indicated that the lineage within him remained robust. Subsequently, Raymond experienced an awakening and his legs were restored. He requested a set of equipment tailored to his needs and ventured to the border for training. At this moment, Leon remained unaware of the esteemed companions Raymond had befriended. Lucia furrowed her brow and remarked, "And thus, we arrive at the point where you were stripped of your divine essence, correct?" Luin remained silent, nodding slightly. Due to the matters concerning his family and the knightly order, he had always found himself straddling both worlds. Consequently, his elevation within the clergy had been rather gradual. Years passed, and Raymond had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, poised to break through to the 7th and become a true agent of the divine. Luin, on the other hand, was only at the 4th tier. Yet, despite this disparity, he bore no guilt. The Empire would not place the entirety of its burdens upon the Barrett family. There existed specialized legions to combat demons, patrols dedicated to thwarting thieves and bandits, and even a permanent presence of tribunal members to address clerical matters. What precisely did you encounter that day? Surely, nothing within the capital poses a threat to you? Will inquired. Leon inhaled deeply before continuing. That day had merely been an ordinary squad mission. The members of Leon's team were individuals he had graduated with from the academy. Among them were paladins, holy priests, and those aspiring to become men of valor akin to the legendary shield warriors who stood firm against the onslaught of demon lords. Together with Leon, a devout follower of the Thunder Dragon, their squad was poised to become one of the most illustrious in the annals of the Empire, second only to the heroes of old. However, on that fateful day, the paladin's sword shattered, the holy priest exhausted his magic to the point of death, and the shield warrior sacrificed himself to restrain the demon. One by one, the other comrades fell, all for the sake of enabling Leon to vanquish a demon far beyond their capacity to confront. It was a 6th-tier demon. Had it been an ordinary corporeal demon, Leon's squad would not have faced utter annihilation. How peculiar, Leon remarked, for the demon bore no resemblance to any recorded entity. It was more akin to a chimera, stitched together from various parts, seemingly crafted specifically for me. Crafted specifically for you? Layla blinked in surprise. But isn't the protection of Aga's invincible? Could it be that the foe possesses a means of immunity to lightning? There exists no absolute insulator in this world. If such a thing were to exist, it would merely indicate that the electrical energy was insufficiently potent. No, Leon recalled the moment he had channeled all his energy into a single strike that felled the demon. It was not immunity to lightning. Rather, it was a grotesque amalgamation of bizarre demon organs, human anatomy, and beastly components that formed this abomination. After I dispatched the demon, it had lost all capacity for resistance. Upon awakening, I discovered that my squad had been utterly decimated, and not a trace of the demon remained. Subsequently, a baseless accusation was woven against me, leading to my exile, and even the stripping away of my divine essence. Fortunately, I still possessed the skills of a swordsman, sparing me from starvation. Suddenly, Leon clasped his head, as if some unseen force had intruded upon his mind. Leon? Meow? Please do not frighten me, Layla exclaimed. Her demeanor flustered as she detected an unusual aura. Will, witnessing this, appeared visibly perturbed. I am fine, Leon shook his head, perhaps fatigued from the day. Strange. I rarely feel tired. If you are weary, perhaps you should rest. The hour is late, Lucia suggested with a smile. Ralph, would you mind taking the night shift? Ralph nodded in agreement. Downstairs in the hall, one could order a meal or engage in games. Lucia led Natasha and Layla downstairs to play cards and sip juice. Go check it out, be cautious, and return if there are any issues, Lucia commanded Will. Take this. Will grinned at the sight of the sword emerging from the witch's mysterious realm, its blade adorned with forbidden runes. As you wish, my lord. The demon hunter slung the enchanted sword across his back and donned a cloak. He seemed to revert to his former self. Reminiscent of a man who slayed demons by day and indulged in revelry by night, relishing exquisite cuisine and the thrill of exterminating fiends. On the opposite side of the quaint town, the residents adhered to an unspoken rule. Once night fell, one must not venture outdoors, lest they fall prey to demons. Others whispered of potential kidnappers, yet regardless of the rumors, the missing remained untraceable. Beneath the snowy night, a lithe figure, nearly devoid of clothing, strolled down the street. She, or perhaps he, or even it, was no longer identifiable by the remnants of the woman who had once inhabited this body. What existed in the demon realm? Nothing but a palpable essence of magic suffusing the entire world. Mighty demons constructed grand palaces from the bones, flesh, and souls of their kind. The human realm, in stark contrast, was breathtaking. Cold, heat, the torment of illness, the exhilaration of love, and the euphoria derived from bodily pleasures all captivated the demons. She was now beautiful, indulgent, and flawless. Tap, tap. Ah, what a serendipitous encounter to meet such a lovely lady, Will remarked, stepping through the snow with a smile. In this frigid weather, why not accompany me to an inn, where I may warm you? The mysterious woman smiled coyly. As a gentleman, such forthrightness is unbecoming. Shall we not first dine and share a drink before discussing warmth? Her implication was clear. You are rather hasty. Ha ha, my apologies, Will chuckled, scratching his head. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and exclaimed, Ah, invigorating. Should I manage to slay this demon before me, the satisfaction would be even greater. The devotee of the demon ball gritted his teeth as he regarded Will. Oh, you are aware. It seems you are not a mere novice. Will nodded, drawing forth his enchanted sword. By your appearance, you seem to be at most a 5th or 6th tier demon. I can manage you without much difficulty. Such a jest. You are merely a severely wounded wretch. What threat do you pose, even if I am but a 5th tier demon? With a body that cannot harness your master's power. What menace can you present? Ah, I see. You seek vengeance for that young lad? The demon grinned wickedly. The kin of Aegis makes for a fine quarry before they mature. Yet, I did not expect a follower of Aegis to send a cripple to exact revenge. Will frowned. When Leon encountered abnormalities, he speculated that the monsters that had previously attacked his team had returned. However, he did not anticipate facing such a formidable demon. Even in the demon realm, this creature held significant power. Fortunately, Leon was able to join forces with his team members to vanquish it. Alas, what can I say? I am but an old veteran, mused Will with a chuckle, activating the magic sword in his hand. A power that only humans could wield emanated from the enchanted blade. And an eye opened on the hilt. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Ah, it has been ages since I awakened through this vessel. Will, you have chosen a fine quarry. It resembles a rich, aromatic stew of various meats and bones, seasoned to perfection. Yet, consuming it would be quite a challenge. Will rested the sword on his shoulder and took a deep drag from his cigarette. Not to eat, but perhaps a couple of pieces of meat would suffice. Whoosh. The battle commenced. A 5th-tier demon faced a 5th-tier seasoned demon hunter. Their clash might not devastate the landscape or crumble buildings, but the sheer magnitude of their magical energy was immense. Inside the inn, Lucia prepared a cup of tea for the innkeeper as a gesture of gratitude for her hospitality. You, a noble lady, are quite courteous, remarked the innkeeper, taking a sip and sighing. There are nobles in this town, yet none would deign to visit my humble establishment. They prefer to lodge at the mayor's residence, and some perverse individuals even demand maidens be delivered to their doors. And what of the current situation? Lucia inquired. Taking a small biscuit. No? The former mayor is gone. The new mayor does not request maidens to be delivered. However, since his arrival, the number of slaves we acquire has increased. The innkeeper lamented, many demon hunters and adventurers have come, yet they found nothing. Our town has its share of missing persons. Yet investigations yield no results. Lucia listened quietly, savoring the taste of the biscuit. Clang, 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 in the stillness of the night. The sounds of battle reverberated throughout the town, reaching even the small inn where Lucia resided. Ah, another demon. The innkeeper frowned. Miss, you ought to head upstairs quickly. Your companion is likely in trouble. Lucia smiled but said nothing. Will wielded his sword, swiftly cleaving a large chunk of flesh from the demon. The magic sword greedily consumed the blood and flesh, offering it to the great demon Godball. The demon, conjured from this flesh, rapidly regenerated and counterattacked in an instant. The demon's dark claws clashed against the unknown magic sword, sparks flying despite the physical nature of their confrontation, causing Will to retreat sharply. Snow swirled as the demon charged, slashing with dozens of blades. After a brief entanglement, they separated, while sustaining injuries. Huh, is the demon hunter truly so remarkable? The demon taunted, only to see the hilt of the magic sword ooze dark substance, enveloping Will and mending his wounds. A dwarven craftsman and a dark alchemical sword? Oh, you have a discerning eye. Will nodded. This is a gift from my princess. Quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? For a crippled demon hunter like me. It is a perfect match. Be cautious, Will, this demon is peculiar, warned the voice of Baal's follower residing within the sword. Though it was merely a single demon, it was a corporeal one, and its magical energy was indeed strange. The quality of the sacrificial offering directly influenced the power the demon could wield. If a hero who had battled a demon lord were to be successfully sacrificed, it might summon a demon of the lord's caliber. Yet, it was evident that the flesh used for this demon was far from that of a divine being, merely possessing the potential of one. What then accounted for the energy it displayed? Even severely injured, Will was no match for a demon summoned from an unawakened corporeal offering. If only I could gain the favor of Lord Baal, Will sighed, his eyes gleaming. Old friend, it is time to get serious. You must perish today. The demon's claws extended, and at that moment, her beauty was lost, transforming into a bloodthirsty demon soldier of the battlefield. Yet, her charge met the aura emanating from Will. The magic sword splintered, melted, and morphed. The snow melted away. It had been a long time since Will had wielded the sword in that form. However, upon Leon's arrival in Lucia's territory, he had utilized weapons including bullets, which made Will eager to practice. 2 large-caliber handguns, intricately carved with bone engravings, materialized in his hands. These were not ordinary silver bullets favored by demon hunters, but rather demon-slaying rounds crafted from the bones of demons and imbued with dark alchemical magic. Thanks to Lord Baal's grace, Will grinned, unleashing fiery tongues from the twin guns. Each bullet contained a frenzied little demon, born solely to slay demons. The overwhelming magical energy detonated, dismembering the demon into pieces. How can demon hunters play so well? Each bullet produced explosive effects. And with Will's ample magical energy and the power infused by Lucia, he pushed the demon back with fervor. Damn it, the demon was thoroughly enraged. Channeling more magical energy to withstand Will's firepower, attempting to crush him. The two engaged in fierce combat, skillfully avoiding buildings, as Will retreated step by step. Enough, Will. Your magical energy is nearly depleted. Continuing will cost you the remainder of your life. TSK, Will scoffed, holstering his guns and returning to the inn. The demon sought to follow him in a frenzy, but just as she entertained the thought, her soul felt the piercing gaze of eyes from the abyss. So dark, so chaotic, so filled with murderous intent. Good child, you have caused enough trouble today. Return now. The whisper of the abyssal demon lord was as frigid as the depths of hell. This sensation was one the demon had not felt in ages. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately fled. Lucia awoke in the inn, gazing at Will. The battered demon hunter placed the bone-carved handguns on the table and proceeded to remove his garments. The restoration by the demon material had indeed been flawless. But he could not maintain the magical energy. Though he bore no life-threatening wounds, he was still bleeding. A vial of purple potion rested on the table, and without hesitation, Will drank it down. This was a concoction that Lucia had developed based on the alchemical elixirs Leon had presented, capable of restoring both magical energy and vitality. The effects were remarkable, gradually replenishing Will's depleted magic. Ha ha ha, that battle was exhilarating. The dual guns transformed back into a long sword on the table. Will, call me for the next encounter of this nature. Of course, you must survive until then. Ha ha. The scabbard sealing the magic sword was once again inscribed with runes. And Lucia stored it within her spatial magic. So, what do you think? Will inquired while snacking on a biscuit. The corporeal demon is certain, but it resembles a chimera, with a mishmash of various elements. The total magical energy is certainly not produced by the corporeal body. The technique is quite advanced. It has multiple offensive capabilities and some human magical skills. If not rigorously studied, it must have been derived from the memories of its corporeal host. Lucia nodded. Her magical prowess allowed her to engage in a spirited exchange with the fifth-tier wielder, and indeed, the enchanted sword had been activated, even taking on the form of the dual-bone pistols. Let us rest for today. Lucia rose, placing the landlady upon the stool behind the counter. And with a snap of her fingers, the magic was dispelled, rousing the woman from her slumber. What? What has happened? Did I fall asleep? You were quite fatigued. It is advisable to rest well, Lucia replied with a smile. I appreciate the cookies you provided. They were truly delightful. Oh, haha. I only know how to make a few simple cookies. If you enjoyed them, I shall bake more for you in the morning. Upon returning to her room, Leon remained in a meditative state. What is the matter with this fellow? Will inquired, stepping forward to tap Leon on the head. Hey, don't space out. I went a battle with demons for your sake and endured great suffering. You owe me 2 plates of pork knuckles. Ralph, observing Will, cautioned, Mr. Will. Please refrain from being reckless. What if something were to go awry? Lucia remained silent, climbing into bed with Natasha to rest. As for Leon, he found himself once again summoned to the Oracle's realm, yet this time, it was not Aegis who sought him. This was a palace of ice where ordinary folk, magical beasts, and even heroes would suffer frostbite upon entry. The abyss had always been a realm to be feared, yet many sought to wield its power. Throughout the continent's history, there had been dark heroes, though their existence was seldom heralded due to their peculiar nature. Now, within this palace, a frost dragon, akin to Aegis, lay upon the throne. Luin swallowed hard, and then bowed respectfully. My lady Anivia, the authority in this world is divided between the divine and the dragons. The archaeological school posits that the original founders of this realm were the ancient dragon kin. Though humanity existed at that time, it was ephemeral compared to the long-lived dragons, akin to the fleeting sparkle of waves crashing against rocks or the ashes of burning leaves dancing in the wind. The dominion wielded by dragons far exceeds human comprehension. The frost dragon rose and strolled toward Luin. Uncertain of the dragon's intentions, Luin stood frozen, resembling a statue, paralyzed by fear. Such is the might of the abyssal demon lord. Just a single gaze reveals its terrifying strength. The battles of heroes and demons seem like mere child's play in comparison. Is the shadow cast by the battle with the followers of Aegis truly so immense? Anivia returned to her throne, awaiting Luin's response. The eldest son of the Barrett family remained silent. The strike that felled the nameless demon was executed with utmost effort, employing every possible enhancement, even resorting to potions that sacrificed vitality for power. The cost was the sacrifice of his friends, who were meant to have a bright future but instead met their demise within that cultish stronghold. The demon that appeared today, let me reveal something to you. Its total magical power eclipses that of all your friends combined, and its skills are derived from the other members of your team, the paladin, the shield bearer, the scout, and the martial artist. Do not say any more. Luin's fury reached its zenith. He implored the exalted abyssal demon lord to cease her words. The dragon snorted. I can grant you sufficient power for vengeance. If you abandon Aegis and become my disciple, you shall walk the earth as my agent. Unlike Aegis, I have fewer followers, and my power is more concentrated. There shall be no entity in this world that can threaten you. The fragments of your friend's souls continue to be toyed with by the demon. Do you not wish to liberate them? In that moment, Luin was genuinely tempted to acquiesce to the demon lord's proposition. An agent of the divine stands as the foremost messenger of the deity, whose words must be fulfilled according to divine standards, leaving no room for refusal. A mere demon, even if Luin's current level is low, would grant him the ability to wield the power of ice and snow upon becoming Anivia's agent. To master such authority, a demon would be inconsequential. In the Empire, no one possesses divine authority. To become an agent of the divine is an unparalleled opportunity. The allure was immense, truly immense. If he agreed, Luin could exact his revenge, and after vanquishing that demon, he could march upon the imperial capital, thereby advancing his ambitions and elevating Lucia to the throne. At that moment, he could finally realize his aspirations and vigorously develop the empire. Every man harbors dreams of achieving greatness, of becoming a noble or a ruler. But at what cost? I cannot betray you, my lady Anivia. The responsibilities of your agent are far too great. I have family awaiting my return. The Barrett family thrives under the blessings of Lord Aegis. I cannot accept your proposal. Anivia regarded Luin with a cold smirk. Just as I suspected. Though Aegis may be a mindless brute, he is indeed commendable towards his followers. Then, a divine essence materialized. What is this for? An unclaimed divine essence. You shall take it, Anivia declared, as the essence entered Lu In's magical backpack, which had not originally belonged there. Since we have reached this point, allow me to disclose another piece of information. Aegis could have saved you, but he chose not to, allowing those individuals to seize your divine essence and transplant it into unworthy vessels. What he left behind was merely a fraction of power to sustain your life. If you cannot regain your status as a divine being in a short period, you will face certain death. Leon was somewhat taken aback, yet he was no fool. Augustus allowed others to extract his divine essence, and now Anivia has bestowed upon him another fragment of divinity. After Elon resumed his role as a cleric, Aegis bestowed upon him an even more formidable blessing, allowing him to rise anew and significantly enhance his innate capabilities. But what of Anivis? Since receiving Anivis's blessing, Elon has yet to employ any related clerical skills. The commonality between the two lies in the addition of a divine factor. However, one of Aegis's divine factors resides within Genesis. Surely, you have more to express? There exists a conversational technique wherein, despite discussing identical content, varying the order of presentation can result in a distorted meaning. Leaving thoughts unfinished can result in the omission of critical information, which ultimately determines whether Aegis truly desires Elon's demise. You are quite astute. Anivis smiled. This divine factor. I require you to find an individual less suited to it and forcibly transplant it into them. Gender is irrelevant, though a clerical talent would be preferable. Less suited? Possession. Elon widened his eyes in astonishment, muttering softly. You wish to acquire a corporeal form akin to a demon, possessing another to enter the mortal realm. Genesis, having received Elon's divine factor, underwent a transformation of draconic proportions. Without the cleric's healing, what awaited her? Complete draconic transformation, reduced to a mere puppet of Aegis. Such notions do indeed circulate in the realm of Dien. Yet neither Aegis nor I have placed you in a difficult position, have we? Simply find a cultist and perform the transplant. My demands are quite straightforward. Anivis yawned. It appears you possess commendable armor in your satchel, yet lack a suitable weapon. Consider this a token of our meeting. A luminous sphere soared into Elon's hand, revealing a short dagger inscribed with divine runes. Subsequently, Elon succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself seated on the bed, facing the inquisitive Natasha. Brother Elon has awakened. Natasha exclaimed to the others who were dining nearby. Oh dear. This oracle's duration has indeed been prolonged. Will remains as usual, with wine and a variety of dishes, predominantly the wine. That wine seems oddly familiar. The white wine I packed to eliminate the meat's odor? Uncle will retrieve it from your bag. There are still many items that no one knows the purpose of. Leon glanced at a complete set of kitchen knives used for Chinese cuisine, a cutting board, and a back scratcher. You are quite unreserved, he exclaimed. I wish to eat meat, Natasha declared. Very well, we shall have lamb chops today, Leon replied, gently patting Natasha's head. Fortunately, he had not fully unlocked some of the permissions of the magical backpack. Lucia observed the exquisite azure armor with keen interest, along with the short dagger she held in her hand. It was inscribed with divine runes, a feat unattainable by any ordinary high-ranking mage. Have you once again garnered the favor of a deity? Lucia inquired. Indeed, it is the abyssal demon lord, Anivi, Leon replied slowly, adding the honorific title to convey respect. Ah, the dragon that commands ice and extreme cold. It is said that all who have sought her favor met with untimely demise, Will remarked, munching on an apple and chuckling. Moreover, there are rumors that Lady Anivi possesses an unparalleled beauty, captivating countless men who would risk their lives for but a glimpse. What do you think? Is she lovely? It is true that deities can assume human forms, yet Will's manner may have been somewhat disrespectful. Lucia toyed with the dagger before beckoning Natasha. The moment this cherished child of the far north grasped the blade, her entire demeanor transformed. The armor can adapt to the user's physique. Leon, if you have no objections, I propose that this weapon be bestowed upon Natasha, Lucia stated confidently. Rest assured, it will not be taken from you. Moreover, Natasha currently lacks the strength to fully unleash its power. Leon nodded and then inquired, what shall we do next? We cannot possibly remain here any longer. 5 gold coins a night is beyond anyone's means. We shall proceed to the imperial capital, Lucia replied. We can no longer concern ourselves with the affairs of this town. Otherwise, I fear you may all become entangled in it. What do you mean? Leon felt a twinge of confusion, questioning whether he had overlooked some crucial information. The prince's brother was a fervent researcher, particularly obsessed with forbidden practices such as bodily modification and the alchemy of life. Will mentioned that he had already informed the tribunal of judgment, and in a couple of days, they would arrive to address the situation. At that point, even royal family members would not be spared. Ironically, as knights of judgment and members of the ecclesiastical state, those from the tribunal harbored a greater affinity for witch hunters, despite the nauseating demonic aura that surrounded them. Moreover, for those who consorted with the illicit and chaotic deities, even imperial royals were not exempt from their lethal justice. Leon's heart sank. Body modification? His brother? Could it be that the royal family was behind the team that had set traps to harm him in the imperial capital? No wonder the emperor turned a blind eye. While the SYST family was merely a scapegoat. But how do we leave? Are there trains? Leon inquired. No trains. Layla replied, but there is an airship. Lucia had specifically contacted a merchant guild, learning that a cargo airship would soon arrive to transport supplies. For a modest fee, they could board this airship to the next town, where more advanced trains operated. Moreover, following the recent attack, the guild had increased security in the area. Even if cultists attempted an assault, they would have to reckon with the sharpness of the knight's blades. Once at the guild, they could enjoy a pot of tea, and no one would chase them away for an entire day. Soon, the group stepped out of the inn and strolled along the town streets. They overheard whispers about the mayor's recent acquisition of a batch of slaves who had all died mysteriously. What could he possibly be doing? Alchemy? Alas, it was terrifying. I wish I could leave this place. The murmurs reached Leon's ears. The mayor, alchemy. Was his unexpected incident last night somehow linked to this mayor? Never mind. I shouldn't dwell on it. Once the airship arrives, we can depart. Leon, have you ever been on an airship? Ralph asked. No, why do you ask? Leon replied, puzzled. I've heard that this type of airship is the latest technology and still in the testing phase, Ralph explained. What if something goes wrong? The chances of survival for those aboard are nearly non-existent. Well, that's true, Leon conceded. In modern society, the probability of an aircraft accident is quite low. But the hope of surviving such disasters is exceedingly slim. Unless the pilot is exceptionally skilled and fortunate, survival is unlikely. Rest assured, Leon reassured. The airship used for transporting goods by the guild must be safe. After all, who could bear the loss of millions in cargo if something were to happen? You may doubt the integrity of capital, but you cannot ignore its greed. That is millions worth of merchandise. If it were to sink, who would be liable? Therefore, this technology must meet safety standards before it can be utilized. However, upon arrival, an unexpected incident occurred. Ah, is that not my dear sister? I am truly delighted you came to see me. A man, resembling a noble, radiated a sunny disposition that was quite disarming. Carl entered the guild's establishment and casually picked up a cup before Lucia. But why didn't you come find me? Instead, you came here? Have you grown tired of me? Carl squinted at Lucia and glanced at her attendant. Will, eager for action, grasped the ice and snow-enchanted blade from Natasha, eyeing the woman beside Carl. The magical eye, dragon eye, and demon eye. Lucia, Leon, and will all recognize this woman as the demon from the previous night. Carl, you continue this research. Even at the expense of the Empire's future elite forces, Lucia remarked calmly. I brought you to this town to teach you governance, yet you seem to disregard it entirely. Haha, I am unlike my sister. I have no aspirations for the throne. I am merely intrigued by alchemy and science, Carl replied, shifting his gaze to Leon, the legitimate scion of the Barrett family. If you could provide me with research material, I could certainly assist my sister. What do you say? Hand him over to me. Lucia felt a surge of anger, dark energy pressing down upon Carl. I still remember the first time you dabbled in alchemy, using my blood as a material to summon an abyss demon. The Empire lost 3 magic knights before banishing it. Since then, you have grown increasingly reckless, treating the royal guards and maidens as expendable materials. That is why you have been confined and shackled. Leon has already suffered the loss of his team members because of you. It seems you are not satisfied and now covet the power of the Thunder Dragon Argus. Carl grinned wickedly. What can I say? The allure of a dragon possessing authority is simply too great. Not everyone is as powerful as you, sister. I am doing this for the Empire. Is it not magnificent? Magnificent? Certainly magnificent, but only as a cautionary tale for alchemists. As the conversation grew tense, Carl's demeanor turned icy. The judges from the tribunal hastened their arrival. Yet, Carl remained unfazed, gazing at Leon with an expression of admiration. Leon Barrett, I must confess something. Even when compared to your illustrious brother, you remain a source of pride for the Barrett family despite having lost much of your power. You are still favored by the gods and possess formidable combat prowess. I am fortunate to collect precious samples. Samples? Leon questioned, as Carl produced 2 vials from his cloak. The blood within still vibrant. You bastard! Leon shouted, drawing his shotgun and aiming it at Carl's head. Haha! Carl laughed sinisterly as the judges moved swiftly, and Will and the others reacted promptly. However, the monster, having absorbed the blood sample, erupted into a furious rampage, as if it had completed the final piece of a puzzle. A dark thunderclap shattered the guild's premises, and a dimensional rift opened from the sky, unleashing a horde of demons. In the center of the explosion, Leon was enveloped in dragon scales, bracing himself against the lethal onslaught. Blood trickled from the scales as he faltered, dropping to one knee. Meow? Leon. Layla rushed to his side for support. The follower of the Thunder Dragon, heedless of the blood seeping from his wounds, gazed skyward. Damn it! Damn it! Lucia, shielded by Will, watched her brother standing aloft in the heavens, accompanied by a demonic entity of the highest order, so obscured that only its hands and face bore semblance to humanity. A frown creased her brow. She raised her hand. With but a fleeting moment, the forbidden incantation could unleash the dominion of the abyss and darkness, power potent enough to annihilate any threat Lucia faced in this world. Yet, at this moment, she stood before her brother, with whom she had shared her childhood, the one who knew her better than anyone else. A dark, humming magic circle radiated from the dimensional rift, enveloping the entire town. The connection between Lucia and the abyss severed. For the first time, panic flickered across Lucia's countenance. My dear sister, allow me to present to you my magnum opus. Carl sneered. The artificial demon, designated number 666. Forged from the bones and souls of the Empire's elite squad, my masterpiece. I must also express my gratitude to Leon. Your team member's magical prowess is so formidable that it has sufficiently influenced your actions, dear sister. Haha. Leon struggled to rise, gritting his teeth as he glared at Kale. The Judgment Knight could no longer afford to consider Lucia. If the demon spread was not halted, it would engulf the entire Empire, and by then, no one would be able to offer salvation. Lucia wore a grim expression. The best course of action now was to flee, as far as possible. Yet, there must be someone among them to confront Kale. From the look in your eyes, I know, my dear sister, you have devised a plan to deal with me. Although your abyssal magic is sealed, you remain the formidable dark sorceress. Lucia sighed and raised her hand, saying, You have won, Kale. After all this effort to detain me and my subordinates, what is it that you truly seek from me? As she spoke, a void appeared behind her, from which a golden human skull emerged, drifting into Will's hands. The creature before them was not merely a consumption of Leon's team. Lucia discerned countless human souls intertwined with flesh, forcibly amalgamated into this monster. It resembled a tree suspended in the air, incessantly absorbing energy. For reasons unknown, the rift that had been opened, if not properly addressed, could spell doom for the human world. What do I intend to do? Kale smiled. My dear sister. The 2 vials I injected, one contains my blood, and the other his. He pointed at Leon. Before anyone could react, the demon's form underwent another transformation. Bones expanded, flesh seethed, and its body swelled. Am I seeing things? Layla gazed in disbelief as the demon morphed before them. Dark lightning continued to descend, and what materialized before all was the obsidian-hued Aegis. Sister, my desires are not excessive, Kale declared, reaching into the demon's body, slowly merging with the Thunder Dragon. My blood lacks the necessary potency, hence I desire you. Aegis's bloodline is formidable enough, and thus, I want Leon. Our fusion will render us the most powerful beings in this world. Come forth. This is the path of evolution. The roar of the Thunder Dragon reverberates as the 2 forces merge, unleashing their formidable power. Leon was momentarily taken aback. Just a mere drop of blood? Just that little? And you can achieve such a feat? Will. Lucia called out. Coming. Will clicked his tongue and produced the golden skull. Arcane energy enveloped it, causing the skull to liquefy, and from it emerged, in compliance with an ancient pact, a demon knight clad in formidable armor. They hailed from the abyss, and ultimately, they would return with their foes to that dark realm. Each summoning required the sacrifice of a legendary relic, of which even Lucia possessed but 4. The colossal knight clashed with Aegis, sending shockwaves that ravaged the small town and hurled Leon and the others aside. Regaining his footing, Will held Natasha and Layla close, dragging Ralph towards the periphery. Meanwhile, Leon was being assisted by Lucia as they exited the battlefield through a concealed passage. The Judgment Knights, witnessing the evident chaos before them, began to use specialized tools to contact the tribunal headquarters. That was the legendary ancient dragon Aegis. Without deploying forces of 7th rank or higher, resolution was unattainable. At the end of the passage, Lucia set Leon down, and upon noticing the lingering draconic traits on his body, she realized the severity of his injuries. She uncorked a vial of superior healing potion and poured it into his mouth. Although he had yet to lose consciousness and could still swallow, it proved ineffective. "You foolish dog, you lustful mutt," Lucia scolded, gripping Leon's collar with frustration. "This is not the time for you to be picky. Has that impostor affected your body? If you can't recover, I won't be able to save you." With that, Lucia sliced her palm, allowing the blood of a sorceress to flow into Leon. Under the influence of her potent vitality, he regained a modicum of strength. However, his hands were already fractured, and his ribs cracked. Such injuries could not be mended by ordinary potions. Furthermore, at this moment, he was incapable of recuperation. Ding. Leon reminisced about a game he had played many moons ago. Resident Evil 2. It was during a time when his family was preoccupied at home, and he had surreptitiously downloaded it from a certain game box. For someone like Leon, who had not experienced many remarkable games, this one was indeed quite novel. As his understanding of computers deepened, he began to employ cheat codes. Whenever he encountered a missing item, he would simply use a modifier to add it to his inventory, thus acquiring weapons, ammunition, and essential items for progression without the need for puzzles. However, this approach had a significant drawback. Opening certain doors could trigger fixed plot lines, leading to an inevitable boss battle. At such moments, if he happened to run out of bullets, weapons, or healing items, he found himself akin to a player unwittingly caught in the unfolding narrative. His injuries, termed in professional jargon as plot-induced demise. Unless he accepted the quest, it was highly probable that his wounds would remain unhealed. The counterfeit of Aegis, yet. It was still Aegis. Although he could not fathom how Call could revive Aegis, it seemed implausible that such a feat could be achieved with merely a scant amount of blood. But it was Aegis, the mighty Aegis. "If you hinder me, we shall both meet our demise," Lucia remarked. Leon, his face pale, chuckled softly and inquired, "Could you grant me a kiss? A sincere one? Only if I can escape." Lucia retorted. With that, the seal binding Leon was lifted, and the formidable vitality bestowed upon him by Aegis began to manifest. However, the torment was far from over as a layer of keratin began to envelop Leon, resembling armor that cocooned him, revealing only his eyes, claws, and even a robust tail that sprouted forth. Lucia observed Leon's transformation in silence before asking, "Does it hurt?" "It feels akin to bones emerging as armor," Leon replied, twisting his neck. "My lady, perhaps I should escort you to a place of safety?" The dragon's transformation enhanced Leon's physical prowess and abilities, enabling him to lead Lucia to where Will resided. Yet, he was incapable of engaging in combat while carrying Lucia. The energy emanating from their adversary was at least peak 6th tier, possibly reaching the 7th. Leon could muster only the power of a 4th tier mage, at most pushing to 5th tier strength. Engaging in battle would place them at a severe disadvantage. "What do you take me for? Even without the abyssal authority?" "I remain a 5th tier archmage," Lucia huffed. "The massive demon won't hold for long. You must take me to that rift. I can sense that the source of energy restraining my authority originates from there." Luin remained silent, and in a mere second, his consciousness transcended into the realm of prophecy. Maintaining the guise of a diminutive dragon, he felt liberated in his demeanor. He surveyed his surroundings, refraining from uttering a word. "What is it? Have you been intimidated by that crude alchemy of life?" Aegis rose from his throne, casting a gaze upon Luin. Merely a monstrosity conjured from a chaotic amalgamation of countless human souls and flesh. To the demons of the abyss, this is of little consequence. The battle before you may appear grand, yet in the grand tapestry of true conflict, it is but a trivial skirmish. Anivi must have sought you out by now. Even if you were to forsake my protection, I could effortlessly bestow it upon you once again. Why would you renounce your identity as an agent?" Leon gazed intently at Aegis, who met his gaze with a pair of piercing eyes. "Indeed, I harbor a touch of selfishness," Aegis conceded as he reluctantly succumbed to defeat. The clash between the dragons had been rather uneventful, yet when it came to the opportunity to traverse into the human realm, the intensity escalated dramatically. "As for you, death awaits." Aegis taunted Leon with a playful smirk. "Are you frightened? Or perhaps you have found solace? Are you ready to join your companions?" Leon shook his head. "I am acutely aware that this battle may very well lead to my demise. However, if that is indeed the case, my lord, you would not have summoned me here. The embodiment infused with abyssal energy must surely anger you, Lord Aegis. Provide me with the means I require, and when I have truly perished, you may take great delight in mocking the others of the Barrett family. Aegis exhaled sharply, tapping Leon lightly on the head. Ding. You have received Aegis's blessing, Thunderous Wrath. Thunderous Wrath. You will gain 1,000th of the legendary Thunder Dragon Aegis's power, lasting for 20 minutes. After the duration, the skill will be revoked. Just 1,000th? Leon felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Is this truly insufficient? This power is more than adequate to deal with that impostor. Aegis scoffed, adding, moreover, I can only grant you so much. Any more would disrupt the arrangements that lie ahead. Leon sighed, reflecting that his life was a mere stroke of luck. Losing it would elicit no sorrow. Regrettably, he had yet to meet his younger siblings or graduate from his state of innocence before he was compelled to traverse back once more. Upon returning from the Oracle's realm, a mere second had elapsed. Lucia fixed her gaze upon Leon's eyes and beckoned him closer. Leon took 2 steps forward and then crouched down. Lucia mounted on Leon's back, and the fragrance of flowers became even more pure, calming her heart significantly. In your dragon form, how much power can you truly wield? If it were that demon devoid of my blood, it should be a simple hunt for me. Leon began to move slowly. Lady Lucia, that rift? The first thing a demon does upon entering the real world is to replenish its magical energy. Behind that rift lies the demon realm, where magic is virtually limitless. Lucia stated, Call must have collected a substantial amount of flesh and blood. We no longer have time to mourn our fallen comrades. Even if you find yourself in dire straits, I will not come to your rescue. My foremost objective will be to seal the rift. Leon quickened his pace, and Lucia drew closer to him. Despite the presence of dragon scales and a hardened exterior, Lucia felt no discomfort. Leon, you must survive, otherwise, how could you ever attain what you desire? Lucia whispered. In response, Leon smiled and said, Unlike your highness, my foremost duty is to ensure your safety. I will not allow your brother to harm you. At this moment, Leon's own blood coursed through his veins, supplemented by Call's impure dark lineage. Should Lucia be taken from him, the abyssal authority would be irrevocably granted to Call, and at that point, the matter would transcend mere triviality. Who could fathom the absurdity of competing for the throne in the imperial capital amidst such chaos? The Order of the Judicators was still inadequately staffed. They ought to summon forces specifically trained to confront demon lords, demon princes, and demon emperors to alleviate the struggle. The battle between the Dark Aegis and the giants raged on, with Call growing increasingly anxious, unprepared for Lucia's unexpected tactics. Bang, bang, bang. Reload. Please shield me from those damned demons. Crash. With a mighty swing, a comrade from the Judicator Knights shattered a demon's spine and subsequently crushed its skull. In that moment, he cursed himself for not inscribing exorcism runes on the soles of his boots, which would have allowed the wretched demon to experience the love of the god of sin and punishment. This squad of Judicator Knights was merely passing through. Yet they could not refuse the request of the Empire's highest-ranking dark sorcerer. Being a dark sorcerer endowed them with a heightened ability to sense demons and malevolence. Their assistance might lead to the capture of the arch-sinner, offering them glory on their arduous path of asceticism. They had located the arch-sinner, yet their strength seemed insufficient to confront it. Fortunately, the arch-sinner was ensnared by the contracted demons summoned by Lady Lucia. Such a powerful demon spirit must have exacted a tremendous cost. Crack. Bang, bang, bang. The one wielding ranged weaponry unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the demon and turned. What of the civilians? How is the evacuation progressing? Brother, it is already a struggle to hold this direction against the demons. Let us await reinforcements. Oh, God of sin and punishment, forgive my transgressions and bestow your blessings upon me. Wailing at fate would not offer a shred of solace in their endeavors. Altering their emotions would not hasten their pace in vanquishing the demons. Lewin sprinted towards Lucia, their respective groups merely exchanging glances before returning to their tasks. Boom. Boom. Take cover. At Lucia's command, Lewin veered into a dilapidated tavern, narrowly escaping a formidable thunderstorm. The force of this attack was tremendous, yet Lewin, having encountered Aegis before, felt no fear. Soon, they arrived near the fissure. Lucia dismounted from Lewin's back and approached the rift. Your Highness, has your authority not been sealed? Lewin, sword in hand, inquired protectively. Though my powers are indeed restrained, it does not imply that I lack the abilities befitting a sorceress, Lucia replied, channeling her inner magic to enhance her magical eye. striving to decipher the enigmatic formation before her. In her memory, Kale was merely a research fanatic. Mastery of magical arrays requires not only knowledge but also an innate talent. This formation, which had bound her authority, along with that chimera-like demon, were not puzzles that could be unraveled in a mere few years. Yet, Lucia harbored confidence. She was one of the two dark sorceresses in the Empire's history, having surpassed the achievements of her predecessor, and now she stood as the strongest. As Lucia analyzed the magical array, Luin, with his robust physique and razor-sharp claws, gutted one demon after another, incinerating them with bolts of lightning. Ensuring they could not resurrect in the demon realm, the Fisher continued to spew forth demons, and after a moment of study, Lucia finally identified the singularity. My brother. There are areas in your capabilities that require refinement, Lucia remarked, manipulating her magic to intervene forcefully. Meanwhile, the dark Angus-like Kale sneered. With a click, as Lucia triggered the activation condition, the concealed magic erupted like unexploded submunitions on a battlefield. For a fleeting moment, Lucia's mind faltered. Her magic was sealed. What is happening? Your Highness. Luin noticed the shift in the battlefield and immediately hurled his spear. In her daze, Lucia beheld the summoning of a demon lord. The demon lord's hand was pierced by Luin's spear, and Luin rushed in with greater speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying. Ha. The demon lord echoed Kale's voice, seemingly mocking Lucia's helplessness. Sister, look at yourself. With just a specially designated weakness, you fall for my trap. Why is it that someone like you, endowed with authority and innate talent, exists? Does this not strike you as profoundly unjust? So let us merge. My intellect, your talent. Combined with the abyss's mysteries, we shall become the most formidable force in existence. Heroes or nothing. Lucia gazed at the demon lord in horror. It was impossible. While the technique of merging with demons existed, how could one's consciousness and soul be compromised? Boom. The battle between the demon and the counterfeit Agus escalated. The demon still employing human techniques, devoid of any skills unique to its kind. Leon gazed at the sorceress, who had once again lost her magical powers, and could not help but furrow his brow. What on earth had transpired with this individual? If it were merely a matter of sealing her powers, it certainly would not have left Lucia in such a state of shock. Leon, I offer you an opportunity, Carl said with a smile. You could become my brother-in-law. After all, I need you as well. Would it not be wonderful for the three of us to remain together forever? Why do you choose to reject me? In this manner, you are left utterly defenseless. Zzz boom. The lightning erupted from Leon's hand, striking forth in the form of a long, white serpentine bolt directed at the enigmatic creature, Call. The sudden electric assault left Call visibly astonished, yet he swiftly succumbed to a greater exhilaration. Who would have anticipated that a legendary thunder dragon like Agus could wield spells beyond his comprehension? My intrigue in you only deepens. Leon recalled his lance, assuming a combat stance, and coldly replied, I harbor no significant interest in you. The demons here have been consumed as materials for the birth of demon lords. For a moment, the wind grew tumultuous. Crack. Leon initiated the assault, yet Cole remained composed despite facing a senior he once revered. There was a time when he envied the adherents of the Thunder Dragon Aegis, for even the least of the Barrett lineage were assured a position among the clergy. Blades crackling with arcs of divine retribution danced around the demon lord as Cole battled, simultaneously weaving a web of mental disruption. Captain, what are you doing? We're your comrades. Why are you attacking us? Faces of the knightly order materialized, their voices laced with concern, each word a painful jab at Leon's psyche. Silence. With each strike, the visage of the fiend before Leon morphed into another, each recounting cherished moments shared with their fellowship. Cole found his tactic remarkably effective, but what followed was unexpected. If we were to become demons, or embrace the demonic, what would you do? So spoke the paladin. I pray you would end my existence swiftly. I would never allow you to suffer harm, nor would I permit you to inflict it upon others, even if you were to become demonic, declared the shield-bearer. Demons, you say? How intriguing. Perhaps I shall delve deeper into such arcane arts. Who knows, I might even surpass the grand sage, mused the exceptionally gifted mage. I might take up the mantle of a demon hunter. I hear they venerate a demon who opposes his own kind, a path of asceticism, the martial artist pondered aloud. All eyes turned to Leon. Then still bearing the vestiges of youth, harbored within his heart the idyllic dream of a hero vanquishing the demon king, ushering in an era of peace and prosperity. Then I shall personally guide you to your final rest, Leon affirmed. Aegis's blessing is that of thunder. I would do well to avoid becoming a demon myself, for the resulting cleanup would be most inconvenient. When that moment arrived, Leon found himself unable to grip his weapon firmly. Cole, initially taken aback, now reveled in the situation. The eldest of the Barrett line. Your ancestors faced monstrous adversaries of mountainous proportions for the glory of the Empire. They endured hardships far exceeding yours, yet you falter now, held back by pathetic sentiment. Are you not the most promising company the Empire has to offer? Then come, do not hesitate. Impale me. With your spear wreathed in infernal flames, pierce this very flesh. Your friend will be liberated, lost forever. Leon trembled, his urge to strike overwhelming him, for he understood that this was not the time for romance. Affection is utterly futile in the face of victory or defeat. Yet, the memories within his mind pleaded with him, imploring, no. Stop. You deserve to be betrayed. He had believed himself sufficiently callous to disregard his past memories, but Leon realized he had underestimated the weight of his thoughts. Was the power of the heavens to restore balance truly so formidable? Just as he was on the brink of the main quest, he encountered a formidable boss upon leaving the novice village. Was the demon lord truly this skilled? There was no turning back. Thunderbolt, activate. A dazzling surge of lightning erupted from Leon, enveloping his armored form in a radiant glow, elevating his presence to an unprecedented level. You, Kale exclaimed, his eyes widening as he beheld the humanoid dragon charging towards him. Lucia, taking refuge amidst the crumbling ruins, felt a pang of arrogance. Now, her loyal companion was engaged in battle, while she found herself powerless to assist. This was indeed the first time Leon had manifested such a state. Could it be divine intervention? In that case, she too must hasten to dissolve the seals of her own magic and swiftly eradicate the nameless malevolence that had usurped her authority in the realm occupied by the deities. Anivi cast a disdainful glance at Aegis. Have you lost your mind? Bestowing him with such immense power? Are you not afraid he will be your undoing? A fraction of that strength, a mere 1,000th, was still overwhelmingly vast compared to that of a mortal. What difference did it make? After all, he still needed to advance to the next phase. The more he utilized my power, the better I could assist him. At this moment, Aegis appeared to be merely an observer. How utterly foolish Kale was to engage in a pact with a chaotic demon. In any world, country, or town, even the most avaricious and lustful members of the Church of Light understood the cardinal rule: never strike a bargain with chaos incarnate. Such a deceitful and treacherous race deserved eternal subjugation in the abyss. For pity's sake, at least convey the limits of his abilities. Anivi covered her face in exasperation. If Leon truly unleashed his tempestuous might for a span of 20 to 30 minutes, the consequences would be dire. On the battlefield, Leon seemed to embody nothing but primal instinct, relentlessly assaulting the demon lord. The fiery spear and the attribute of thunder were lethal weapons against demons. And even Kale found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught. Gradually, as Leon's attacks intensified, Will discerned a troubling detail. Was the counterfeit Aegis on his side not a tad too simplistic in his maneuvers? He certainly was not an adept at distraction. Oblivious to the demon's blood staining her garments, Layla's claws were smeared with the remnants of her foes. It was merely a technique. Multitasking indeed. Regardless, Aegis had no need to utter any clever remarks. Misunderstandings were to be expected. Leon, my lord, this fellow is a charlatan. Layla waved her hand, witnessing Leon, like a frenzied beast, tearing into the demon lord. Leon had lost his wits. Lucia had never felt so powerless. A judgment knight approached her side. You are. Lucia quivered with trepidation. Her powers were absent for the first time. Trust me, my lord, the judgment knight spoke emotionlessly, swearing by the deity of sin and punishment. The knight's hand clasped Lucia's, and soon, the being of chaos and darkness was drawn into the divine realm. The merciless deity wielded two swords, one black, to adjudicate evil and sin, and one white, to decree goodness and merit. The chaotic demon was ensnared and reduced to dust by the dual blades. As Lucia returned to her senses, she gazed at the judgment knight. Thank you, she exclaimed, rising to aid Leon. At that moment, dark lightning collided with radiant thunder, further devastating the already ravaged town. Leon has dispelled his dragon transformation and thunderstorm state. At this moment, both his magical power and vitality have nearly depleted. The demon lord has been banished, and the counterfeit Aegis has also vanished into thin air. Leon observed his friends gazing at him with sorrow, before they faded into the cycle of reincarnation. Why have you been bestowed with such divine grace? Kale collapsed to the ground, his form a grotesque amalgamation of humanity and sludge. Previously, he had fantasized about using Leon as an experimental subject, envisioning the formidable demon he could create. Yet now, he comprehended a profound truth. The majesty of the divine brooks no insolence, particularly when it concerns a favored child of the gods. Kale spotted Lucia who, disregarding the dust clinging to her, rushed towards Leon. The overwhelming power shattered his elaborate schemes and the deals he had made with various inhuman entities. The strength he had procured was not his own. Nevertheless, he still possessed one final gambit. "Sister, let us descend into hell together," he exclaimed, channeling his soul to activate the third-tier magic circle amidst a surge of magical backlash. Leon attempted to charge at Kale, intent on putting an end to him, but his bones cried out in agony. A pitch-black sphere enveloped the area, then abruptly constricted. Lucia extended her hands, a magical barrier forming to resist the onslaught. Just as in their first encounter, Leon found himself utterly powerless, stripped down to his undergarments and bound to a bed for the amusement of the princess. Yet now, Leon was devoid of humor. The task was complete. Reward, none. Current status, banishment spell, Neriku. The 18 layers of hell in the west. Leon, do not worry. I will rescue you, Lucia declared earnestly as she began to mend his body. However, at that moment, Leon's health points had already been depleted, and he clung to life solely due to the residual magic bestowed by Aegis. Strange, why can't I restore him? Lucia thought anxiously, watching Leon gradually transform into particles of light. She was a dark sorceress, a master of the arcane arts. It's merely a minor wound. I will heal it swiftly. Please, cease your dissipation. Your Highness, Leon spoke, do not exert yourself. If this continues, neither of us will escape. Do not speak such nonsense, Lucia retorted, unwavering in her belief. I will ensure your safety. You will be fine. Leon shook his head. Your Highness, the entity with whom your brother has made a pact is a chaotic demon. To those demons, your authority is akin to seizing half of their wealth. The same chaotic forces cannot simply dissipate. To escape, one must employ opposing powers. Lewin struggled to sit upright, retrieving a vial of magical potion from his bag. With a swift gulp, he consumed it. Lucia felt an ominous premonition. Please, don't, Your Highness, Lewin replied with a wry smile. Do not grieve for me. My life should have faded long ago. To have lived this long, and to know my brother is safe, brings me immense satisfaction. In truth, he pondered his own identity. Was he Liu-in of the Knight's Order, the firstborn of the Barrett family, or merely the Liu-in who was destined to perish? Suddenly, an explosive surge of energy erupted, a manifestation of Hephaestus' blessing. Crack! The energy of lightning manifests as a gift from Aegis. The chilling power diminishes both fire and thunder, harmonizing the two forces. This is the compassion of Annihilating. The speed at which Leon's form dissipated accelerated. Leon, cease. With a crack, the magic of Neriku was dispelled, and Leon transformed into dust, ascending into the sky. Only Lucia remained at the scene, alongside Leon's enchanted satchel and the long spear that had lost its brilliance. In the Empire's news, it was reported that the chaotic demons invaded the towns of the Empire, ensnaring Prince Kair, ultimately leading to an irreparable tragedy. 3 knights of the tribunal were injured, and the merchant guilds suffered significant losses. Yet they were actively engaged in the reconstruction of the town. Lucia, the heir, and her retinue played an irreplaceable role in the struggle against the chaotic demons. Among her followers, Leon Barrett fell in battle. Regarding the revocation of Leon's punishment, the Barrett family was granted a small town as a fief and awarded 100,000 gold coins as recompense. Damn it! Raymond's eyes blazed crimson as he overturned the chest filled with gold coins, seizing the scribe who announced the decree. How could my brother possibly be dead? How could he fall to a mere chaotic demon? Do you even comprehend what the protection of Aegis signifies? How dare you deceive me? Believe me, I will slaughter your entire family. The scribe trembled, his legs quaking in fear. He was fortunate to have prepared himself beforehand, or he would have soiled himself in terror. An elven priest stepped forward, placing a hand firmly on Raymond's shoulder. What are you doing? Raymond, calm yourself, the priest urged. You yourself have told us that your brother Leon remains unflappable in the face of adversity, that he possesses solutions to any dilemma. What you must do now is to stabilize the standing of the Barrett family. Trust in your brother, and have faith that the dragon Aegis would not so easily allow a believer to perish. Raymond was at a loss for words, unable to counter her remarks. The elven priestess, typically amiable, bore an air of seriousness that signified trouble within the team, and without question, that trouble stemmed from Raymond himself. Humph, just go away. He huffed, releasing his grip, and, after a moment's contemplation, hurried off to find his sister. The one truly heartbroken was undoubtedly Eden, his sister. The diminutive artisan glanced at the mountain elf, and then at the other demons. Would you care for some tea? One demon, who had merely contracted with Miss Eden to serve her, broke into a cold sweat. He was certainly not a chaotic demon. Alas, could someone assist in gathering the scattered gold coins? Oh, I shall lend a hand. Not far from the Barrett family estate lay Lucia's residence. The girl, having lost her beloved loyal hound, was in a state of despair. The fragrance of flowers had vanished, and she felt as though she had returned to a nightmarish reverie. Yet, sleep eluded her. Your Highness, Ralph said, holding water and medicine, uncertain of how to proceed. I will place these here. Please remember to take your medicine. After completing these tasks, Ralph added a few more logs to the fireplace, then closed the door and stepped outside. The long spear of Leon lay by the bedside, and Lucia was unaware of its origin. However, bereft of its master, its radiance had dulled. She retrieved her magical backpack and fished out a bottle of fragrant wine. The scent was exquisite. Within the mansion, the hall echoed with the shocking news. Leon Barrett was dead? Belhane was struck with disbelief. How could this have happened? What kind of intricate trap could have ensnared such a formidable and wise cleric like Leon? That young man possessed at least 2 blessings, too. It appeared that their plans had been thwarted, yet Belhane refused to concede defeat. Seek out Raymond, Belhane commanded, taking up Leon's relics. I shall confront this myself. Whether to fight or to kill, it matters not. Raymond must support his highness. Will sipped his wine, furrowing his brow. He was a 6th-tier Thunder Dragon devotee. His power equivalent to that of an 8th-tier agent of the Empire. A single slap from him could be fatal. So what should we do? Belhane clenched his fist. They had already arrived in the imperial capital. Could they simply turn back? Did you wish to return to the harsh borders? I shall pay a visit to the Demon Hunters Division. Will downed his drink in one gulp, for Princess Lucia had achieved great merit, and surely the Demon Hunters would afford him some respect. Emotions can be utterly useless, yet when one encounters loss, the absence of feeling becomes painfully evident. Belhane and will set their plans in motion. Princess Shaylin was elated. Her greatest adversary had fallen into despair. What splendid news! The members of the sister family were also jubilant. For with Leon's demise, his divine essence would become the possession of Eunice's sister, bestowing upon their family the power of Aegis through bloodline inheritance. This was a much-needed boon for their once mighty lineage that had now diminished. Henceforth, whenever Aegis devotees were mentioned in the imperial capital, only the sister family would come to mind. The weight of a soul, 31 grams. However, due to the accumulation of past lives, Leon's weight was 62 grams. His spirit drifted not towards the hell spoken of in the West, but rather towards the realm of Great Yen. A meditative practitioner noticed this otherworldly demon, yet upon sensing the mark above, closed his eyes to continue his contemplation. Like many nations on the continent, Great Yen too had dragons. Yet unlike the 4-legged image of Aegis known to other lands, these dragons more closely resembled 4-legged lizards. The dragonkin were, in essence, divine beings. And it is well known that deities do not possess a fixed form. On the dragon's spiral mountain, within the celestial abode of a deity, centuries passed in a single grand dream, and hundreds of years slipped away. You truly delight in granting power to your devotees, watching them enact their myriad roles. An ancient, profound, and solemn voice resonated. The fragments of Leon's soul converged at the center, materializing into a swirling mass of red and yellow ethereal light, resembling a flame, which he grasped in one hand. Aegis, Anivia, how rare it is to see both of your blessings manifesting on a single individual. Were it not for his formidable soul power, you would have already shattered him, he remarked. A booming sound echoed as a vast expanse of white energy and a profound blue energy appeared, one belonging to Aegis, the other to Anivia. Don't say such things, Elder Zhu. Aegis chuckled heartily, revealing his large grin. This is a devoted follower of mine. It would be a great pity to let him dissipate into the ether. Moreover, you wouldn't wish for the events of the prophecy to transpire, would you? Zhu cast a glance at Aegis, then turned to Anivia. Is your stance the same? Once you descend into the abyss, no one should disturb you. Allowing mortals to wield your blessings is tantamount to revealing your existence. While heroes may harness the powers of demons, the abyss remains a forbidden realm. You will not be discovered. Anivia crossed her arms in resignation. After all, this lad has saved someone dear to me. I intended to grant him some blessing as a token of gratitude. Yet a foolish dragon has bestowed such immense energy upon a mere mortal. How dare you, Aegis? Indeed, a counterfeit has pilfered a portion of my power, Aegis admitted. his voice tinged with unease. Elder Zhu, you must assist me. Silence, Zhu retorted, staring at Aegis as if he were a fool. What misfortune have I brought upon myself? Every time you stir up trouble, I must come to your aid. Aegis stuck out his tongue playfully. This lad is deeply entangled with the Great Flame. If you choose not to intervene, I shall spread tales of your neglect. The Great Flame's denizens will suffer greatly. It was reminiscent of a novice intern who, having failed to cure a patient, resorts to dragging out their mentor. The mentor, reluctant to help, is left with the urge to strangle the intern for their foolishness. In truth, had this been an ordinary individual, Aegis and Anivia's power would have sufficed. By employing the Dragonkin's latent skill, cocoon, and entrapping the follower's soul within, coupled with the divine energy of Aegis and Anivia, a far more potent body could have been forged. However, Leon's soul was intricate, and Aegis and Anivia lacked absolute confidence, necessitating the journey to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Juicy speaking, the fragments of the soul coalescing in his hand, malleable as clay. The Leon who had traversed here and the original Leon were now wholly integrated, free from any memories that might impede his corporeal movements. An interesting prospect, albeit with numerous restrictions, Zhu mused, recalling the tedium of fulfilling tasks. Diligent cultivation was the true path. He resolved to make a minor modification to the system as a reward for Leon, leaving it to Aegis to persuade him of its merits. As the soul took shape, the three dragon deities invoked their divine powers, activating Leon's passive skill, Cocoon. All that remained was to wait 10 days for Leon's physical form to be remade. At that moment, a streak of black light surged inward. Aegis and Anivia turned to Elder Zhu. You may return. This lad is safe, Zhu announced, waving his hand dismissively. Subsequently, a door opened slightly, admitting a figure clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. In the secular realm, he was a figure of great power. Yet here he appeared as a mere disciple. Master, I have arrived. The Taoist bowed to the ethereal form. Don't you? I am here to see your junior brother, Zhu replied. As if he had finally concluded a troublesome matter, signaling for tea and indulging in a sip. Junior brother? Zhang Dongshu exclaimed, only to notice the dragon egg placed at the center. Is this truly the junior brother? Among the countless rare treasures encountered on his cultivation journey, he had never before seen such a marvel. It is somewhat inconvenient for me here. Take him outside and tend to him well. In 10 days, he shall emerge from his cocoon. Teach him these techniques, and let him return whence he came, Zhu instructed, as several tomes floated before Zhang Dongshu. There was a fundamental cultivation method, a technique for sword flight, and an improved method for externalizing magical power. Zhu would not bestow blessings directly, as Aegis and other deities did. One must cultivate to attain their desires. The outcome would reflect their efforts. Otherwise, a moment of inspiration could lead to an overwhelming influx of energy, leaving one like Leon, unable to endure the vast power and perishing as a result. Zhang Dongshu said nothing more, merely acknowledging the directive before departing with the dragon egg containing Leon. Once the surroundings were devoid of others, Zhu dispelled his concealment, transforming into an ethereal figure adorned with dragon horns and flowing hair of flame-like hues, seated in a meditative pose. Reflecting on the foolish attempts of so-called heroes to conquer the continent years ago, he could not help but lament. At that time, ignorance was bliss upon investigation. One was met with startling revelations. The Great Flame Realm strictly regulated practitioners. Conflicts between cultivators were commonplace, and as long as ordinary folk were unharmed, they remained indifferent. However, the heroes, emboldened by the blessings of the gods and coveting territories, wreaked havoc unimpeded. The army of an emperor, diligent yet lacking in cultivation prowess, could not withstand the heroes' aggression, leading them to break with tradition and summon countless practitioners to the battlefield. Thus, the heroes' ranks crumbled swiftly. Yet the prophecy foretold of an exceptionally powerful hero, destined to grow beyond control. He would lay waste to the planet to confront one who wielded dominion over the abyss. In light of this, the gods of the Great Flame did not mind sitting at the chessboard, playing the role of strategist. At the Barrett estate, Duke Berhane arrived bearing gifts. He was received by a high-ranking demon, who escorted him to meet the elven sage, the legendary dwarven craftsman, and the mountain spirit under the protection of the forest dragon. Duke Berhane, it has been a long time, the elven priest remarked. During my last visit to your territory, it was your grandfather who welcomed me. With the passage of time, you have become an equally dashing nobleman. You indeed recall, Berhane reflected on how, during his childhood illness, His grandfather had anxiously sought the elven sage's aid at great cost. He had longed to learn magic then, but lacking talent, had to abandon the pursuit. It was surprising to encounter his former savior after all these years. You have come seeking Raymond, I presume? His emotional turmoil has been rather intense lately. He has gone to the underground city to vent, the elven priest informed him, while the current head of the Barrett family, Eden Barrett, had been bedridden since learning of Leon's demise. I too lament this turn of events. Under normal circumstances, with a demon hunter and Aegis's blessing, such a tragedy should not have occurred, Berhain said, swallowing hard. I have brought gifts, along with Leon's belongings. He presented a dragon-slaying sword and a battered dragon-scale armor. The dwarven craftsman approached with keen interest. Ah, this armor is of exquisite quality, but it is curious. Berhain blinked. What seems odd? Any craftsman capable of forging such arms would have inscribed their name upon it. As long as the equipment has not been reduced to ashes, one could discern who crafted it. The old man, vouching for the legendary craftsmanship of dwarves, asserted that even flawed creations would bear an inscription. This object is indeed peculiar. The dwarf stroked his beard, pondering the mystery. How does this relate to Leon's demise? Mr. Berhain inquired, filled with curiosity. The priest and the mountain elf exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Perhaps, Mr. Bayer, you do not grasp the immense value of a finely crafted dragon-scale armor. Such an opportunity for a smith to gain renown is exceedingly rare. Although this piece does not yet reach the legendary status wielded by heroes, its price remains substantial. When Leon was dismissed, he certainly had no means to forge an extraordinary piece of equipment. The priest articulated slowly. The funds he possessed could not even procure a single scale suitable for crafting dragon armor. However, I have heard that he generously donated a full 10,000 white gold coins, and such wealth could not have materialized from thin air. If it truly did, then Leon Barrett may be under the watchful gaze of a certain deity, offering assistance without reservation. Upon the suggestion of this notion, Berhain's thoughts turned to Leilong Agus. It cannot possibly be Agus, remarked the mountain spirit. If it were Agus, the equipment provided would undoubtedly be the same set used by Raymond, rather than such inferior quality. Raymond emerged unscathed, having seemingly vanquished the demon lord in a one-on-one confrontation, with the assistance of his formidable equipment being undeniable. Thus, there is a matter I wish to inquire about, as we are not well acquainted with the aristocratic circles of the imperial city. The elven priest turned to Berhain, seemingly seeking the answer he desired from him. Please ask. I assure you I shall speak without reservation. Berhain pledged earnestly. The inquiry pertained to Unisister, the woman whom Raymond had repeatedly vowed to eviscerate with a dagger, the one who had seized the fourth-order divine factor from Leon Barrett. Has her dragon transformation diminished? Unisister? She has been seeking the cleric's healing with increasing frequency. With Leon now deceased, there should be some alleviation, right? Berhain remarked. At least that is what I have heard. Suddenly, Berhain paused. Alleviation? What constitutes alleviation? He had never heard of any improvement in Unisister's condition. The frequency of clerics visiting the sister family had merely decreased slightly. Could that be considered alleviation? No, that is not alleviation. It is simply maintaining the status quo. No, there is no alleviation, Berhain asserted confidently, noting that whenever she attended various gatherings and banquets, she still wore magical long gloves to conceal the dragon scales on her hands. I have individuals with particularly keen senses. I dispatched someone to investigate, and the result indicated that the fragrance unique to the thunder dragon Auguste was becoming increasingly pronounced upon her. It was as if the elven priest's lips curled into a slight smile as he interjected, as if the legendary thunder dragon Auguste were about to descend. If that is the case, Leon is not dead. Berhain's heart soared with joy. Yet I heard from Princess Lucia's retinue and the knights of the tribunal that he had been reduced to ashes. He is dead, but his soul should remain intact, the priest stated as he rose. Regardless of whether it is black magic or white magic, there exist means to resurrect individuals. Auguste's favoritism towards Leon would not be less than that towards Raymond. He would not permit his follower to perish so easily. For a god, resurrecting a soul is a trivial endeavor. Then, where is Leon now? Berhain inquired. The priest pondered for a moment. Upon learning of Leon's death, I immediately proceeded to the training grounds of the Barrett family. However, I found no signs of a resurrection array therein. I also investigated the churches within the imperial city. Regardless of the rank of the nuns or priests, the response to prayers for a soul named Leon Barrett was uniformly negative. Duke Berhain, may I ask where Leon's ashes were scattered at that time? Belhane contemplated carefully, correlating the positions at that moment. It should have drifted eastward. Is there something there that could resurrect Leon? East. There is nothing particularly notable as a place of resurrection in the east, if one must insist. There is a connection to the Thunder Dragon Auguste. Within the Great Flame territory, there exists a formidable being, revered for his might, who has disregarded the divine realm, known as the Candle Dragon, Candle Geoin. The mountain elf nearly lost her wits in fright. Her protector, the Forest Dragon, covered his face, merely lamenting how this girl divulged everything. Candle Dragon? Which deity is that? Why have I never heard of such a being? Does the Great Flame possess such power? Belhane questioned in disbelief. The sage sighed and smiled gently. Duke Belhane, ultimately, these are merely our conjectures. Yet, the individuals from the sister family have clarified one point. Leon is undoubtedly not dead. At the very least, his soul endures. Raymond returned bearing the weight of a colossal earth dragon. Upon discovering that his elder brother's soul might still linger, he was filled with exuberance. Yet, what brought him even greater joy was the fact that Sister Eden had regained some semblance of her spirit. Bleed it, skin it, and prepare it for me. Roast it, boil it, whatever it takes, send some food to my sister. If you dare to falter even slightly, I shall consider you mere ingredients for skewers. Hurry. Although it was Eden who had summoned the contract demon, at that moment, none dared to utter a word in protest against Raymond's unjust treatment. After all, who among them could claim to consume an entire earth dragon? Where on earth did you hunt this? Reluctantly, Raymond donned a more presentable attire from the cloakroom and personally received Duke Belhane. After hearing the priest's words, enlightenment dawned upon him. Your intellect is truly remarkable. One can discern from the slightest clues that my brother is not dead, Raymond praised. However, he pondered the complexities that lay ahead for the great Yin kingdom. Can my brother truly return after his resurrection? Should I venture there immediately? Perhaps I might uncover some clue to bring him back post-haste. Yet, the priest cautioned, your full-speed prowess rivals that of a ninth-tier dragon beast. Attempting to reach Leon in haste may result in interception by patrolling guards before you even enter the Great Yin. Best not to pursue this course, the priest concluded, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Duke Belhane was momentarily taken aback. Ninth-tier dragon beast? At such a young age, Raymond exhibited such prowess? Truly, he was a worthy disciple of Aegis. Now, Mr. Buyer, it is time we discuss terms, Raymond said, adopting a serious demeanor. Belhane, now attuned to the gravity of the situation, took his seat opposite Raymond. Your Excellency Raymond, although the external narrative surrounding Leon remains one of death, your assistance is crucial. However, I wish to convey an important truth. Leon's demise is not something anyone desired. Princess Lucia is striving to protect her subordinates. The Princess of the Dark Abyss, a creature inherently bestowed with authority, cannot be overshadowed by the slanders that seek to dim her brilliance, even if that brilliance is shrouded in darkness and peril. I require your Excellency Raymond to stand in support of Princess Lucia, should you choose to assist her. Even if the majority of the Empire harbors biases against her and seeks to use Leon's death to undermine her, the repercussions shall likely be minimal. It is akin to a legal battle where the opposition is thoroughly prepared, having bribed the media, judges, and numerous officials to paint Lucia as an irredeemable witch, deserving of immediate execution. Even the lawyers in such cases are like Zhang San, the very architects of the law, free to manipulate it as they please. Yet Lucia, disregarding the rules of engagement, revealed her own identity. The Dragon King, indeed. Lucia's lawyer unveiled her identity as a sovereign from a certain continent, commanding an active military force of 200,000, with comprehensive land, sea, and air capabilities, possessing intercontinental missiles and nuclear warheads. With such revelations, one could only conclude, innocent. Absolutely innocent. I could publicly advocate for that princess, but are you certain this would suffice? Raymond inquired, blinking in surprise. What do you mean by suffice? Belhane momentarily faltered in his response. What more do you desire? I perceive a rather troublesome threat near Princess Shaylin, someone referred to as a hero. He gives me an uncomfortable impression. Raymond furrowed his brow. The divine protection surrounding him was overwhelmingly abundant, as if the gods sought to impose the authority of a lesser deity upon him. This was distinctly different from the way devotees cultivated their strength. My brother had also mentioned that praying for divine power was already a considerable luxury. If one were to excessively wield the powers granted by the divine, it would inevitably lead to backlash. Otherwise, the Barrett family would have an abundance of individuals wielding the powers of Aegis. The journey of a hero's ascension indeed diverged from that of an ordinary cleric. Beelheim nodded, acknowledging Raymond's perspective. But what of it? The church had deeply entrenched itself within society. While some of its operations were distasteful, they were nonetheless engaged in tangible endeavors. Should a confrontation arise, it could very well incite chaos. Matters of politics are not merely about conflict. They are intertwined with the intricacies of human relationships. Although incidents may occur from time to time, a complete fallout seemed implausible, did it not? Should I consider eliminating the hero first? Raymond is astonishingly eloquent. Or should I brazenly approach Princess Shaylin to demand the remuneration that is rightfully mine? In aiding them, I have taken numerous detours, acquiring a plethora of unnecessary trinkets. Successful completion of the dungeon yields rewards: a sword capable of slicing through steel, formidable armor, an array of wondrous herbs, and various magical artifacts from ancient times. For instance, the golden skull that Lucia used to summon a colossal demon. Raymond currently possesses 8 similar items. Each of these treasures could fetch millions at auction. Yet for Raymond, they are of no use, too valuable to discard. Thus he can only bestow them upon Jerry for proper utilization, lest he find himself cleaning up after them once more. Raymond. Thud. That hurt. Why did you strike me? The troublesome Raymond looked at the elven priestess, expressing his displeasure. Regardless, if negotiations ultimately falter, a confrontation is inevitable. What is wrong with me making the first move? The elf covered her face, beginning to comprehend why Leon Barrett, despite his comparable talents to Raymond, progressed so slowly in his training. Individuals like Raymond, who charge recklessly into battle, are but novices in the political arena. Their raw strength may deter others, but it does not confer the wisdom needed to navigate such complexities. The imperial capital is home to numerous divine agents, all of whom are formidable beings of the 8th or even 9th tier. Even if you can vanquish a hero, can you defeat them? The priestess lamented, frustrated by the lack of foresight. The Barrett family has never severed ties with the Empire at their zenith, while your might is considerable. You have yet to reach a level where you can single-handedly suppress all opposition. Forcing the summoning of Aegis would lead to an even graver outcome. Raymond rubbed his head and remarked, have I not proposed an alternative plan? If I cannot be eliminated, I can at least create some trouble for them. Beelheim fell silent. He suddenly realized that Leon, the eldest son, truly had a difficult path, balancing family responsibilities while caring for his younger siblings, all the while guarding against the slanders of others within the Empire. It was indeed a daunting task. Ahem. Beal coughed a couple of times, then added, the participants in the succession to the throne will be arriving shortly. A grand banquet will be held, allowing the officials of the Empire to partake. Perhaps we can devise a strategy to create some discord at that time? The banquet and the officials' presence were crucial, as it would serve to gauge which heir garnered more support, thus ensuring a higher rating for them. In this manner, the Empire could smoothly transition into the next era. Of course, the Empire's history was stained with bloodshed and turmoil. In an ethereal void, Leon slowly opened his eyes. How peculiar. Have I perished? Am I traversing realms once again? But where am I? He surveyed his surroundings, finding an expanse filled with a silken, golden light, elusive and intangible. Where's this place? Ah, what of the system? Leon hurriedly summoned the system, and then inquired. Name, Leon Barrett. What is happening? Why is there nothing but my name? It dawned upon him that he had indeed perished. Yet, amidst this surreal sensation, he could distinctly perceive his vitality gradually returning. But why had the system collapsed? Come on, don't jest with me. If there are any resurrection scrolls or revival coins, kindly grant me one. If that fails, perhaps a method for soul transference would suffice. If all else fails, could you please send me back to my original world? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He remembered there were certain unspeakable files on his computer. Those were crucial to his posthumous reputation. At the very least, allow me to return and erase them before I perish, would you? A soft, light laugh echoed, and Leon turned to see. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within a concrete edifice. There stood a figure with hair as dark as the night, even more so than that of a typical Chinese individual, unmistakably a foreigner. That familiar visage, adorned in an extravagant Gothic gown, exuded opulence. Lucia? Leon halted, bewildered. What was transpiring? Upon a closer inspection, he noticed he was clad in a tracksuit emblazoned with the characters for China, paired with sports shoes from Hongqing, and grasping a book on computer networks. What is this situation? Am I back in university? But why? Leon, Lucia teased, is this your preference? The tablet she held displayed a restricted film from a certain island nation, depicting a petite, charming girl engaging in various intimate escapades with her boyfriend, even featuring a running version, which he assumed meant devoid of horseback riding. Wait, this is slander. No, Lucia? No, Leon? No, 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 I must be losing my sanity. Why is this happening? A girl dressed as a medieval noble, holding a tablet, inquiring if I fancy this type of girl. I do. Of course, I do. What kind of fool wouldn't he? But this is all wrong. Leon distinctly remembers himself. Himself. He is Leon Barrett, born in China within a fantastical realm. From a tender age, he exhibited remarkable talents. Gaining admission to one of the nation's top universities at a young age, often subjected to playful teasing by the campus's renowned little witch, Lucia. His classmates had long since grown accustomed to this dynamic. Today, being a day of respite, the school library was rather devoid of visitors. He had come at Lucia's invitation. What's the matter? Not at all amused. Lucia playfully tapped Leon's forehead, puffing out her cheeks. Did you not say you would accept my confession and be my boyfriend? Have you changed your mind? Let me assure you, that is not an option. I shall not let go. Her eyes seemed imbued with enchantment. Her every word and action wielding an uncanny influence over Leon's body and mind. I did not refuse, Leon mechanically replied. I accept. He recalled that he and Lucia had known each other since childhood. It would not be an exaggeration to say they grew up together. They had shared countless mischievous exploits, urinating in muddy puddles, chasing chickens, and causing a ruckus at home, among other antics. Their families had already laid plans for their future. Upon graduating from university, they were destined to marry and inherit the family business. Lucia hailed from a noble lineage in Europe, her ancestors having been exceedingly wealthy. Leon's forebears had migrated there before his parents returned to China. They were a match made in heaven, with little that could sever their bond. In the library, they discussed their future aspirations, starting a company, amassing wealth, and eventually purchasing a seaside villa where they could bask in each other's company daily. They envisioned a life free from the burdens of business operations, dedicating themselves instead to their cultivation, assured that ample time would be theirs to share. Their children would grow and become even more accomplished cultivators, a key reason for the union of their families. That cake shop I visited last time reportedly has new products out. Do you recall the hot pot we enjoyed last month? The owner seems to have transferred it. And since then, no one has gone there. Oh dear, I miss the local snack stalls from my hometown. When summer vacation arrives, let us return together and see if that little shop still exists. Leon's eyes turned vacant. Countless dark tendrils enveloped him, as a dark sorceress clad in simple attire loomed nearby. Her possessiveness was intense, unwilling to let anything escape her grasp. Yet, she had lost far too much. Demon hunters. Subhumans, one night after another had come and gone. The descendants of this knight had shown promising talents, yet ultimately perished due to their association with the nameless sorceress. Once akin to sisters, the Ice Princess had also lost herself to the so-called will of the gods, turning her weapons against her own. The devotee of the Thunder Dragon met his demise. His head was impaled upon a spear, displayed as a trophy. His body bore a gaping wound, while countless souls fought over the fragments of his armor and the remnants of his entrails. His limbs were torn asunder, severed in the fray. His wife, laden with the wealth they had amassed together, sought refuge with their adversary, a valiant hero suffused with the radiance of the holy light. They proclaimed with fervor, "The witch is guilty, she must perish." Though the witch remained elusive, the sanctified hero vowed to discover a means to annihilate her, to banish her entirely. Lucia felt wearied, cognizant that her time was fleeting. Even if it were mere illusion, ephemeral dreams, she yearned to immerse herself in them, relinquishing thoughts of vengeance against the hero. Rayon. The maiden whispered, extending her hand to tenderly cradle the man's face, her fingers loosening their grip as she laid him down, settling upon his waist. It evoked memories of a time long past when she had playfully teased that meticulous, deceitful fool. Were you joyful? Were you content? Lucia's hands glided down from Rayon's face, the strength of his form becoming increasingly nebulous in her recollection. We are soon to become one family. Does that bring you joy? The vacant-eyed Rayon had reached the threshold of matrimony with Lucia. He swallowed hard, then inquired, "Your Highness, what has transpired?" As the decor of the surrounding chamber faded, before Rayon stood a disheveled girl, streaked with tears and pale as death. Leon recollected the circumstances prior to his transcendence. He was born into an unremarkable family. His father held a respectable job, while his mother engaged in small business ventures to supplement the household income. Throughout his rather mundane existence, he achieved nothing particularly remarkable. akin to high-quality cattle produced on an assembly line, attending school from elementary to middle to high school, ultimately enrolling in a university of mediocre standing. Then, he found himself amidst the global economic recession, witnessing the devaluation of his degree as his generation encountered a plethora of unfortunate events. After fruitless endeavors, he resolved to remain at home, abandoning any entrepreneurial aspirations, content to write novels and ensure he could sustain himself. Then, his phone exploded and he transcended. Even without this extraordinary occurrence, Leon would not possess the fate of a protagonist, nor would he ever attract the affection of a girl who genuinely liked him. What a far-fetched notion. Yet, how could he now find himself in such a situation? Your Highness, you. Leon gazed at the witch, who had grown immensely, endured countless tribulations, and fallen into despair. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. To the divine, time held no significance. Eventually, the formidable Lucia could effortlessly disregard the concept of time and manifest before him. Yet, what could have transpired? Why did this esteemed witch exhibit such an expression? After a brief pause, the witch opened her mouth. Leon's eyes widened, Lucia's words echoing in his mind. Why did you have to awaken? A sudden blow landed squarely on his face. Ugh, Leon groaned, struggling against the tentacles that bound him. Lucia raised her other hand, clenching it into a fist. Blow after blow, the final boss delivered a relentless barrage of punches, leaving Leon's mouth filled with blood. Even in his spectral form, he felt himself faltering. Wouldn't it have been better if you had remained dormant? Lucia hissed through gritted teeth, gazing down at Leon pinned beneath her. She swept a strand of hair from her face and resumed her interrupted actions. The acrid taste of blood, a spirit teetering on the brink of oblivion, and a bewildered witch bore witness to the unfolding scene. As they parted, Lucia cast another glance at Leon. The dragon zealot remained conscious. You're not the Lucia I know. Leon coughed, blood trickling from his lips. Don't do this. I'm already like this. There's no escape. Could you, release the tentacles? I don't have a tentacle fetish, and I'd rather not be bound. What if you flee? Lucia's hands roamed Leon's body, a predatory glint in her eyes. You broke your promise a long time ago. You broke your promise. As she spoke, her expression turned ominous. The garments adorning Leon may well be tattered remnants conjured forth by magical forces. Yet, his physique remains familiar, albeit with significantly fewer scars than those etched in Lucia's memory. The likelihood of a charming young man being subjected to such playful mischief within the confines of his own mental realm is quite low, though certainly not non-existent. Upon a bed woven from inky black magic, Lucia clings tightly to Leon, seemingly desiring to remain enveloped in this moment indefinitely. Your Highness, Leon inquires, can you now elucidate what has transpired? Why do you find yourself in such a disarray? Lucia remains silent. Even in your silence, I can surmise a few things. Leon cleared his throat. In a future with or without me, you must have endured considerable suffering, haven't you? Were there individuals who sought to take your life by any means, yet failed and turned their malice upon others? Will, Layla, Ralph? Lucia shivered, clutching tighter. I understand. I know it all, Leon asserted. I am aware that our conclusion may not be favorable, yet I still possess the opportunity to alter our fate. Could you perhaps wait for me a moment longer? I will save you. I shall resolve all the issues. The witch's crimson lips moved, stating, the last time you made such a promise to me, the hero met his demise. Damn it. Leon felt a surge of frustration. Why must it always be the hero? Could this accursed hero not venture forth to vanquish the Demon King instead? If that were too much to ask, why not establish a harem and build a kingdom? Surely, that would be far more enjoyable than engaging in a conflict with the demon. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that by that time, the hero might no longer be the same individual. But I still have time, do I not? The hero of my timeline has yet to mature. With you persistently entangling me, I find myself unable to venture outside. Leon whispered softly, moreover, you appear quite haggard. What has transpired? The witch let out a bitter laugh and replied, that valiant hero has discovered a means to bring about my demise. In the original narrative, the later battle's degradation of power was inevitable. The authority wielded by Lucia is immensely formidable. No matter how one attempts to extinguish it, complete annihilation remains unattainable. Thus, the hero conceived a plan, migration, not merely relocating the populace of a single nation, but rather transporting entire races and humanity deemed useful to him from one planet to another, to a realm crafted by a different deity. The original world, in turn, would be subjected to the hero's creation, a device specifically designed for waste eradication, the Shattered Seed. This entity incessantly devours any material, becoming dormant after consuming a planet, only to subsequently reconstitute the planet's essence. The hero aims to utilize this to extinguish Lucia long before her authority comes into being. And yet, there remains 666 years until Lucia's ultimate demise. This device cannot possibly be a modification of the one crafted by Kale, can it? Upon hearing the familiar number, Leon experienced a moment of distress. Though the span until my death may not seem lengthy to a deity, if you so desire, you could certainly share a splendid life with me, the witch implored. Please do not reject me. I have already lost you once. Must you remain silent about your feelings until the end? Am I truly so unworthy? Look into my eyes and dare to claim you have never harbored feelings for me. Lucia forcibly turned Leon's face towards her, seeking an answer. Leon fell silent. He was acutely aware that the witch possessed the ability to see through lies. Yet, how could a man remain so passive? I have never harbored feelings for you, Your Highness, for our timelines do not align, Leon stated. I am uncertain of what my future holds, and I cannot fathom why I would succumb to the hero, while other nations on the continent stand idly by, allowing the hero to rise unchecked. Much like Lucia, it is a failure of early educators. However, when elevated to a planetary scale, it becomes a matter of ineffectual politicians. Leon found it unfathomable that a single individual could possess 90% of the wealth on a planet, just as he could hardly conceive of a mere hero leading all races to another realm. Engaging in such thoughts seemed utterly futile, and Leon had no intention of arguing. He had come to understand one vital truth. He was still alive, not yet departed from this world. Given this fact, he had the opportunity to confront the hero, to adequately prepare himself for the uncertain battlegrounds that lay ahead. Lucia appeared to be quite reluctant. Ever since the inevitable death trap had been set, her greatest joy each day was to explore alternate timelines, reminiscing about her days of weakness, the moments spent in the estate at the borders. However, after painstakingly locating the timeline where Leon's soul remained intact, she was loath to relinquish it so easily. She longed to live a mundane life like an ordinary villager. Yet her inherent authority would not allow her such a reprieve. Your Highness, Leon said earnestly, no matter what, I will stand by your side. I shall face whatever dangers the future may hold. Please trust me. Lucia gazed at the follower she had salvaged, silently releasing her grasp. The chaotic and murky space dispersed, revealing an area once suffused with a golden aura. As Lucia gradually faded away, she bit gently into Leon's neck before vanishing completely. You are mine. Leon was perplexed, yet he maintained a smile as he bade farewell to the enigmatic sorceress. The future appeared daunting. Perhaps traversing into a lighter narrative would be more enjoyable, like those fixed tales where the protagonist and their harem engage in mysterious games. The relentless violence and treachery were rather unsettling to him. With a sense of resignation, Leon glanced around, seeking an escape. However, in his current predicament, it seemed as though his corporeal form had vanished. At that moment, a figure clad in a Taoist robe materialized. Excuse me, Taoist? What is your esteemed surname? Leon blurted out, unexpectedly encountering a familiar character, causing him to falter. Zhang Dongshu merely chuckled, unperturbed, and remarked, Ah, little junior brother. You are quite fortunate in matters of romance. This statement jolted Leon. Could this venerable Taoist truly perceive everything? Little junior brother? Fear not, I am Zhang Dongshu, and I have no habit of prying into the affections of others. With a wave of his hand, a small patch of ground emerged within the boundless space, adorned with two cushions. Your physical form has been obliterated, yet formidable dragon beings like Aegis and Anivia, who stand nearly on par with my master, would never allow your soul to dissipate into the void. Zhang Dongshu gestured for Leon to join him in sitting down. After settling down obediently, Leon inquired, What is my current situation, senior brother? Do not rush, Zhang Dongshu replied. Aegis has located our master, who resides in seclusion within the Great Yin Empire. Utilizing the master's abilities, he has activated your latent passive talent, cocooning. Cocooning? Leon mused. Indeed, this skill is mentioned in the original text. It is a means employed by the dragon race when faced with an incurable fatal injury. They entrust their souls to a dragon egg, and upon hatching, although they may be weakened for a time, it essentially allows for a rebirth with memories intact. The original author often showcased side characters with impressive abilities, only to have them struck down by the valiant hero. It seems I have found a loophole for myself. Zhang Dongshu chuckled, since it was our master who resurrected you. You are now considered a part of my Xianmen. Moreover, from your tone, you do not sound like a citizen of the Empire. Rather, you resemble someone who has long dwelled in the Great Yin. Realizing that his chance of revival hinged on this esteemed figure from the Great Yin, Leon scratched his cheek. To be honest, senior brother, Zhang Dongxiu raised his hand, signaling Leon to refrain from continuing. There are indeed others like you in this continent. However, most have perished early due to their inability to adapt to the rules of this world. Henceforth, you may only claim that you awaken the memories of your past life due to certain special circumstances. What is this called? Leon merely nodded, displaying a demeanor that was uncharacteristically obedient. What else could one call it? It was the reincarnation of a great being, the awakening of memories. After all, one could easily explain this phenomenon with the presence of the powerful figures from the Great Yin. Very well. There are some matters that you are not yet permitted to know. Zhang Dongxiu remarked, your soul's power is formidable, although you are in the process of resurrection. There are still certain actions you can undertake. With that, Zhang Dongxiu presented Leon with the 3 sacred texts that Master Zhu had promised him. In 10 days, your body will be fully formed. At that time, you may go wherever you wish. Leon nodded, comprehending the situation. It was akin to the antics of the Monkey King. However, he cautioned himself that should any trouble arise in the future, he must not implicate his master. Yet, there remained one matter that perplexed Leon. What precisely was the nature of the system? Did it vanish along with his physical attributes after his demise? This query was left unanswered by his senior brother, Zhang Dongxiu, who merely advised him to diligently pursue his cultivation before departing from Leon's conscious realm. From a young age, Leon harbored the dream of becoming a sword saint, and it seemed that this aspiration was on the verge of realization. Alas, I hope these tools will assist me in avoiding the tragic fate that awaits Princess Lucia. As Leon spoke, he emulated his senior brother's seated posture and began to study the techniques. Unbeknownst to him, the sole outcome that Lucia would ultimately endure did not involve the Leon Barrett who had merged with the soul of a traveler. At this moment, he had strayed from the predetermined path set by the divine, and the future crafted by that foolish deity would no longer unfold. Ding. System upgrading. In the imperial capital, a routine banquet among the nobility was taking place. This gathering served as a venue for the aristocrats to foster connections, as well as a locale for some to seek merriment. Naturally, these were merely conventional pursuits. Only those within families lacking substantial power would contemplate seeking a companion for a night of revelry. Raymond, clad in a formal suit, arrived at the banquet venue with a piercing gaze. The moment he made his entrance, it felt as though the entire world fell into a hushed silence. What? Am I not welcome? Raymond inquired, surveying the silent crowd. At that moment, nothing else seemed to matter. Lewin has passed away. Oh, how delightful. Is Raymond still alive? Oh, how wonderful. Anyone who has spoken ill of Leon is doomed. Next to appear is Duke Berhain, still as handsome as ever. Raymond. Berhain chuckled heartily, approaching Raymond. Come. Allow me to introduce you to some friends. Although it is but a performance, the intimidation it conveys is palpable. Supporter of Her Highness Lucia, Berhain. The brother of Her Highness Lucia's attendant, Raymond Barrett. Leon is dead? What now? What do you intend to do? Quickly informed the head of the family. Damn it. This Raymond is not a complete fool after all. If only he could engage in a battle with the person from the sister family. The attendees of the banquet urgently relayed the situation back to their family. At this moment, Lucia learned that Leon was likely still alive, which lifted her spirits slightly. However, she remained too frail. The weather today was pleasant, the snow was melting, and the temperature was indeed rising. Your Highness, how do you feel? Ralph pushed her wheelchair and said, Leon will surely return. You must gather your strength. When he comes back, he wouldn't want to see you like this. Lucia remained silent, with Leon's magical backpack resting on her lap. Initially, she sought merely to alleviate her boredom, hoping to garner fresh ideas for her plans. Yet, Leon's displayed worth exceeded her expectations. Had he not been wrongfully stripped of his divine essence, his abilities would have been sufficient to elevate the Barrett family to new heights. It was merely a transaction, devoid of any special emotions. Yet, witnessing Leon sacrifice himself for her pulled at her heartstrings, causing unbearable pain. Ralph felt deeply for her. But what could he do? He was not even a clergyman, at best managing minor troubles with A-rank adventurers. Just then, a tall man with golden hair, clad in military attire, entered. Ralph frowned upon seeing him. The Emperor's first son, who had shown no interest in vying for succession since coming of age. He understood the rules of this world well, the heir to the Empire, the conquest of foreign lands. Look up at the starry sky. Those are countless celestial bodies. Perhaps civilizations far more powerful than this one existed eons ago. Gods, deities. As long as one's strength is formidable enough, one day it may reach divine status, rendering the empire's affairs trivial. This was Solomon Van Aster. If you obediently follow the deceased old man's orders to inherit the empire, would we not be spared so much trouble? Lucia mocked with a sullen expression. What? Ralph felt a gust of wind, and Solomon appeared before Lucia. What kind of power is this? Lucia, possessing the divine authority is something to be envied by all. I do not despise the authority you wield, but I truly look down upon your current state, Solomon remarked. One servant dead, a close friend gone, and a loved one lost, and you were left in such sorrow. So vulnerable. Was his death not meaningful? Did he not save you? Did it not serve as a wake-up call? Your authority is not invincible. There are still ways in this world to restrain you, Solomon admonished. If all your siblings were like you, the empire's future would be shrouded in uncertainty. What you should be doing now is to enhance your strength and improve your image in the eyes of the empire's elite, rather than succumbing to the whirlpool of sorrow, allowing your emotions to erode you. Lucia remained icy in demeanor. Solomon had always been different from his siblings. He seemed to see through everything. Only by empowering oneself could one attain true strength. Thus, lacking divine talent, he earned recognition from a deity known as Ashura through sheer effort, becoming a divine agent starting at the 7th tier. He was iron-willed, fierce, merciless to foes, yet forgiving to his own, this forgiveness predicated on their diligent training. Ah, it seems my return is ill-timed. A frivolous voice interrupted as Will returned after completing his tasks. Isn't this the Grand Marshal of the Empire? Have you come to visit our esteemed royal? Oh, how considerate of the elder brother. I heard that when Leon served in the imperial capital, he often brought little gifts for his younger siblings after work. Solomon paused, then retrieved a roasted duck from an item resembling a magical backpack. Ralph, I brought a roasted duck, your favorite, to lift your spirits. Wasn't it said that the lad is still alive? Brother, Lucia was at a loss for words. Is this what they call tsundere? Enough of this. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Ralph observed the stark contrast of the Grand Marshal's demeanor and fell silent. Wasn't the royal struggle a matter of life and death? Why was there such an anomaly as Solomon? Lucia gazed at the roasted duck wrapped in oiled paper and contemplated before waving her hand. Meow. Your Highness. Do you require assistance? Layla appeared in an instant. The roasted duck from the capital was said to be crafted by a chef from the Great Yin, with specially raised ducks and custom-made oil and sauce, always in high demand. Since arriving in the capital, Layla had been longing to taste this duck that Leon once spoke of. However, with her purse emptied, she lacked the funds for such indulgence. Moreover, Lucia's health remained precarious. It would be unbecoming for her to indulge herself in feasting and merriment. What am I thinking? This is for me to eat. Lucia knocked her head lightly. Thud. She mused. Yes, that feels good. Meow. Allow me to prepare the duck for you. Layla took the roasted duck. Your Highness, would you like some juice? And the weather is still a bit chilly. It seems the indoor charcoal fire is insufficient. The Merchant Guild provides dining services, all featuring the nutritious cuisine of the Great Yin. Will chimed in with a chuckle, sighing. Leon, please return swiftly. If you do not come back soon, the prince's household will fall apart. Later today, Raymond visited Lucia, bringing with him a roasted dragon. During my time training in the field, I frequently encountered clergy or adventurers plagued by emotional turmoil, who would succumb to despair and subsequently fall from grace. Upon meeting my companions, they informed me that a full stomach often alleviates negative emotions. Raymond exclaimed as he brandished a large knife and deftly sliced through the earth dragon. A modest token of appreciation. I hope you do not find it lacking. My brother has greatly benefited from your care. Lucia was taken aback. Had it not been said that Leon's brother, Raymond, was a complete brash fool? He certainly did not appear to be so. You and Leon bear an uncanny resemblance, Lucia remarked with a smile. Yet regrettably, my injuries are quite severe, preventing me from hosting you properly. Ah, that is of no consequence, Raymond replied, nodding. I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to Sister Lucia. Splendid. This child has just earned 100 points in my esteem. What would you like to ask? Lucia inquired with a smile. Raymond cleared his throat and then inquired. May I ask if you have intentions of marrying my elder brother? Upon the utterance of these words, a chilling silence enveloped the room, and Lucia's face visibly flushed with embarrassment. Raymond Barrett. If one were to regard each exemplary believer as a jade artifact meticulously sculpted by divine hands, or as a weapon and armor forged with utmost precision, then he would be the sharpest blade crafted by the legendary thunder dragon, Aegis. Those who wield the power of lightning often possess an inherent ferocity, and Raymond epitomizes this savage intensity. Anyone who dares to oppose his will is likely to be reduced to ashes by his wrath. However, such scenarios are predominantly confined to the realms of fiction. For instance, when a steward from a certain family brazenly mocks the protagonist, proclaiming their lineage and stature, those familiar with Raymond's reputation would seldom entertain the folly of provoking him. Thus, upon encountering Ulysses, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself, yearning to unleash his draconic transformation and pierce that wretched woman's heart, to shatter her skull, to sear her heart and savor it with wine, mixing her blood as a flavorful concoction. Her remains would not go to waste. They would be obliterated and fed to dogs. Indeed, before her demise, she must also experience the agony of having her divine essence stripped away. Should Raymond wish to eliminate Ulysses, none within the imperial capital could confidently thwart him. Yet, he was not granted such permission. He had been summoned by Aegis's divine mandate. "You cannot kill her yet," Aegis stated. "Suppress the fury within you. This woman still serves a purpose." As the deity revered by the Barrett family, Aegis believed in his formidable influence. However, Raymond retorted, "Who the hell are you to bring me to this wretched place? Do you wish for death?" Aegis was taken aback. Aeneas chuckled. Hephaestus, distracted, nearly allowed the forge's flames to consume a raw material. Despite the moniker of the Mad Dragon, even Aegis had not anticipated that his disciple would descend into such madness. "You forget," Aegis exclaimed, veins bulging, "who healed your legs. You swore before me to become the mightiest cleric, and yet, in but a decade, you have forgotten everything. Why are you not as courteous as your siblings? I shall bestow upon you another opportunity. Show me the respect I deserve." Raymond offered an internationally recognized gesture of goodwill. Alas, Aegis was utterly devastated. Yet, what recourse did he have? This was, after all, his own progeny. Regardless of how incorrigible he might be, affection was still due. Summarily dismissing him was out of the question. "Address me as Lord Aegis." "Nonsense. Return me forthwith. I shall impale that vile woman who brought about my brother's demise." "You rascal." After a period of such contention, Raymond finally grasped the essence of Aegis's scheme. If you desire to manifest in the mortal realm through demonic incarnation, simply articulate your aspiration directly, instead of behaving as if I am an obstacle in your path. Raymond has abandoned the plan to eliminate Ulysses. Is my brother truly still alive? Yes, he should be in Dian and will return within half a month. Aegis suddenly came to understand Elder Zhu. Constantly facing an unruly self without resorting to harsh measures, Elder Zhu is indeed a good person. No, a splendid dragon. The reason I summoned you here, aside from preventing you from killing that woman, is to convey something important. Aegis grew serious. You have possessed the strength of the pinnacle of the 6th tier for some time now. Have you been pondering why you have been unable to advance to the 7th tier? Raymond nodded. If he could break through to the 7th tier, he would have the strength to contend with the 9th tier hammer. At that point, who would dare mock him? You are inherently lacking. Yet to progress so swiftly is a testament to your diligence. Aegis lowered his head, scrutinizing Raymond. Wasn't there a sage from the elf tribe among the team? And what of your brother's paramour? Present this matter to her, and seek her counsel. Lucia's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Have I said something amiss? Raymond inquired, glancing towards Natasha, the only one beside him. You misspoke, Natasha replied in earnest. Oh, I thought, how could someone as serious as my brother? Raymond sighed in relief. Then Natasha declared, It is I who shall marry Brother Leon. I am the one for Brother Leon. Ralph swiftly covered Natasha's mouth, his expression one of apology as he led her away to the kitchen. Raymond was petrified. Princess Lucia was somewhat acceptable. After all, she was indeed beautiful and possessed sufficient strength, and her mischievous nature could add a touch of intrigue to the couple's relationship. However, when did Natasha's brother develop a preference for this type? Ahem. Lucia regained her composure. Although she had no plans yet, if you wish to call me sister, that would also be permissible. All right, Sister Lucia, Raymond declared, his signature move, sincere heart. Oh dear, this brother is truly wonderful. Far superior to Kale. Once her emotions stabilized, Lucia accepted the item that Raymond had handed her. It was an unfamiliar magical crystal, square in shape, unlike anything mined from nature. Lucia, blessed with remarkable magical talent, weighed it in her hand before inquiring, What did your companion say? She told me that if I wished to advance to the 7th tier, according to Lord Aegis's method, I must visit the territory of the elves, Raymond replied, devouring a piece of meat. In my party, there is a mountain elf companion, protected by the forest dragon. As a scion of the thunder dragon, it should not be too difficult for me to go. However, Lord Aegis mentioned that you might have a solution as well. So I was wondering if I could ask for your assistance? Lucia nodded. The sage of the Elven clan's speculation was not incorrect, given Raymond's unique circumstances. Seeking advancement to the 7th tier indeed had its solutions within the Elven territory. However, the round trip would take 5 or 6 years. And this scion of the Thunder Dragon would likely not be able to wait that long. Let me get straight to the conclusion, Lucia said as she set down the crystal. This crystal contained a complete divine era alchemical array. The effect was rather straightforward. It mimicked the functions of a normal human's organs, such as the heart, lungs, spleen, and liver, using a vast alchemical array. Raymond was perplexed. What did this have to do with his ascension to the 7th tier? Raymond, your congenital disability is not without reason, Lucia remarked. The divine is equitable yet self-serving. While bestowing upon us certain gifts, it simultaneously takes away others to maintain balance. Lucia provided an example. The inherent authority she possessed rendered her melee capabilities alarmingly fragile, akin to a sheet of paper easily pierced. For Raymond to ascend to the 7th tier, he would have to pay the price of reclaiming his once healthy legs in exchange for formidable combat aptitude, thereby achieving completeness. However, Aegis could not descend to the mortal realm to perform the procedure himself. Thus Raymond was left to seek out someone capable of conducting the surgery. Years prior, Raymond had reached the age for awakening his bloodline abilities. He was initially meant to wait for Leon and the household servants to escort him during daylight. However, having endured countless disdainful glances, a fire ignited within him, compelling him to venture forth alone. This led to a grueling journey, supported by crutches, where he stumbled along the mountain path, his hands and legs bloodied from falls. At that time, Aegis had merely implanted a basic array within him, sufficient for usage up to the 5th tier. It was somewhat fortunate that he managed to employ it at the 6th tier. Yet this array would soon be inadequate for the next level. The divine capabilities far surpassed those of mere mortals. As that legendary Thunder Dragon had stated, both he and the sage possessed the skills necessary to perform the surgery. Lucia did not conceal her intentions. She picked up a knife and sliced into a piece of meat, savoring the flavor. Choosing between myself and that sage, neither option guarantees success. However, should we collaborate to devise a surgical plan, I would estimate a success probability exceeding 90%. 90%? Raymond frowned. He was unwilling to engage in endeavors lacking certainty. Despite the high success rate of the surgery, his experiences during his time away had exposed him to numerous peculiar occurrences. There were those who boasted a 90% success rate in concocting a potion, only for it to explode. Others claimed a 30% chance of surviving a life-threatening ordeal. Yet they barely made it through. And then there were the harrowing situations where a mere 1 in 10 chance resulted in death at the hands of a magical beast. Yet he had emerged with mere injuries. Thus, the notion of a 90% probability felt more like a curse. Raymond was reluctant to take such a gamble. Preparation for the surgery will require time, Lucia stated. During this period, I shall strive to devise a flawless surgical plan. Given your physique, failure is unlikely. She offered a rueful smile. There is one more thing you must know. This surgery will be exceedingly painful. It is akin to disassembling Yo. Shortly after the meeting with Raymond, he decided to visit the home of Sister. As this thought crossed his mind, he distinctly felt the gaze of Aegis upon him. Alas, I understand. I truly wonder how much longer I must feign being the obedient child. Raymond, with his hands in his pockets, casually kicked a small stone by the roadside. Tap, tap. Do you need something? Raymond looked at the person who appeared before him, unable to hide his disdain. This individual was none other than the renowned figure of the Empire, Carl. Mr. Raymond, the hero smiled. I have come to invite you to join my party. Not interested, go away. Raymond brushed past him, heading home. In this day and age, there was no demon lord to vanquish, so why should he join your party? It would be wise for your so-called heroes squad to disband sooner rather than later. If there were a demon lord, the hero's existence would be a beacon of hope for humanity, a sword striking against evil. However, in the absence of a demon lord, where the so-called demon lord manages the monsters within his territory without any delusions of world domination, the hero becomes a ticking time bomb. A true hero is one who, after the demon lord is defeated, returns the holy sword and armor, retiring to a quiet life. In the absence of a demon lord, should a hero unexpectedly emerge, playing the role of a mascot and giving speeches, that too could be deemed a good hero. But what on earth is the current hero thinking? Does he truly believe himself to be the heir of the empire? Does he think that merely associating with the Grand Princess guarantees his success? Raymond, I believe you fail to comprehend the numerous advantages of allying with me, Carl exclaimed, following closely behind Raymond. I am the hero, a symbol of justice. This so-called symbol of justice. Even a child from the countryside would be taught by their parents not to impose upon others. Why do you persist in pursuing me? Raymond, akin to a delinquent youth, walked with a golden-haired handsome man trailing behind him. The hero, undeterred, continued, young friend, the bloodline of the Barrett family is hardly esteemed. Although you are descendants of heroes, your family's devotion to the Thunder Beast means that, regardless of the contributions you make to the Empire, few would regard you as a genuinely virtuous family. Carl pressed on. Take your brother, for example. Despite his humility and his accomplishments that surpassed those of most paladins, when he was stripped of his divine essence, the Emperor had little to say, did he? Can you not grasp the reason behind this? Raymond halted his steps and turned around. Snap! Snap! Raymond articulated his neck and flexed his wrists, signaling the cessation of his docile demeanor. The era of the compliant innocent had reached its terminus. Valiant one, Carl Arthur Pendragon, he intoned. Never have I borne witness to such an ardent pursuit of demise. Raymond smirked, perceiving the earlier remarks as a challenge directed at him. Carl, however, harbored a deep-seated trepidation despite his outward bravado. After all, he was facing a sixth-tier powerhouse from the Barrett family, a devotee of the Thunder Dragon Aegis. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that should Raymond truly intend to take his life, the very foundation of the Empire would intervene to eliminate him. The power derived from the fusion of the sixth-tier Aegis' divine essence with that of a legendary Thunder Beast was an enticing prospect, indeed. However, he grossly underestimated both Raymond and the machinations of those who stood behind him. What was this sudden escalation to a life-and-death confrontation? A man with long white hair, unmistakably of dubious character, emerged from the shadows. Was this not the esteemed hero? While forging alliances with others is commendable, one must not provoke them unduly. Carl widened his eyes in disbelief. A ninth-tier demon hunter, Van Helsing. Yet he remained unfazed. After all, he had swayed more than one such formidable figure before. With a crackle of armor, a knight clad in heavy regalia appeared. His name was unknown, and his origins were shrouded in mystery. Yet, all recognized his vocation, a judgment knight from the tribunal, the overseer of overseers. He was the divine envoy of the god of sin and punishment, the punishment knight. If a duel is to ensue, let it be conducted according to the established rules. While the Empire may neither support nor deter such conflicts, the duels between knights, even to the death, are a matter of honor, he declared. Much like the tumultuous spring and autumn period, where personal integrity was held in higher regard than anything else. The idea of sacrificing oneself for honor was trivial, yet any affront demanded reparation, or a resolution through mortal combat. As for me, I remain indifferent. After all, this decorative hero before me is hardly my match. Raymond extended his right hand, and in an instant, a spear materialized within his grasp. With the spearhead directed upwards, he forcefully struck it down upon the ground. In that moment, the armor blessed by the Thunder Dragon, Aegis, enveloped his form. Should they choose a day for battle? Or strike now? The rapid sound of footsteps echoed. Raymond Barrett, do not go too far. Princess Shaylin emerged, rallying the brave team. This challenge loomed far more terrifying than any adversary encountered before. Yet, this time, they were not confronting a colossal dragon. Your Highness, you have taken this jest too far. A teleportation array materialized, revealing an elf priest, a dwarven craftsman, and a mountain spirit, fully armed. The moment Raymond's armor abruptly vanished, I sensed that yet another predicament had arisen. Now, brave one, kindly retract your previous statement. Otherwise, I would not mind sparring with the members of the brave team. Offending the four factions simultaneously, will you not fight? Van Helsing chuckled. If you choose not to engage, then you may as well depart. Do not summon others next time. Otherwise, the punishment knights may genuinely believe someone intends to breach regulations. Observing your demeanor, it appears you are not inclined to offer a sincere apology. Hence, perhaps a form of compensation would suffice? Princess Shaylin was drenched in cold sweat. The involvement of the demon hunter and the punishment court was utterly unforeseen. In the end, Raymond secured a compensation of 200,000 gold coins, and the matter would not be pursued further. As for the ninth-tier demon hunter and the punishment knight, one was sought out by Will, while the other found the situation amusing enough to join. Currently, within the imperial capital, although Lucia had arrived, not all eligible individuals had returned. Not everyone possessed the financial means or capability like Lucia to travel swiftly. Nonetheless, this alone caused Princess Shaylin to become increasingly anxious, prompting her to target Lucia's supporters. First in line was Raymond. However, unlike Leon, the Thunder Dragon's claws were already displaying their sharpness, rendering her schemes futile. TSK. Upon returning home, Raymond's anger simmered as he pondered the events. Even during his bath, he could not find solace. The demon attendant trembled nearby. "Hey you." Raymond fixed his gaze upon the demon. "Has my sister faced any trouble today?" "Ah, no." The demon hastily replied. "The master has remained within the estate, and no outsiders have been permitted." "Is that so? Well, that's a relief." Raymond rose, drying himself and changing clothes. Sister Eden tended to the household. Brother Leon managed affairs, while Raymond was tasked with maintaining a show of force. The Barrett family's iron triangle was vulnerable, with even one corner missing, inviting trouble from others. "Brother, when will you return?" Raymond, clad in a bathrobe, felt restless. "In your absence, even the most wretched of individuals dared to trouble me. Even during his disability, few would have the audacity to mock him so openly." 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The populace of the empire continued to flood into the capital, while on the other side, within the temple of the Great Flame, Leon, immersed in the comprehension of 3 tomes of techniques within the realm of spiritual awareness, slowly opened his eyes. Then, crack, crack, the dragon egg shattered, and light poured forth. Leon rose to his feet, gently pushing aside the eggshell that had rested upon his head. Indeed, this place exudes the charm of ancient Chinese architectural style. Knock, knock. Is someone there? "Young Master Leon. Your master anticipated your awakening at this moment and instructed me to bring you some garments. I have placed them at the door. Once you have changed, you may proceed to the main shop to find him." Leon felt somewhat bewildered. "Master Uncle? Ah, right. I was resurrected with the assistance of Elder Zhu, and now I have become the junior disciple of Elder Zhang Dongxiu. To these ordinary disciples, does that make me the little Master Uncle? You have worked hard. Regrettably, I currently possess nothing to offer you. Once I resolve the matters on that side, I shall compensate you." The magical backpack of Leon has rendered the system unusable. "Master Uncle, you are too kind. I shall take my leave now." After speaking, the young disciple departed. Luin, noticing the absence of others, stealthily brought the garments from the entrance inside. Once adorned, he transformed into a long-haired Taoist priest. His hair was so lengthy, a testament to the potency of this rebirth. However, at this moment, I find myself devoid of any connection to the system, and even my communication with Lord Agus has been severed. This sense of isolation and helplessness is truly disheartening. Yet, it is not without its advantages. Leon clenched his fist. His muscles, sinews, flesh, and even his very soul had been fortified. Even in his previous state, with the blessings of the 3 deities fully activated, he could not attain such a wondrous sensation. This exemplifies the distinction between the powers of the Western fantasy system and those of the Chinese paradigm, does it not? The difference between being a devotee of the divine and achieving divinity oneself is profound. The power derived from Old Home offers an unparalleled sense of security. As for the remnants of the shell left from his rebirth, Lu In gazed at the shell of the dragon egg and picked up a relatively large fragment. Attempting to pry it open, to his astonishment, it was as unyielding as steel, refusing to budge even slightly. Indeed, although it was an artifact left behind from a past life, it certainly possessed an extraordinary value. I suppose I shall keep it. However, without a backpack, how shall I carry it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the fragments of the shell began to levitate and followed Luin. Oh, my senior brother must be growing anxious. Leon, clad in the garments of a Taoist priest, ambled slowly towards the main hall. At this moment, Zhang Dongxiu had just dismissed his disciples and was still in the midst of meditation. "Junior brother, come sit before me," Zhang Dongxiu said, opening his eyes with a smile. Leon peered through the doorway, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, as he cautiously took a seat before Zhang Dongxiu. The eggshells lay scattered between them. "Since the moment you began to reshape your form within the dragon egg, to what extent have you cultivated those 3 techniques? One is a foundational practice, another is swordsmanship, and the third is a technique that allows for the release of sword energy through magical power. I devoted myself to diligent training for 10 days, and now, well, I suppose I've made some progress? I am uncertain of my current standing. My encounters with cultivation have primarily been through novels. Who knows what one can truly achieve by practicing as depicted in those texts? 3 heads and 6 arms, or something else entirely." Zhang Dongxiu cast a glance at Leon, nodding in satisfaction. "Little junior brother, your talent is extraordinary. You have essentially mastered the 3 techniques, which is commendable. Yet, I lack a tangible sense of accomplishment, Leon replied. I merely feel that the strength of my body has seemingly ascended to a new level. Zhang Dongshu nodded in acknowledgement. This is to be expected. We practitioners of the great yin place utmost importance on our foundation. Only with a robust physique can one wield more techniques and divine powers. This is a distinction from the believer system. However, you are different, little junior brother. You possess a magical conduit in the unique meridian system of our great yin. That doesn't seem right. I've lived entirely within the empire. This meridian system is innate to you. It has merely remained dormant until now. Once awakened, you shall harness the powers from both systems. Leon felt a sense of shame. It seemed that the bloodline of the Barrett family indeed traced back to the great yin. This raises the question, could Raymond and Eden also cultivate? Senior brother, Leon remarked, I believe I had some sort of entity accompanying me before. It could be considered a divine gift? What has become of that? Was it referred to as a system? Zhang Dongshu replied with a wry smile. A sense of alarm surged within Leon. It is well known that traversers are typically equipped with a system. Yet, what precisely is this system? A high-dimensional parasite? A seed of a great being's reincarnation? Or perhaps a divine endowment from the Tao, nurturing the next generation of successors? There is no need for such apprehension. With a mere point of his right index finger, Zhang Dongshu caused the eggshells to levitate effortlessly. Subsequently, a diminutive furnace emerged before him, and all the eggshells were absorbed within. Indeed, the prowess of the master was formidable as he effortlessly detected the small object. A small object? A system that can casually furnish me with a weapon worthy of a hero is merely referred to as a small object? What of my prior cultivation? Cultivation? You consider those data-driven entities as cultivation? Zhang Dongshu sighed, as if he had heard something ludicrous. Little junior brother, rather than calling those abilities your cultivation, it would be more accurate to say they are powers borrowed from a formidable being who has already attained divinity or immortality. Goodness! The blessings of the thunder dragon Aegis, the abyssal dragon Onivis, and the fire god Hephaestus are all at your disposal. However, in the future, these data will hold little significance for you. What you truly need is diligent practice. As Zhang Dongshu spoke, he intensified the flames of the furnace. All right, since you've just been reborn, I have little to offer you. With a click, the furnace opened, and a sleek, ebony longsword floated forth. How splendid! Leon's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as you like it. This is a treasure crafted from the dragon egg you metamorphosed, and it is indeed a rare gem in the great yin. Zhang Dongshu remarked. Once your strength increases, you will be able to alter the sword's appearance according to your preferences. However, by then, you may no longer need to rely on weapons. With a casual gesture, a fitting sheath enveloped the black sword. Thank you, senior brother. If I ever have the chance, I will surely repay you, Leon said as he accepted the sword. Is repayment necessary? Perhaps a donation of several tens of thousands of white gold coins to repair the temple or to enhance the meals for our fellow disciples. Zhang Dongshu coughed, redirecting the conversation. Though we practitioners should maintain a heart of simplicity, we are nonetheless subject to the assaults of demons and beasts. I suspect that the frequency of such occurrences within the borders of the great yin will not be low. As our cultivation improves, it will be easier to confront these demons. Zhang Dongshu acquiesced, acknowledging that the system had its merits. However, it was currently undergoing an upgrade and could not be utilized. Leon was about to depart, and Zhang Dongshu presented him with several items. A robe cleverly disguised as imperial attire, which would enhance one's perceptive abilities merely by wearing it. Additionally, there was a belt, adjustable in size to accommodate the user's physique, a luxury befitting men. Moreover, an iron wrist guard, functioning as a storage artifact, which could encapsulate items with just a modicum of magical energy. Its interior space was more than sufficient for Leon's needs. In passing, Zhang Dongshu also tidied up Leon's long hair. Master brother, wouldn't it be simpler to just cut it all off? Leon mused as he gazed at his reflection, increasingly resembling the Taoist figures from the animated tales of his youth. Although there were no strictures against long hair, he found it rather striking. Zhang Dongshu chuckled softly, then released his grip. This was the open space of the Taoist temple. Leon understood that it was time for him to depart. Junior apprentice, do not forget to bring your family over for a visit when you return, Zhang Dongshu remarked. Oh, certainly. Leon nodded, glancing at the other disciples around him. At my age, being your elder feels a bit. I will bring gifts for everyone next time I visit. Do remember to practice diligently. Take care. Uncle Master. He performed a bow, summoned his black sword, and stepped upon it. Sword control technique. In an instant, he soared into the sky. Haha. Leon couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It was astonishingly swift. Flying high above, breaking through the clouds, Leon headed towards the territory of the Empire. The black sword, in conjunction with the sword control technique, automatically formed a barrier against external elements. Leon was exceedingly satisfied. And then he felt a sense of sympathy for the brave warrior, particularly for the one who might have stirred trouble with the Great Flame. Why not diligently cultivate one's skills instead of courting death? He had only just embarked on the path of cultivation, yet had already achieved remarkable prowess. Not to mention the others. Unbeknownst to Leon, he had previously endured the agony of excavating divine factors, subsequently regained divine protection, and even received the blessings of 3 deities. All these experiences contributed to his cultivation level. Furthermore, with Shu personally reconstructing his physique, his strength could be likened to that of an ordinary cultivator from the Great Flame after 80 years of arduous training. Of course, it was rare for someone to be as unfortunate as he was, who among the virtuous would suffer as a male protagonist in a female-centric narrative, laying bare their heart and soul? Now, Your Highness, I should have laid the foundation to deviate from the future, shouldn't I? Leon sighed, lamenting the lamentable state of education in this other world, while simultaneously accelerating further. As he sped along, the system's notification chime sounded once more. Ding. System upgrade successful. You have not checked in today? Would you like to do so? Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received a winemaking gourd. Well, isn't this just a dark horse moment? Leon chuckled wryly, wondering if he should expect treasures like the 9 Dragonfire shield, the heaven-splitting seal, or the twin-edged blade in the future. Oh well, as long as the system remains operational. Thus, the name of Aegis's blessing, Leon Barrett. Race, human. Realm, foundation establishment. 4th layer, blessings, fire hammer, follower of Aegis, follower of Anivia, folded. The blessings and the skills they bestow have been consolidated, which makes sense. For in comparison to cultivating immortality, the blessings of gods truly seem insufficient. Lord Aegis? A familiar voice resonated, bringing a sense of calm to Leon's heart. What does it feel like to break and then rebuild, only to break again and rebuild anew? Aegis inquired. Your aptitude has now ascended to a level surpassing even that of a hero. Within the Empire, no one will stand as your rival. However, Senior Zhu has a message for you. Leon was taken aback. What did he mean? The Elder Zhu advised that everyone has their own set of rules. As long as one can preserve their life, it is best not to reveal too much. Leon was rendered speechless. Indeed, this merely suggested that one should refrain from recklessly employing the powers of the Great Flame within the Empire's borders. After all, his proficiency lay more in the realm of Western fantasy, thus he would persist in battling demons clad in armor with a long spear. Moreover, having been away for such an extended period, he wondered how Raymond was faring. The nobility of the imperial capital occasionally hosted banquets to cultivate relationships. Lucia had recovered, adorned in elegant attire, as she clasped Eden Barrett's hand, and together they entered the banquet hall. Oh, what 2 exquisite young ladies! Might I have the honor of inviting one of these lovely maidens to dance with me? A certain Count Underbell inquired. You are too kind. Eden replied with a courteous bow, taking the Count's hand and joining the dance floor. As for whether anyone would invite Sister Lucia to dance, Raymond, with a plate full of delicacies, did not seem to pause for a moment. The attendance at this banquet was significantly diminished compared to previous ones, with several dukes and marquises present. And the scoundrel from the sister family was also in attendance. Reflecting on the past, the sister clan had once dedicated themselves tirelessly to the Empire. Who could have foreseen that their descendants would become so treacherous as to endanger another hero's lineage? All in pursuit of creating a rather ineffectual 5th-tier powerhouse? Lucia took a small pastry from Raymond's plate and took a bite. The woman you have longed to approach is on the 2nd floor. Her arms have fully healed, even smoother and wider than before. It is indeed enviable. Not long ago, Yuna's sister suddenly realized that her arms had returned to their original state. No longer would there be the itch of scales regrowing, nor the piercing pain that drew blood and left scars. For a young woman, this was monumental news. Thus, despite knowing that Raymond and Eden would be attending, she had resolutely chosen to come to this banquet. Speaking of which, Raymond, Lucia blinked. Do you know what that woman's divine vocation is? Divine vocation? Yuna's sister? A Valkyrie. Raymond scoffed, stating that she was unworthy of divine status, merely fit to serve the gods as a subordinate. Nevertheless, during her awakening, The sister family members had been as elated as if it were the Great Flame's new year. "Oh, I have heard that she was once betrothed to your brother?" Lucia inquired further. "Ah, betrothal. Even I, a reckless man who has been away for over a decade, understand that this engagement arose solely from business dealings between the Barrett and sister families." Raymond expressed his disdain, lamenting that this woman's brother treated everyone, be they subordinates, colleagues, or even commoners, with the same indifferent demeanor. Yet she misconstrued it as a sign of affection from my brother, frequently making unreasonable demands to assert her status and showcase herself against other women in the imperial capital. Lucia nodded, remarking, "What do you call that?" "It is called excessive self-awareness." The ball continued on, as Ralph and Layla stood vigilantly beside the two. Raymond found himself engulfed in boredom. Yet he was apprehensive about the possibility of someone bullying his sister, thus he chose to wait patiently. Moments later, instead of Eden concluding a dance piece, he was greeted by Eunice. "Ah, is that not Raymond?" she exclaimed. "You have ventured far and wide these years, leaving behind quite a legend." Eunice was not unattractive. She possessed just the right allure to captivate a hero in a fantastical tale. "It is a pity that I am just a fraction away from being your sister. How unfortunate that your brother has been wrongfully sent to the borders. Oh, and here we have a princess from the frontier. What do you think? Is such a gathering not a rare sight?" Raymond lifted his gaze to glance at Una, while Lucia shook her head in disbelief. Such a crude provocation. Does this woman truly believe that amidst a gathering of so many nobles, Raymond would dare to act? "It's not often that I witness such assemblies," Lucia remarked. "Generally, I refrain from attending gatherings, as I have numerous matters to attend to within my territory. Unlike Miss Sister, who can waltz in and out of such balls without a care for her family's welfare. Hey, guess what? As a woman, my capabilities far surpass yours, and my knowledge is far broader. As for the ball, do you understand what it means to be a royal? A commoner? Your governance of the territory is indeed commendable." "Princess Lucia," Eunice scoffed, "I've heard that you were quite despondent for a long time after the death of a subordinate. TSK. Such is not the demeanor expected of a lord." "Ah, indeed, I cannot compare to you," Lucia conceded, acknowledging the truth. "After all, your brother was slain by my subordinate. I can only imagine the fury you harbor, yet you have refrained from unleashing it upon me. Your restraint is truly remarkable. Oh, by the way, your brother, it seems, challenged the still unawakened Leon in his capacity as a clergyman, only to be unprepared and meet his demise with a resounding thud. Given that it was a nightly duel witnessed by Duke Berhain, it must be quite the challenge for you to seek revenge, wouldn't it? I wonder how your intellect compares to your brother's. If you were to initiate a duel, would you not set conditions solely beneficial to yourself? After all, you are quite shameless." "Uft. Ha ha." Raymond coughed, laughing heartily. The squabbles between women are endlessly entertaining. Eunice turned away with a cold expression. Had Leon been present, she might have had a few more options. But alas, Leon was absent, and here stood Raymond. In a confrontation, none could rival Raymond. Seeking outside assistance? That was out of the question, for the tribunal was watching. After all, the Sist family's influence was limited. Even with a fifth-tier clergyman, what could they achieve? Yet, Una endured. She felt indifferent, for the blessing of the Thunder Dragon Aegis was already firmly within her grasp. Henceforth, barring any unforeseen events, she would wed a man endowed with considerable talent and divine favor, bearing children blessed by the Thunder Dragon, thereby establishing the Sist family as the second lineage of the Thunder Dragon. As for Raymond, he posed no threat whatsoever. The royal family and certain clans in the imperial capital would relish the extinction of the Barrett family. Could he truly stand against the might of the capital's elite? Ridiculous. Once again, the music played, and the guests dispersed to seek partners. "That should suffice," Raymond declared, finishing his orange soda and patting his face. "Can you dance?" Lucia sipped her tea, barely acknowledging him. "I cannot, but my companions insisted I learn various etiquettes so that I could represent us at high-level meetings among the clans." Raymond replied with a smirk. "The sooner I conclude this, the sooner I may return to my brother." Lucia chose not to respond further. Raymond Barrett, clad in formal attire, navigated through the dancing throng. Upon his arrival, the crowd gracefully parted, allowing him to venture forth. What could the second son of the Barrett family possibly intend? Before the gaze of all, Raymond Barrett approached Eunice. Una was taken aback. What did this man desire? "May I have the pleasure of a dance with you, fair lady?" Raymond Barrett inquired, a smile adorning his face. Clergymen are beings watched over by the divine. The Great Flame differs from other nations. Their practitioners can only beseech their deities for a fleeting respite, and even then, they must pay a price. Thus, unlike clergymen from other lands, they do not develop divine essence. What, then, is divine essence? It is exquisite. Unless sealed by special arcane techniques, divine essence dissipates. Its form resembles a spherical gem, with its contents varying according to the deity the clergyman worships. It could reflect a vast, boundless sky, a mystical and beautiful starlit expanse, a volcano erupting with lava, or even scenes of amorous encounters. As for Leon's divine essence, it pulsates with the brilliance of a tempest. Those who possess it become irresistibly drawn to the immense power it encapsulates, as if bewitched by a demon. This is but the initial step towards acquiring divine authority. For it is Aegis the Thunder Dragon, a legendary creature that existed even before the formation of worlds. Unisist had long coveted this power. Proud and self-assured, she considered herself a member of the upper echelons of the capital. Thus, she naturally interpreted Leon's smiling advances as yet another instance of his servitude. Yet, this servant was incompetent. He had the audacity to refuse her invitation in favor of dealing with demons. Why? Was her allure not sufficient? Curse you, Leon. Once I am wed, I shall ensure you regret ever crossing me. If Leon were privy to Eunice's thoughts, he might well exclaim, "What manner of delusional woman is this?" Unisist bribed the judges, sending the guilty Leon to the surgical table to strip him of his divine essence. Subsequently, she obtained the pinnacle of the 4th-tier Thunder Dragon essence. Thus, she achieved her long-desired breakthrough to the 5th tier, acquiring the Thunder Dragon's blessing and mastering formidable lightning magic. Soon, signs of draconic transformation began to manifest upon her hands. Being a descendant of heroes is no simple feat the more one attracts the gaze of the divine. The more one's body transforms into what could now be termed genetic material, the greater the gaze, the more power one receives. But such power also invites greater instability and uncontrollable abilities. This is the price one pays to ascend to divinity. The Barrett family underwent rigorous bloodline selection and mental fortitude training to stabilize their lineage. Yet Unisist found herself unable to maintain control. Moreover, she had merely acquired Aegis's divine essence. Upon her ascension to the 5th tier, Unisist was self-aware enough not to provoke Eden Barrett. However, now that the draconic transformation had subsided, what was Raymond Barrett planning? At the ball, nobles aware of the feud between the two families murmured in speculation. Did Raymond intend to usurp his brother's fiancée? Ridiculous. That engagement had long been dissolved. I suspect he seeks to draw closer, perhaps to extract the divine essence from her once more. TSK, having divine essence stripped away typically leads to a fate worse than death for those with wavering resolve. Unisist is in for trouble. Everyone assumed that Raymond sought to extract from Unisist the divine essence belonging to Leon. After all, this young man had traversed the world for over a decade, encountering myriad people and experiences. He might well know how to extract divine essence without the use of alchemical arrays. It is also possible that Raymond intends to strike Una down while others remain oblivious. Though they both possess the Thunder Dragon's protection, the quality of their blessings is entirely different. Yet, Unisist remained confident. She wagered that Raymond would not dare to act against her at this moment, despite Leon's alliance with Lucia, a formidable contender for the throne. However, precisely for this reason, if Raymond did not wish to see Lucia's ratings decline, he could not resort to any lethal actions against her, nor could he overtly express his malice. Hence, she took his hand, and together they ventured into the heart of the dance floor. Lucia still felt somewhat frail, nibbling on the delightful refreshments provided by the guild. Before snapping her fingers, the instruments at the ball began to play the timeless melodies of the empire. The nobles, realizing their folly, hesitated to join in the dance, now filled with regret for having attended. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Raymond merely smiled at her words. Dear Miss Unisister, are you truly unaware? What? Una asked, perplexed. The clergy who receive their divine status must have undergone certain trials and tribulations. Raymond scoffed. This was not merely a selection process, but rather a means to ensure that those bestowed with divine power could withstand the energies it bestowed, lest they be transformed into grotesque beings. Reckless experiments involving the transplantation of divine factors had been conducted before. Those with robust physical and mental fortitude faced no issues. And you? What right do you have to occupy my brother's divine essence? Unisister huffed disdainfully, declaring, the world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. The Empire has long sought to deal with your Barrett family. They simply did not anticipate that you would still be alive. Otherwise, do you think I would have transplanted Leon's divine essence without anyone standing up for him? If it weren't for you, Raymond would not have shattered the invincible facade of the hero squad. Now Shaylin would still be engaged in her so-called training, embarking on a lavish journey funded by the state. Lucia would not have been summoned back to the capital, and the Barrett family would have been obliterated. Dear former sister-in-law, Raymond grinned maliciously. The cessation of your fleshly mutations does not stem from my brother's demise, nor from your acceptance by Lord Aegus. It is simply because you possess something that the divine covets, nothing more. What is the divine desire? Unisister inquired, somewhat bewildered. As the melody concluded, Raymond released Yuna's hand and stepped back. Thunder rumbled ominously. Is it going to rain outside? Why is there thunder? The ominous clouds loomed, suggesting a torrential downpour was imminent. I shall need to change clothes when we return, she sighed. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Unisister felt an inexplicable sense of dread upon hearing the thunder, as though something sinister had set its sights upon her. Your Highness, Ralph extended his hand. Such grandeur must be witnessed. Lucia snapped her fingers and donned a formal gown. Do I look lovely? She asked Raymond. What difference is there between this and playing the lute to a cow? Raymond unabashedly admitted his lack of aesthetic appreciation. I have heard that in the Great Flame region, there exists a garment called a chipao. I wonder if it would suit my figure. Lucia was slightly dissatisfied with her attire, believing that when paired with stockings, it would surely render Leon utterly captivated. Haha, brother will surely adore it, Raymond nodded. By the way, when does it commence? It is nearly time. Unisister was bewildered. What were they discussing? When would it begin? Begin what? Hey, what tricks are you playing? Unisister lost her composure, panic rising within her. This was the imperial capital. If you kill me, the rules of the capital will not permit it. Raymond, did you hear that? If you dare to kill me, your Barrett family will also suffer. Why do you wear that expression? I was wrong. While I cannot return the divine essence, I can offer you something else as compensation. You will not kill me, will you? Raymond remained utterly expressionless, as if this woman before him was destined to perish. Miss Eunices, he smiled, you will regret not pleading with me to end your life swiftly. The acquisition of power comes at a cost. You have elevated your status as a deity by harnessing my brother's divine essence. Do you truly believe that the pain you endured is sufficient compensation? No, the price for gaining Lord Aegus's power is as insignificant as a droplet in the ocean, or a planet in the vast universe. You shall dwell in the endless abyss where your soul will be obliterated, spending what feels like an eternity repenting for your blasphemous deeds. Suddenly, a magical array crackled with lightning, and Eunices felt an immense force pressing down upon her, rendering her immobile. All her efforts were in vain. This is the divine magic array. Oh my heavens, I must remember it. Even a fragment will suffice. I recall. This is the exclusive magic of the Thunder Dragon. But why has it appeared so abruptly? No one cared for Unisis's plight. After all, her vile actions had drawn much disdain. At this moment, did she regret her misdeeds? The Oracle of Aegus had descended upon a bathing pool filled with floating petals, the waters drawn from the legendary fountain of youth, capable of bestowing rebirth. Countless kingdoms had fought to the brink of annihilation for but a taste of it. Eunices stared at the scene, momentarily perplexed. Had she arrived in paradise? Alas, in a moment of whimsy. She thought it only fitting to cleanse herself before returning to the mortal realm. Little did she expect that Raymond had acted swiftly to mark her. A light, cheerful voice echoed forth, and Eunices turned her gaze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Emerging from the pool was a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, save for her hair, now a striking silver white. With every step, the woman exuded an aura of unparalleled authority, her nakedness eliciting no untoward thoughts, as if she were divine. You are. You may silence yourself now. At her command, a steel rebar appeared out of thin air, hurtling toward Eunices. It pierced her mouth, pinning her against an imaginary wall. Eunices found herself unable to utter a word. Originally, after Leon was harmed by you, I had no intention of allowing you to continue living. Yet, you recklessly implanted my divine essence within yourself. The woman crackled with lightning, a divine attire manifesting upon her form. Haha, how splendidly beautiful the garments are. I once walked this world as a woman myself, but found it difficult to wield my power, hence I have remained in the form of the Thunder Dragon. In summary, as punishment for you, dear lady, you shall be banished. Your soul will be annihilated, your consciousness eternally aware, until this world and the universe are reset to nothingness. Eunices felt remorse. She had envisioned countless scenarios of retribution, be it from Eden, Raymond, or Leon overcoming adversity to return to the capital and exact revenge upon the Sistar clan. Yet, she had never considered one possibility, the wrath of the deities whose divine essence she had usurped. Ordinary followers may be disregarded, but the venerable gods would not stand idly by while she acted with such audacity. Farewell, dear lady. After executing Unisys, Aegis watched as her body gradually turned to stone, then shattered, dissipating into the ether. At the ball, Aegis had arrived. Upon the dispersal of his radiant form, what remained was no longer Unisys. Raymond stepped forward, kneeling partially. My lord Aegis, I, Raymond Barrett, humbly welcome your arrival. The nobles were taken aback. What? Who? The legendary Thunder Dragon, Aegis. Ah, well done, young man. Aegis extended his right hand, satisfaction evident upon his countenance. This body was indeed youthful, a clear indication of diligent care. I am pleased to successfully descend. I have caused your brother some distress. I hope he does not hold it against me. Aegis gently ruffled Raymond's hair, pulling him up, and then noticed Lucia standing behind. She approached and bowed slightly. I extend my greetings, Lord Aegis. Aegis leaned closer and playfully licked Lucia's face. Lord Aegis. Raymond was caught off guard by this unexpected turn, feeling a bit flustered. Do not panic. Aegis, still savoring the moment, remarked on the delightful essence of the sorceress. When shall you and Leon conceive the next generation? Your child is destined to surpass even the greatest heroes. Thank you for your praise, but presently there are far too many matters at hand. Lucia felt uneasy. Aegis's behavior was excessively audacious. Yet she could only manage a forced smile. Nonetheless, she had absorbed a considerable amount of the unique fragrance from Leon, promising her a restful night. The imperial newspaper reported that Eunice Sistar, the pillar of the Sistar family, had been retaliated against by the Thunder Dragon Aegis and was now banished, destined to endure eternal suffering. It was common knowledge that the Sistar family was doomed. Upon returning to the Barrett residence, Aegis first examined Eden's health, then proceeded to awaken the long-sleeping patriarch of the Barrett family. Hey, old man, rise and get to work. Oh, this lovely lady, might I inquire if she is betrothed? Charles Barrett, holding a rose, inquired thus. Marry you? Not a chance. Aegis was aware of Charles's frivolous nature, yet he did not anticipate it to be so extreme. Boom, boom. In the room imbued with divine power, Charles was subjected to a one-sided beating, surprisingly finding some enjoyment in it. Raymond, sister, do not look. It will make you foolish. Raymond vowed to protect the world's best sister. Leon was still hastening towards the capital when he paused midway to replenish his strength and restore some of his vital energy before continuing on his journey. Achoo! Suddenly, he sneezed. How peculiar. Could something significant be occurring? What was going on? Leon pondered to himself, having already embarked on the path of cultivation. How could he possibly catch a cold? Yet, it was not entirely implausible, considering this realm intertwined both cultivation and Western fantasy. Perhaps there existed a virus capable of breaching his celestial physique. Indeed, it was imperative to hasten back to the imperial capital, for the election competition was approaching in just a few days. Fortunately, with the system upgrade, he had acquired a magical wine gourd through signing in. Although it currently allowed for the brewing of only a single type of beverage, its functionality was more than sufficient. By infusing it with a plethora of magical herbs, he could concoct a drink that restored both true energy and magical power. Furthermore, he could utilize magical energy as a substitute for true energy, effectively doubling his endurance. Huff. Huff, huff. Leon glanced to the side. There stood a beast tamer, astride her draconic companion, gazing at him in utter astonishment. Greetings, dear friend. Luin greeted her first. Hello. I am Ruby. Ruby responded. Is this a magical device? Doesn't it tire you out to wield it continuously? You are heading to the imperial capital as well, aren't you? Allow me to accompany you. Thank you. Luin replied as he sheathed his black sword and leaped onto the dragon's back. The great dragon accelerated, seemingly determined not to be outdone by a mere human, its speed far surpassing Luin's flight on his sword. Oh dear, Dark Black. You're being reckless again, Ruby exclaimed as she hurriedly adjusted her barrier. I apologize. My companion has a penchant for competing with everyone. Your ability to fly using a magical device is truly impressive. Would you be willing to teach me? That way, I wouldn't have to rely on Dark Black for flight. It would be wonderful to be self-sufficient. Leon chuckled wryly, remarking that one might find it difficult to emulate his method of flight. The speed of their journey was swift, Yet reaching the imperial capital required a considerable amount of time. Along the way, Leon and Ruby engaged in extensive conversation. It appeared that the young lady was heading to the imperial capital in search of a long-absent elder from the elven clan who had ventured out for training. In contrast, Leon was simply returning home. Wait, you are the renowned Leon Barrett, aren't you? I cannot believe you have truly survived. Ruby exclaimed with enthusiasm. So, your return to the imperial capital is to assist Princess Lucia in her quest for the throne? Leon furrowed his brow and inquired. Are you familiar with Her Highness Lucia? I underestimated the chill of the blizzards while searching for suitable companions along the imperial border. I nearly perished. Ruby explained. Since you are also aiding Her Highness, you are my friend. Hold on tight. We are about to accelerate. The sound barrier shattered, and Leon's excitement, which had persisted for days, began to calm. This girl possessed at least 7th-tier power. Why hadn't Her Highness Lucia sought to recruit such combat prowess? Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Leon would have much to boast about upon his return. Will expressed his thoughts upon returning home. A divine being has descended. And now the title of Duke Barrett shines brighter than that of the Emperor himself. Should he wish to elevate Her Highness, there would likely be no dissent within the Empire. He would not do so. Although Aegis's arrival poses a threat to the nobles of the capital, the divine realm has its rules and cannot excessively meddle in mortal affairs. Lucia turned a page in her spell book, sighing. I have promised Raymond to help him implant the magic circle within his body, but this is divine technology. No matter how many spellbooks I peruse, I cannot find a compatible method. The atmosphere in the room warmed. Lucia's demeanor shifted from grim to somewhat lighter, although troubles continued to arise one after another. Your Highness, we have received news from the Emperor. Ralph entered, noting that the candidates for the election had gathered. Moreover, His Majesty seems eager for you to pay him a visit. At this, Will, Layla, and several temporarily recruited servants felt a chill run down their spines. Natasha, on the other hand, remained unfazed, though she sensed Lucia's emotional shift. Your Highness, what troubles you? Natasha asked. If you are unwilling, shall we wait for Leon to return? Unbeknownst to them, Leon had become their pillar of support. It seemed that adhering to his guidance would lead to a smooth resolution of their troubles. Lucia indeed hoped for Leon's return, for with him, she could leverage Aegis's influence. Yet, he was her father. No need. I shall go myself. Lucia closed her spellbook, realizing she needed to consult the royal library for some materials. Preparing for an audience with the Emperor required much, but Lucia would not delay. Even if she intended to dine with Leon by candlelight, she would make an effort to present herself well, unless she sought to toy with him. However, she harbored little fondness for her father. Outside the royal city, Lucia's carriage was granted passage without hindrance. The guards and patrolling knights felt a sense of trepidation. After all, this was the dark sorceress. What if she unleashed a formidable dark magic out of displeasure? Lucia remained oblivious to their thoughts, uninterested in their opinions. Upon her arrival at the palace, she descended from her carriage. Lucia, it has been quite some time. A short man clad in expensive knitwear greeted her with a hint of mockery. Ah, it has indeed been a while, Brother Soroya. Has so much time passed that you have yet to visit your own fief? Still choosing to be a parasite, lingering by the Emperor's side in hopes of his pity? Soroya's expression soured immediately upon having his wounds exposed. Silence. This is all you're doing. Your plight is not my doing. It is your own disbelief in the growth hormone concocted by the alchemists and your subsequent purge of the scientific sects within the Empire due to your physical condition. These are your faults, Lucia retorted. Oh, I forgot. Because you are of little consequence, the headmaster of the capital's academy openly dismissed your request, prompting His Majesty to punish you to placate the academy. Now you are kept within the palace, evidently out of concern that you might be trampled upon if you were to venture outside. Lucia had no fondness for Soroya, launching an immediate verbal assault. The Emperor had many heirs. He did not need Soroya, nor did he particularly require Lucia. Numerous heirs had perished due to congenital ailments. Allowing royal blood to roam freely outside was a perilous gamble. It could easily be exploited to destabilize the empire. Thus, individuals like Soroya were retained within the palace. He was fortunate, albeit still resembling a mere child, having yet to experience the pleasures of adulthood, though he lacked the capability to do so. With a swift kick, Lucia sent Soroya sprawling to the ground. Lucia, how dare you treat me this way? Soroya's eyes burned with hatred. You have misdirected your hatred, Lucia scoffed, casting a spell. The audacious brother found himself enveloped in magical force, returned to his dilapidated quarters. Meanwhile, the Emperor, draped in a woolen cloak and wielding the scepter symbolizing royal authority, presided over the scene. This scepter, an artifact of magic, had been crafted by the world's foremost magicians during the Empire's founding. Within the capital, the emperor was invincible. No attack could harm him, provided one refrained from foolishly insulting the divine. Most of the heirs preparing to participate in the election were reluctant to meet their biological father. They had carved out their own paths within their respective territories. While not necessarily wealthy, it was inconceivable for them to live as a comedic pet like Soroya, confined within the depths of the palace. Furthermore, even though Princess Shaylin had fallen from grace, her dominion within the palace surpassed that of these heirs. The struggles of the royal family were never trivial. Bloodshed, the loss of life, were mere trifles. Accusations, slanders, and even the fabrication of incriminating evidence were commonplace. While the emperor was enigmatic, he was no fool. He could not exhibit unconditional love for any particular heir. Nor could he display the sort of favoritism often depicted in novels towards an adopted child, even to the detriment of his own offspring. Tap, tap, witch. How dare you return? A magical sword, enshrouded in dark energy, pierced the chest of a palace guard. Lucia regarded the fallen guard with disdain. Withdrawing the blade and kicking his lifeless body away, a blood-red flower blossomed within the vast palace. More guards positioned themselves before Lucia, filled with fear. Yet they were the emperor's protectors. They could not allow the wicked sorceress to approach his majesty. I will count to 3. Consider carefully why you obstruct my path. 1. 2. Suddenly enlightened, the guards paused, realizing, why are we blocking Lucia? Just because she is a witch? Nonsense. Which formidable sorcerer does not dabble in dark magic? The guards dispersed, leaving only Lucia and the emperor. The legacy of countless generations, Constantine Astor. In his youth, he was the master of flames and the sword saint. Upon ascending the throne, he became a diligent father. In his twilight years, he transformed into a tyrant resented by many of his progeny. Lucia, Constantine chuckled, come. Let me behold your face. Lucia stood her ground, gazing at the emperor seated upon his opulent throne. She made no move. Her indifference towards the emperor remained unchanged. Very well, I can see your face clearly from here. Constantine remarked that he had already chosen his successor, Solomon. However, Solomon's ambitions did not lie within the realm of mortals. Indeed, it could be said that his vision surpassed even mine, for he knew precisely what he ought to do. I contemplated the notion that, with Solomon in existence, the empire's downfall would not result in significant loss. At most, it would merely usher in another ruler. After my demise, he would undoubtedly raise the banner of leadership. Subsequently, the Grand Princess Shaylin volunteered to inherit the throne. She had preemptively garnered the support of the church and the heroes, winning the favor of numerous officials who extolled her virtues. Yet, she was hardly deserving of such praise. In tales, the saintly maidens remained chaste in their service to the divine, while your daughter indulges in illicit affairs with the heroes each night, far surpassing the decadent exploits of fallen nobles. Lucia tore a page from a spellbook and sat down. The ebony chair emitted an unsettling aura. Oh, is that your mother's spellbook? You still keep it after all this time? Constantine coughed. Are you still blaming me for abandoning you? For casting you to the borders with only a 5th-tier demon hunter as your companion? Well, as an old acquaintance of mine, do not be deceived by his appearance. For demon hunters are typically quite resilient. I do not hold it against you. As Solomon, my elder brother, rightly said, the throne holds little significance. Lucia replied, stating that her return for the election was not driven by any expectation of gain. Yet, you still came. An awkward silence ensued. Constantine was a dutiful father and an able emperor. His reasons for abandoning Lucia were straightforward. Her mother's lineage was that of legendary sorcerers. A union with the emperor was a commendable choice, but it bore a child who wielded dominion over the abyss. Some deranged individuals might seek to eradicate Lucia in the name of so-called righteousness. When her mother passed, few remained to shield her from harm. Upon reflection, it became evident that Lucia was no fool. However, this did not mitigate her disdain for Constantine. What of your boyfriend? Constantine inquired. Shaylin has Carl. Your partner ought to be formidable as well. Otherwise, well, it seems I am too late to express paternal affection. Lucia, can you share your plans for the empire once you ascend to the throne? You are indeed a successor I hold in high regard. I do not know, Lucia replied. Shaking her head, I intend to delegate everything to my loyal hound. Would that not suffice? That Leon Barrett, whom the emperor has yet to regard, indeed possesses the potential to serve as regent, but that was not the answer Constantine sought. He was aging, and his days were numbered. Lucia, The power you bear is both a blessing and a curse, Constantine stated. The deity we, the Astor family, worship, though its origins are shrouded in mystery, is certainly not the luminous god of the church. Religion is a double-edged sword. By the time I recognized this, it was already deeply entrenched in our society. I long to witness how the great flame nation managed their religious affairs, yet my status forbids me from doing so. Lucia listened in silence. The rules for this election are simple. I shall issue various tasks that will accumulate scores over the course of a month. The individual with the highest score will become the next monarch. Best of luck, Lucia. I have faith in you. After imparting these words, Constantine rose to depart. In the next moment, visions of holy light and righteous knights flooded his mind as they rushed in. What they beheld was a deep abyssal bomb. Roar. Ruby laughed heartily, guiding her dragon to land. Leon, we have arrived. In this fantasy realm, beast tamers existed, but Ruby resembled a summoner more than a mere beast master. Her companions in this world were composed of pure magic. Even death merely meant the dissolution of their corporeal forms. Their souls remained untouched. The Empire had established docking stations for summoners, yet few ventured to the imperial capital via dragons. Traders seized any profitable opportunity, and naturally, the docking stations were utilized. Dragon aviation had always been a lucrative industry on the continent, with several high-ranking sorcerers maintaining the magic required to sustain a single dragon, greatly facilitating travel for the populace. However, Ruby was no ordinary summoner. As she bid farewell to her dragon, Leon adjusted his attire. How does it feel to ride my summon beast? It is far swifter than flying with that peculiar magical device, is it not? Ruby proclaimed proudly. Had you not encountered me? I dare say some might suspect you to be a brazen spy from the great flame nation. The code of spies dictates that one must remain inconspicuous. If I were a spy, I would have opted for a more discreet means of reaching the capital rather than soaring through the skies, Leon retorted. We still have a distance to cover. Once we arrive, I shall treat you to a meal. Do you still have money? Ruby questioned, puzzled. The common currency of the Empire may have vanished, but I still possess a few gold and silver coins, Leon replied. My senior brother is quite considerate, aware that he has little money, yet providing me with some hard currency. Ha ha ha, then I shall not hold back. Ruby nodded, and the two set off together. Along the way, Leon contemplated hiring a carriage, but this was the imperial capital. Setting aside the necessities of life, even the act of passing gas required funds. Thus, the meager coins in Leon's possession were deemed insufficient even for a donkey, with the driver disdainfully exclaiming, with so little money, you cannot even afford a donkey. Bah! A pauper. You waste my time. Leon's scattered silver coins lay scattered on the ground. Ruby and Leon exchanged a glance. Ah, how about we take our time walking? It's not far, and as clergy, we one tire easily, Ruby suggested. You are right, Leon nodded. Brother, what a hard life we lead in the Taoist sect. Just look at the Church of Light. They practically build their houses with gold. Leon couldn't shake a vague worry about the prince. As they walked, he attempted to communicate with Agus, yet this deity, who typically engaged him in conversation, did not respond this time. Was he resting, or had he successfully taken over? Within the training fortress of the Imperial Army, 3 heavily armored knights wielding great swords and long spears faced the Empire's Grand Marshal, Solomon van Aster. Their equipment was standard for the Empire, designed to combat dragons, and all 3 were seasoned warriors capable of challenging high-level clergy even without their divine powers. Together, they might even slay a 6th-tier foe. Yet, before them stood Solomon, who, devoid of any protective gear, appeared as imposing as a giant beast. Come. Let me see how far you little pups have grown. Solomon brandished an iron rod. Marshal, be careful. Humph. The 3 knights quickly dispersed according to their prearranged tactics, launching a coordinated assault on Solomon. Any means was permissible, from poking eyes to kicking groins and throwing sand. Yet, despite their underhanded tactics, their efforts failed to yield any significant results against Solomon. The surrounding knights and soldiers cheered, witnessing Solomon evade and deflect their attacks with astonishing agility and counter with perfectly timed strikes. They also observed the knights' remarkable teamwork and unwavering spirit. This was Solomon's training method. Every week at this time, he randomly selected 3 dragon riders for combat practice. Regardless of the outcome, the knights would receive rewards. Half an hour into the battle, Ralph, Will, and Natasha had been watching for just as long. Ralph, how about you take this rare opportunity to give it a try? Will inquired. Upon hearing this, Ralph felt a chill run down his spine. Senior, please don't joke. This level of combat is beyond my reach. Ralph shook his head. Not only could he not duel Solomon like these knights, but even their armor pushed their defenses to the limit while minimizing mobility. Yet these knights maintained high agility through sheer strength. Without their armor, their speed and explosive power would be immeasurable. Where's Lucia? Solomon concluded the training and approached the two. After meeting His Majesty the Emperor, the prince dealt with a team of corrupted paladins and has gone to the royal library. Will replied, lighting a cigarette. What about you, Your Highness? Are you looking to spar with Raymond? As a cornerstone of the empire. Solomon maintained his politeness and refrained from making an impulsive challenge. Furthermore, fighting with peers was preferable to battling with seniors. He desired the empire to grow strong enough to withstand the threats posed by demons and beasts. Among his contemporaries, Raymond was undoubtedly the most powerful. But Solomon held greater hope for Leon, for the empire needed competent leaders. He had once viewed Unisys with promise, but now, due to his disrespect toward the divine, he had met a tragic end, his soul obliterated, a case of self-inflicted consequences. Raymond's legs have not been perfectly healed. I would not take advantage of his vulnerability. Moreover, his current power is insufficient to engage me in earnest combat, Solomon stated. Since you are here, you must have some intelligence to share. Speak, Grand Marshal. It is a waste for you not to inherit the empire, Will sighed. It concerns Lord Agus. Oh, should I now refer to her as such? In any case, Lord Agus is quite interested in your divine position and hopes you can spare some time to visit the Barrett family. Once Duke Charles awakens. I do intend to pay a visit, Solomon nodded. Please inform them that I will make time to see them. With matters settled, Will and Ralph exited the fortress. Lucia, I miss you so much, Ruby exclaimed as she rushed into Lucia's residence. Having borrowed numerous books, Lucia, who was relying on coffee to stay awake, tossed Natasha towards Ruby. Oh, the blonde lowly is not bad either. Seemingly sensing Ruby's ill intent, Natasha kicked off midair and left 2 marks. Ruby rose and proclaimed, I am a 7th-tier summoner, a devoted follower of the legendary Lady Artemis. Artemis, Cynthia, the goddess of the hunt in Greek mythology. The mistress of beasts and lord of the wilderness, daughter of Zeus and Leto, and twin sister of the sun god Apollo. Lucia, with a wicked smile, interjected, Oh, I had yet to inquire about your divine patronage. It turns out to be Artemis, one of the 3 virgin goddesses. Indeed, a deity fond of pure maidens, Lady Artemis. Lady Hestia, Lady Athena. Ruby, carefree and frivolous, yet unwaveringly loyal to her goddess. After all, she is the only 7th-tier summoner on the continent, the representative of Lady Artemis. Hiki, Artemis has an affinity for unmarried maidens. Lucia, stepping in front of the devotee of the virgin goddess, pressed Leon's head down. Oh, Ruby was dumbfounded. As you can see, I have someone I cherish. You may leave, Lucia stated. No, I won't go. Ruby wailed, disregarding her image as she threw herself forward. Your Highness, you cannot treat me this way. My love for you is sincere. Joyful laughter echoed in the room. And Lucia realized she had perhaps gone a tad too far in teasing Ruby. By the time Ruby regained her composure, it was already quite late. Time had slipped away so swiftly, Leon and Ruby had squandered a considerable amount of it outside, and upon arriving in the imperial capital, they would still face stringent scrutiny to gain entry. The capital maintains a registry of individuals who are officially deceased, and upon discovering that the visitor was Leon Barrett, the inspection alone took an inordinate amount of time. After all, throughout history, there have been instances of utilizing corpses to resurrect and impersonate others, subsequently infiltrating the capitals of foreign nations. Such puppets, if exposed, could lead to countless casualties. In any case, amidst the chaotic events, some order was restored. The dead had returned, still alive, which was better than anything else. Welcome back, Leon. In a corner unnoticed by others, Lucia embraced Leon's waist, enveloped in the familiar fragrance. Leon let out a sigh of relief and said, I have returned, Your Highness. After reclaiming his weaponry and magical backpack, Leon listened as Lucia recounted all the events that had transpired in the imperial capital during his absence. The notion of implanting an alchemical array into Raymond? Leon furrowed his brow. Such a procedure harbored significant risks. While its application on flesh might be manageable, the repercussions on bones and nerves would render anesthetics utterly ineffective, resulting in excruciating pain for Raymond. It is an ancient alchemical array, Lucia explained. There are scant records regarding this matter, and no one has ever employed such a technique. I have been conducting research during this period, yet the Royal Library offers little in the way of useful information. Do you have any leads on your end? Once matters in the capital are resolved, I intend to visit the territory of the elves. There may be accounts pertaining to ancient alchemy and magic there. Leon fell silent. He truly lacked proficiency in matters pertaining to magic. However, there were members of the Barrett family who excelled in such domains. Subsequently, I shall inquire with Eden, whose magical aptitude is remarkably high. Regrettably, ever since I was wronged, she has been bearing the burdens of the Barrett family, undoubtedly exhausting herself in the process. Sigh. As he contemplated his kin, Leon felt a mixture of pride and guilt. It was not only due to his failure to protect his younger siblings, but also because of his own inadequacy, knowing that Raymond might still be suffering. Yet, now that he had returned, there were more pressing matters at hand. Although he could not yet seek revenge on the Emperor for the injustices he had endured, the Grand Magistrate who had accepted the wealth of the sister family would not escape his reckoning. As the day waned, Leon placed his magical backpack entirely onto the storage artifact bestowed upon him by his senior brother. After a brief moment of personal care, he retired for the night. The Barrett family had finally endured the trials of the day, and the three siblings were reunited at last. "Ha, Leon, you have finally returned. Let me see if you have grown taller." Charles boisterously appeared, embracing Leon with enthusiasm, only to hear a sudden crack. "Brother!" Raymond gasped at the sound. Charles Barrett, the long-sleeping head of the Barrett family, was also a devoted follower of Aegis, wielding an impressive 8th-tier strength. In his excitement, he had inadvertently exerted too much force. Leon abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. His bones and internal organs were injured. The elven priest, Eden, and the three great sorcerers covered their faces, petrified or turning their heads away, unwilling to witness this scene. Fortunately, Leon possessed an abundance of potions, including numerous remedies for contusions. Now that Charles had awakened, he could manage the family affairs. Meanwhile, the servants lacking in the Duke's residence were gradually being re-recruited. "Brother, are you truly all right?" Raymond was filled with dread. Although his brother had returned, his strength still seemed woefully inadequate. It was indeed that Yuna who had gone too far. Had his brother continued his training, he would undoubtedly have reached the 5th tier. Instead, he had been made a pawn for such a worthless individual. "I am truly fine." Leon's complexion was ashen as he sat cross-legged on the sofa, channeling his energy to hasten his recovery. Aegis could hardly contain his amusement, a smirk lingering on his face. "Now that you three siblings are present, I shall outline the plan," Aegis proclaimed, casually casting a spell that enveloped the entire Barrett estate. "Before I elaborate on the plan, however, I would like to hear your thoughts on the hero." "The hero?" The group exchanged glances. What could be said about the hero? Two ordinary folk. He was merely a weapon against the Demon King, a hero of the people, a champion of justice. Yet, in this world, matters are seldom black and white. Thus, the current hero was viewed by many merely as a tool of the Church of Light, perhaps not even deserving of that title. A man whose mind is solely occupied with carnal desires? Lucia felt a wave of disgust at the thought of her royal sister shamelessly pursuing such a man, disregarding her status. "I, during my travels across the continent, have indeed heard many tales about heroes," Ruby exclaimed. "He has performed numerous good deeds, and stories of him are still told in those places to this day." Poor Ruby was unaware that the legends she had heard pertained not to the hero active in the continent now, but rather to tales from 300 years past. Moreover, it was highly probable that this former hero had dealt with the last Demon King, after which no more Demon Kings had appeared. Thus, this hero had not made any particularly outstanding contributions. Raymond indeed holds a differing perspective, merely a waste of space. "Oh. So, dear Raymond, what are your specific insights?" Augustus, in an almost rogue manner, embraced the strongest believer of the new era and inquired. "Yuna possesses a rather commendable physique, does she not?" "Lord Augustus, I implore you to maintain your dignity." Leon opened his eyes, uncertain how to critique this incongruous deity. To the clergy, the divine realm is a sacred and inviolable domain. Yet, akin to deities devoid of a fixed form, the divine realm is also ever-changing, lacking a definitive layout. While the clergy may still perceive something for the gods, there is essentially nothing to feel. Otherwise, these deities would not bestow their strength upon their followers. It is entirely for the sake of alleviating the tedium of the bored gods. Lewin cleared his throat and then elucidated that he had spent a considerable amount of time in the territory of Duke Jelly at the border. He assisted the Duke in managing numerous troublesome matters, including demons, magical beasts, heretics, and even cunning thieves and bandits. This Duke not only aided Lewin but also greatly benefited the stationed troops at the border. I have heard of his reputation. The frequency of demon attacks in that region surpasses that of other areas by an astonishing 2,003%, Ruby remarked. In some places, there might be no demon activity throughout the year, while for the subjects of this Duke's domain, demon incursions occur with alarming regularity, almost every few days. The brave ones have ventured there as well, Raymond stated. I am not well acquainted with events prior to the arrival of the heroes, but upon my return from the border, I fortuitously encountered the hero squad. Their methods of handling the dungeon were exceedingly crude. This is an instinct derived from a seasoned demon-hunting warrior. In what way were they crude? Surely it wasn't merely a lack of reconfiguring the dungeon, Lucia inquired. After all, dungeons are remnants of the mythic era. Humanity has, through prolonged exploration, managed to glean some understanding of their use. It was not merely carelessness. Raymond was at a loss for words. He turned to Luin and asked, Brother, do you possess any short blades or cutting instruments? Short blades? Leon extracted the dagger bestowed upon him by Anivi from the artifact, accompanied by an apple. Thank you, he said. With the dagger in his right hand and the apple in his left, he tossed the apple into the air. The onlookers merely caught a glimpse of glimmering blades slicing through the air, and then the apple landed gracefully in a dish, its skin removed and core discarded. This exquisite knife technique posed no challenge for Leon. However, were a hero to attempt it. Crack, crack. After 4 swift cuts, the apple's skin would be stripped away, yet it would still retain much of its delectable flesh. Was this indicative of a lack of finesse in martial skills and magical training? Eden inquired, but was it not the hero? Countless children in the imperial capital grew up listening to tales of heroes battling dragons and vanquishing demon kings. In these stories, heroes embodied the quintessence of all virtues and capabilities, compelling everyone to assist them in crafting equipment and gathering allies, all in the name of defeating the demon king and upholding justice. Sister, legendary tales are often embellished, Leon replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Just as in the hero's narrative, after defeating the demon king's subordinates, he was lauded by his subjects. The tale made no mention of whether the gifts of adoration included any pure maidens. Or perhaps the hero rescued a demon maiden branded as a traitor by her kin. Who could say if the hero was simply captivated by her beauty, seeking to engage in clandestine affairs? After all, the demon race might not have intended to take the maiden's life but merely wished to impose a minor punishment. Then the hero, of course, would refuse to comply. It is only natural for all women in a story to be the protagonists. The strength of the hero, Carl, is undeniably authentic, Leon remarked. Not long ago, I had a confrontation with him, and it nearly escalated to blows. I have honed my skills for over a decade and consider myself well acquainted with formidable foes. I can assert with certainty that, given equal levels and equipment, I would still be defeated by him. Raymond has triumphed over numerous formidable adversaries. Upon leaving home to embark on his journey, he vanquished the Goblin King at the first tier, dismantling a nest and earning the prestigious title of S-Class Adventurer at the Adventurers Guild. He even engaged in a skillful duel with seasoned A-Class adventurers. Subsequently, while accompanying a merchant caravan to another town, he encountered a rampaging ironclad rhinoceros and fought valiantly for 3 days and nights to ensure the caravan's safe retreat, thus achieving a promotion. In the next town, due to his extraordinary exploits, a wealthy magnate offered a handsome sum for the ironclad rhinoceros. However, he found himself outmatched by an elf, leading to an acquaintance with a great elven sage. Under the sage's tutelage, Raymond's mastery of magical control surged dramatically as he prepared to undertake S-Class quests, including a confrontation with the Inferno Dragon emerging from the dungeons. Continuing his adventures, he formed bonds with a dwarven craftsman and a mountain elf, enhancing his martial skills and agility. As his following grew, Raymond opted to train at the border during his 5th tier, with his companions resolutely supporting him. At this juncture, I conveyed a divine oracle to Eden, arranging for the ancestral armored weaponry of the Barrett family to be sent to you. Aegis, rummaging through Raymond's magical bag for fruit, remarked while munching. The Merchant Guild operates with remarkable efficiency. Not only was there no robbery, but it also arrived in such a short time. Indeed, I still utilize it, Raymond nodded, continuing. In summary, it is only after enduring such experiences that I have attained my current level. Sister? Raymond handed the knife to Eden, but she shook her head. I cannot do it. Even with magic, I cannot achieve the level of precision you possess, let alone wield a knife. She then suggested handing it to Leon, who could indeed perform at a similar level as Raymond. However, not everyone possesses the opportunity to start anew like Leon. His soul power is immense, which enables him to accomplish such feats. Thus, we can draw a conclusion, Lucia remarked. The greater the power, the more proficient one becomes in their skills. Yet, the hero is not like this, Raymond interjected. He seems to transcend the ranks of clergy with mere casual practice. effortlessly unleashing his full strength against any foe he encounters. Raymond, while traversing the depths of the dungeon, encountered numerous remnants of monstrous entities that had been struck by an overwhelming force of divine magic, unable to completely dissipate. It was evident that such devastation was the handiwork of a hero. Yet, this did not sit right with him. It was time to unveil the truth. Aegis smirked, noting the striking similarity between the hero and his current predicament. Possession? Leon uttered this phrase before Aegis struck him on the head with a resounding thud. Why must you bring up such matters? Are you suggesting that the hero can receive the blessings of the god of light without undergoing trials? That he is able to wield powers beyond his rightful grasp, all while the deity imposes no punishment, even encouraging such conduct? Ruby articulated the crux of the matter. Not merely encouragement, Aegis asserted gravely. Time holds no significance for the gods. We may exist at any point along the timeline. However, we cannot influence our counterparts in alternate timelines. Even a deity wishing to glimpse their future self must pay a price, or can only catch a fleeting glimpse. The prophecies bestowed upon the gods reveal that the god of light is secretly scheming. Leon paused for a moment before inquiring, Lord Aegis, does the god of light seek to extend his influence into the cosmos? Extend into the cosmos? Leon, what leads you to such a notion? Lucia replied, perplexed. This was an utterly unacceptable thought. Even if one were to reach for the universe, it must be akin to the practitioners of the great Yin kingdom, who cannot wield divine power. A deity aspiring for greater strength must derive it from the offerings of their followers. Yet the number of believers on a single planet is finite. To venture into the cosmos, one must either not be a deity or transform humanity into deities, gods unbound by faith, free to roam wherever they please. I merely speculated, Leon said with a bitter smile. The future he envisioned was one steeped in despair. The gods should have perished, their essence having shifted, leaving only the embodiment of the abyss in a state of hopeless anticipation for the so-called judgment to descend. The god of heroes had likely fulfilled his purpose, and Lucia would become a significant stumbling block to his plans. Regardless, the hero was wielding power that did not rightfully belong to him, and he had not ascended to become the second Unisys. Once Aegis finished his explanation, he turned to the others. The hero still represented the spirit of humanity, withholding his fangs only because there remained the power to sanction him. But what if there came a day when his strength was sufficient? A hero, utterly devoted to the divine, would undoubtedly raise the slaughtering knife, annihilating empires and other nations, transforming the populace into fervent devotees of light. How terrifying, Ruby shuddered, goosebumps rising on her skin. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Thus, to address this situation, Aegis needed to devise a comprehensive plan with these children. For this, the esteemed Lord Raylong required the assistance of another, one who bore the mantle of a god. After deliberation, it became evident that no effective means to counter the hero's ascent had yet been discovered. Consequently, they proceeded to discuss the next topic, the territory of the elves. The other technologies Leon had mastered upon his return, and the true reason behind the elders' prolonged slumber. Pulling the old man over for questioning, he responded, this matter. Charles scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I was enchanted by a succubus. We frolicked in dreams. They are quite the playful ones. It was so pleasurable that I simply did not awaken. Leon, Eden, and Raymond unleashed a torrent of lightning magic from their dragon spears and the Barrett clan's explosive thunder spells, forcefully infusing hundreds of thousands of magical energies into their strikes aimed directly at Charles's head. Although the outcome merely resulted in a change of hairstyle for Charles, the trio found some solace in their actions. Subsequently, they turned their attention to discussions about what to eat and where to spend the night. Leon has returned, and Lucia no longer needs to reside in the house bestowed upon her by the Emperor. She simply needs to find a room suitable for a distinguished guest to study. After bathing in the familiar abode, Leon relied on his memory to navigate back to his chamber. During his absence, Eden had tidied up well. He truly appreciated her efforts. Lying on the bed, Leon pondered the mysteries of life. So, is it time to sleep now, loyal hound? The witch's figure materialized like particles printing, settling on Leon's abdomen. She was Lucia, yet not the Lucia of this era. What could this mean? Your Highness, how did you arrive in my timeline? Leon inquired, wondering if they had succeeded. Had the hero's plans been thwarted? Alas, such a notion was implausible. Although the world line had deviated somewhat, the hero's scheme remained successful, albeit with fewer humans taken. And my date of death has been postponed significantly. Lucia's slender fingers rested upon Leon's chest. I possess the memories from our last conversation. With these recollections, I have resolved to no longer await my demise. The abyss which began to reevaluate her powers, idly delving into the remnants of magical tomes left on Earth, ruins, dungeons. And the Royal Library provided Lucia with fresh insights for her magical studies, including the magic of transdimensional projection. My essence resides in the future, yet my projection can convey all sensations back to my core. Lucia smiled gently. So, what do you think? There was a peculiar feeling in the consciousness space before. Shall we indulge ourselves in this moment? I also wish to gauge the strength of your corporeal form. The conversation began to drift toward territory that might not pass scrutiny. Leon cleared his throat and offered an excuse. Your Highness, this is my home. There are many people around. Among Raymond's companions were formidable sorcerers and keen-eared scouts. If discovered, how could he face the future? Fear not, I have enacted a barrier, Lucia declared proudly, asserting that no one could intrude upon them, let alone overhear their activities. The resurrected loyal hound nodded, acknowledging her prowess as the abyssal goddess. The magic was woven so discreetly that none could enter except for her. It appeared that this night would mark the farewell to his 30s and the opportunity to become a sorcerer. So be it. With a gentle wave of her hand, Lucia transformed Leon from lying on the bed to sitting upright against the headboard. The witch resembled a female leopard, her gaze brimming with affection. Just a step away from igniting a spark that could bring excitement to Lucia's future, however. Click. Leon, I wish to discuss something with you. Lucia entered, holding a carefully compiled list of materials. Upon entering, she beheld Leon with his upper garments nearly removed, entangled with a woman whose weight pressed down on his thigh. Their actions tinged with intimacy. Especially under the moonlight, their movements ignited a flame of jealousy within her. Ah, exposed, dear. The future Lucia wore a provocative expression, gazing at the current Lucia. Buzz. The black magic circle activated, and incantations unknown to her were swiftly recited, summoning the spear of punishment, aimed directly at the woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. The future Lucia's chanting was even swifter, allowing her to unleash magic of equal caliber without the need for incantation. Two streams of identical magic were cast, then merged, resulting in an explosion. Under careful control, the magical eruption merely obliterated the carpet within Leon's chamber. Oh dear, I'm so frightened, darling. You must protect me. The future Lucia cradled Leon's head. Compared to the present Lucia, she had matured significantly, not just in magic. Let go of me. He is mine. Lucia gritted her teeth and charged at her future self. The witch gracefully evaded the strike, causing Lucia to inadvertently kick Leon in the head. What are you? Why are you here? Speak. Lucia yanked Leon up and tossed him aside, much like a lion guarding its prey. The witch couldn't help but smile at her antics. What does it matter? After all, your many provocations have led nowhere. Why not allow me to sample the flavor first? The witch smirked mischievously. Let me tell you, I've experienced far more thrilling encounters with him than you could ever imagine. Lucia's fierce gaze sent shivers through Leon, who sat on the ground. That look seemed to convey, you are doomed. Lucia summoned her powers, yet she could distinctly sense that the Lucia confronting her was also a reflection of herself. Time magic? Projection magic? The energy required to sustain such spells was nothing short of terrifying. Even she, at full strength, could not maintain such magic for the purpose of teasing Leon. The cost was far too steep. Do not be so wary, as if I have stolen something from you. The witch regarded her current self, distant memories resurfacing, reminding her of her companions and servants. If they could survive without the hero's interference, they might forge a prosperous era. I never noticed before. I was quite adorable back then. The witch leaned closer, pinching Lucia's cheek. You must be out of your mind, Lucia exclaimed, stunned by the other's audacity. What do you intend to do? I haven't had a reaction like this in ages. Oh, by the way, Leon suddenly called upon. Leon had been contemplating a hasty retreat. However, upon being addressed by the witch, he stood frozen, at a loss. Here is a gift for you. Whoosh. Thud. Farewell. Until next time. After planting a kiss on Leon's cheek, the witch dissipated into particles. Left behind, Leon clutched a warm piece of fabric, uncertain of what it was. Having read various harem mangas and romantic tales, Leon, piecing together the witch's earlier demeanor and Lucia's anxious movements, formulated a bold hypothesis. Should I unfold this gift and showcase it, or perhaps savor it thoroughly? Leon smiled. Lucia approached him with a cold expression, her demeanor suggesting that any further words would lead to dire consequences. How does it feel? Top-tier fabric, Your Highness. Is that so? Then do you wish to taste its flavor now? No, Your Highness. I shall savor it in a private setting. Ugh, witch's punch. Pervert. Rogue. Scoundrel. You lecherous, shameless dog. Lucia echoed the future version of herself. A commendable feat. This is an undeserved calamity, Leon lamented, wishing to weep. What had he done to deserve this? My magic and sorcery are not that formidable. I merely exist here. Why am I in the wrong? Forget it. I cannot afford to provoke her. I must swiftly return this. Luin raised his gaze and was met with the sight of Lucia, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Your Highness? Surely. You wouldn't allow such matters to trouble you. Luin swallowed nervously. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be possible for that icy beauty, the ultimate antagonist of the original tale, to display such a youthful expression? Lucia was filled with indignation. Yet she too was curious about what had transpired between herself and Luin. However, to inquire directly would surely be mortifying. After a brief pause, she mustered the courage to ask, did we truly engage in something inappropriate? Leon fell silent. Do you believe me if I say I was nearly violated? And in a most violent manner at that? Your future Highness, your strikes are indeed ruthless. The current Highness, you are quite formidable as well. Aside from the slight difference in strength, your punching technique is remarkably akin to that of your future self, is it not? No. Leon ultimately chose to respond in a neutral tone, merely stating that I was on the receiving end of an unprovoked assault. An attack targeting the soul inflicts far greater anguish than one directed at the body. The young sorceress truly seemed intent on beating me to a pulp. Lucia also came to this realization. Her previous strike had indeed been rather excessive. By the way, do you recall the promise I made to you? Could you perhaps lower your head a bit now? Leon complied and accepted the reward for saving Lucia. As for the gift left by the future witch, to be honest, Leon had no desire for such a present. Ultimately, he returned it to Lucia to avoid any misconceptions of being a pervert. Lucia wished to discuss with Leon the materials that might be needed for Raymond's surgery. Procuring those items could be quite challenging, especially since some were located in border regions between countries, where chaos reigned and violent incidents occurred daily, leading to a dire security situation. However, it was already too late at night. I shall discuss this further with everyone tomorrow, Lucia remarked as she left with her list. Just then, Natasha entered, casually clutching a pillow. Bang. Natasha, how did you get in here? I am afraid of the dark. You could seek out Layla. I am afraid of the dark. Another commotion ensued. The next day, Leon sat in the parlor with disheveled hair. Isn't it better to cut such long hair? Why keep it? Raymond bit into an apple, observing Eden as she meticulously tied back her brother's hair with a ribbon, her playful banter filling the air. For various reasons, I still intend to keep this long hair, Leon sighed, adding, don't you think it looks somewhat dashing? Not at all, Raymond replied with a shake of his head. Every time I transform into my dragon form and engage in battles with demons, my hair grows uncontrollably. To avoid hindering my combat, I always seek out a specialized barber to trim it. The second son of the Barrett family operated under such principles, prioritizing the thrill of battle over appearances. Unlike his elder brother, who, despite his diminished strength, still had to consider social interactions. Isn't the real issue what transpired last night? The elven priest inquired, sensing an unusual surge of magical energy. Did you feel it too? I thought it was merely my imagination, Raymond responded. The fluctuations in that magical energy resembled those of my sister-in-law, but were significantly more potent. Did you two have a disagreement last night? Lucia remained silent, engrossed in her food and the pages of her book. Leon fell silent as well. Brother, you seem rather downcast, Eden remarked, puzzled by his demeanor. I'm fine. Leon forced a smile, concealing the fact that he had narrowly escaped being struck down by his future wife and his current one. An affair that must not reach the ears of his younger siblings. Otherwise, his dignity as an elder brother would dissipate. Ah, that sleep was quite refreshing. Agus, sporting a disheveled hairdo akin to a bird's nest, approached. Unlike Leon, she had merely overslept, but with a single spell, she could restore her appearance without troubling anyone else. The couple had clearly had a rather tumultuous evening. Cough, cough. Lucia nearly spattered tea, while Leon coughed violently. Please, spare us. Well, everyone seems quite spirited this early in the morning. Will and Ralph returned from outside. Your Highness, the palace has dispatched a mission. We encountered Prince Solomon on our way back. Solomon, I had asked him to come over. Was he unavailable? Agus inquired. Lord Agus, Prince Solomon mentioned he has been exceedingly busy with numerous matters these past days, Ralph replied. After all, being a rare priest, he could serve as a formidable ally should circumstances arise. In short, His Majesty has mandated Prince Solomon's participation in this selection process, Will stated. and he will receive obligatory tasks daily, explicitly declared as orders. The emperor is indeed anxious, even though Solomon has clearly expressed disinterest in the throne. He remains a potential heir. It would be wise to avoid conflict with him, given the current state of affairs. Now, these are the tasks that have been issued. Will retrieve a folded piece of paper, dense with assignments ranging from 1 to 5 stars, with increasing difficulty. Tasks range from helping residents find lost dogs to explaining math problems to children, to dealing with rampaging dragon beasts in the nearby forest. There was a long-term task. The individual who undertook it would be sent to a hidden underground dungeon within the palace. Upon emerging, their score would depend on the quality of the weapons and equipment they brought back. Death within the dungeon would be final. Hence, no priest teams had ever entered, for it was deemed far too perilous. An underground dungeon within the palace? Raymond had never heard of such a thing. If it were to erupt in chaos, it would pose a significant threat. His Majesty certainly has a bold heart. The palace guards are quite vigilant. They would not allow excess magical energy to escape from the dungeon, the elven priest remarked, speculating that some magic probably maintained the capital's magical barrier. To extract valuable equipment from the dungeon is a low probability, he continued, and the quality of such gear is merely average, serving only to gauge suitability for the military. However, the materials produced within the dungeon are quite valuable, as they can be forged into excellent weaponry by skilled artisans. What about the number of participants? Leon inquired. Is there a limit on those who may undertake the tasks? No, Will replied. After all, who in their right mind would involve themselves in the competition for the imperial heir? His statement rang true. Accepting tasks was akin to being an adventurer. Upon completion, one could register for points. A month's time is neither overly long nor short. For Leon and Raymond, these high-difficulty tasks were a mere trifle. However, the number of such tasks was limited, and like the adventurer's tasks, once one party accepted a task, the other could not. Unless, of course, it involved handling a multitude of magical beasts, where even a single beast's corpse could be exchanged for rewards. Next, the discussion should focus on the status of other competitors. Yet, other competitors seem trivial, and one might argue that the method of selecting an heir was fundamentally inconsequential. The current occupant of the throne, Constantine, could hold his position for at least another 50 years. So, what are the noble circles in the capital? Do they openly support or vilify any particular candidate? Lucia asked. As always, Will shrugged helplessly. The hero is seen as justice, while the witch is regarded as evil. As the only one expelled from the capital due to her inherent authority, Lucia had not effectively alleviated her public image over the years. Leon could do little in this regard. As the primary narrative was controlled by others, the nobles tended to favor Shaylin and the hero to varying degrees. I wonder if someone has included me in their tirades? Raymond covered his face, while wandering through the capital and attending to daily tasks. He had not noticed any unusual expressions from passers-by, shopkeepers, or the staff attending to him. Yet, the untamed children sang songs of the witch who contracted a thunder dragon to bring about the world's end, and the brave hero. It was hard to believe such songs still circulated after Agus had arrived in the Barrett family. I can't very well go around slaughtering the children of the capital. Can I? Agus yawned. So, what are your plans? Shall we start by eliminating the nobles of the capital? If there were sufficient talent reserves, then all would be well. Leon could execute this strategy, leaving Solomon, Raymond, and their father to deal with the remaining insurgents. Soldiers are, after all, human, especially in this medieval era. Direct Raymond remained as obedient as ever, while Leon exhibited a peculiar demeanor. Was this truly the best strategy he could devise? After their actions, what awaited them was the complete forfeiture of their chances as heirs, Lucia remarked, including myself and brother Solomon, alongside that foolish Shaylin. There were as many as 13 competitors in this inheritance contest. Presently, Lucia's rank remained prominent, bolstered by the support of the Barrett family and Leon's formidable return. Who would dare to court misfortune? 12 remained, one of whom had already met his demise. Now there are 11, as one has chosen to withdraw. Seemingly having accepted some benefit and returned to his own fief, Will added. Such a course of action, though not without its courage, suggested he might have family now and wished to withdraw from the royal competition. Moreover, the nobility of the entire empire would swarm like maggots, aligning themselves with the victor, while those who failed would become mere fertilizer in the garden if they did not retreat in time. Nonetheless, none among the competitors had immediately taken up their tasks. Ah, how true that saying rings, the noble class is steadfast, while emperors come and go, Ruby commented. Observing the group's discourse, whoever secures the support of the nobility, forget the tasks, can be directly crowned emperor. However, Constantine was no simple adversary, compelling the nobility to settle for a less serious game within the established rules. Perhaps I should venture out to undertake a mission? I noticed several high-level tasks listed near the capital. Raymond proposed, asserting it wouldn't take much time and could soon be concluded. Can you handle it? What about the others? The elven priest interjected, urging Raymond to consider his teammates. As the discussion continued, Leon fell into contemplation. Ah, how vexing. If only I could summon a strategist like Zhuge Liang. He lamented. But then again, perhaps I ought to summon someone like Li Zicheng, a true rebel? If all else fails, Zhu Yuanzhang would suffice, wouldn't he? Just imagine if Emperor Hanwu discovered that resurrection was possible in this world, and that conquering the empire was merely the beginning. His thoughts wandered. But then he recalled Anivia's whispered reminder, your soul crossing into this realm is already a miracle. This world shall not permit another like you to exist. Alas, must I not expect everything to go smoothly? Leon pondered. It appeared that there was but one way to convey the Barrett family's stance and rectify the misguided speculations of others. We should deal with the Chief Justice first, Leon stated with solemnity. The room fell silent. In the capital, the Chief Justice held a position nearly equal to that of the Emperor, capable of judging even royal offspring. Eden seemed to recall a notorious event, the witch exile incident. Her gaze returned to Lucia. The witch, visibly impatient, replied, indeed, I, like Leon, was deemed guilty by the Chief Justice and casually exiled under some pretext. Although there were deliberate machinations by Constantine, the privileged class represented by the Chief Justice had undoubtedly offended both Leon and Lucia. Thus, removing the Chief Justice would surely instill fear in the masses, signaling that even within the rules, obedience was paramount, lest one risk losing their head. To move against that old man, we must at least secure the allegiance of half the 9-tiered powerhouses in the capital for safety, Will advised. I shall take charge of that, Agus declared with enthusiasm, confident that for the greater good, they would acquiesce. After all, those divine beings had long basked in the admiration of the people and would not easily allow the god of light to recklessly disrupt the world.